Everybody, welcome to the Las Vegas Nopen. We are happy you've chosen to join us. My name is Paul Murphy.
My name's Adam Camilleri.
Welcome, and we hope you are strapped in for the streaming event of the year. We can say that because we're still early on.
That's true. Like, we're only a month in, but man, way to start a month, especially being able to do what we're able to do with this, considering what we're not able to do at the moment. Yeah, my absolute pleasure and honor to be here. How about you, Paul?
Oh yeah, man, it's great. I hope this is the first and last Nopen. I hope we can all be together again in the future when it is safe to do so. I cannot wait for that time. But until then, join us here. I don't even know if I can explain what's on the scenes right now. Look at where we are.
Man, the production value, the amount of work and love that has gone into this blows my mind. Us humble mortals, myself and Paul, just here to be these shiny, wonderful faces before you, but behind the scenes, people who have been toiling away tirelessly so that we can bring you hopefully something extremely special.
Yeah, there's an army of folks we will bring on and thank, and all the stream partners, like what we're done. If you haven't checked it out, go to the Las Vegas Nopen.net website. You will see all the list, all the partners that are going to be competing with us over the course of this bracketed tournament. Man, yeah, we should talk about how the tournament works and the list and the charity. Man, where do we start?
This is just the hour special before the special event takes place. So there's a lot of bits and bobs we can get oiled out. There's a lot of things we can test and try and see how you guys love the layout. But man, so the LV Open is, I guess, it's the brainchild of it's Val and Pete, yeah, and then they hold us in to be the lovely faces of. But this is a 16 player or 16 list RTT, essentially pretty much picking up the LVO from the shadow round and traveling us through the shadow round into the final rounds of the event. Now, there is no way, no how that we can simulate what would actually be taking place at the LVO, but we're happily enough that we've been drawing some incredible people from across the globe, and they're going to be pitching in and playing some games for us.
Yeah, so the architects of the list, they built these lists, and the list will travel through the bracket. Now, you can actually pick your bracket right now. Go to the challenge. We have one set up. You can get to that off the website as well, and pick who you think is going the list that could go all the way. Do you have any initial picks, Adam?
I got to pick. So I got to pick one of my boys. I got a couple of Aussies I've hauled in for this. I got Eric, my man Lathuris, playing Grey Knights. I would love to see his list go all the way, just because I think it's a little bit left of center. It's a little bit off the meta at the moment, but I think it's very well poised to do extremely well in competent hands. How about yourself?
I'm going with nobody's going to surprise anybody here, but the Blood Angels. I want to see them go all the way. But really, I want to see. I mean, like in my heart, though, it's the Blood Angels. But I also would like to see some of the list here that I didn't expect to see into the tournament at all, like Orcs and potentially Drukhari.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, one of the lovely things about this is we've been able to let people off the leash a little bit. We said, "Oh, please take something that you would feel like you'd take to the LVO this year if you were going." And some people have used that as an excuse to play the strongest, hardest thing they can think up, and some people use that as an excuse to play their special sauce, their special flavor, the thing that they feel like they're an expert at. And so we've still got all kind of flavors of players at the event, even though this is just a microcosm of kind of what the greater scene would be, what would be happening.
Well, normally, in a tournament, you've got list and then you've got the player. And sometimes that's just a magic thing that can happen. That player can take that list further than maybe what it looks like on the paper. And this time, the list will travel with in advance of the player. It will leave the player's hands, go to another player, and they may not have that same sweet magic, or will they?
Exactly. This is the really interesting bit of this. So the lists are going to change hands from player to player, and people with different expertise, people with different skill sets are going to have to pick up and play something that someone else has designed for their skill sets, or possibly something they've been practicing with. And it's going to be really interesting to see what sinks and what slims. But what's funny there is there's a lot of age-old possible misconceptions about lists, about players, about what is good. E.g., anybody could win with that list. That list would be good no matter who plays it. We're actually going to find out. We're actually going to find out what actually sinks and swims in the hands of a stranger.
Yeah, and that's cool. We are allowing, so there's some floor rules that we're doing. We're going to be enforcing time, so this will be a timed event. But we want games to come to their natural conclusions, and then we're also going to allow some coordination between the architects of the list and who may be playing the list in a future round. Not a coaching, not playing for them kind of thing, but just a debrief, a handoff of the list as it goes down. So our goal is to bring competitive list from competitive people playing in a tournament style format, all for a good cause, a charity.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about our charity. For those of you at home, you can go to lasvegasnopen.net and click on, that's the website for this event. You click on all the things there. The schedule is there. The stream partners are there, news and articles, and the charity especially. So this is not just a self-fulfilling enterprise. We are here to raise money, global giving, coronavirus relief fund. So across the world, we know what's happened in the last 12 months. We don't need to be reminded of it consistently, constantly.
I'm
But
rocking a beard because of it.
yeah, exactly right. But Global Giving is a non-for-profit organization that provides support to other non-profits of the world over. With a 4-star 98 plus rating on Charity Navigator, you can donate with some confidence that the cents and dollars that you put towards this are being put towards what they're intended to be used for. All proceeds from this event will go to supporting their COVID-19 outreach initiative. The Coronavirus Relief Fund is raising money to provide needed medical equipment, food supplies, doctors, nurses, and other specialists to hard-struck communities across the planet. Check out the links below for more information. Please jump over to lasvegasnopen.net to find out more. Sorry, my man. What were you going to say, Paul?
Oh, no. So even if you can't kick in, just join us here and hang out. I mean, like hanging out, watch the games,
Absolutely.
chat with us. We'll be communicating with the chat. So hopefully we're going to get it all brought in together so we can all see what everyone's saying and doing. And also Frontline. I mean, we wouldn't be here without them. We
No.
want to be there with them. We can't replicate that, but we're hoping we can at least come a little bit close. And Frontline is also sponsoring a giveaway, so go and check out the Gleam that we have going on, that you can support all the partners here, and you have potential at the end of this broadcast on Sunday, or towards the end of Sunday, sometime on Sunday. I'll let you know later with the times. We're going to be announcing winners for that shopping spree that they're offering up. So, and that's nothing. That's a zero cost to enter. That's just go hang out, support the partners, click some links, and yeah, you can win something really cool.
Exactly right. And Gleam is such an amazing way of doing things. And Frontline Gaming have really been using that to their strengths at the moment. But what's crazy there is you just do the stuff that you do to stay involved with the community, and you get a bunch of entries. I think it's an awesome initiative. And of course, we want to support Frontline because this is Frontline's baby, the LVO Frontline's baby. We were lucky enough to be there last year, Paul. And for those at home, I know many of you will be lamenting the fact that we don't get to have that event this year. But lucky enough, hopefully this is some kind of solace that we're able to put on. But what's up first today, Paul? What have we got following us our little 45-minute interlude?
Yeah, so the first thing, I think we have an exhibition game between was it Drukari and Tyranids?
Yeah, Scary, the scarred one himself, playing against I think his good man Dustin Henshaw.
Well, you have the list, right? Let's see what they're playing. Let's see if we can give an early prediction of what's going to happen here in a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I'm just scrolling right up to now. You can find this one on the Frontline Gaming. Sorry, not Frontline Gaming. The Las Vegas Nopen Facebook page. So we got Archon Scary.
So what we're doing here is we're going to have an exhibition game before we kick into the bracketed format, just to kind of get everybody's palate wet, see how we're doing, get our technology all lined up. Like I said, there's an army of technology and work and hands in the background here making all this happen, plugging all these tubes in from all over the globe. How many different countries do we have represented here? And then the players, and then the streamers themselves that have partnered with us, given up their time, bought into this. I mean, like got into this with us. To play in this format, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, I'm really loving to see how these lists are going to be played in the first go, and then how they're going to travel on down the thing. And I mean, I have my bet is on Blood Angels making it into round 2, but I'm also in between the breaks. I'm going to fill in my challenge bracket as well, and I think we're going to do some giveaways to people that get the closest. If they come, anybody who comes in perfect with their bracket, we're gonna give something away. And if you're not perfect, we'll find degrees of perfection to give something away then.
Paul and I are going to fill in our challenge brackets during the break between this, and we're going to compare and contrast and kind of battle it out between each other to see who gets the better predictions. But we do have I do have Justin Henshaw's list available playing the Tyranids. Do you want me to reel that off now? Or
Yeah, go for it. Let's see. We might as well just to see what people have coming up.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll probably do it at the start of the stream for them when they start up as well. But he's yeah, playing two units. He's got a hive tyrant, adrenal glands, monster sighting, a talons, paroxysm, the horror, two devourers, and wings. I think he's got that times two. He's got two flying hive tyrants. He's also got the big baddie, the swarm lord, and to round out his battalion, he's got 3 units of termagants, a scythed Hiradule, which is kind of the fresh hotness at the moment.
Yep.
We can unpack that a little bit between you and I, Paul, because he's a spicy boy. Then he has a Kronos Patrol. This one starts with a Neurothrope, twin Termagants, all with Devourers, which I'm a big fan of. A 6 Hive Guard, also a big fan. Another Barbed Hiradule, and another Patrol attachment, this one of Gene Stealer Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor. So that is
Oh, wow.
essentially for the Vect strat. Yeah, really interesting list. He's got a Nagus, a baby unit of Acolytes, just 5 guys. And yeah, that's it. So he's just taken a bit of tech there to dump on at the end. So he's got a bit of a Vect, possibly the Vect Scari's Vect.
Yeah, he recorded a hilarious video that I think we've shared up on the Facebook page, and I actually shared it over to the FTN page too. But check it out; it's a couple of minutes of just comedy, and like the fact that he had time to do that while we're also getting ready for all this. I mean, like it's worth. You will really like seeing it, so I suggest checking it out. Maybe we can figure out a way to play it. I don't know. I'm not promising anything. Maybe somebody can figure out how to play it.
I love it. We're just gonna sit here and line up way more work for all the devs. Just like diva this bad boy.
Could I be swallowed by a dinosaur? Could I?
Yeah. I would love a theoretical top hat to come in, like a 10-gallon hat to just be placed upon my head, and then Peter the Falcon Peter to be put upon the 10-gallon hat.
We were playing around with some things last night, and things might get spicy. Look, that's why you want to tune into the whole thing, or at least much as you can, because you don't know when there might be some disembodied. Well, we have one up that way, but pretty soon there could be even more shenanigans happening.
Absolutely. So to go into that, we've got Scari's Drakari. I'm ready to reel that off if you want it.
Yeah, go for it.
Cabal the Black Heart, of course. So we've got a double Vect going on here. So we can see a Vect get Vected, or a Four-Armed Emperor, a million years in the making thing, and get Vected, which is really spicy and fun.
Or they stare at each other to see who's going to do it first.
yeah. So he's going to do. He starts off with an Archon, Blah Pistol, Eternal Hatred, Huskblade, Jinblade, who's his Warlord. 9 Cabalites, an Urgle with a Slith as well. I do really like these in Dark Elder. They give you a lot of action monkeys, things to go out and grab, Linebreaker, engage, do scrambles, etc. 2 Void Raven Bombers. He has 2 Disintegrator Raiders. Then he has another patrol with this one is Cult of the Red Grip with a Succubus. 1, 2, 3 units of Witches. With each, essentially, he's got one of each of the combat drugs. He's got a Beastmaster, 2 Razorwing Flocks to go along with him, and then 2 units of Reavers. And these are the super cheap Reavers at the moment, which we feel like is something that's going to be corrected. It has 3 Heat Lancers in each one. So this is 10 dudes, 3 Heat Lancers for each one, and the Arena Champion, of course. Lastly, he has another Prophets of Flesh patrol. So this is a triple patrol. Homunculus, Hex Rifle, Archer Injector, all the good stuff. 1, 2, 3 units of Rax, and 1 unit of Incubi. No Drazar, which is interesting for Scary, because I feel like Drazar would be a very nice addition here, but I think it's still a good list.
Yeah. Well, we can analyze the list. Probably we see they start the game unfold and stuff, but this is one of those to where 2 players that really know these lists, and so watching them battle it out, I think is going to be fun.
Yeah, me too. I think this is so. We're not. This is the exhibition game. I don't believe either of these lists is something that would go especially deep into the LVO, but these are lists that are going to be really fun against each other and 2 opponents who know each other really well. I think it's just going to be a really fun game to call.
Yeah, I think it's going to showcase the abilities of both these armies, and then these players are also entertaining to watch.
Exactly.
So there's it's going to be a good one to ease us into the cutthroat competitiveness of that we'll see. I say cutthroats, but these are friends. So when I said streamers are coming together, and also being respective of the COVID environments and situations that everyone's in, these are people that are operating within their bubble. So these are people that have been in the same bubble and are able to play together and in the safe way, and that's one of the reasons that they'll play the list. They know each other, and these are teams of people or streamers. Check out, like I said, that do play often together. So you need to see that interchange, that banter between friends and buddies as they're playing, like you want to see in a 40K game. And that's another reason why the list will then travel to the next set of streamers. In completely different part of the world. Could be again socially distant.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that both of the new set of streamers that get passed on lists will get fresh lists. Not one of them is going to be playing with a list that they wrote, essentially. And so as you go further down the line, both guys will be starting from the same position of kind of the unknown of not knowing exactly how a list functions. And of course, some people are more apt, or some people spread themselves out across armies more reliably. I mean, we got people like Nick Nanavati and Brian Pullen from Tabletop Titans, the guys of those ilk whose entire job it is to play like 10 different and know 10 different factions and armies. So there's got some people will pick up this a lot easier than others. It's really I like when my Australians are sitting. I've got four Australian lists, and two of them are orcs. One of them is Grey Knights, and one of them's Chaos Possessed Star, which just what came second at a major tournament, literally the last weekend gone by. Really cool to see how that would have gone into kind of the American meta and how it shapes up.
I was just going to bring that up. It's like because it's a different style of list building than we've seen over here, and you can see it. These lists are published on our site right now. You can see all of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're just go to the website. You can find it, no problems. Look at the list and look at the difference, like this theory into all these lists.
Yeah, it really goes into saying and seeing what people are valuing in the meta at the moment as well, and what kind of armies people think could go the distance. Like you said Blood Angels. Yeah, there's two Blood Angels lists, and I think there's two Sisters lists in our 16, and we'll jump on those when those games become relevant and come up for you guys. But what's interesting, we've got a couple more Space Marines, we've got a couple of mixed Chaos, we've got one Custodes. I've been told off for my pronunciation of that one. How do you say it, Paul?
You got to say every vowel. That's the way I've been told you have to do it. Whenever there's a vowel in 40K, it's got to be all there.
Yeah, exactly right. We got some Necrons, we got some Chaos Demons, like I said, we got some Grey Knights and Orcs. It's actually really, really well rounded, which is nice. I feel like it could have been a Sisters Demons versus Harlequins versus Space Marines meta, but instead we've got a couple of different things. I mean, those are the majority of what we've got. No White Scars, which is very interesting. Blood Angels have overtaken White Scars in the minds of these players.
As I predicted. You asked me several times, and I.
Well, it's an interesting question to ask you, Paul, because I know what the answer is going to be. It's like, Paul, do you think Blood Angels are the best? And it's just like, yeah.
I just have. It's like throwing a dart. Sometimes you hit the bullseye, you know. So. So this is with the meta. I mean, possessed, a ton of possessed in one of those lists. Now, I would have never have guessed in 100 years that possessed were going to get this good, and then we're going to see this many in this tournament. And then also Mortarion. Mortarion has been making a lot of news, and this is going to be the new rules, the newest rules for Mortarion, and seeing what kind of impact he makes in the early rounds of this event. I think we were in. Yeah, with Mortarion being able to do all get his 15,000 warlord traits and also be the beast on the table. That's what I think there's a lot of people are they think, what am I going to do against that? Well, somebody's going to have the opportunity of trying to deal with it on camera later on in this event.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see people's thoughts on Mortarion playing out. A lot of people have been losing their mind about his debuff abilities, but the thing is, his killing ability has dropped significantly. I saw him charge into 5 intercessors and not kill them, which was almost like a nigh on impossibility for past Mortarion. But at the same time, I've seen the same guy cop 20 las cannons into the face and have a nice hearty chuckle. So it's a nice give and take. He's not still the killy beast he was, and I think people are not taking that into account when they're weighing up how good he is.
Well, but that's a comment of this edition. It's like being on the table for longer is actually a huge benefit in this edition, and that's what we're seeing. Choices that people are taking, and so Mortarion, that could have been dice luck. You're talking about him not being as killy or whatever, because I think that what he is. I mean, you hear about the distraction Carnifex all the time. Mortarion, he makes decisions for your opponent. They know what they have to do when he's on the table, and then it's what can you do with him while he's there?
Yeah, it's you really. There's a lot to be said for getting the most out of a unit. There's a lot to be said. Remember the start of 8th edition? I was very vocal, and you were also very vocal of anything that had a dual profile was just going to be good. You know, it was never going to be an awful pick. Didn't make him necessarily the best pick, but it was just like, okay, I'm never going to feel sad because I got two roles. It's that bit expanded, like that in unit form. If you have a unit of something that is just not monofunction, if you have like think about kitchen appliances, yeah, monofunction kitchen appliances. No, people say do
Cabinets,
not.
or was it counter space management? Is that what we're talking about
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
yeah,
relevant.
yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it absolutely is. You don't want mono-use units anymore. You want units that can do a bunch of different stuff. But the best thing they can do is exist somewhere and hold something, and also deny something. Things like Sangard, yeah. The fact you can make Sangard obsec with Rights of War, they can exist in a certain place. They can move distance very quickly, and when they get there, they can exist because the 2-up saves and the feel no pain options and bring guys back. But they can also clear things off, so that there's dual role, and you get 3 uses out of a single thing. Whereas I feel like that's what's kind of holding back a lot of Eldar units. Like you think about Rangers, yeah, they move okay, they can't exist that well anymore, and they don't kill anything. You know, it's kind of like that's the issue with a lot of the other stuff. And that's why Marines are so strong, is because a lot of their units are multi-purpose, and you can do a lot of different things with them.
Yeah, I kind of equate Mortarion to, if I think about units that gave people fits in the past, like a Wraith Knight. When it first hit the scene, kind of thing. It
Mm,
was, oh, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And then List finally caught up to dealing with it. And then some things along the way with rules and whatnot. But he's a bully unit. But I'm telling you, man, to want to play with him because it's a gorgeous model. He's a Primarch.
yes.
He's a demi, like a walking, breathing, I should say, flying demigod, and just a real figure of legend from 40K.
Yep. And I think anytime these things are included in the game, or anytime any of these things are worth playing at the highest level, I feel like it's just good for the game. Necrons is another one I'd love to touch on. Necrons are in such a good place with
You
those
read my
things. The
mind.
Silent King is very playable. The
Yeah.
Catan, the Catan are really playable. It feels like Necrons have just had the shackles, just like all the dead weight has dropped off, and they're a fully fledged faction once again. The faction that can play in every phase except the psychic phase, and they've got a lot of mileage.
What do you think about seeing the Silent King in this mix?
Oh, I think I'm on the fence with the Silent King. I think if you can play him very well, he's stupendously powerful, like a one of a kind, like buffer, debuffer will hold down a whole half of the board and dominate the game for you. But if you can't wield him appropriately, it's a quarter of your army that's just going to go begging. Like I've played a couple of games into him now, and I've never found him to be that especially intimidating against me. I mean, I run armies like 3 Redemptors, and I just like Silent King. I guess he's not going to make it to me, and I kill the dude before he gets to me, of course. But in the hands and with good use of terrain and savvy maneuvering, he's just potent and he's just intimidating. I actually love him.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where absolutely gorgeous model. Like the Necrons got an overhaul of their entire army. Like if you were a Necron player before,
Mm,
you thought your army was done, ooh, yeah, you got some stuff to
yeah,
do. But I
yeah,
like it
man.
now that and we mentioned this on the show this week, is that I've never seen two identical Necron armies. Like Necron army list. In any list
Mm.
anywhere posted, I've never seen two identical Necron lists that people have posted and are taking and doing well with.
Yeah, man, it's such a big deal that Necrons aren't a mono build faction at the moment. I mean, all of Eighth Edition, literally since when their codex came out to the last gasps of Eight and into the start of Ninth, there was like one build, like 1,200 points of your list was written already,
Yeah,
and
you
then
either went
maybe you
all
could,
race or all destroyers, and that
yeah,
was
yeah,
filled in
and you had your
Whalers, filled
three
in something else. Yeah.
and you had your requisite 3 Doomsday Arcs and your Cryptek with the Chronometron and the Veil of Darkness. And it was like 1,000 points, 1,200 points of that list was already pre-written, and you didn't get to have much fun with it. It's just like, yeah. But now, yeah, you're absolutely right, dude. I played at a Masters event last weekend where a gentleman took an entire Canoptic list, 27 Scarabs,
Oh, wow.
3 units of race, 3 units of 3 spiders, and then a couple of support pieces. And it's an intimidating list with full obsec, all scouting. Yeah,
Wow.
very, very exciting. Very exciting.
God, this painting. I've painted some Necrons for a buddy, and like it's the first time I've really been like I could get into this, and I could start doing this with Necrons. Like I might want to
Yeah.
do this, like an all melee type Necron army with
Mm.
all those big glowy sides and stuff. I mean,
Yeah, man.
it looks intimidating. fun to play. It's a great time to be great time to be a 40k player in general, but especially a good time to be a Necron player. Just with the world is your oyster for army builds is what it seems like is kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, agree. I do think we are, because I think COVID has made us kind of sit back. A lot of people have reevaluated what they want to get out of this game. Do people feel like they want to chase the meta? Do they feel like they want to be constantly chasing the dragon of 40k, or the world dragon of 40k? But ouch. But or do they want to just sit back and play with the things that they love? I know a lot of people in Australia have used this as a chance to get their dream armies, the army that they always wanted to have, because there's no pressure to build X, Y, Z or have X, Y, Z painted for event coming up in a month. They've gone and they've grabbed a bunch of models that they've always loved, they've always enjoyed, and they've started armies that they really care about. And so we're seeing a much spicier, more well-rounded meta than a lot of people just jumping in and
Well,
being
I
attracted
think
to
this
the
edition is
next type of
helping
thing.
with that some. I mean, like with the change in the missions, and I'm really like we're going to be using the new mission format thing here. So, and I want to see this play out at the of this scoring change in the fifth round. I think that's another way to open up some of the army builds that we've seen. So,
Yeah,
I mean, if we are really going into a world, a realm, an era where like many builds are possible, like the differentiation on the tabletop, that's going to be amazing to see once we can get back to live events.
absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I think it's going to be remain to be seen what the flow and impact of those FAQ changes may be. I know I only speak for myself as a player. I always want to go second now. I feel bad when I have to go first. And I mean, but some people are like, oh, well, going first is still super potent. You get to have the first say in dealing damage and reducing of your opponent's resources. And so there's always going to be something to say for that. But for me, for my mind, I like defensive 40k. It's my jam, and going second will always be my babe.
I
Especially now
thought
that
you were
I've got all the
speaking
info.
English, and then I just I don't understand what you're saying now.
You're like, what? Don't charge at them. Don't first turn. Just throw everything at their face.
What is
I've never heard of
happening?
you, mate. Yeah.
No, you
Um.
are right. Um,
Yeah,
Go ahead. I'm sorry,
absolutely.
I
So
jumped in.
I do want to give a shout out to the people who've made this possible. I'm gonna give some periodic shout outs to some people who have made this possible. Of course, the first one goes out to Val and Peter, our boys from the Ocho. They brought Paul and I together for the LVO last year, where he brought we gave you coverage, hopefully of a similar quality to what we hope we're providing for you today. But those two intrepid gentlemen have essentially made a brainchild and decided it's not good enough. Not having the LVO is fine and dandy, but not having something to signify the end of the ITC season, not having something to bring people together and to enjoy, is not good enough. And they have decided to fill that void. So absolute props to those two gentlemen. Lovely to be a part of it, and thank you so much for inviting me along.
Yes, I echo that. And again, we will continue to talk about the partners and the people behind the scenes and people that are helping us with the chat and stuff. I mean, this whole way, this is going to be an experience, and that's what we're hoping to deliver to you: is bring some of that enthusiasm from Warhammer 40k, the hobby itself, the thrill of events and sharing this community together. We're going to be bringing to you all weekend, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, damn straight. Do we want to do a little bit? So I'm going to do a little hot take on our exhibition game, and I'm going to pick Scary to win that one. I'm going to tip my boys the Scarred one. Are you willing to back the Nids, or are you going to jump
I
on and
will
pile
back
on?
the Nids. I will absolutely back the Nids. I think that there's a lot going on in that Drakari list, and they have plenty of tricks. But I like everything that you were reading down, going down the line of the things in the tyranny list. They have a lot of tools, and they can be lots of different places. And it doesn't take much to catch some of those little toughness 3 Drakari out in the middle of nowhere, and then
Hmm.
just put them right back in the box. So we'll see how it goes. I think we're actually coming up to our first break. We're going to take a break for about 5, 10 or so minutes soon, and then we're going to come back in that game and bring you some coverage of the game, some banter like this. You can check out the game either on this stream as we're presenting it, or they'll also be streaming on their own partner channels. So please, tell them what's up. Let them know you like what they're doing. Cheer for your favorite bugs or favorite space dark elves, Drakari.
Yeah, and feel free to cheer on your champions. I mean, there's a lot of different communities we're bringing together. We got players from Canada, players from the US, players from Australia, players from Britain. Feel free to cheer on and cheer on your champions, your people, your content creators, and players which you love.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, this whole thing with the list. I don't know if there's been something like this where the list have migrated through the brackets before, and so there's an extra level of challenge on the challenge when you're figuring this out. Is like because you can go and see which streamer is playing which by looking at the
Yeah,
schedule, and then you can may influence your pairing. And I'm going to be getting that deep.
I'm going deep. I'm going as deep as it is possible to do. I'm going to encase myself in 40k for the next 72 hours, and I'll refuse any other form of existence.
I'm strapping in with some coffee, and you know exactly we're going to be here for a long time. Join us for as long as you can. Really look forward to interacting with you guys. Hit us up on Twitter in the chats. It's going to be. I mean, again, I can't say it enough. It's going to rock.
It's going to rock. Let's hit that break.
We are back, Adam. Are you pumped, man?
Mm, I am so pumped. This is a spicy, spicy meatball of event, and I am so stoked to be here.
Y-
Absolutely golden opportunity.
So this game we're going to be watching now is outside of the bracket, so you got plenty of time to get to the challenge, fill out your brackets, do a little research on the players, do a little research on the partners that are streaming with us and their list, or if you're not familiar with some of this stuff, you got time. This is going to be an exhibition match between two great folks.
Exactly. These are two guys who play each other all the damn time, and I got to say, I love both of these gentlemen. Dustin, I don't know as well, but Scary, my boy, my man, I'm absolutely a big, big, big fan of his works. Do you want to hit us this first list? What do we got? What's Dustin taking?
So hang on, yep. So Dustin this is the one with the Tyranids.
Yes,
So by the way, if you had time, also check out that video he made. It is hilarious.
hilarious.
Yeah, going with High Fleet Kraken on this first attachment. Two Hive Tyrants with wings. Looks like they're rocking adrenal glands, scything talons, praxism, and horror on the first one. Onslaught on the second one, and Psychic Stream on the second one. Two
Yep.
Devourers, so I think that's a common thing for Shooty, with Brain Leech Worms, and then we mentioned with their wings, and then the Swarm Lord.
In a Primarch.
You don't want to be
What's
anywhere near him, that's for sure.
What's interesting about his list is that I don't really see what he's going to be doing with the Swarm Lord. He's probably going to be slinging in his Scythe Hero Duel. Yeah, he'll double move the Scythe Hero Duel in, because apart from the Hero Duel, I don't see a big bully melee
Well,
unit. Usually,
yeah,
you'd see
normally
like
this guy, he'll run with a bunch of Gene Stealers, like just a big
yeah,
fat unit of absolutely just terrifying Gene Stealers, but we don't have that in this list.
exactly right. There isn't like this big, overwhelming, crazy bully unit, which is interesting. And I suppose that's kind of showing a bit of the times for Tyranids, which is because it's just unfortunate that Gene Steals cost so much. But for us lowly humans, we're like, thank God they cost so much,
Yeah.
because at the days of I had games where I fought 80 of the damn things. And yeah, I'd kill them down to like 6 guys left, and then those 6 guys would run through my entire army, and it
I
was
have horror
horrible.
of Gene Stealers as well. But yeah, maybe I mean, but look, we're also kind of I don't want to second guess his strategy. I mean, this is in there for a reason. The Swarm Lord is potent by himself. Of course, he has some tricks that help buff your army, but he could just be using them as a death machine.
Yeah, he could just be there to be a beat stick. He could just be there to be a denial piece, to stop people up, slow people down, do a bit of debuffing.
Well, it's a
Because
bully unit. He can control a range around him. Like you really do not want to get anywhere near him. You have to try to deal with him at range. I think it's a bit of a something that the Drakari can do. But we'll see how terrain plays into the game.
yeah, shooting wise, this Drakari list, sorry, this Dark Eldar list, sorry, this Tyranid list, jeez, it's quite potent as well. And a lot of people kind of underestimate the shooting power from Tyranids. The Barbed Hero Duel, the 20 tournaments with Devourers, 6, what I assume to be double shooting every turn Hive Guard. Man, Hive Guard are one of the best no line of sight shooting units in the game, guys. Not to be underestimated. Them double shooting every turn, a full squad of 6 of them, is actually going to do a lot of damage.
I think Hive Guard are basically auto included and have been forever.
Yeah.
Which is cool because if you're a longtime Tyranid player, you have them, and if you're not playing with them, I highly suggest that you do. So you mentioned the shooting thing. Even his gaunts have flesh borers on them, so everything basically has guns outside of this. The Swarm Lord is I think the only thing in this list that does not have some type of range, and
Mm.
so maybe there's enough. Maybe he feels like he has enough. Reach out and touch someone to threaten things and take pressure off the Swarm Lord, so he can't get up the table.
I don't want to. I want to pull some. I want to call some stuff over to not this guy, but the Hive Tyrants up in the side. So usually Hive Tyrants who have no rend on their guns, their strength 6 no rend. Usually that's a big downside. Like e.g. a whole flying Hive Tyrant can shoot into 5 intercessors and not kill 2 of them. It's really sad. And if they're in cover, well, you're stuffed. But He's playing Drakari. Is actually going to be good. Like two double Devourer Hive Tyrants is actually going to be good in this matchup. Really interesting.
I never get tired of seeing the winged tyrants.
Oh, never. Me either.
Yeah, I
They're
think.
well, as long as I've played the game, they've been in it. So I just feel like they're a mainstay to me.
Well, I think they're a staple, but they're just incredibly gruesome basically threatening and horrific, like this army should be. It is the Devourer that comes across the universe, chewing up and
Mm.
assuming all the biomass in its path.
Yeah, exactly right. Okay, what's our next band using? You want to
Well,
run
well,
down the
yeah. Well, so the G-Star cults in here
Oh, of
is that
course.
that is he's taking a small unit, I think, only to get that deny stratagem in there, it's
Yeah.
so potent. I mean, there are stratagems in the game which they're incredibly powerful, and you need them. It's like you always have them, and they're right in your back pocket, and you get to whip it out right when you need it to make sure that your special trick goes off. And this is one of those like spoiler units or spoiler abilities that takes that from you. So then you've got to find ways to bait them out because that deny power is expensive, So, but with the this edition, we have lots of command points, and so that cost is not so much of a deterrent anymore because you're not you have a few, and then you get that little bit of a refresh. So they've got one or two or even three times they can pop that thing off during the course of a game, and that could be brag breaking. You can turn surefire turns of your opponent that they think they're just going to get everything to go their way. You can take
Hmm.
it away from them.
Yeah, and I want to note that he's got the Magus. He's chosen a Magus, but unfortunately, we don't actually know what the Saki power he's chosen is. There's two options I see there. There is the four-armed Emperor Psyche power, which is Undermine, which is Warp Charge 8, and you select an infantry unit within 18 inches, halve its move, advance, and charge. Very nice, very potent, something that's very cool to have in this. But I also quite like, I think it's Mass Hypnosis, which is the
Yeah,
always
Matt,
fights
that's the
last.
one. Yeah.
That's my pick. That's what I think. -1 to hit and always fights last. I feel like it's just too good to leave at home, especially for Tyranids.
Yeah, getting when you get a unit in a combat, even if you got because maybe you didn't control the momentum, i.e., with something like the Swarm Lord, you get to we're just gonna pause you for a second, and then this guy's gonna eat you up.
Exactly right. All right, I think we're going to get a cut to a little video, I believe.
This is the Overmind. For too long, the Tyranid race has been considered a weak or bottom tier, as the WAC players tend to say. We aren't even being used in the elevated Nopen. It's time to change that. I will personally lead my forces to the elevated Nopen. This will be a window into the carnage to come. The time of the Tyranids is coming. It is coming.
Nailed it. Coming back to the Dark Kin, Skari, Drukari expert. I mean, we talk about single faction players and just how good they can get with their list, and becomes just so familiar with everything and when to do it, why to do it, when is your plan in trouble. They know it because they know the ins and outs of this list like the back of their hand. And Skari is one of those players.
Yeah, he's a true faction master. There aren't a hell of a lot of. I suppose that's something that maybe the rapid release schedule of 8th and 9th has hampered somewhat, but it's made them like the diamonds that they are. These faction masters, these guys that dedicate themselves to the mastery of a single proportion of the game. Do you want to read this one out? Or do you want me to get
Go for it.
it? All right. Jumping right into this one, and I'm a big fan of this list. Actually, I just like Dark Eldar, to be honest. So he starts off with a Cabal of the Black Heart detachment. He has an Archon with a Black Pistol, Eternal Hatred, and the Jin Blade. This guy is his Warlord. He's got a unit of Cabalites. And then he's got a Slith and an Urgle. I'm a big fan of the Quarterly Archon, little small infantry, the single model infantry units. Big fan. 2 Void Raven bombers, which I think is actually pretty spicy. We'll maybe unpack those in a little bit. And he's got 2 raiders with disintegration cannons. Then he's got a patrol of Cult of Red Grief with a succubus with an Archetype Glaive, blast pistol, and hypersweep reflexes for the combat drag, which is +1 attack, which is the one you're probably going to take on your succubus 9 times out of 10. Then he has a unit of witches with the +1 strength. That's it. We've got a power sword. And there's got another unit of witches with +1 weapon skill, another unit of witches with +2 to move. That's 3 units of 5 mans. Interesting, he doesn't have a shardnet or impaler on them, so they can't really do any of the deny fallback goodness, but they're just kind of cheap obsec bodies. Then he has a Beastmaster with an Agonizer, 2 Razorwing Flocks, 1 of 4, 1 of 3. And then to wrap this out, he has 2 units of 10 Reavers with 3 Heat Lancers in each one. Very interesting unit now. It's been kind of catapulted to prevalence due to the points changes in the latest FAQ. Interesting to know if they stay there or not, or whether the Codex changes them to where
hey, enjoy it while it's here, man.
Yeah.
The table.
Pile on. You got some special sauce. Get into it. He's got his last patrol, which is Prophets of Flesh, Homunculus, and 3 units of Rax, all 10 mans, 2 Ossifactors, and yeah, that's it. And then, sorry, apologies, mixed up. 1 unit of 7 Incubi to round it out. So I'm assuming we're going to see either Incubi or Rax in the Raiders.
Yeah, the Incubi have to be in the Raiders, I think, at that point, because you want them delivered. I mean, they're good troops. I mean, they do have a little. I mean, they're one of the best armor saves in the entire army. But I think you still want to be able to make sure that deliver them to get what they're going. And yeah, you mentioned I think this list might be a candidate for Drazar, but I bet Drazar got shifted off to the sidelines, and some of these bikes got in.
Yeah. A lot of Reavers got injected instead.
Yeah. So, but I think this. Who did I pick as my favorite here in this one? I think I went with the Tyranids, right?
You went with the Tyranids. I went with the Dark Eldar. I'm going to stick by my boy Skari, but man, I actually think the Tyranids list is stronger. Those 2 barbed hero duels are actually a real problem for Skari's list. The Voidraven Bombers do answer some threats that do give you some response, and the Incubi are never a bad thing to have. But it's interesting that Skari, like if he could have decided what he was going to bring, like a Venom spam list would have gone really well here, wounding those guys on 4+.
Well, these lists were not picked to fight each other. They were picked. What our encouragement to all the participants in this, including this exhibition round, is to play something that you would have taken to an event, so we can get see a game as it plays out. And look, and honestly, I do not want to root against a single one of these competitors, but I think it will be fun to throw some vibes behind one of these combatants, and we'll see how they shake out.
Well, yeah, you don't want to root against any of them, but you do want to root against me, yeah.
Yes.
We've got to be a foil for each other.
So with this, I think the Tyranids have enough to catch some of these. I mean, because these guys, low toughness, low number of wounds. It doesn't take much. They need a little bit of luck to go their way, and I think the Tyranids have what it takes in this case. Strip that luck, make that luck harder to attain for them.
Yeah, I agree. Look, the Tyranids list does seem well-rounded, but man, Skari is a magnificent player. Skari is a guy with a hell of a lot of skills, so I'm going to say he's going to have some stuff going his way, and he's going to figure out a way. He's just going to figure out a way.
Skari's a great buddy. He's even been on my ATC team with us this past year. Came down to join us from the Great White North. Again, that's just an example of this community coming together. I mean, people from different countries all together hanging out. It's one of the reasons I love this game, this group. These people, everybody we know.
Yeah, exactly right. We got that game ready to go. We got I think these boys are underway, and we're going to be ready to switch over to it momentarily.
Yep. There's a old picture floating around of me out there where it turns out things got a little bit exciting at the table. I'll say long after the tournament had already been concluded, but yet me and Reese were still playing our game. He was using the Swarm Lord in that game, and that's. So PJ Pants, I saw that comment. You never happen when the Swarm Lord is on the table.
That's right. And here we are. We got look at the power of technology these gents have put together. Above my head, 2 guys are playing Warhammer.
Wait a second. I'm the objective.
You are the. You are always the objective.
Oh, thank you.
Always were.
God, but look at those fancy objectives like that. They look so well on the table. I love it.
You can go and buy those objectives. Go to LasVegasNopen.net. Buy some merch, guys. The proceeds and profits go towards the charity we're supporting. I know I bought the jumper. I bought some objectives. I bought the cap and the T-shirts. I'm going to the next LV Open I'm able to go to. I'm wearing my Nopen gear. It's going to be sweet.
So for us, I mean, the profits of these things go to the charity. And I actually want to bring up that in the charity, over the last, when we did the intro segment, some folks kicked in. We were actually sitting at over $2,500 currently going directly to the charity that we're mentioning. It's just a wonderful thing. Again, no obligation. I understand it's a time not everyone can kick in, but I just do want to mention it and thank the folks that have kicked in so far.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think things like this, the altruistic things this community can do, is only going to get bigger and better. And I'm just so happy to be a supporter of things like this. Things like Charity Hammer as well. Amazing initiatives by awesome people. Please get involved and support us where you can. Click on that donate button if you can. Sling us a couple of bucks. If not, join us. Spread the word about this event. Tell your friends, tell your mates. We're going to be going strong, going hard for the next 72 hours, bringing you guys some of the best content we can. So all right. First mission. Hammer and Anvil deployment. On the left, we have Scary. On the right, on my right, we have Scary.
You can see the figures. It's okay.
Yeah. And on the other side, we have the Tyrannies. We've got a Hive Tyrant come down. Looks like the Hive Tyrant has got a real big wingspan. Maybe it's modeled off the Harpy or the Hive Crone. But that's a big wingspan on that boy. Directly below, you can see what I believed will be the Hive Guard staging up in that ruin. That ruin is obviously very well placed for them. And below that again, we have what I would assume is the Scythe Tyrannial. So I figured the Barbed is going to go somewhere on the back lines. The Scythe being the one who wants to charge up and get right into num range, as I like to call it.
Yeah, I see. When I was talking about the Hive Guard being pretty much auto includes, they need like a basic setup. The things that you'll find on every table, you can nestle them right in, and they just get to do their thing. And it's typically a round or two before your opponent can dig them out, and so they live on the table for a while, just dishing out that just high strength damage.
Yeah, I agree. I'm liking this deployment by both players. Scary's being a little bit less conservative with where he's going. He's got a lot of dudes. He's got a lot of squishy Dark Eldar bodies on the front line. Maybe he's got a big old plan for what he's expecting to do there. But I'm really interested to see where he puts his
He's going to get eaten up. That's his plan.
Yeah, well, I think he's got a lot of he has a lot of throwaway units, whereas opponent only has 3 into 10 termagants he can throw away. Scary's got like 6 units he can just throw in the wind and see what happens. Or
I think those Void Raven bombers are going to be brutal in this. They're going to run over the ability to claim objectives, I think, very fast. I think that has to be one of the things that Scary is thinking about right now.
Yeah, well, on top of that, I think that the issue with using the bombers is the Hive Tyrants. The bombers get too close, 2 Hive Tyrants go into the bomber and pull it down. But what I'd want to be doing is flying over, bombing something, and then sitting the bomber behind the Hive Guard so they can see into the terrain and shooting those scythes in there. Bang, bang, those scythes with the flat 3 damage, picking up Hive Guard here, there, and everywhere. It would be really quite potent. But the thing is, like with the Hive Tyrants being where they are, you're not going to get a chance to do it. I think Scary would be almost happy for the Tyrannies to go first, simply because then he'd get to put both bombers over and get rid of the Hive Guard. But
absolutely.
The Hive Guard could just double shoot and kill both the bombers. So
if he can get them playing the game over on that side of the battlefield, on the Tyranid side of the battlefield right now, then that's going to be a benefit to him. So what Dustin has to do is he's got to take out the threats. He's got to do proper threat assessment to see what he has to kill first or protect against first. And you see, I think they're measuring, so he's probably measuring a flight pattern right now, of how to get over there and do exactly some of the things we're talking about.
He's seeing where he's got to put his Reavers as well. So he's got a unit of Reavers coming down into that nice ruin in the Dark Elder deployment. But I want to have a quick draw everybody's eyes up to the secondaries these gentlemen to pick. So Dustin at the top, he's picked Domination, Scramblers, and While We Stand We Fight. The While We Stand We Fight is an interesting pick. So that would be his Hive Guard and his 2 big Gribblies. That'll be his Barbed and his Scythe Hero Jewels, I believe. With that being the case, what do you think about those secondary picks, Paul?
The secondary picks right now, it seems a little awkward, because we're not getting the reps in that we want with games. So we don't. Are you making a guess? Is this just like you're hoping to get the most of your points, or do you really think they can get all of the points?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Apologies. It's a Swarm Lord. I forgot the Swarm Lord was in here. So it is the
that's how the Swarm Lord gets you. You forget that he's there.
It's the Hive Guard, the Barbed Hero Jewel, and the Swarm Lord. The Scythe Hero Jewel is only 235 points, guys. What a freaking bargain! What an absolute bargain of a unit. Yeah, get on that.
Just for that
those
sack
3
of
picks
wounds,
I actually quite like. While We Stand. Mm.
Yeah.
I do think he has the like. I definitely think Dustin has the bully factor to play Dominion over Skari. But what's interesting is Skari has a lot of quick obsec as well. So like, I feel like Dustin's going to have to put a big Gribbly and like some Termagants onto the middle objective in order if he wants to really play for bank on holding it. Whereas Skari could just play on the back lines and just sling out units with like a big advances and just tag it and take it off him if he doesn't have obsec on there.
I know this is the case in a lot of games, but I think a lot's going to happen in turn one. I think both of these armies are just kind of hoping to hold their breath for the first turn and a half of the game to see what they
Mm.
have left to start racking up some of those points.
Yeah, interesting game coming up here. Skari has chosen for his one. He has also chosen Domination, Scramblers, and Abhor the Witch. So Abhor the Witch tells me a lot about how he intends to play the game, and that's like he's going to invest in these characters, these two Flyrants, the Swarmlord and the Magos, and of course he's got a Neurothrope as well. They're all going to get a significant investment from Skari, from his damage dealing, from his combat, from his Heat Lancers and Dark Slice and all these things. What is interesting on there is that they've both picked Domination. So someone's going to leave home. Someone's going to go home disappointed.
Well, you mentioned that about the psychers that we've actually seen in certain list builders anyway, shying away from taking psychers to not give their opponent the auto pick for one of those objectives. I mean, you want your opponent thinking about how is it can I make it difficult for my opponent to get points just by some army list choices that I make, and
Hmm.
some list builders are thinking that way.
Yeah, Scramblers is a good one. Scramblers is exactly what you're talking about, I feel. And I know Skari's teched heavily into getting Scramblers every game. Things like the Slith, things like the Leman or the Urgles and stuff you can take in the Court of the Archon. These single model infantry units that you can, like, for 1 CP, you can outflank a bunch of them and then bring them on for different points of the game to get things like Line Breaker, maybe to get Engage and Scramblers at the same time. They become incredibly good value, and it's one of the unique things that Dark Elder have going for them on top. Well, on top of things like 2 damage, venoms with poison, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm a big fan. Big fan.
The poison's going to play here for sure. I mean, like some of these
Well,
things,
it would, but he hasn't got a lot of it. Like, he hasn't got a bunch of venoms, does he?
Uh, no, but when he gets his little duders and stuff in play, I think they're gonna do some work.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's got a bunch of. I mean, the Reavers have a bunch of splinter pistols or whatever they're called, splinter racks, I believe. They're going to do a bunch of work when they get in. Sure, I think the Reavers and the use of the Reavers here is actually going to be key to Skari winning. It's probably the best unit he has in this game because it can clear the chaff really well. It can do the flybys and do the hits when it goes over dudes. And they've also got 3 heat lancers, so it's essentially packing 3 melters per squad, which is probably, like I said, between that and the Void Ravens, are the best tools he has for killing things like Hive Guard, Flyrants, and these hero jewels. Interested to know.
But that's
I really want to know who's. Sorry, go.
is going to be very important here because I mean, because though even the Reavers, being as plentiful as they are and as powerful as they are, they do melt under fire.
They do. They kind of explode. It's interesting to know the single bomb of 20 Termagants with Devourers. They have to die. Like, it's weird to say, hey mate, you got to kill these. You got to kill these Termagants. But man, Skari wants to kill those Termagants. They have way too many shots. Anything in his army is going to be half killed or killed by that unit of 20 Devouragants. It's pretty hilarious to say that.
Well, I told you they're going to play. I mean, I think that's an interesting choice. I think I would even prefer to see more of them in this list right now.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, if you could, I'd be saying 100 Gaunts, all Devourers. If you're going to build to beat what Skari's bringing, 100 Devourer Gaunts and the Hive Guard would be phenomenal. Hey, we're switched over to the side cam. Looks like these boys are giving us the thumbs up. Lovely to see they're both wearing masks, being COVID safe, and looks like they are ready to go. Here's the dice roll to go first. I think the Scarred one. I think Sky's the roll to go first. I think that was the 5, and I think we're going to see the Dark Eldar take turn 1, which I think is a big boon for Skari.
That's not what you want to see with that. I think with the bombers stack up really well against almost every single thing in the Tyranid army.
Yeah, I agree.
No, so Nids win the roll is what we just heard.
Oh, apologies. I got the call wrong. Nah, there we go. Off to the races we are.
I told you. Look, I called it. I said it from the beginning. The Nids are taking this one. That is. I just want to come out on record that I've. You know how I felt. Internet.
So the CP uses as well, and we can notice one of the big Gribblies isn't on the table for the Nids. Yeah, one of the big release is not on the table for the NIDS. So that I would assume that is the either the barbed. I think I don't see guns on that Gribbly, the big boy on the hero jewel on the table. So I'm assuming it's the shooty boy that's off the table. Also, an interesting thing to note is that the FAQ let the bombers drop their bombs and then fly off the board. And it might be nice to keep them off for a turn or two, do some damage, and then get them off straight away. What are you seeing here, Paul? We're seeing a bunch of dice being rolled.
Oh, like it looks like the yep, Jakari. I think Adam, you were right. We got news from the desk that Jakari are going first.
Do not doubt my powers of observation.
Look,
No, looks like he's done exactly what I thought. He's done a flyby. That first bomber has gone straight over that unit in the bottom right hand corner behind that ruin. Dropped a bunch of bombs, and the Void Raven bomber has the best mortal wound bombs in the game. He's done a bunch of bombs and he's flown off the table. Interested to see where this other one goes. What it bombs? He's doing a flyby.
yeah,
He's going to go
getting those gaunts out of there. It's I mean, but that's job one. It really is. And how interesting though that it is job one because it focused on the mission itself, but from how one scores points. You know, the game itself. I mean, the bigger things are of course vicious, but this game could be won by the lowliest and smallest of bugs.
And dude, I can tell you right now, I called a bunch of games last weekend of a gentleman playing Mono Drukari, and he won the primary in just about every single one of his games. It looks like that's what Scari's loaded up as his top play. The thing that he needs to do first and foremost is limit his opponent's ability to play objectives, and in doing so, he will get some ascendancy on the domination interplay in this game, because there's going to be an interplay between winning and losing the primary, and also interplay in opponents being trading domination back and forward. Cutting down his opponent, turning down his opponent's obsec early will give him domination supremacy, so to speak.
Oh yeah, and he needs those things to be able to hang in the back. His other bigger bugs have to be up there doing something. They might not be objective minded because they have to be somewhere else performing, the work on the table. And so I think taking out those things, and what does it says? You take away your opponent's ability to make war or whatever. Well, in this case, making war is existing somewhere with some things that you don't mind sacrificing some turns with or some time with to exist in your backfield. And he just took a big chunk of that out.
Yeah, agreed. Interested to. I'm not sure if we missed this on our list, but I'm seeing three models in the middle of the table right now, and I believe those are Razorwing Flocks.
Razorwing Flocks we did talk about because get the Beastmaster.
Yeah, exactly right. He's got a unit of 3 and a unit of 4. I think the unit of 3 have just hit an advance. They've gone up and sitting on that middle objective. Good play. I mean, these Razorwing Flocks are the things that he can afford to lose the most. Chucking them up early is, of course, spot on. Now he's measuring a bunch of ranges. Looks like he wants to put his guys into minimum heat lance range. I believe he's probably measuring out where he needs to go, what he needs to do, just to get some shots and some primo action from some of his better units.
Flocks have a fair amount of wounds, if I remember right. They do. I mean, they can't really. They don't have a save, so if you put any damage on them, they'll probably wilt to things like morale or even pop shots. But score a point or two while you got them.
Yeah, they're like toughness 1 or 2, and I think they're 3. I think they're 3 or 4. We used to take them with the Incarn a lot because it used to give them a feel no pain. Then you give them an invuln save from some other bits and pieces. But yeah, really good setup by this gentleman as well. I'm very happy to be able to see the dice cam also. Unfortunately, we're losing a little bit of the screen here. But man, smaller table. I got to tell you, smaller table is a dream for casting like what me and you do.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't even think about it that way. There is continuing to pay benefits with this smaller table. You have a place to put all your dead Tyranids. You have a place to put all your.
Exactly right. Which mission did we have up first? I think it was. Let me just double check. I got it right here for us. We have Overrun. Mission 31 is our first mission today, I believe. Which I'm not sure if they're playing in this one. Maybe they've rolled up their own, because I know that'll be our first mission for round 1 of the RTT, which is starting directly after this game.
It is, yep. Oh, look, Scar is showing no fear. Like just moving up there with all of that. I mean, I guess maybe he's counting a little bit of line of sight blocking. Maybe he's counting on Dustin being completely distracted with some other to deal with.
Well, these are units of racks, mate. These are units of Prophets of Flesh racks. Point for point right now, right here in this environment, the toughest 8-point unit in the game. It's got 3 units of 10 of them with 2 ossifactors in each one, and they'll be strung out from a homunculus, giving them all toughness 5. So they're going to be that's 30 wounds of toughness 5. With a 4 up invulnerable save and a 6+ feel no pain. I think they're bait. I think they are absolute bait by Scary, and he would be very, very, very happy for his opponent to sink fire into them.
Yeah, fair enough. But I guess when they're up there, and it looks like the jets are off the table. Sorry, the bombers are off the table. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bombers, yeah, they did their flybys. They're headed off. We'll see them back again next turn or the turn after, depending on how Scary intends to wield them. But what I really want to see is where these Reavers end up, what he tries to do with them, and what he thinks he can get accomplished this turn.
Which big bug is he going to try to take down? I mean,
yes, exactly right, because
they've
got the movement that they can jump to one side of the board or the other. I suppose Hammer and Anvil, bit of a strength for them due to that. So I expect him to get them up towards the bottom of the table. I think he's putting an investment into, well, I'm assuming it's going to be an overextension by him to go deeper and try and get to the Hive Tyrants. But that Barbed Hierodule or Scythe Hierodule being on the front line probably leads me to believe he's probably target numero uno.
You're doing great.
Fabulous. I'm knocking out of the park, brother.
But it brings up a good point. You know, if you're watching this on one of our channels, we are having also coverage from the deep in Spanish. So you know, if that's more your style, check them out there. They're doing this alongside with us as one of the stream partners that we're working with to bring you this cool thing with the cool coverage.
Yeah, it's crazy and incredible that we've been able to do this. We have the lovely gentleman from Spain. It's such a thriving scene over there. They have one of the biggest, essentially it's got the second biggest tournament scene, second biggest Warhammer scene outside of the entire northern United States. So yeah, it's the whole of North America. And it's so cool that they've been able to come on board. So they're restreaming our stuff. They're essentially, I believe they're doing what you and I are doing, yeah?
Yeah, I believe so. And we just got a question in the chat is like, is the rack conga line legal? Yeah, you can definitely, and that's multiple units, by the way. So the units themselves are in coherency with each other. But there is a risk now for the stringing out your models. If you're actually worried about losing any, which it doesn't seem like Scary is.
Yeah, spot on, man. I can tell you right now, the coherency changes do come into effect. My good man of mine, Liam Hackett, he's playing the 20 possessed, the 60 possessed, the 3 bombs of 20 possessed, in one of our games later today. In our, I guess it's our second part of round 1, which will be our third game for you guys. He copped the bad end of that at a few games over the weekend at the Uprising Championships where he came second. There was a couple of times where he killed himself. He took a more casualties than he's intended, or he felt a bunch of buffing powers, and then as a result, he would lose 5 or 6 possessed to coherency. It's a thing, guys. It's a real thing. It's a real risk you take, but the risk reward for just being able to take up body space is still there. It's still there to be able to be imposing, to take up more board, and to influence more parts of the battlefield. So there's still a lot of incentives to string out, to conga line, to tentacle, but there are downsides now, which I'm very happy that there are. Because it used to just be all bonuses.
Diedrich in the chat mentioned he thought there was a place you can go and see who's playing what in the bracket. So you won't get to see what list they're playing later in the round until we see what list advances there. But you can check the schedule on the Las Vegas Nopen.net, and you'll see who's playing in what round, and that will whatever list is alive at that time. That's what they'll be playing.
Yeah, agreed. The just jumping in here, we're starting to see the Reavers getting moved. It looks like he's chucking them to be screened he's chucking it behind that middle bottom L in order to block lines of sight. Look, in all reality, it's going to be this game is going to be really hinging on what he chooses as his target priority for the Tyranids. I don't think with the positioning he's got and the rates of fire that he's going to be putting a significant investment of shooting into those Hive Guards. So I expect them to survive into next turn. Do the Hive Guard target the Reavers? Is what I want to know. To my mind, I think that's probably the best call.
I think you want to. I think you want to. I think you want anything that can move fast because the racks, I mean, as potent as they are, they only move so far. And, and he does need some things to score objectives. The Reavers with their heat lances and stuff, you want them down because they can casually make your medium level toughness and fat sack of wounds on your big bugs just kind of go away. So you want to reduce that, I think, right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think getting them down early is a very good call. He does have things like the Hive Guard, which are also very good. Sorry, things like the Flyrants, which are always also very good at picking them up. These things are only 2 wounds with toughness 4, so the strength 6, 2 damage weapons from the Devourers is going to be really really clutch. So yeah, I'm interested to know what he does here and what he targets. But man, Sky's having a very nice deployment. I've seen him doing a lot of measuring and making sure his screens are homogenous, as in there's nowhere to deploy behind him, there's nowhere to deep strike behind him. I think that's a very good call. I mean, this is only turn 1. He doesn't need to do it now, but the fact that he's putting time and effort into it, into his thinking from the start, is a lot. It's something to take away from people at home.
Hey, that's tight play. I mean, you really
Yeah,
you do it now. You get disciplined. You do it every round, every time you move. You get comfortable with what it looks like, how to move those models. You win more games.
exactly right. Exactly right. Do not be sloppy. No reason to calm down, back down, ease up. Just go and play the entire game as you mean to win. And I like
Well,
that from Scary a lot.
Well, the game is. I mean, look, we roll dice and anything can happen, but a lot of the outcome of the game is determined by movement and precise placement of models. And it may sound tedious and stuff, but that's part of the game. We play that when you master the physics of the game, as it were, you can pick up wins in close games where maybe your opponent did not.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think it's very important to leverage every strength that your faction has. I do like that Scarif's taken an array of different units. I would have liked to have seen maybe some more combat ability. I think he's got 3 units of racks and his unit of incubi. I don't think that's enough to go very deep into some of these harder hitting melee units. Like he can't actually charge the Cyteria Jewel. He has nothing that's going to actually hurt it in combat. Like the incubi will do some wounds and then they won't kill it, and that it will eat them all. If it doesn't eat them all, it'll flame it to death or shoot him in combat, etc., etc. But yeah, so not being able to punch down something like that in one go in combat, I feel like is something you might want. Hopefully next Dark Eldar book can do. Hopefully that's something they can do. Like
Well, that's one of the
incubi.
glorious things about this codex is that they do a lot of damage. They are glass cannons. They are one of the actual glass cannon armies in the game. So the things that put out a lot of damage are fairly easy to kill. So it was wise to get those planes
Mm,
off the table because they're going to get to continue to just cause just wholesale damage on the Tyranids every time that they get the sweep over them. But so I think this turn here, he is going to want to take down. Looks like he's lining up to get on one of those hive tyrants, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's actually looks like it's what he's doing. I mean, the Reavers aren't actually shooting right now from what the positions they're in right now, and those L's being what I'm assuming is obscuring. It does not look like they're going to have much fire. I like they gave us
I
the
think
little thumbs up.
Dustin
Which, like,
was just shaking his head. He's like, "Oh, I'm
yeah,
in a tight spot." But yeah, look, it's early on in the game. Yeah, that's but
yeah.
Scary is I think playing it perfectly from his side right at this
Hmm.
moment.
Yeah, agreed. Looks like he's just doing some pinch hitting shooting now. I think that the transition was just to show us that they're out of the movement phase into the shooting phase. Scary did a little bit of shooting into the bottom right hand corner. Probably just some of his splinter rifles from the Reavers shooting and mopping up that last unit of Termagants that got bombed by the what are they called?
The
So
Void
it's
Raven
the
bombers.
Void Raven bomber. Awesome model as well. How old is that model, man? I
It
actually
was
I was playing
one of
fantasy
the
when it
early
came out.
flyers. Yeah, it was one of the early flyers that came
Mm,
out, and it's gorgeous. It's one of those to where if a painter can spend a lot of time on it, and it just begs for it. It'll soak up whatever you want to do to it, and make it be
yeah.
more gorgeous because it's gorgeous.
Yeah, exactly. And I it's interesting to know that model has a nice variety of like jagged edges and smooth surfaces. So it's really kind of the painter's dream. It's kind of a blank canvas for you where you can really accentuate a lot of different a lot of different painting techniques.
Yep, that's one of the things with the Eldari line in general. They've got those sleek and dangerous, and deadly. Almost, it's like almost like barbed arrows with some of their planes and stuff. I love them. I think they're some of the more gorgeous. I mean, look, it's hard to not like a Space Marine flyer if you ask me. Those flying fists coming at you through the air, just their sheer arrogance propelling through the atmosphere, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly right. It's just sheer
but
elegance.
Yeah, but now the with the Eldar on or Eldari on both sides of it, they got just almost like knives, like sweet, very sweet.
Hmm. Um, Yeah, interested to see what's been picked up. I'm of the opinion that it's just a bunch of termagants that have been dead. Like I can see even just a dead pile of termagants in the bottom right hand side of the screen. I think because of how many CP have been spent by Dustin, and obviously, sorry, Dustin's CP just went up. So I'm assuming we're in the bottom of turn one already.
Yeah, start of his phase. Yep.
Very quick turn by Skari. Very on point. Very quick. Just got what he needed to get done. He's racking up some domination points there nicely, and I'm expecting him to have scrambled either the mid board or the back or his deployment zone in his turn as well. If you could have done the mid board, probably did the mid board. Like I'm assuming his racks are out 6 inches outside his deployment zone.
Probably. At least some of them would be, right. Does the whole unit have to be out of the 6 inches?
Yeah, the whole unit has to be outside 6 inches
Yep.
from your deployment edge. So it needs to be there's like a middle road.
Also, like a couple of those units or racks might not be, and then it may actually be to do that objective or that you're talking about. That may have sacrificed some of the shooting, which maybe we didn't see more Tyranids die.
Yeah, very possibly, very possibly. It also could be that these guys are making very good. They're both making quite good use of terrain. Interesting to see. We got some measurements coming out for Dustin. I really, really want to see where these Hive Tyrants go. If the Hive Tyrants can get a charge this turn, if they can get like really deep into this game early, I think they should. I think the more pressure he can apply to Skari, the better.
He set it up. I mean, for be able to be charged. I mean, he put himself out there to be charged. But is that even the right thing to do? Because if you get up there and you take the easy bait of those, the Beastmaster things there, the Razor Ring Flocks. If you take the easy bait there with something that's going to sit there afterwards, it's going to get mobbed by the rest of the things there.
Dude, exactly right. You can't have a piecemeal investment into what Skari's doing. You kind of want to have either a wholesale investment or not at all. You kind of want to either do what he's done, have a kind of because he's made a little bit of a concave. Yeah, he's kind of got a weak center and he's got two strong flanks. The bottom part of his table is a lot stronger than the top. So I was of the opinion if he was going to invest into one flank of Skari's army, he should go for the top one because it's further away from the Reavers. Admittedly, it's probably not going to matter. Reavers are so quick; they are so fast,
and they have guns. They got range. Yeah,
they will reach out and never get you.
With the board state, knowing for what we do right now, what do you think the priority number one target for Dustin is?
Priority for Dustin is to get domination and deny the primary swing for Skari. So kill the Razor Wing Flocks have to die, which is an absolute pain because you wouldn't want to shoot them normally because they're pretty useless. But that's what Skari's done. Skari's put them on the only thing on the middle objective, e.g., you have to shoot them to stop me getting primary points. Yep. So exactly, it'd be playing into what Skari wants to do, but you got to do it. They have to go. And the fun thing is they're not a unit of 5 witches, which is something that Dustin's army could reliably just smite dead, yeah? They could just mortal wound dead in the psyche phase and move on. He can't do that to these guys. There's too many wounds there.
Yeah, fair point. But I think they're attainable wounds, though. These things are not known for their durability for anything really. They're really used, or in most applications we've seen used in the past, is to literally swarm things just with a amount of attacks and bases, and he doesn't have that here. So he's made the play, almost daring him to do it, and I do think that's what he has to do. But at what cost? Like, what is he not shooting at because he has to melt those things?
Cast your gaze, guys. Cast your gaze to the top left-hand objective. That has just been a unit of termagants has just metabolic overdrived, either that or Swarmlord double moved onto that top objective to deny it from Dustin. So deny it from Skari. So already some players from Dustin coming out in order to mess with his opponent's primary going into the top of turn 2. I like this a lot. I think it's a good move. The only question is he going to bleed out from doing this? Is he throwing away too many resources too early that he can't do something like this on the last turns of the game?
Well, he's got to. One of the things that go in second, though, is you find you have that kind of almost like burning a passion within you to have to make some maneuvers on turn 1 to even up maybe things that you have lost.
Exactly right. I do think it's a good play. Maybe this is what Skari wanted. Skari wanted him to bleed out his OBSEC early because that's what he targeted. He could have easily bombed and maybe killed like one Hive Guard with a bombing run. Maybe killed one, which could be significant. Both of them go over and kill one each. It goes from
one less round of powerful shots.
Yeah, exactly right. So I don't think it's an awful choice. But in saying that, like the gaunts were actually something that was a nice little bit of meaningless fire that would have killed the Razorwing flocks. And without them being there, he's going to have to use something like a Hive Tyrant to kill Razorwing flocks, which is going to feel bad.
Let's run over there with that Hydroid and just chop him down.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting thing you can do with the Hydroid. You look at the size of the base on this guy. He is a chonker. He's a heckin' big boy. He could put that on the middle of an objective, on the middle of the middle objective, and essentially be in such a manner that his opponent cannot get anything on it without being within an inch. E.g., you have to charge onto it.
It doesn't live though. If he does that again, but you only need sometimes you only need to get up by a couple of points, and so if he can have a great first round, then maybe that's enough. If you have equal play the rest of the way to maintain that lead. He's doing it. He's doing it.
He's doing it. I called it. He's doing it.
Yeah.
But I do think this is the right play because the investment of fire. You want this to be the focal point. You want to make him so what you want to do now, you want to catalyst that bad boy. Catalyst him up, chuck him into the middle, and make Skari have to waste hopefully 2 turns of fire into him.
Well,
if it's one turn of fire, maybe it wasn't
if he's
worth
not
it.
up there, then he's not a threat. That means he's not going to. Skari will not sacrifice any shooting on him, so he has to do something. But he needs to make him relevant, and this is while I do believe that he's not going to live there long. He may only need to live there right now. Live in that moment, dude.
Well, he's got another one of these. He's got the shooty one who's going to be walking on from the table edge.
Yeah, but that one's not going to be here.
Yeah, that one's not here right now. It's not doing any. It's not scoring many points today. Where's the meal today? Interestingly, he's backing that up with a Hive Tyrant as well. I would have thought that one. Yeah, no, that's about right. I expect the other one to go below that one onto that middle bottom right objective, but to be placed in such a manner that it gets fire onto the Reaver, drop his CP straight away and lightning fast him 100%.
Caleb Davis says, "Believe in the heart of the swarm."
I'm actually playing StarCraft through at the moment, just because you remember those games where you just played a campaign and you were like, "Wow, I loved that," and then I just forgot the game existed for about 10 years. Oh, well, there we go. I'm back to it. So I'm playing through the campaign at the moment. It's still.
You can also believe in the heart of the swarm. Then are you saying you're coming over? You're switching sides. You're going to be rooting for the Tyranids with me?
I don't. Once I make my decision, I'm locked in. I don't back down, even when I say, "Yeah, I was wrong."
Well, so I think what he's done is he's probably moved that Hive Tyrant up in a way to get range with their guns, because the guns that they have, I mean, they're mid range if I remember right, but he still needs to be in position, and he does. He needs to make something happen here, and then I mean maybe he's trying to create some target confusion. So maybe big boy there might live to see round 3.
Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy between what you want to shoot and what you want to invest in. Like, as soon as that barbed hero jewel, or scythe hero jewel, as I'm assuming it is, gets catalyst, you don't want to shoot it anymore. But at the same time, what's the options? You shoot into a toughness 7 4x invuln Hive Tyrant with 12 wounds. Still not a great choice.
Yeah, and the guns that are still on the table right now, again, they're going to be split. They're going to be stuck having, I think, some priority issues maybe when it gets back around to Scarcer. But I think we're going to dip down for just a second, we might get some of the table sounds, and maybe we'll see how wrong we are with pegging these insights.
Yeah, so we're trying to do this for the first time. So give us some feedback when we do transition over this. So this will be they'll take priority over us until we start speaking. When we start speaking, we'll come in back over them and they'll get dimmed. It's exciting technology, really awesome innovations by Val and the team. Shout out to our boy Richard, who's made a lot of this happen as well. He's been a revelation to the stream. But yeah, I want to know which.
Adam, if we can chill for a second, we might get some of the table sound.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sorry. Nope, never mind. I'm hearing from the booth. Hang on. Business as usual.
Power on, guys. Power on. I'm really interested to know. I want to know which raider has the incubi in it. I want to know. Tell me. Somebody tell me. I don't know which. I don't know how we're going to
let us know. This is the exhibition game. We're also exhibiting, I guess, apparently our technology and us getting used to it. So thank you for bearing with us while we get through this.
Yeah. What are you seeing here, brother? Like, what's? I think we're up to the psychic phase, or we've just gone through the psychic phase. We're about to start the shooting phase. What does he tee up first? What needs to go in order of operations?
Well, I think since your targets are going to be possibly limited in range bands, so I think you want to have your what is is able to hit what, so you don't potentially take something else out of range.
Hmm.
So lining those types of shots up first, I think, is where he wants to be.
Yeah, agreed. I think we've got the transition over. I think you guys can hear the table. Is that correct?
Well, it means I can advance him when he gets
We'll get flagged when that
We
happens.
will get flagged.
I
Or we'll
guess
get yelled at if we do it wrong.
gotta run a
Oh,
tight ship around here.
not fair.
So I see 2 dice being rolled for things that's probably, maybe we're still in the psychic phase. So that was.
Well, so what's curious to me is that other flying hive
Oh.
tyrant hasn't moved.
I hear the
I
table.
Yeah?
he goes
Super
wherever he wants.
Oh, I got you. It's not us. All right.
Never mind. Yeah.
We're gonna get that sound from the table. Wow.
Yeah,
So
Dig it.
on to
Okay.
he will also smite.
Okay. So I think you.
So apparently you guys can now hear the table. And please let us know in the chat if that is true and correct. We're hoping to be able to bring you guys intermittently. Yeah, you guys got the sound. Awesome.
Ah, nice. Okay, and it gets louder when we stop talking. All right, good. So we can actually do our. Yeah. Well, hey, look. See how this goes.
6s. Nope, 2 more go down. There are 3 remaining.
Yeah. Thank you for that instant.
Shooting and the combat.
The most greatest things about the internet. Instant feedback.
All right, and then he will catalyst.
So I think I'm seeing the. Yeah, I think we're probably still in the psychic phase. Looks like something amazing happened with the hive tyrant. That was a flex, which we'd love to see.
Yeah, if you look to the right of the hive tyrant, I think that is almost definitely the Swarm Lord, yeah?
Yeah, that has to be Swarmy. Yep.
I'm
You also notice there are no Drakari near that thing because that's not where you want to be. Your life expectancy drops to basically nil if you are a Toughest 3 model near the Swarm Lord.
agreed. Do we actually have the other hero on the table, and I just haven't noticed it this whole time? Is this sitting direct? Is this sitting directly above the hive guard? I can see another big old base there. That's a
That
gray.
must be it. Yeah.
Apologies, guys, missed it. It blends in.
This guy here will.
That's a chameleon. That's one of the little known.
First, let's go
it's-
up.
The hive guy.
The hive guy.
Yeah, it's a different hive fleet. It's hive fleet chameleon. Hive from Adam.
So with the
He's gonna shoot.
there's a couple of things here. I think that there are just plays just for denial and just for scoring early round points. And I think it's going to play off. I think this is going to give him hopefully an advantage that he can hold on to as we progress through the rounds.
Yeah, agreed. It's yeah. Some people are saying he's very stealthy for 5 pounds of resin. So good. Yeah, the shooting one is hanging back. I would love to know why he's got that hive tyrant at the back of the board. Why is it in the bottom right hand corner?
Well, there's the Reavers there, so he's got to do something with them, right? Because didn't they scoot on over there to try to either perform an objective or get some shots on weaken things down?
No, so there's one sitting in his in Skari's home ruin. You see the left hand ruin. He's got a unit of Reavers in there. They're all interlocked. He's locked them up like this so they make the smallest possible footprint. And then he's got another one to the bottom and diagonally to the right of them.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, and that one's on that bottom left hand objective. We're seeing a charge. That was looks like it was a very short shooting phase. Unless he's just shooting his big old nummy flamer, because the size has of course he has like 6-9 attacks, whatever it is in combat, but he also has quite a decent flamer. So I'm interested to know if he bothers charging. Does he want the extra distance, or does he want to sit back and just he's quite happy to take the shots from range?
I don't want to do that. So
I think the Tyrannus can do both. That's what.
Oh, you spent a CP for your.
I did. I'm at 6.
It's going to be lunchtime here in a second.
Yeah, it is. It's so good. For me, it is it's about to go 7 a.m.
Oh no, I meant for the Tyrannus. The Tyrannus is going to be eating up some Razor Ring flux here.
Apologies. I wanted to pick up and down, brother. We've seen a couple of CP changes. Dustin's already dropped one. Sky's dropped a few this game so far. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those were on advance rolls. I think he did want some significant advance rolls turn 1 in order to create a nice footprint for his army. I haven't seen any Drakari models picked up, which bodes well for the Scarred one. But I'm assuming that's just because we're not that deep into the match yet.
There. We're early in the action segments here, I believe.
Shooting the swarm node pushes in.
Oh no, yes it is.
I think we're probably going into the shooting phase. I can see him just lining up a bunch of dice, and there's no reason for this thing to roll any more than a handful of dice at a time outside of the combat phase. So my order of operations would be get rid of the flocks go first, either by the flamer from the Hierodule or shooting from the Tyranids. That goes first, and then you can decide what to do with the Hive Guard. He's got the barbed Hierodule. There's the shooty one. Looks like it's got something to shoot on the inside of that L.
Yeah, here he is. He's shooting.
Yeah,
the mouth cannons are going to work right there.
Mm.
Oh, so you think he's trying to clear up? So maybe it's a range thing. So this is the only available target. But he could also be hoping to make it easier for that big bug to get in there and finish him off.
Yeah, it looks like he did just shoot the barb into the Razorwing Flocks, and he's popped 2 straight up. So yeah, maybe leaving 1 there's actually pretty good. It means that on the charge you're very, very, very likely to get it done. And maybe
I don't think he's done. I don't think he's done.
Yeah, maybe he's not.
I think he's hoping to get that completely down, which also gives him it helps him stay a little bit further back out of threat range too, because I don't think he's going to be able to get a charge on anything with that. Or if he does, he'll roll an ambitious charge, and it's just kind of a nice to have if he gets it.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe we'll go silent for a moment, see if people can hear the table, and they'll be able to track this shooting phase pretty well.
Do it. Do it.
I actually don't think it's worth it, but I can shoot twice anyway. Maybe
you can. Depends on what you mean.
You want to back it, but no, they're going to shoot bikes.
Yeah, it makes sense. You gotta kill them. Those bikes are annoying as all hell.
I do.
And I put them in a position where if you don't shoot them, they're literally gonna just be like, yeah.
All right.
So you kind of have to make that threat happen.
I do, and you do too.
Yeah,
you need to make that threat happen, and I need to stop it from really hurting you right now. That was
good. I like what I see there. That's some hot rolling.
4 extra hits.
I should probably.
Yeah, spicy.
No, it's fine. I'm just thinking retrospectively. I can't do it now. So I've seen what you roll. But I mean,
but yeah, no.
But like in retrospect, it probably would be.
Leading that charmed Tyranid life.
-1 hit might actually save them from lifetime.
That's true.
Potentially, yeah.
True.
If he decides to go for it. Right.
You thought about that. That's why you didn't do it. You knew that.
Needing 3.
Yeah, needing 3s.
Down to 5. And only -2.
No problem.
2. How many is that?
That's 9.
9. That's quite a lot.
That's quite a few.
That's quite not bad. Okay, 6 of armor.
Yeah, Hive Guard shooting the bikes, guys. Definitely a good call.
8 D3s, 1 at a time here, buddy.
Yep.
Scar.
And he does.
Got
so
1
dice. Yep.
Looks like he countered with also some good armor saves there.
Nope. So 2 1. He soaks up another one. So
4.
4. Almost. 3 die. Yep. 1 soaks up another one.
4.
So 4 more.
Those are the D3 damages rolling up. I notice it's fun. He's needed 2 D3s to kill pretty much most of these Reavers rather than 1, which is probably frustrating for him.
2, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Scar is tracking the wounds up there on the top of the screen. That's a good way to do it. You're logging thing as you go, so you don't have to remember.
Yeah, I think it's
these deep
rolls. 5 dead. 1, 2.
4.5. Or 5.5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, yeah.
He's making sure he's got enough dudes in each unit.
Doing a quick count. Did one migrate upstream with the others?
5 dead out of the 10.
That's powerful. That's strong. That's a stroke of luck. I think that's exactly what he needed to do because that's going to take a lot of pressure off the big bugs next turn.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's going to double shoot. He's going to pop a couple of CP. He's going to shoot him again, and yeah, probably get him down.
Yeah, with with something like this happening, if you have a unit that happens to live, now remember the insane bravery or whatever, that's a once a game thing. So you really have to be picky and choosy when you do it. Do you want to be using that in turn 1 when you don't even know how the landscape of the game is going to unfold?
Yeah, exactly right. I think the guy. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I got nothing to add to that. Spot on, dude.
Well, I mean, it might be the right call to do. I mean, I'm just saying that it's risky because of the way that stratagem has changed now.
Yeah, absolutely right. And if you see, I think what's just happened, I think the Swarm Lord has just double moved that Hive Tyrant, that Flyrant, who's gone down. He's going to be, I think he's probably not going to shoot those Reavers anymore. He's just going to charge him with the Flyrant and pull him down that way. And that's going to do the job for just fine enough, because even if a couple live, they're not going to be able to do a lot with a diminished unit. And
you get scared of using them then at that point. So you haven't necessarily taken them out of the game, because they can still score objectives on your side of the table or B places and that kind of stuff. But that you've reduced them to that. That's all they could do if you had one or two left.
Even if I couldn't tell what was going on, I just saw Dustin's CP go down by 2, which means he's shooting the Hive Tyrant, he's shooting the Hive Guard again. So we'll go quiet and let you guys listen to this shooting phase unfold.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I want to see kind of like how it pans out.
I'm curious as well.
Yeah, you got a really good roll to hit, and it's another good roll to hit. So
oh my god! Oh my god! Hive Guard!
Hit with all of them, guys. Chrono's coming into play, rerolling those ones.
That's 4 of them, right? Yeah, 4 extra?
4 extra.
Nice, very nicely done. Those Hive Guard are like, hold my
biomass.
Hold my biomass in your hands and massage it gently.
Got a question in the chat. Yes, we are the voices from FTN.
That's a lot better.
How many?
That is 13.
Indeed.
This is what we look like.
Literally the Troy McClure's of the 40k universe.
Note to self. You want to hit?
Yeah, definitely. 6s.
I do make 3.
Okay, so we'll take 3 dice.
Oh, Scary is not messing around with these rolls. He is like, your plan's not going to go like you want. The hand of the Dark Ken is rolling gold.
Here come the D3s. 1 dead.
4.
Well, you roll them? 2.
2 dead.
2.
2.
3 dead.
2. 2.
4 dead.
2.
Yeah, super efficient.
Super efficient.
Like being
5 dead.
3.
1.
Oh, beautiful.
6 dead.
3.
Jeez, this is going awfully. 7
Look.
down. How many more dice has Dust got in his hand?
Tyranids can
8 down.
throw some shots down range. They are vicious. They are a total package. What they don't have is necessarily always be able to do everything all the time, and a little bit of redundancy. But they do have good shooting and good close combat.
Agreed. And the shooting is very underestimated in the meta at the moment. Hive Guard are so good. The Barb Hero Jewels are now one of the best pointed big bugs. Think like a Lehman Russ Tank Commander. They're literally on par with them now, but they've got a bunch more wounds. They are right up there. I love them to death.
So Dustin's answer to the question is like, hey, are you worried about the Reavers? Well, guess what? Just take them off the table, and you don't have to worry about them anymore.
He just Blood Angels it, mate. He literally Blood Angels. Yeah, we've just seen a charge from the Flyrant into the bottom right-hand unit of remaining Reavers. There's only 5 left there. I think that Hive Tyrant kills 3. Unfortunately, they don't have a huge amount of attacks. I would like to see that changed in the new book. I'd like to see him have 6 attacks based rather than 4.
Yeah, I checked. I don't think he has any of the the tail upgrades to get an extra swing or something in there.
No AP on the tip.
Yeah, agreed. We would really like to see them get another couple of attacks. And at some form of rerolls, give out an reroll aura, because it seems weird they don't really add anything.
Yeah, fair. I guess, but they're just killy though. I mean, they perform also some functions on the table with Synapse, which we haven't really discussed Synapse and how that can play in the game and that kind of stuff. Although I don't think it's going to have much of an effect on everything that how this is playing out. But they do perform a role. Where they do have psychic powers, they've got guns, and they've got a little bit of attack. You could gear them up to attack a little bit, and so they can, and also good movement, so they can perform in every phase. And that's not something that every unit can claim, and I think that's a huge boon.
Yeah, absolutely right. For the longest time, they were one of the most well-rounded units in the game, and I feel like I'd like to see them get back into that, because right now they don't shoot that good, they don't fight that good, they move good. And they're semi-durable.
They removed some Reavers. I mean, what do you?
Yeah, but it's a 200 and whatever point Flyrant, and it's gonna kill 30 points of Reavers this turn.
No,
it feels like it should go in and just crush them.
You want this unit to be probably a better performer on average than maybe it is right now. But I think they match up really well against the Drukhari, but maybe not against Marines and that kind of stuff. So it's a little bit of a difference. But this is definitely their time to shine in this environment.
Oh, 100% agree. 100% agree. I think this is a very good matchup for what the Tyranids are bringing. Interesting to know that the Swarmlord did the double move on the Flyrant and not what I said before on those Termagants, which means the Termagants spent a couple of CP for Metabolic Overdrive, meaning that a couple of them probably died, which is probably not a big deal.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I got to kind of trust the hive mind here and go with the gut of the pilot here. I mean, they are definitely an enthusiast.
Of course. Of course they do. They love it.
But he is burning his command points, But whatever, I believe you should burn your command points early and often. I mean, there's
Yeah, so the Flyrant killed 2 blacks, and we're probably about to see morale.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going to have a brutal morale phase. I don't know that Skari wastes those, or I shouldn't say waste, but uses those command points to try to save the bikes. I think they're probably as good as dead right now anyway.
My second turn.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't remember offhand if they have any like morale tricks out just that insane courage.
Yeah. Look, this is probably a very good turn. This is probably a very good turn by the Nids. I think this is a very strong turn. They're taking quite a good amount of board position as well.
That's like a big deal. Unless we come back.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I think that he's done exactly what he needed to do here to get both deny points. So denying points is a point swing. If you can score the points while you are denying your opponent points, that's as good as 2 points for you, by and large. And that's one of the hallmarks of this edition too. It's not simply enough to remove people from or models from objectives or from scoring zones or actions or whatever. You kind of have to then replace them on things, and that's something I don't know if we talked about with the Tyranids, but we've just seen it play out in a pretty strong way.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, the Flyrant won't hold that bottom left-hand objective because it's not OBSEC and the racks are. But the top left-hand objective, I think there was only 1 rack and a radar onto that, and I think he's put 3 or 4 Termagants onto it. So that one's definitely gone for Skari. Into Skari's turn 1, sorry, bottom of turn 2. Skari's turn 2. He has 1 objective going into that, which is probably less than he hoped. But just to quickly look at the scoreboard, the only scores that have come in is they've traded domination. So Skari got domination at the end of his turn 1, and now the Nids have also done the same.
Yeah, well, I think when we start scoring the primaries here, we're gonna see a shift here. I mean, Big Boy there in the middle squarely has that one, and nothing's coming near him at this moment. And then I think you're right. Hive Tyrant is not gonna do anything there other than remove a couple more models, maybe in the morale phase, and then the Gaunts are up there on a couple of objectives.
Yeah, so the top left, so the left-hand unit Remus, the one that was inside that home ruin for Skari, has been reduced to 1, and looks like there's 1, possibly 2 bikes still in combat with the Flyrant. So from 20 down to 3 at the start of his turn 2.
Yeah. So, and then looking at the command points again, going down to 4, it's like, so now all those tricks that happened in round 1, he doesn't have the juice to do it anymore. So was it enough?
Yeah, agreed. What I expect to see happen here, Skari's probably going to spend some CP. I would love to see that Reaver fall back from that Hive Tyrant and tap the Hive Guard. Like go into that ruin and just touch the Hive Guard, shut them down for a turn. I don't think now that he's felt what they can do to him, I don't think he can reliably take that fire again and hope to win this game.
What do you think's getting to the Hive Guard that wants to be anywhere near that Hive Tyrant and the other Big Boy over there?
Well, anything. Just touch him. Just touch him. Stop him shooting for a turn. Like you can get a position in that ruin where you're not going to be intervened by the Swarmlord, and I suppose that's as best as you're going to do. If you can get something over there and literally just touch him, job done. Don't go near the hero jewel.
I did the same thing.
Do not touch the hero jewel.
I forgot about the Swarmlord. There's nothing that unit of Hive Guard might as well be untouchable at this point.
Yeah, whatever you put over there is dead for sure. But you have to stop those guys shooting. They're just going to be too potent. They're not going to be good to kill racks though, which is funny because they're going to hit the racks on 3s, wound them on 3s, and then their damage is going to be halved by the 4+ invulnerable save. So I think the forcing them to shoot the rack somehow will probably be good, but they've got so many targets. They've just got a target-rich environment. They got 2 raiders.
Unfortunately, I don't think the racks are going to play much in this game. I think that the Nids themselves have enough things to do to basically almost ignore them. You treat them, like They're not even on your radar for things until the very end.
There's the Incubi, my brother. So Incubi were in the top raider. They've just disembarked. They're going to have a nice chunky move, and they're going to go into those Hive Guard.
Oh,
do they go for the hero jewel as well?
Getting that far across the table is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's actually not the craziest thing in the world. So it's 3 inches from the hull, and then they've got a 7-inch move. And then so he's just measuring to see what his range is. Is it turn 2 that Drukhari get real charges, or is it turn 3 on the?
That's a good question. I can check on that in a second. But we didn't even talk about the terrain. This is obviously a breachable wall, so that's going to play well for him.
Agreed. So yeah, they can just go straight through. It's actually quite nice. This terrain, I quite like this map. It's simple. It's very aesthetically easy for us to see, with the exception of that 5-pound menace, the barbed hero jewel, which for some reason I couldn't tell what it was before. But yeah, with the exception of that, this is a very nice table. I am a big fan.
These guys power from pain, eager to flay, as you can re-roll the dice when determining how far a unit with this bonus moves when it advances or charges, and that is battle round 2.
Yeah, agreed. So I assumed it was. So they've come out a nice 10-inch move from that raider, and what I assume is going to be somewhere in the region of an 8 into that unit of Hive Guard. We'll actually might go quiet for a bit and hear what they've got to say.
Which means I have to use my raiders to screen out my chat and stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Which means if I do move these, say, that unit there, I've got that.
Yeah, folks in the chat, this is the warm-up game. This is existing outside of the bracket. This is just purely for y'all's viewing enjoyment and us to get a little warmed up a little bit.
Yeah. I'll get our scenes down, Pat, get our voices in tune, me and Paul hit our rhythm, hit our stride.
And a good way for us to include yet another group of streamers in the broadcast. So I tell you what was awesome is that there's tons of quality content producers out there, and we couldn't get in everybody that we wanted to get in, and there's some folks that still didn't get in, and so because we have a little bit of this extra time and want to test some things, make it right for you guys, we thought let's get this game in. So this is not part of the competition. This is just to chill and watch.
Agreed. So this is just for you guys' enjoyment. Just put a bonus game on, involve a couple of people that we could involve. We had the opportunity to bring more people in. We wanted to literally bring everybody in, but for every single content producer that you guys see, there's like 2 or 3 that wanted to be involved, and unfortunately just couldn't find a slot for. It's only so big we could make this, and before we just pass out from exhaustion.
Well, look, hopefully there is no next time for the Nopen. We want to be, together in Vegas again. But if we ever do it again, it's I think we're gonna still try to get as many people as we can.
Wearing these wonderful shirts once again in Vegas.
That's right. These are, there's little pockets on this thing as well.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah,
real pockets.
I like the rose. It's nice.
Don't worry, we'll get a little fancier. I don't know how we can get fancier than this. I'll drink my coffee with my pinky up. No, I'm just kidding. Let's move on.
So maybe we'll just do a quick recap of lists. There's a couple of people who said they've just joined us recently and not quite sure what they're seeing. Of course, you can go find out. So these lists were posted just for this exhibition game up on the Facebook page. So I'm happy to go through them again for you guys. But just hitting the high points for the Tyranids, we have a Kronos detachment with a bunch of Hive Guard, a Barbed Hero Jewel, a Neurothrope. We have a Scythe Hero Jewel, 2 Flyrants, a bunch of Termagants, 1 unit of 20 Termagants with Devourers. Sorry, that's the troops choice for the patrol, the Kronos patrol I mentioned. And yeah, it's kind of just a nice, well-rounded little Tyranid list going on. It's got 4 Big Gribblies, 2 Hive Tyrants, and the 2 Hero Jewels. It's got a nice little bunker of decent firepower in the 6 Hive Guard. And then it's got a bunch of little objective grabbers. The last thing it has, though, is a 4-armed Emperor Genestealer Occult Patrol, which just has a Magos and a unit of 5 Acolytes in it. Now, I think he's just taken that for a bit of tech and for the option to have the once per game Vect.
Yeah, so people are talking about doing some other virtual cons. Look, like the Adepticant and the Caint TC. We don't know what's happening. What we can do, but until we get this stuff under control, I think we're willing and able to continue to bring the community together for the spirit of the hobby. I mean, this is, I consider events like these or live events or whatever, and a natural extension of the hobby. I mean, when you get to go out and hang out with a bunch of like-minded people that care about the game and the lore and the models just as much as you do, it's you can't replicate that. This is a
Yeah.
close second.
I've got a question in the chat. So that's Peng to Penguin. Adam, what wings are you most excited for in the new, I'm assuming, Dark Angels Codex from what we've seen so far? Raven Wing, my man. 100% Raven Wing. Mostly because we already knew Deathwing was good. Because the index just made Deathwing amazing. So unless they took away all the Deathwing stuff, Deathwing was already been good. So I've been excited to lap up everything that Raven Wing is coming to them. And Raven Wing look really, really fun.
Tune in tomorrow, and we may learn some dark secrets.
Damn! Don't just yeah. Don't play with me like that, Paul.
Look, that's definitely exciting to. I mean, just the release of these things and the chapters. What the good thing about stratagems in general, and the stratagems and the layers of doctrines and tactics and that kind of stuff. Again, for all armies, what we're seeing, is that commitment bonus that's how the rules have translated is they're bringing out that flavor that's always been in the stories, and now we get to have it play out in even more of a tangible form on the tabletop.
Yeah, I do really like the format of the current ones, and it seems like the test bed that was the last codex with the mono bonuses. It looks like it's been fully transferred over now, because now we're seeing Death Guard get a mono bonus, which is the first time. Chaos has one. So all of a sudden, Chaos has a mono bonus. Before now, it was literally Space Marines and Sisters.
I love it. I'm telling you, with this, again, there was the thing where we even talked about how to build the soupiest army possible or whatever. And now we're kind of incentivized to not do that. So we'll get something thematic on the, I love it. But more importantly, is that additional spice, those really the flavor elements that you can just sink your teeth into, and it just, I love it. Like even when you're building your models. I've been building some assault intercessors recently. I mean, everybody knows, and they're blood angels, right? But when I'm building, I put the sanguinary guard power fist on one, and I needed another hand. So I put a knife hand on him, and then I'm like, this guy likes a lot of knives, so I put a lot of other bits and stuff. Anyway, I'm living the hobby. You're talking about pandemic life, putting models together. It gets to play out because of all these rules and everything we got in the new codex is how we're designing them, or how the game is designed them, how we're living them.
Yeah. Just a quick call of the game. Bottom left-hand corner, those Reavers have fallen back from the Hive Turret. Looks like it's 3 left, so I'm assuming it's the 3 that have Heat Lancers. They're going to fall back. They're going to shoot in there. It's being joined by a unit of Racks, and a unit of Witches have come out in support as well. All those guys are going to go into that Hive Turret. We'll see how much they do. Over a couple of turns, they might pull him down, just simply because he doesn't have enough attacks to kill them back. With the shooting into combat, he might get a lot more done, but those probably go into the Reavers, get rid of those so the Heat Lancers can't be a problem anymore. It's interesting to know what he's done on the middle. He's put 2 Raiders onto the middle objective and in order to take it away from his opponent. So he's got
he's just planning on that thing not being there anymore.
Oh no, he can't kill. So I don't think he's got enough stuff that he can kill his hero duel. He's just playing to ignore it. He's playing to get the 3 points of domination and to stop his opponent getting the primary score. It was an interesting one to happen in the top right hand corner. Doesn't look like much has gone onto that top right hand objective. The incubator on it now, but they're probably going to charge off. But he has dumped up a unit of Racks up to the top, and hopefully he's going to. Well, I'm assuming he's going to hope to shoot and charge down, kill that unit of Termagants. When those Gaunts are gone, if those Gaunts are gone and the Flyer is gone, what does he do to do this play again? I mean, it's still going to have the big Grizzly in the middle, which so maybe you're right, Paul, and there's some stuff I'm not seeing that's going to kill that big Grizzly, but right now I'm not seeing how he kills it.
Yeah, fair enough. And you're right. What does he have left to come in here and do this again? I don't think he does. I think he is committed and is overextended himself. He did what he needed to do to keep the score where it needs to be, because you can't let a more maneuverable, more shooty army get ahead of you, because then you can't play catch up. So what he has, I don't know. I think he needs a little bit of luck. He needs to count on that big fat sack of wounds there to not go anywhere, and then maybe take something with him on the next turn.
The other
I want to give an update on the charity. So in the last hour or so, folks had kicked in about $100, and so look, you can find the global giving charity link off of the Las Vegas Nopen website under the charity link, and we really appreciate those who've kicked in, even a couple of bucks. I mean, it's going to a great cause. Again, no pressure to do it, but it's nice to see people are kicking in, hitting towards the goal we've set.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh yeah, I was looking at chat. I was like, did he forget his bomber?
I did.
Yeah, please donate if you got a couple of bucks. If you don't, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your eyes. Please spread the word about what we're doing here and what we're trying to do and contribute to the world. And also,
we're almost at 2,700. If we get to $3,000 the next little bit, I will do a silly dance. That's
don't do a silly dance. But yes, please,
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If we get there.
You give me $1, don't dance.
I don't know. Look, I'm gonna tell you, the part of the dance is going to be in frame. Might get us flagged.
Yeah, let's not do that on the exhibition game. Let's do that like round 4, where like the last 20 minutes of round 4, I will unleash the silliness. But before that, professional. Baby's got to shine. Into the top of turn 2 for Scary. We've just seen the Void Ravens come back on the board. I think he forgot to bring them on before, and sorry, that was the end of his movement phase. Of course, reserves, they come back. Shooting going into a couple of different things. Maybe we'll go quiet. We'll listen to Scari's thoughts and what he's doing in his shooting phase.
Okay, a little bit better. Will he get better? He's like, I'm trying to show off here. Actually, Voider and Bomber dudes actually try and show off each other. Just one. One in on a
I'm okay with this.
That high turn is like the luckiest high turn in the land.
It's because you forgot to do like,
Yeah,
we're
one
not
shot.
doing anything then.
Oneness. Okay, well, that's, it's like I didn't bring them in.
They did one move.
They did. Almost. Okay, so that student's there, that guy's down, that catalyst actually came big. Alright, so I'm going to do this guy here. It's going to shoot into them.
Okay.
Hits. And one. No AP.
6 up tape!
Cool. Then the 2 also factors are going to shoot into that unit as well. 2 hits. 2 dead guys. And do I kill 4 dead guys? I do.
4 ups has been pretty solid when you're doing your things and anything on the rack.
Okay. The also factors over here are going to shoot into that lone bolt on the map. 2 hits.
Dead.
Where are all those 6s when I was shooting at that? Okay, so shot. What's the chat?
The chat said that was deserved with the bombers.
It was very deserved. Very deserved. On international television, I literally, at the start of my turn, I was like, yes, I have bombers. And then I totally forgot them. But it means that I remembered them, and then I totally, I couldn't feel them.
Yeah, you did remember them.
I did. Okay, so let's do some charges. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to charge this guy into that.
Okay, go ahead. I'm definitely not going to watch. 7 might want to measure that. Okay.
Then I'm going to charge these racks into that.
Okay.
Looks like we've got the shooting coming into the top left unit of Gaunts. A handful of those have been picked up. I also saw him picking up Gaunts from behind the barbed Hierodule as well. So he's put a little bit of investment there, which I thought was interesting. Probably just the disintegrators from the Raiders.
In my mind, rooting for the Tyranids here. I kind of wish those bombers didn't come back on.
I haven't seen them do anything. I suppose I assume they shot into the hive tyrant.
They're just one of those units that can be everywhere, So if there is anything that becomes exposed or weak or only has a few wounds left, they're just going to jump over there and vaporize it, which is with you see that with Tyranids that have larger units. I mean, we're not seeing big large units necessarily exhibited in this particular game, but they could get down to 2 or 3 units, and you just want to finish them off, and it's difficult because once that big unit has been reduced, it becomes a lot easier to hide. And the same thing can be said for the big bugs. They could have 1 or 2 wounds left, and you really want them to be down and off the table. You send something over like this, and they just take it out.
Yeah, exactly right. I can tell you they are one of the best sniper units in the game. I've seen people fly over and kill, just snipe out characters with flyers all the time. It's really quite funny.
Yeah, especially with characters, because they're safe. They've got they have their first turn move already mapped out in their head, and what they do is they leave this perfect bubble for a flyer to come sit over there and put a lot of shots into something you'd prefer not to be shot.
Yeah, exactly right. A flyer does change the way your opponent has to play as well, which I quite like them for that. I can tell you that most flyers are overpriced for what they do in a lot of cases, but there's still kind of an X factor element that a lot of people have almost forgotten how they work. It's funny that people have forgotten how they work. People just assume they're going to drop out of the game, and anybody who remembers where we were. Not this time last year, but the year before, when the Flyers really came on the scene, like at the LVO, the Flyers almost won. They played off against Brandon Grant for the win, and then from thereafter, we had like 9 months of Triple Crimson Hunter XR just dominating the table.
It caused a bit of reaction with the points, and so the points have been moved in a direction that makes them I don't say difficult when you're looking at overall efficiency in competitive list and in a lot of tournament list, they're doing their best to remove as much fat from the things. So they want efficiency, they want redundancy and that kind of stuff. And the Flyers don't necessarily provide that. Now, I think that the Eldari Flyers are different than that. I think they come with a bunch of advantages with their extra maneuverability. Typically, like if you have the Craft World Eldari, you're looking at things with like psychic powers and that. Yeah, hey, planes and psychic powers. Ridiculous as it sounds, So I mean, as far as like power and grossness on the table, really enjoyed using those. And then you've got the lethality of these things in the Drukhari.
Yeah, exactly right. Just a quick call of the game. We've had a unit of Rax charge into the terminus at the top. In the middle, it stayed pretty static. The Raiders have just gone to that objective to take away his opponent's primary score. In the bottom, we've seen a massive investment of Rax, Witches, and now Reavers have come into this Hive Tyrant. Not quite sure how many. There's an obvious dice next to that Hive Tyrant. I'm assuming it's had a significant investment of fire from Heat Lancers and the Void Raven Bombers, possibly taking it down to only a few wounds left. We'll see if that gets picked up. The big news here is that the Incubi have made their charge into the Hive Guard. So the Hive Guard have been shut down, as I predicted, as I thought he might have to do, after feeling the ferocity of the Hive Guard double shooting and literally killing two of his best units or neutering two of his best units. They have to be shut down. They can't be allowed to shoot turn after turn. That's just going to lose you the game.
So there's the right move there. What does he? So after these Incubi are dead, and they will die. They were going to die in the Tyranid turn. What's the next thing he can get over there?
So he still has the two Raiders. One of the Raiders could go into the next turn, possibly, depending if they survive the Barbed Hero duel. He also has a couple of Reavers left. But yeah, you actually make a really good point. Once the Incubi go down, does this just mean he's just bought himself time, and it's only a matter of time before the Hive Guard start dunking on everything once again?
Thank you to himself.
Because you might absolutely be right. But we're gonna step back again. We'll let you guys hear to the dulcet tones of the Scout one.
I hate you. Yeah, so 5 pinballs.
That'll probably do it.
Mr. Liscan.
4 pinballs. 2 go through.
33. I'll send a CPU on.
I was just looking up Breachable. Breachable allows Infantry, Beast, and the Swarms to go through. So the Raiders may have a difficult go getting all the way over there.
Are you interrupting? If he was like not lowest bracket, then maybe. Okay. Okay, so I'll do the Succubus next. 5 attacks. She hits all the time. And she strength 6, but you're T7, right? So 2 saves from the Succubus. 2 saves from the T7, right?
Yes.
2 saves from the Succubus.
What goes through?
D3. 2.
Little pains.
Nope.
Nope, he goes down. Does he thrash? He does.
Flying Hive Tyrant, gone. He picked him. He got him.
I think we knew that. That was a maneuver, though, to keep the points tight.
Yeah. I think he had to go. If that Flyer lived, it was just going to be such a pain for Scary to pick him up later in the game. He did have to put a lot of units in. There's a huge density of models down there now. what's going to be the issue there is that if he doesn't block off, use his Consolidated Piling to block off some avenues, 20 Devouragorns come on from the sideboard and pick up just about everything down there. The good thing is the toughness, if the Homunculus is down there, the toughness 5 will keep the racks safe from the Devourers. If the Homunculus is up the top with that unit, the Devourers will absolutely mulch through those racks.
Which one does that come to? It actually takes pretty
It takes a pretty big.
That's fine. If you want to bring your other Psyker close to me, that's cool.
Yeah, he's definitely a rallying turn for Skari, and positioning himself for success in the later rounds.
Agreed. How many? So I'm just going to have a quick look at the list for Mr. Dustin. I want to see what psychic powers he has. So first Hive Tyrant has Paroxysm and the Horror. Second one has Psychic Scream. He's got the Resonance Barb, and he also has Onslaught. So the Resonance Barb, of course, is very powerful. +1 to cast. Neurothrope does not have listed its powers. I'm assuming it's probably got either Catalyst or Psychic Scream, or probably both. And once again, the Magus isn't the right one. It hasn't got it listed either. So he does have, well, now he's lost one of the Hive Tyrants. He's got 3 possible smites, technically one from the Magos, and a Psychic Scream. Technically, he could smite out those Incubi, but prior to the shooting phase, in order to let those Hive Guards shoot, he would need to bring everything over there, which I'm not quite sure was the right positioning choice for him. But it's still absolutely something he can do.
Just checking on that charity. We're at 2,800, so getting dangerously close to
dance party. Yeah.
Actually, no.
You just like dancing. Do you secretly love dancing?
Who doesn't love dancing?
You don't need to hide it, mate. Like we're very accepting. Oh, I'm not crazy about it. I'd rather read. Bit of a reader.
That's it. Next time we're in Vegas, we're dancing together.
Yeah, that is exactly what I
3 you're right. Someone just pointed out that's 3 points for Border Witch. Pointed up for the scarred one. First one of the Psych has been taken down, and first one of the big Ribley's falling as well. Doesn't look like any. So Paul, doesn't look like any wounds has been done to that side Tyranid in the middle of the table. It is undamaged.
Yeah, that anytime that the longer that's around the board, the more effective and valuable it will be. So that's pretty interesting. Doing a little bit of table shuffle here to get the right lines and ranges. The piece of terrain was, I guess, causing some problems there. So there's a nice little sportsmanship right there, helping your opponent out.
What are we doing?
Yeah, always chuck down some markers for the terrain pieces, guys. It's very important they stay in relatively the same place. Scari's probably just doing his consolidate moves. Looks like the Termagants have picked themselves up so that they're just onto the top right-hand corner objective. There's a model that's jumped over that's sitting on that objective as well for Scari. I'm assuming that's either his Succubus or his Homunculus that has jumped over there, because it does look like a character. And it looks like he has 1 gaunt left, which is actually very important, which means he will get some points for primary. But the Scari had 0 for primary in his turn 2. 0, guys. Nilch, a donut.
That's a blow. That's some. I mean, again, that's good generalship on Dustin's side. I mean, he's up there. He's causing some pain and tribulations. That's really what he's doing, which is typically the Drukhari thing. He's flipped the script on him.
So I have.
Sorry, go.
I was gonna say, what song is going to I can't dance to any songs. It's the music in my head.
I will sing for you.
Don't sing. Don't. We can't sing.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Some people in the chat tossing up which one they like better, or in their order of preference for Tyranid. Some people are saying Hive Guard better over the Scythe Tyranid, and maybe should have taken second unit. In the chat, give us a shout out. I'd love to be able to shout out some people. Tell us where you live, which games you're excited to see, like who you're backing in this event, like who's your champion, who do you think's going to go all the way, who do you want to go all the way, and what hobby you're planning to do during this 72-hour extravaganza or 36-hour, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. Planning a hobby project, we can help you benchmark that along the way. Like, we will be your accountability partners for your hobby projects over the course of this broadcast.
Paul and I will put our hobby thumbs firmly on the back of your heads, push you down into your paint pots, and say, get it done. You got 36 hours of our amazing dulcet tones. No excuses.
Look, sometimes just that look, knowing that someone's in it with you helps you get things done and finished, and that's part of it. I mean, look, I don't know anyone who particularly enjoys painting 50,000 purity seals, depending on how many Marines you're doing or whatever. So having
Mm.
somebody with you is a hangout. Spend that time.
I regret asking for that. I've just had so many come in. Got some gentlemen from Michigan, from New Mexico, Finland, Hawaii. Ravenwolf in Hawaii is playing Blood Angels. Blood Angels player from Norway. Looking forward to the Blood Angels matches. Hello from Finland. Wanting to see the Titans guy. This is crazy.
I love seeing all the Ultramarines. Oh, Atlanta, my
Yeah,
hometown.
Atlanta. Yeah. Gentleman from the EDM 87, general from the Netherlands, who was born in 87, same year as me. We're both sitting in our 33s, mate.
Oh, heck yeah. Well, look, I'm not kidding about these hobby projects. I want to hear about them. Heck, even send them to me. I want to see them on Twitter, at Warmaster_TPM. I want to see what you're working on.
Sam from Australia. Hello, my brother. Welcome. Necrons from Tucson, Arizona. James Hunt, Ontario, Canada. He's out for Brian's Blood Angel. So he's going for his Canadian boy. He's going for his home crown boy. That's nice.
Oh, Magnus and Morty hoping they go the distance. Look, the Bash Brothers, that's now an archetype of a list, right?
It is again. It was remember the very first, the start of 8th edition. Yeah, that was a list. You would take the Bash Brothers, you would take a bunch of Brimstone Horrors, or you take some Knights if you wanted to go full skew Stompy. And that was a list. That was a thing people had to count for. It was a big gatekeeper list that everyone had to kind of think they had to play for or had a game against. Yep. And now it might come back into prevalence, dude. I'm not sure how potent it's going to be. We're actually going to get to see firsthand.
Well, look, I mean, Morteron has gotten a shot in the arm. Like he has been juiced, and that's, I mean, if that's the kind of level we're going to see Primarchs happen, you're right, it might really become a thing again.
Agreed. Yeah, I think it very well might become a thing again.
Yeah, God, these players are hemorrhaging command points. Like I think in turn 3 we're going to be down to just a good old honest 40k. No tricks.
Like no tricks. Scary is literally just like, I don't need these.
Yeah.
And he's just thrown them all against the wall in the hopes of having some stuff left.
Like, I respect that line of play, though. I absolutely respect
me too.
I
absolutely as well. I think it's important for a Dark Eldar player, especially, to get as many lightning fasts in as you can, reliable charges, reliable advances, things of this ilk. I think it's very important that, because Drukhari don't have a lot of the other tools some other armies have, you just need to make them as reliable as possible, and that's kind of what I like their CPs to be used for.
Exactly. And look, and you can't spend them when you don't have any models left. Like, so,
agreed.
Spend them now while it really matters.
Yeah. Silent Moose, Puyallup, WA, Drukhari. Puyallup? Is that in Australia? Is that Western Australia, or is that what is it? Is WA Washington?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. It could be a lot of different WAs. By Valdi, Barcelona, Spain, working on Death Guard. What a good time to be working on Death Guard, man. So much exciting stuff there.
Heck yeah.
Yes.
I think we have about 1,000 people watching this.
You forget things, I forget things.
Across all our platforms. It looks like we've got about 1,000 people tuning in. Dudes, thank you so much, you amazing people out there. Please jump over to donate. Thank you for donating your eyeballs and your time to watching our stream. Hopefully it's worth your time. And if we are worth a couple of bucks, please go over and donate some to a very worthy cause, supporting frontline workers during the COVID pandemic, enabling them to have appropriate amounts of PPE and protective equipment in order to safeguard them, in order to do the works that they need to do.
They do care.
And also make sure to give a follow to our stream partners here. Like, follow these folks. Again, it helps them. It helps help everybody around. Just sprinkle it around.
Yeah.
And let's spread a little cheer and enjoy. In these times that we live in right now.
Brain button. He hits.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, it looks like the boys are into a tyranny shooting phase, so we might take a step back and let you guys hear it how it unfolds.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
So.
Do I start using my...
See someone from Ipswich. I like the name of that town.
Fires and missiles. And fires and missiles.
I can bring my double gun back here. That might be the better play. Then I can shoot something with it.
A couple more Aussies. Adam, either staying up late or getting up early with you.
Yeah, getting up early. Omaha, Nebraska, Black Templars. Wageman47. Oh,
At this point, the
man after my own heart.
Primaris Death Company and Sanguinary Guard. Heck yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
PM Spider, Melbourne, Oz. Jeez, I'm in Hoppers Crossing. Where are you? Whereabouts in Oz? Or whereabouts in Melbourne?
Is it? Oh yeah, it was literally.
Somebody working on Martarion. There's going to be lots of that happening. But it's a gorgeous model. Like, oh, you're going to want it in your collection no matter what.
Hopefully that fixes it.
Mm. From Frogpool, UK, painting 30k Blood Angels. Beautiful.
That's
Right.
right.
Stuff we're putting down.
We're old enough that these little
Run, it's Google. It's Goggle. Run, it's Goggle. That's a great name.
Probably not.
Blood Angels and the Sanguinary Priest. These people, I feel a connection with most of the chat here.
Mm. Yeah, it turns out we've got a lot of pull in Washington, by the way, brother. There's a lot of people from Washington tuning in. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Pickles. Thank you for tuning in, Pickles. Pickles was a good friend of mine. He took me to barbecue when I was up there in that state. Him and his dad took me to barbecue in Seattle, and it was fantastic.
Oh, the Bad Axe is painting the Silent King. That model is an odyssey. There's so much going on with it.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, and it's so well done, and it's intimidating to look at, but it's also intimidating to paint. So keep at it.
Absolutely.
This one's
Oh, somebody's playing Blood Angels versus White Scars later on this weekend. Let us know how that goes. Come back and report if you don't mind. My money is on the Blood Angels.
Yeah, in that matchup, I actually like the Blood Angels. It's because the Blood Angels front load a lot of their power. Like they can get a lot of power done in the early game, whereas the White Scars have to wait until the late game in order to match the Blood Angels for power. So I like that. I like the Blood Angels in that one most of the time.
Okay, so
Like can paint. Like follow his Instagram if you don't. Like it is some of the most glorious 40k miniatures you'll see.
if you have enough, if you do enough mortals, and that's only because you killed a couple.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the only reason that's actually.
None of them had like 2 wounds rated, right?
Yes, the Clavex does.
Wow. So just an update on the amount of money raised for charity. We have just been told by the wonderful Val in our earbuds that $3,700 has been raised for charity so far. Guys, keep it rolling in. Thank you so much. You guys are incredible.
Amazing.
That would be really good.
That'd be very good.
Really good. So I shouldn't need this guy here.
Go to LasVegasNopen.net and you'll see the donate button right in the top with the charity. Click on the charity, or there is also a donate button on the home screen where you can just click to donate now. Get some raffle tickets if you like as well. Whatever modes you feel like getting involved, go for it. You can buy some awesome swag, some awesome products as well. I highly suggest, if you can, get the hoodie.
Imagine what a bar.
Yeah,
Always.
the t-shirts are strong too. Our partner there for the merch produces good stuff.
Yeah, high quality stuff. The objective markers are going to be pretty sweet as well. Like, it's only going to fingers crossed. All the fingers crossed. It's only ever going to be one Nopen. E.g., these objective markers will be one and done.
I like him.
Yeah, so this is a snapshot in time. Like we're all going to be like, where were we? And we're all going to be like, eventually all hanging out in a bar or an event hall. Be like, yeah, we did that. Like
Yeah,
we're all in this together.
Dude, 10 years from now, someone's going to whip out some of those objectives and you're just going to be transported back and be like, wow, what a ridiculous year that was. Quick call of the game. The barbed hero jewels pushed up onto the top right hand objective. The one in the middle, I'm assuming we're still in the shooting phase, and I haven't seen many incubi picked up. It looks like there's a minimum of 5 there in that engagement with the Hive Guard.
No, it looks like he's I don't know what his positioning is for that. I mean, hoping maybe some smites to put them down.
Well, it actually looks like he's in combat with we know there's 6 Hive Guard, yeah? You can easily see 6 Hive Guard there. In front of those 6 Hive Guard, I believe, is a Neurothrope. I was trying to look for it before. I couldn't make it out until they go into combat and I counted those models. So yeah, definitely a Neurothrope in front of them. So he's got probably a Psychic Scream and a Smite going in there. But who knows, maybe he's failed to cast, or maybe we haven't made it yet.
Well, he's moved Big Boy away from that combat, so I guess he feels like he has it well in hand and is not concerned about them being there.
Yeah, agree. He's obviously not concerned. Interesting move that he pulled back the Swarm Lord. I believe he's probably pulled him back to get within 6 inches of that flying Hive Tyrant, because I expect that Hive Tyrant to be slung up into the top right-hand objective next to that Barbed Hero Jewel.
Yes! Oh.
It could be. I like how Dustin is throwing his units. Largely now he's gone. He made the play, the long reaching play, knowing it was a sacrifice play to keep the scores tight. But now he seems to be making some supported movements to where it's going to be a little bit harder to pick him off.
Yeah, agreed. I do like his use of things like the Swarm Lord double move ability to get around corners to make sure that his shooting units get to shoot, and that line of sight blocking doesn't stop these 200. It's 220 or 230 points for a flying hive tyrant. You can't afford to not have it shooting. You just can't afford to.
No, you want to, and again, like we talked about earlier, they can compete in every single phase. You want them to be competing in a single phase because, again, value investment, and they're big targets, right? It's very hard to get them out of potential danger, from your opponent. So you want to wring as much out of them as you can.
Quick update on scores. Skari currently sitting on 6 for domination. Naturally, he held both objectives on his side of the table and the middle one at the end of his turn 2. And then he got 3 for a Border Witch for killing that flying hive tyrant if you are just joining us. His opponent Dustin has only scored 3 for domination right now. It is likely that he doesn't get domination this turn. I mean, he has to do something to take back the middle. I'm not quite sure if that Sire Tirajoule can kill both raiders in one turn. On top of that, there could very well be OBSEC inside those raiders that would take it back should he kill them.
He is making, look, I think he just took a single gaunt up there to do what that gaunt's going to do and score a point. And which means he's planning on putting pressure on those rats.
Absolutely right. Well, that's what I assume that flying hive tyrant's going to do. It's going to get moved up to be slightly above or behind that barbed Tirajoule, and it's going to put an investment of firepower into those top left-hand racks to pull them down and take them off that objective. I think he would love to give Skari another 0 on primary, because I'm of the opinion that's what he's got in his turn. In his turn, Dustin has 0 on primary as well, so they need to keep doing this. They need to keep zeroing their primary. And because Dustin's got the bottom of turn, he has a likely 10 or 15 point turn 5, and I think he'd be very happy to keep both of these guys on zeros until then.
Now, we've seen a lot of action happen in this first round and a half. I mean, this is a little bit more exciting than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, this is a bit more. I actually quite like this game. I thought on paper this game was going to be really fun, and this mission does suit a very interactive game with the objectives being so close together. Yeah, look, it's all to be won for here. I assume the movement phase is over, and we're going to be getting some sort of either psychic or shooting phase. But I thought they would have already been into the shooting phase, just kind of seeing the dice being rolled or the lack thereof.
Well, so he's still got psychers that can do things. Yeah, so I don't think we've gone past the psychic phase yet. I think, yeah, we just got told that we're in the NIDS movement phase still. This is a critical turn, so I can certainly appreciate wanting to think about it a little bit more.
There's votes for people wanting to see the Hive Tyrant smack a bomber out of the sky.
All right, well, if he gets in range of him, you definitely will.
If there's some table talk, maybe we can listen in.
I'll slap a warrior, sure.
Yep.
I have to put him back there. Yeah. So they'll go back there?
Yeah. Well, where else are they going to go?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They can go as close as
they can go on that L there, basically.
Yeah.
Yes, as long as they're within an inch of your table edge, and no more than 6 inches from your board edge, because you did come in from reserves on your own board edge.
Adam will be back shortly. This is we're putting everything together. We have energized the hamsters behind the scenes, and things are going to be churning again like normal pretty soon. I hope you guys can hear the table talk, though. I think this is one of those critical turns to where the NIDS have to get it right again. Now they're in a chess match of can't let anyone get up on the primary. Have to be in a position to score objectives.
There's only 20.
Okay. So 48. So 40. No, 120.
So while we're doing that, we'll see what the table has to say.
Hitting on fours,
and I'll be looking at the chat.
Okay, so 60 hit, 30 wound. 30, potentially 35 or 36 with rerolls.
No, I can still be.
So they can't hear me on.
Side of an inch. If you are in engagement range, you just count as charging. So you can charge after this.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like you can totally do that.
I absolutely
100%.
6 inches with my board edge.
You can be up to 6 inches from your board edge, as long as the unit is within an inch. Yeah, super, well, wholly within though. If that makes a difference.
Yes. Definitely does make a difference. So I have a plan with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna do this now before I forget. They're coming in with flying blades.
Yeah, that's the within 3.
Within,
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
I have a 3-inch gap out here, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're just assuming you're scramblers now.
Yep.
No, is that 1 CP?
2
2 CP? Okay, so you're down to 1. Yeah, just get the scramblers in my board.
That's right.
Yeah, makes sense. And if I don't kill them, they go back up and come back down and do a Nopen attack.
They just do it again.
Or just do it again. And then you need 1 more in the mid zone.
Which apparently is really easy to do.
Yeah.
So I heard.
Really easy. As long as all of the models in the unit are more than 6 inches, right? Yeah. Yeah. Which is good. Yeah, gets you out there, pulls out, then you can do it as long as they're not in combat. Yeah.
So I'll deploy back there.
Yep. You got your second scramblers.
Second scramblers.
You're doomed. You're down to 1 CP now.
I am. All right. So we're gonna do some sighting here, I believe.
Mhm.
So let's do some sighting.
Let's do it.
Do the important ones. We're gonna start. Oh, we'll start with the neuro smiting in there. Rolling ones.
Yep. Well, not yet. Apparently, no. No.
Okay, fine.
So no healing. No healing for you.
That's a good start. So, oh, he's 4, not that 1.
Yeah, he
took 1.
He took 1. Right.
Took 1. All right. Well, that's not a good start. We'll have to. Some Biostorm. That goes off.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like they'll go on him, so at least I know I can get it.
Yep. Yep.
And this guy will do his smite.
So +1, -1 goes
He's
up.
good.
Yep.
4, 3.
Nice.
Use that.
6s. 3 wounds. And he still has a psychic screen too.
Does, yes.
1, 2, and I'll put 1 on the duder.
Okay, and his second shriek goes off. 2.
Good. 6s. No.
All right.
I have 1 remaining.
Swarmy.
Just 1
Let's
remaining.
do it, buddy.
Does he make it happen?
This is bottom of 2.
Yeah. See, just those 2 lose. Like I knew the math was right, but losing those 2 changed the math. Okay,
It
Swarmy.
does. All right, Swarmy. You need a 7. He can do it. I believe in him. 7. Yes.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely
4,
done.
3.
Oh my.
Oh, baby.
No,
The
yeah.
Hive Guard are shooting. The Hive Guard are shooting.
The Hive Guard got free. That was literally because of that combat. No. Good. Okay, Hive Guard got freed. Thanks to the
Hive Guard
smite.
got free. Whew. This is good.
Yeah, it's
All
very
right.
good. Very good for you.
Time to focus the hell out of these guys.
Yeah.
So,
try to get your
I
domination.
still have more
now.
psychic. I gotta continue with my psychic.
By the
first.
way, that won't give you domination, just so you know.
Why?
Unless you kill both of these raiders.
Well,
Or have another
one of them,
mob.
and I'm gonna move him there.
Okay.
That's why I
that
measured
makes
that.
sense. Okay.
I have that.
So
Don't,
as long as you
But
don't,
yes.
I don't want you to forget that, because that would not be good for you.
yeah, if I fail that, I wouldn't get it. But right now, even if I don't kill it, I will have it.
Yep.
I have him in there.
Second power from the
Second power. Oh yeah, I forgot to do his onslaught. Sorry.
He does 3,
He
right?
does 3.
Yeah. Okay. So onslaught from him.
Onto himself.
Cool. And then.
And Swarmy now is gonna catalyst.
Yeah, makes sense.
Nope, he's not.
No counter.
No catalyst. I
At
think
least the Hive Guard get 1 shot, not fucking. Pardon my language again. At least they only get 1 shot.
it's okay. Apparently, only the studded or scrub people watching it hear it, and they're used to it.
Yeah.
Or they should be.
You should be used
You
to
should be.
all the foul language.
All right, we'll start with that guy because he's just barely in range of you.
Yeah.
So 3d6 flamers.
Yep.
Come on, big money. Oh,
Nice one. Strength 6, right?
Strength 6, yeah.
What's he shooting? Oh, he's shooting at
The racks, yeah. I'm focusing everything I have into those racks. Everything is just
You gotta. T5.
so 3s.
No rerolls?
Nope.
Cool. How many?
That is 8.
8. 4 ups. Come on, Lorax. You got this. 6 of all things?
Yep.
No, 4 go down.
Okay.
Blah, blah, blah. Oh no, what are we going to do? Things. We feel so woozy.
The pain, the
We
pain.
feel so woozy.
He will fire into them. Which is 12 shots exploding on 6s.
Yep. I can't -1 them because they're.
Because they're
Coven.
coming.
They have to sit there and take it. Nice roll.
Oh my God,
Nice roll.
these guys are coming to play. Like
These big guys are like,
Yeah.
use us, please.
It's like I haven't been on the table in so long. Why have you forsaken me?
Amazing
He is
roll.
strength 8.
Yeah, so 3s. Yeah. Doesn't
Didn't
matter.
matter.
Decent amount.
Still
decent
really
amount.
good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Yeah, I'll take, I'll reroll successes here. No, so 4 more down.
Okay. Hive guard into them.
Yeah, you have to.
I have to.
That's this guy here.
Yep.
You literally have to.
I
which
literally
is
have
why
to.
That's so funny.
6. This is 3s you're rolling. No explosions.
No explodies. 3s again.
3s again.
Just making sure you kill him. How
I
many?
need to-
7?
7.
Okay, I can pass 6.
You can. You've done.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
now
done
they
it.
start.
I've done it to
Now
you
I
before.
started- done
6s?
Yeah.
No, you got him.
Yes.
You got a unit of Rex.
Yes.
See, that's why 20.
20 is.
Yeah. It's
20
especially
is
right
not
now.
okay.
So what? Like if I had 2 units of 20, like you just wouldn't be able to get me off the objectives. It would just be impossible.
You can't. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
It wouldn't have been a game at that point.
Yeah, sorry guys, I forgot to update in my list thing because I had it on the
Mhm,
other stream. But yeah, the lists are not. They're not right. Jesse, if you're watching, I sent you the list. You can put them
I'm
up, please.
apparently I'm Notorious as 40K's dad.
I'll take it.
Oh, it's
That's
funny.
Okay.
That's very funny. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
this is the only time I
Oh,
like
you can't
GTS.
double shoot them though.
No.
Okay.
I didn't.
Yeah. Okay, so I did the math wrong. There's gonna be. Oh man, incubi! Just the incubi, literally.
The
that
incubi,
was,
yeah.
Oh,
The
they
incubi.
failed me. That 3. When you rely on that 3-up armor save and it like goes poop.
Cause here's 20, so I'll do this 3 times.
Yeah, makes sense. Sure.
So force.
Yep.
I'll just roll the wounds right away
Yeah. That's fine.
because I have the 20 still. So force. Rerolling ones because I have 20 or more.
How many?
6, 8 so far.
Oh, is that how many did you do there? Half? Okay, half.
There's third.
Oh, okay. So it's only 10 more. That was 2 things.
He's good.
It should be 10 dice, right?
20. I'm doing 20. 60 shots. There's 20 in it.
Oh,
Sorry,
right.
Or 3 shots each.
Right. So you did 20, 20, 20. You're
20,
gonna
20,
do?
20 is what I'm doing. This is the second
Cool.
20.
2.
Reroll
And
ones.
a couple of rerolls.
3, so 7.
So 11 so far. Better than the 30.
That's better than the 30.
This is what you use to clear chaff, by the way. There's some really cool tricks you can use with devil gaunts. We're not going to go into detail on this thing, but
Oh, yeah. Well, they,
definitely makes sense. 2 more.
2 more.
Cool. It's a decent amount.
Yep.
Okay, this is the second time we tried to kill this whole unit.
You know what? I'm sick of you bringing that up.
Yeah, and now they all die. Look at that. No, I'm just kidding. They made a decent amount of saves. So that's 7.
7.
And feeling pains. No, you get 7.
Okay.
Apparently I don't need feeling
We're
pains.
doing this again.
Actually, no, let's leave the ones closer there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7! Ah!
There be 6 left? Or 7? 3 left?
Yeah, so I rolled 6. 7.
Oh, yeah.
I just couldn't grab all of them.
Get bigger hands. Come on.
No can do. No can do.
No, I don't think you'll see any primary points this game.
That's literally why people hate this map.
Yeah, because he just can deny it so
Because you
easily.
can just deny it so well. But the going second in this type of mission is super, super powerful.
Yeah.
So it's like the fact that I haven't scored any is really good for Dustin.
Yes.
Like super, super good.
That's
for
why I
him.
have to keep doing it, because his list is very good at it.
Yeah.
Okay, and shooting phase still. I did get onslaught off, right? Yeah.
Yes, you did.
So he's going to advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Nice.
He's moving 23.
Cool.
It's easy.
Yeah. Wherever you want him.
That's where he wants to go, so even if I fail to kill this thing, I have domination.
Yep.
You have 0.
Yep. That is very, very nicely done. Thanks to this little fucker. Right?
That little guy.
He's like, I got this. He says.
Okay, so I think that's charging now, right?
Yep.
So let's do some charging. Charge there.
Mhm.
Can't fail. We'll roll it because
Yep.
that's what we do.
No.
Nom, 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 nom,
Nom nom nom.
nom, 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 nom. Even if he doesn't die, I have to. So we're okay.
Mhm.
The Raider?
Yep. Hive guard. Oh, the.
No, definitely not the Hive Guard. And then Tyrant as well?
Yep.
Go ahead. They're both good.
Excuse me. Yes, I did. Right into the microphone.
Right into the
Hope
mic.
you
I
enjoyed it
hope
all.
everybody at home enjoyed that. I'm just going to block this off so the witches have to go around if they want to go past.
Yeah, makes sense.
Double gaunts into the racks.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I want big. Eats. That'll do.
It's decent.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Decent enough. Decent enough.
Let's have as many around here as we can.
Mm-hmm.
So all of them care about killing
What's
you.
my turn? My next turn is turn 3, right?
Yes.
Turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. How many attacks are you going to be able to get there? Almost all.
Almost all.
Well, if you just pile them in, you should be able to get all of them.
Yep.
Well, 2 ranks, right?
2
If you're touching. Oh, no, if you're then off.
Which they should be able to get.
Will those? Okay, put your bets in chat, folks.
We'll take the bets. We'll take
Will
the bets here. So these guys
cheer
obviously
your
don't
bits.
know.
It's not a hype train for the Termagants trying to
Can the Devil Guns
release the scourge
finish
of the
off
racks.
stupid racks in close combat? Oh,
Oh my goodness gracious! It's so
did that get
funny.
tilted a bit?
Oh, is that okay?
It's fine.
Okay, apparently I'm moving the terrain now. Oh no! International
How
scandal.
Okay.
Yeah. Which
I'm
one
just
do
gonna
I
start
do
here because I don't care much enough anywhere else.
first? Yeah, I don't. I can't heroic. In retrospect, advancing that homunculus instead of shooting would have been good to make sure if anything got in, I could heroic.
Well, so I'm only gonna get 14. It's enough to maybe do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to kill them. I'm gonna be very clear about that.
Well, I can just black cornucopians again. Yeah. So you
Which you're
kind
probably gonna want
you
to.
need to kill them. Like if you just have to kill them, basically.
They're not gonna do that. But I still reroll once the wound.
You do because you're a large
I'm
unit,
Still a large unit.
which is good because you know
Can they do it?
They definitely shoot a lot more than they come.
Of course. These
But-
guys are not.
Oh, that's a
Oh!
great roll.
Look at those guys. The four of them. They could
Okay.
do it.
That's about as good as they could have hoped.
But as good as they could have
Okay.
done.
Do the racks survive?
Do they ever?
And yeah, so 1 goes down. Clip, clip.
Well, I know where your CP's going next turn.
No, I'd probably just roll it, to be honest. Because if they die, I can shoot them. And if they don't die, because one will run.
No, that's what I mean. I wanted to kill one more. Like,
Yeah.
it's not worth you using the morale. The morale's going to go into CP's going to go into.
If they pass it, or the other 2 don't run
you
away.
have 2 chances to.
Correct.
survive.
There's a good chance that
Yep.
they could die, but that's
Yep.
it's not really like a priority at this point. They've
No.
done their job. They were dead over there.
Yeah.
The fact that I got an extra turn out of them was excellent. If I get another turn out of them,
This is ridiculous. I killed those guys in 1 turn.
you know, and then remember, if I was a jerk, I'd literally have 20 and 4. And then you don't get any points.
Of course.
Okay, what's going on there?
Barbed Toad will
second.
try and kill her.
Cool.
So 3s rolling 1s.
Yep.
And 2s because strike 10.
Yeah.
That's
AP.
-3.
Okay. How much damage each? Oh, a D6.
D3 plus 3.
Okay, it's very, very dead.
So
You got him. You got him.
12,
You got him. Okay, you got him.
12,
Stop counting.
15, 21 damage.
Stop counting, Dustin.
21 damage.
Stop counting.
What's close? That's 2, 2, 2.
Okay. Next.
Big Daddy.
Big guy that can kill tanks. Too.
Big guy that can kill tanks.
Yeah, I like it.
You're rolling 1s.
Yep.
Oh. Strength 10. Just tough to spot, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So 2s. Well, just 3. -3.
4. I don't get a 6. Is it 3 plus D3?
3 plus D3. Yep.
So that's 6, 7, and 11.
It's 6.
1, 2, 3,
just
4.
D3 plus 3. So it's 5 more. So it's 11.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
14.
Oh, D6. 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 up yellow paint.
Yep.
It does. Does it do more damage in death than it did in life?
Oh, go away.
Do it! No. Close, but it does. Raider goes down. Empty Raider at that point. You are going to touch it?
He's gonna touch it.
Okay.
You can fight me there.
2 attacks. Archon Scars nearby?
Yeah.
I don't think he's within 6. I think he's way past.
Oh, he's
Yeah, he's. So 1 hit. 1 wound at -1.
Ah!
Yeah, buddy.
Oh!
Yes!
It
It
takes a lot.
bleeds! It bleeds!
It bleeds.
If it bleeds, we can kill it. Okay, over there. My attacks into your little terminal ones. Oh, yeah. And, it's turn 3, so I technically hit on 2s. Oh, no, it's turn 2. Holy crap.
It's only turn 2.
2
There's not much
saves.
left on the board.
Yeah.
2 die.
Yeah, there's 18 now. No
There's 18.
re-rolling ones to wound for you. Okay. 2 for 2 that they pass their morale again?
Yep.
Okay. Do they
See.
pass their morale? Nope.
So one
Does
guy
the other guy run away? He doesn't.
Oh my god.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god.
They're gonna come back!
Those mother truckers.
They're your guys. They're yours too. They're your models I borrowed.
Yeah, I know. That's how good they are. You understand?
They're like,
that?
oh, we gassed this, boys. Oh, that's so funny. That's on that guy. Okay. End of the turn. You do get your domination. I will get 0 primary again. Womp, womp, womp. And that's it. We're going into turn 3. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh buddy. Oh boy. Oh pal. Oh buddy. Oh buddy. Oh pal. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. This is legit crazy.
Insanity.
This is legit. Insane. Insane. I said it. Nah, nah. Oh, that's a good play there. So I can't actually put him in there. Oh, I can't put that dude either. However, just like putting, I need to like really focus on getting secondaries right now. Okay, well I can stop him from scoring as well again. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. I just need to contest. Like I need to kill this guy, so I should be able to kill him with a. Come on, kill us. Here's hoping. And I need to kill these dudes, which is fine. And that guy can go back. They can get in. Just give me a shell to get into as well. And then these guys over here. So if I go this way, and go this way here, and then I have movement that way. So this guy. So I'll go like this. He's going this way, like that. Move block you. And then have range into the hive guard. Might as well. Might as well. Might as well. And I've got range into these guys as well. Are they they're hive tyrants as well, right?
They're what?
And you're already committed to the table.
Yes. The one.
Okay, so 14 back would be here. And then they can move up. That's a 14. Good. I can do that. These folks. Oh, and I get one back. I have 3 CP now.
Yep.
Oh no. Yes, I have 3 now. Perfect. Alright, yeah, let's do it. These bikers are gonna fly over your north. Okay. Fly over the neurothrope, and I'll use a CP to mortal wound him. Okay. He is infantry, correct?
He is.
Okay. So on 5s to do mortals. Yeah, 1 mortal. Okay. There's 1. Sound how many left? 3 left. Cool. Okay. I've got the heat lances in there and the grav talons. So potentially killing him. Not that it matters, but it gives me a kill sector, right? Which is a big deal for me. These guys are legit.
See, this is why people don't like the scouring. Because primary, if you're in a big tournament, you're not scoring a big win on this, even if you win.
kind of have to commit them at this point. But it's like make or break, right? Like you're committed, I'm committed.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like go for broke at this point, basically. Okay, so I've got them in there. I don't need to pull them all out. I need to make sure I keep something in the tank. However, in order to make sure that
Yay! Yeah, we are back, guys. Unfortunately, Paul was a little bit muted there. I don't think I am right now. So we're back. We jumped out for a little bit, sorted out. So it took a little bit of a break, rested the throats, sorted out a little bit of bits and pieces there. But now we're back in. Paul, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I was just pantomiming. Can you hear me now?
Beautiful. Yeah, that was good. The bombing was fantastic.
No, the first time I was not. I was trying to say, hey, we're trying to work it out where we can get the table noise or us or the table talk. So we want to try to get you the best of all worlds. But it's taking a little experimentation.
Well, naturally, like this is what this game was for. It was to showcase a couple of guys who we couldn't get onto the main card, give them an opportunity to showcase themselves and what they do as amazing supporters of this community, but also iron out any of the creases in our production.
Yeah, look. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Jane. Apparently, she's starting a Space Wolves army. Looking forward to playing it after we get out of this pandemic. Good. I mean, Space Wolves. I love the all the narrative elements that are built into those models. So get used to painting fur and crazy color hairs. Look, I want pictures.
Yeah, exactly right. So recapping this game, like there's no primary. These guys like refuse to score any primary against each other. They just like tit for tatting, blocking each other here, there, and everywhere. Scar is currently up by 3 points, but that's simply due to scoring points from aboard the Witch. There could be a big swing back to Dustin on the why we stands later in the game. So right now, it might look like Scary is up, but that is going to swing the other way come the end of the scores. Whether that's enough that Dustin wins, we'll wait and see. Interesting to see that I was wrong in my prediction of that Hive Tyrant. I thought it was going to sling up to the top behind the Barbed Hero Jewel, but it went to join the middle against that Raider. They did clear the Raider up, and now some racks have come in to join that battle and probably take that objective away. I'm not sure if they can stay outside 3 of that Hive Tyrant. It's interesting to see if he gets a heroic intervention there. The Incubi are gone. They went long for this world, were they, Paul?
No, but that was expected, right? So I mean, both these players, they're making some sacrifice plays, which is solely to score points. I mean, like or to prevent their opponent from scoring points more appropriately. And with those, every turn that those Hive Guard are not firing, I mean, it's bonus. It's like living in bonus land for Scary.
Yeah, agreed. It's all pretty good, really. Like, there's nothing really going to complain about. I've got one question. One thing I did miss, and I missed on the call of the game. What happened with the Varagorns? I'm hoping the table boss can give us an update.
You see the void bomber's getting up there. So I mean, look, that's probably where they went. That's what happened to them, is that they don't exist anymore. But
no,
we'll see.
I've figured it out. So there is a single model in combat there with the Devil Gorns at the back. If you can see, there is a reddish base. You see at the back of that unit, Paul?
Oh yeah, okay.
I think that's a Reaver. I think that's one of the last Reavers that was alive from the squad that's charged into the Hive Guard, so the Hive Tyrant. And yeah, it leapt up to shut down that shooting, which I think is a pretty good call. Quite good. If he's managed to do that, I think it's a very good play. Keep those guys in combat, lock them down. Their shooting is actually very good against pretty much everything that the Dark Eldar have. So, yeah.
So it looks like Scary is up 9-6 going into turn 3. No one has any primary points yet. Both have 6 on domination, and Scary has an extra 3 for that abhorred witch. Which I mean, that's when the Tyranids, they are kind of easy targets for that secondary.
Yeah, agreed. They do kind of they bleed it a little bit, and especially in this form of it, with things like the weak things like the Magos, the things that are easily pick up by the Neurothreats can sometimes just pop, especially the things like poison fire. Interesting to know that these raiders have both been popped, and they are both full of OBSEC units that have come out to saturate that middle objective. There's a very good chance now that Sky gets some primary going in his turn. If the Hive Tyrant and the Barbed Hero Jewel can't clear out these guys on that objective, which I'm assuming is a bunch of racks and possibly Kabalites and Witches. Sky's going to get a 15 in his next turn for holding 3. As hold 2 for 5, hold 3 for 10, and hold more for the 15. It could be a big swing Sky's way.
Yeah, and the Devil Gaunts are locked in combat with the Rex and maybe the Reaver Squad as well. So good call on that. What is the Swarm Lord doing though? That's what I was like. What that the guy needs to be swinging all the time. Is he just lobbing units in different directions?
He's doing 270 points of not that much. 270 points of warp time is what he's done so far this game. As in, he's double moved 2 units.
That could be what it needs.
But yeah, he's not doing enough.
I mean, maybe those are units. I guess he's playing a little bit of goalie with him. And what I mean by goalie is when that because he's sitting there, it creates a zone of defense around a certain area of the table. So, I mean, he can really reach out and touch someone. So that is probably preventing something else from happening. But I really like to see those types of models up in the mix doing things.
Yeah, I mean, the fear is that he gets killed, but if he's standing at the back doing nothing, he's not even forcing your opponent to shoot him. Like 100%, you should just throw him down your opponent's throat. Make him do what these. Yeah, make him do what this hero jewel and these hero jewels are doing in this flyer. Just throw the guy in, make him get shot, make him get killed. That will be adding value.
He's probably, I mean, if I had to guess, I mean, not get in the mind of the player a little bit, is that, he doesn't want to give away too many of those Abhor the Witch points. And every time that you expose the Psyker out there, you are potentially throwing up some points.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, just really reading some funny stuff in the comments about the about the transition noise. I think it's the Batman one, is it? I love it. If you don't like it, I think you're wrong. No, it's fair. No, well, your preference is your preference, guys. The Void Ravens jumping in. Look at them flanking. Look at them pincering in on that hero jewel. I noticed that one of them is very close to that Hive Tyrant. Not quite sure if that's the right choice, whether the Hive Tyrant's just going to slink around and pull one down in combat. But the issue is a flying Hive Tyrant. It's got 4 attacks. It's got 4 attacks. Why does it only have 4 attacks? It still bothers me. It bothers me when I started talking about these lists. It's going to bother me until it gets changed because it is just. I mean, like an Intercessor Sergeant on the charge can get more attacks than a Flyer. It just seems absurd to me.
So Abhor the Witch we've been talking about, and I might as well go ahead and say exactly what it does. So this is an in-game objective. You cannot select the secondary objective if your army includes any Psyker units. Score 5 victory points at the end of the battle for each enemy Psyker character unit that is destroyed, and 3 victory points for every other enemy Psyker unit that is destroyed.
Yeah, exactly right. And I do think the changes from the FAQ have made Abhor the Witch a lot more palatable for Psyker-heavy armies. I think it was far too punitive. Like, you was literally starting 15 points down in every game. But now it's a lot better. And I think it has given Grey Knights a great big lease on life. Really keen to see if Eric Lathouris with his Grey Knights can go deep into this event using them.
That's going to be fun to watch. I mean, Grey Knights is one of those things that people want to be good.
Yeah.
And that player, so the first person that's going to have their hands on that list, actually, I mean, I remember them winning out of nowhere in an event that with a list that I don't believe anyone would have put money on.
Well, that was in 8th edition, using their old codex pre-Psychic Awakening, and he went and won a 50-player GT with it. And that's because that's Eric Lathouris. That's the caliber of player he is. I strongly believe he's one of the best players in the world, and probably we're going to see that showcase for you guys for your viewing pleasure. Just a quick call of the game. The Hive Guard are being invested in by the Flyers, and it looks like they are down to only a single one remaining. Huge deal for Skari. Massive to get them off the table, or at least neutered in such a fashion in which they're no longer a threat.
If you can render them basically ineffectual, which is what he's done by locking them in combat and then now removing them altogether so they no longer have to be worried. He doesn't have to sacrifice units to potentially that Swarm Lord. Now, if they just don't exist anymore, it's good. I mean, that was such a smart move to neutralize them as early as he did.
Yeah, agreed. So this is the bottom of turn 3 for Skari. So we've got 2 more turns in this game, but it is progressing quite nicely, and things will be looking to clear up pretty soon. I will let you guys notice that in the top right-hand corner, those Devil Gaunts have picked up what I assume to be the last of the Reavers that came in, went a nice chunky charge into them, locked them up, stopped them from shooting them. So he's going to have that unit of Devil Gaunts. They're probably going to get double moved next turn by the Swarm Lord. They'll trail up to him. He'll move a little bit back to them, and they'll get double moved probably right into the middle middle of the board and try and waste this unit of racks and witches locked on this center
We see
objective.
some wounds ticking up. Sorry to jump in, but see some wounds ticking up on that hive tyrant. If all these big bugs go away, that's going to be a real tough uphill battle for Dustin.
Well, exactly right, because most of his little bugs are gone. He's only got Devil Gaunts left as his small kind of board control units, and that unit of Devil Gaunts is something that needs to be shooting. It's not actually a small board control unit at all. It's something that needs to be doing damage. Skari has got a unit onto the bottom right-hand objective. That is a unit of racks that went up onto the bottom left to charge into that hive tyrant, has now progressed through. Looks like he's left a character tagging back onto the bottom left-hand objective. Look, Sky's making a lot of good moves here. I think this is the bottom of his turn 3. He still hasn't scored any primary, but he has locked in his 10 points for scramblers. So right now it's 19 to 16. I would like to point out, though, that as long as that last hive guard stays alive, there's still 5 points of While We Stand wrapped up in there, which I think Skari does still need to get. But it depends. If he starts getting true primary supremacy, as in he gets like a 10 or a 15 on his next primary score, he doesn't need to play to deny the While We Stand. He's just going to win the game.
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, he's up points. This has been a big scoring turn for him. I mean, coming up, was it 19 to 6, while at the same time kind of limiting Dustin's ability to possibly threaten any of those points on his turn.
Well, mate, did you just see what happened? That second flyer just got picked up. There's another 3 points there for a ball locked away for Skari. He's having a big turn. His turn, bottom of turn 3, has been huge. He's pounding wounds down. In this turn, he's killed 5 hive guard and a flyer. And it looks like he's doing wounds now to that sized hero jewel.
That's good. And now look, I mean, Dustin still has some meat on the table still. Position, but I just worry about his ability to retaliate on his turn.
Yeah, exactly right. It's interesting that he's putting fire into this scythe hero jewel in the middle and not the barbed one on the top right-hand objective. That one is a While We Stand. The one in the middle is not. I'm not sure if he cares, if he's just like, this one's in front of my face, it must die, which I think is probably a good call. Just saw a charge from the bottom right-hand unit of racks into what I assume is the remainder of the unit of gaunts that was bombed to turn 1 by the Void Raven bomber before it flew off the table. It is really, I think it's a real big strength of these Void Ravens now that they do a bombing run top of turn 1, fly off, stay protected, come back, and then start doing some damage. Because the reality is, if they bombed turn 1, they would have ended up somewhere behind the Tyranid lines and been quite easily mopped up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, again, with the Swarm Lord, like, where should he be right now other than where he is? Probably protecting those gaunts over there next to those racks. Now it could be a 2-round situation, depending on what happens to get that Swarm Lord back.
Yeah, back into relevance. Exactly right, mate. And he is a little bit out of position. Of course, he can double move himself. Like, it's absolutely.
But you got to have things to go right in that situation. You got to still cast the power. You got to. I mean, it's still, you can't necessarily bank on that.
Yeah, spot on. But I can always like I said, he can always double move himself into relevance. So if the Devil Gaunts want to go straight up into the top, reinforce or support that barbed hero jewel, he can just double move the Swarm Lord straight into those racks on the bottom right, which might be a good call. Although this side's hero jewel just got charged by something. Something that's a Dark Eldar model just charged a barbed hero jewel.
A couple of them. It could be.
What is this, Will? I'm assuming it's just after this.
Now, agonizers, I mean, they wound things on a 4+, so, your toughness matters not.
True. Very, very, very true. But, yeah, it's very spicy that he's willing to charge it. It looks like he's got a charge going into the top left. You remember that one single rack that was left in the top left? Sorry, one single gaunt that was left that took away Skari's top left-hand objective. Yeah, he's just charged it now. Looks like he's got a unit for just charge it from reserve. Yeah, pretty good.
So Barbed Hero Duel has 18 wounds, and I don't know. Starting out anyway, I don't know if they're counting up or down or what's left on the models. We'll have to get how they do it on there. But if it's down to just a few wounds, you might not need to put much damage on there or commit much. And if you have the initiative to go first, you can take it out in close combat, even with non-melee dedicated units.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need a lot to kill gaunts. Like gaunts, you don't need a lot of support. Man, he's charging more units into this.
No, I'm talking about the higher duel. So the thing in the middle there, it's like where we're talking about what he's charged in there. If it's down to just a few wounds, he might be able to get it done with even less than top tier close combat troops.
That's true. There's a lot of pinch hitting things in this army for Scary. Like he's got a couple of electro whips here, there, and everywhere. He's got some Ichor injectors, and yeah, he can do some pinch hitting damage. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's just got a couple of wounds he needs to get off there, or maybe he doesn't mind. Because look, actually, it's actually crazy to say he might be going for a wrap. Is the size Hurigil still a super heavy that can fall back from combat? Because I know it's not a lot of war anymore. So that's something I'm not quite 100% savvy on. Probably somebody in the chat will correct us in short order, though.
I'm checking out his stats right now again because, as you imagine, we don't see too many of these on the tabletop. So I'm going and
Well,
consulting the text.
They've been unheralded since like 5th or 6th edition, and now we're starting to see a bit of a resurgence as they've got their points they're very well pointed right now, very well pointed. If you have one on the shelves that's dusty, blow the dust off, put it on the table. You're probably not going to be disappointed.
Yeah, so it does have the death throws. That's what I'm seeing here. It basically explodes like a vehicle.
We just had a call in the chat. First person to score primary wins. I actually agree. Yeah.
In this case, to me, I think they're actually they're beating each other up really well. I mean, this is really what you want to see out of a 40K game. They are both taking just huge haymaker shots at each other, and models are getting removed. I think in this case that Scary, his advantage here, and then still having those bombers on the table, and then locking up those Hive Guard. I mean, he's done really
agreed.
well. Yeah.
And his board supremacy, so his board control is in the supremacy now. If you can see what happened early, the Tyranids did some pinch hitting things to keep Scary's primary low, and they've been able to do so for 3 turns of the game. But now I think they no longer have the opportunity to do that. I don't think they have enough board control left. As you can see, Scary now has units on the bottom right, bottom left, top left, and middle that are going to control 4 of the 5 objectives. His domination might be out of Dustin's reach for the remainder of this game. I'll just spread everyone's gaze to the right to the left-hand side of the table, where you see a bunch of Razorwing flocks that were in combat with something. I assume that is the Acolytes for Dustin that came on from that table edge and did his Scramblers, and then now they've been picked up by the Razorwing flocks in return. And it's pretty funny to see Razorwing flocks kill anything. I think they're only like strength 1 or 2, but they are rend 1 in combat, which is funny.
Well, that's one thing that, I mean, Genestealer cults, they're at the core, they are, they have that human stat line. And so you don't need much to take them out at the base level. And they only had a few models there.
Hero Jewel stonks out of War 40K down under. I'm assuming that's my boy, either Nick or Josh. Yeah, the Hero Jewel stonks are rising dramatically. So in the top left, looks like, yeah, sorry, go.
I don't say. I'm saying they're actually showing a pretty good example here of being the contenders, the ones that have the stick-to-itness here. The Tyranid list still on the table.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm assuming the gaunts in the bottom right have been picked up, the gaunts in the top left have been picked up, and the acolytes on the left-hand side have been picked up. This size Hero Jewel in the middle needs to do a lot of heavy lifting, and I think it needs to be reinforced in short order. I'm of the opinion the Devil Gaunts with their short range, without a double move, may not be able to get into range with them, so they might actually need to go straight to the left through that forest, double move from the Swarmlord onto that objective, and that Barbed might need to come into the middle objective, or the Barb just goes straight across into the top left-hand corner. The issue there is that the Barb is an OBSEC. Barbed Hero Jewel, that is an OBSEC. Yep. It needs to be able. Its big base needs to be able to entirely clear that terrain piece and the Void Raven Bomber's base, because you can move through that base because it's an aircraft, but you can't end on it. I'm not sure it can with its movement because its entire base needs to clear it. And then if it can, does it do enough damage to pull off all that OBSEC off that objective? I don't think
that's a lot to ask from this big bug, and maybe it's got the ability to do it. But so now, Dustin's actually in a position, I think, where he has to ignore these bombers, and that's not good. But he doesn't have anything to threaten him anymore.
Do you want to hear something insane that's just happened? Scary has just wrapped, tri-pointed essentially, wrapped that middle Hero Jewel. It can't fall back. That's hilarious. I mean, that pretty much means that the Devil Gaunts can do no work there, and that would have been why I did it, because the Devil Gaunts double moving over there will pick up just about everything there. 60 odd attacks or whatever, 60 odd shots or whatever it is. Also, it's 20. Is that 60 shots or 80 shots? So I got 3 shots, 8 or 4 shots. Never mind. It's been so long since I saw Devil Gaunts. So yeah,
I don't have to guess. We'll figure it out.
So yeah, big issue and good play, good foresight by Scary. He is a very, very high level player and certainly showing his class.
that goes back to when let's say your codex he's been playing Drukhari forever, even during what we considered the lean times for
Mm.
the army list, and so you have to look at these other ways to accomplish the missions, to play the missions, to do well in a game when you may have a less efficient army, and then he's putting on a clinic right now of how to do it
Yeah, he's doing a
and
great
rolling
job.
an intimidating number of dice at this moment.
He's slinging it here, there, and everywhere. They're all just like rack tools or whatever they are, homunculus tools, and so they're not going to do a hell of a lot of damage. But I don't think he cares. He knows this barbed hero jewel doesn't have enough attacks to clear the racks out. He's going to get I think he's got 6, 7 attacks or something. He's only going to hit, with 5 of them. He wounds with, let's say, he wounds with 5 of them because he rolls 1 to wound. Still going into a 4-up invulnerable save, so he still only kills like 2 or 3. I don't think he cares. I think he's happy with that. Racks are so powerful right now at the points that they are. Looks like the the scythe has taken a couple of wounds, which is pretty cute, really.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they're counting down, like if he has any prayer of really even destroying him, or is it just a tactic there to have him flail about with his 4 attacks until the turns expire?
3 shots each from the Devourer, so it'll be 60 shots coming through from the Devil Gaunts. Just had a question. What time is Eric Lathuris game, which is the Grey Knights and Orcs, that is coming up next? And I believe, or it might be the other one. It might be the Orcs versus Possessed up next. I can't remember which one is scheduled where, but they will be coming up and should be starting sometime in the next half an hour to 45 minutes. So that'll be directly after this game.
Yep. So the next game starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we are definitely hoping we start on schedule. If we don't, we don't. Like there is an incredible amount of moving parts that goes onto a production like this. So bear with us, guys. We're doing the absolute best we can in all cases. But man, I don't feel like we've let you down yet, and I hope we don't let you down at all.
Well, keep in mind, so we're dealing with this. I think on our side we've got a lot of the bugs worked out, and thanks for everybody for being patient with us and sticking in with us. But we're also going to be dealing with the different streaming groups along the way. But they're also pros, and so they do this all the time. So we should be able to get everything synced up and make this as seamless as possible.
Yeah, exactly right. I love that somebody in the chat didn't know what the term Devil Gaunt is. I apologize for the lingo, but yeah, it's not like the Devil Gaunt has been synonymous with the Devourer Gaunt equipped with a Devourer. They used to pop up out of tunnels from things like Trigons and things, and just be an absolute menace on the table. Like they'd pop up and just blitz down, dacker down everything you had. So they got to turn the Devil Gaunts because they were devilish and devilly. They really pained you.
So Karn says that 120 bloodletters is the new meta. Change his mind. I don't think anything can change Karn's mind. But bloodletters, anything in excess actually does pretty well most of the time.
Yeah, well, any skew, any good skew can do well some of the time. You're always going to find things that are going to be bad for you, but you're just narrowing down, and you're always going to have good matchups with a hard skew. 120 bloodletters is a fearsome thing.
Well, they get so many tricks. So there's a lot of tricks in the Khorne list itself, or the even the demons and things that people don't see happen very often because those armies aren't played as much at this moment. So sometimes because you have a trick, even though it's an old trick, the old trick becomes new again because people aren't used to seeing it.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's something. It's funny how players' memories fade. Like we forget the bad touch of certain lists, of certain armies, of certain archetypes. Like Harlequins. When Harlequins came back in, when they got their influx, everyone just had forgotten how fast Harlequins are. Harlequins didn't get any faster in that supplement, but all of a sudden, wow, Harlequins are the fastest thing ever. They've always been the fastest thing ever. It just wasn't relevant.
Even faster seeming because of the board size. I mean, when it's impossible to get out of some of their threat range, and
that's true.
And when you're out there and you're discussing the efficiency or power of a unit, you have to look at their overall combined threats and what they can do. And when you look at something like, wow, this can reach out and touch, this can do something to anyone anywhere on the board, no matter what turn of the game it is. That's good, right?
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, it is good. It's fun. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
So with is and also we're talking about tricks expiring and like short, maybe shortish memories of things, but also when when things start people start to change their list, and then when those things start to fade away, fade out of fashion, or the new thing comes along for some folks, what you took to counter that also starts to fade away, starts to recede. So now some of that old stuff can come right back, and no, and people don't have the screening or the zoning that they had before because it isn't quite irrelevant right now.
Yeah, spot on, dude. It's funny how different mechanics and different skill sets go in and out of vogue.
Yeah. And so when people realize when they don't take the things that prevent them from being charged by 120 bloodletters or 120 gene stealers or something like that, they find themselves quickly swamped.
Hmm. Yeah, spot on, dude. It's just kind of you can't always account for everything, which is why skews work a lot. Like if you've
Yeah.
got running somebody who's not accounting, who hasn't got enough screens in place for 120 bloodletters, as you were saying, they just get mauled. They just get absolutely bogged down and defeated. So we've got a little bit of movement happening. Looks like the Devil Gaunts are going to be hugging the top of the table. He's only moved a couple, and he's gone doing something else. Maybe they're updating scores. But the start of bottom of turn 3, I don't think there's any primary score here for Dustin, is there?
Yeah, so this is the time when if we're getting into Dustin's turn, it's like where you start to be thinking like, what do I taking stock? You've got to really assess what you have left and what you can accomplish, and then when you're looking
Hmm.
at yourself down this in the scores, you've got to. This is when you make a risk. It's the equivalent of going for the 2 point conversion or whatever. I'm not trying to make a sports reference, but those are things that are classically considered kind of crazy in a lot of situations. But when you're down by this many points, you've got to make a bold move if you have any remote possibility of getting it. Do
Yeah,
not go
exactly right.
quietly, is what I'm saying. Trying to get back to the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, please. Looks like Sky's talking. He's pointing at us. He's saying something interesting. I don't know what it is.
I bet he's like
Spicy.
saying he's giving me the business because I was having to root for the Tyranids.
Devil Gaunts have jumped up into the top. If you look, there's Reaver jet bikes in combat with that Neurothrope. Looks like there might be one that's made it within an inch of the Hive Guard as well, but that Hive Guard didn't pile in. Some of the opinion he's free to shoot, but I'm not sure one Hive Guard changes much of the metrics of this game.
Oh, come on,
Devil
Swarm
Gaunts
Lord.
hugging the top of the table is an interesting one. I'm not quite sure what the idea or the plan is there.
I think he's
You
going
seeing
for
something I'm not seeing?
scramblers.
What do you think
So
they're there for, Paul?
yeah, I think it has to be scramblers. I think he's trying to get trying to get points on the board.
Yeah, spot on. I haven't seen any other movements coming out of Dustin as of yet, but this game is looking just like an absolute slog. These guys denying the primary to each other consistently for 3 turns, going back and forward, back and forward. Dustin might miss out on a turn of domination this turn, which I expect to be a nice swing Scari's way. But Dustin still has all 3 of his while we stand. So technically, Dustin is sitting on 31 points right now. If we added up his 15 for that, and as you can see, his points for scramblers have just been allocated as well. So maybe you're right. I think you've called that very appropriately, Paul. I think the Devil Gaunts have jumped up, and they're going to be doing his scrambling as deployment zone.
Yeah, so it kind of goes back to like what can we do right now? So we've lost some key pieces.
Hmm.
What can we do? And he's looking at what his resources are left and how to best apply them in a way that moves the ball for him, moves the score up for him. Yeah, I guess some questions. Is this going to be in person? Yeah, they were actually. If you're just joining us and haven't, I don't know what we're doing here. One, thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you found us. But we're running a bracketed tournament between.
Yep.
The list are all set. So the first be the architects of the list and the players that normally play these armies, and then those lists, whoever wins, are going to focus down into a bracket and move from pod of streamers to pod of streamers. So everyone, we're doing this very COVID safe, very socially distant.
Yep.
And there's two things you can do. Fill out your bracket already. This is just the exhibition game. This is not in the bracket. So the outcome of this game, while it matters for pride and talking smack to your friends forever for an eternity, it does not factor into the outcome of the bracketed tournament.
Yeah.
But you can go and see how the people that are playing in the list are playing on the Las Vegas Nopen.net. But yes, each game will be a game in person between players every round that we're doing.
Yeah, we were. Of course, there was some considerations to doing this on Tabletop Simulator, but of course, I think everyone's of the opinion that if you can do this in person, you should, and nothing can replace the models on the table, the interaction of two people in the same space. So yeah, we decided that. The boys decided, the organisers, mostly Val and Pete, decided that it's a very good avenue that we have all of these content creators that are living in their own bubbles. They've already got all the setups and all the kit and everything to go and make this happen, and we just pull all of them in and create something greater than the sum of its parts. Really, really cool. I'm really happy to be part of it. That Swarmlord needs to go on his bike, Paul, and needs to get involved.
Look, the points. Dustin's ticking up points, right? So what do we know? We're not there. We're not in his mind. We are not minions of the hive mind. We are probably missing out on something very key. But look, finally, yes, move, get up there, do something.
Get up there, smash, boys, smash, do it.
But is he going to rescue the hero duel? I don't know. I think he needs to go over there and kill those racks. But it's
Yeah, it's an interesting one. What I think's interesting as well, he's fallen back with the Neurothrope from those Reaver jet bikes. Now, what's interesting there is that he could have very well stayed in there and smited into the combat. And now, due to the 9th edition changes, he can't fall back and smite. So he can't fall back and do any psychic powers. So he's going to find another avenue to pick up those Reavers.
Yeah, so the raffles, got some other questions in the chat, just some kind of housekeeping things. So go check out the Gleam, sponsored by Frontline Gaming. That's a way to lend some support to every one of the stream partners that we have, and then to win some actually really cool prizes just from that. And those will be announced towards the end of our stream on Sunday. Of course, you want to come and hang out with the whole thing and lend support and root on these competitors. But that is one way to participate, is giving those follows and through the Gleam. We're also going to have some other raffles that are coming from Stat Center and some other sponsors and donors and things that you can win during the actual tournament itself. So please all kick in for that and stay around for that. So yeah, the raffles are coming. Join in. Get in where you can. Get some raffles.
The prizes are amazing. The Frontline Gaming prize, the $1,000 shopping spree from Frontline Gaming, is worth the price of entry. Chuck in a couple of tickets just for a chance of winning that, guys. 100% worth it. And in addition to that, there are so many other prizes. Like Army Painter has slung in a hellacious amount of stuff. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh yeah, thanks the War Mistress for throwing that link in the chat, and thanks for fighting dice. Clicked on everything and got a T-shirt. Man, that is freaking awesome. And yes, there are other streams too. Like you can see every one of the partner content creators. You can watch on their stream as well, and I'm sure they would appreciate it. I mean, of course, we want you hanging out and chatting with us and everything, but also root these guys on. I mean, they're taking time out of their normal schedule, something separate to come and do this with us.
Yeah, just to reel off another couple of the prizes, we've got a Silent King, we have a Forge World Sanguinius, we have a Forge World Constantine Valdor, Gazkul, Triumph Catherine, Abaddon, Chaos Bundle as well. It's crazy. So much stuff to give away. A lot of it, just a couple of raffle tickets, whatever's you're able to give. And yeah, we will be announcing those live on stream, the winners as they come about. I think they're going to be staged periodically throughout the event. So the first stream games we'll chuck a couple up. It's pretty much going to be done by one of the other gentlemen. I think maybe Peter the Falcon personally, and then he'll feed the info to us, and we will chuck them up when we get them.
Someone said, I love Dark Angels. That is slanderous, and I will not stand for that.
Shush. You shush. Other way. You shush. You shush there, Paul. They're good boys.
I do like Dark Angels. I'll say that. I do like Dark Angels, and I think that Dark Angel players are really going to be happy with what they can kind of field very themey armies and coming up out of this new codex.
Well, that's a lot of what we're seeing from these new codexes. I think we lost a lot of that in the last. So we lost all of that in 7th edition. 7th edition was just like a deck builder for what it ended up becoming. 8th edition, we got some theme back, but I don't feel like things were very thematic. I do feel like armies started to look like armies again. Like, because you're always incentivized to take a battalion, you always at least had a HQ and 3 troops, So at least you started like looking like a well-rounded army. But then it just kind of got a bit more silly from there, and we started seeing more and more skews and more different things, as as kind of what is the pattern. So really cool that they're building the thematicness into the armies now with like the restrictions, like 1 demon prince per detachment. You can't have more cultists than plague marines, things of this ilk. And I feel like it's only going to be good once you get all the codexes with similar restrictions.
Yeah, we actually get asked what are our favorite armies as well. I mean, I have several. I have one super favorite army. I'll let you guess on that, Adam. I know.
Is it? Wait, it's on the tip of my tongue. I think I've got it. Catachans? No.
Yeah, that's the IG army that I played.
I know you do.
I mean, what is not to like about a bunch of basically Rambos running across the table? I have always in my mind played that my Catachan are better at close combat than any of the other regiments, and turns out I was right all along.
Yeah, exactly right. And well, I play Cadians. I've got a massive Cadian army painted as Cadians, and the world broke before the Guard did, absolutely. But yeah, Catachans are still pretty sick. Just a quick call of the game. He did not sling the Swarmlord. The Swarmlord has gone back to kill the Reavers. And if you notice, the Neurothrope went back into combat, did not move out. I think he moved him out and chucked him back in. So between the smites there and the charge, those Reavers should be taken down. I think what happened there is probably Dustin did the maths and realized with the 15 from While We Stand, he's actually winning right now.
Yeah, and probably a little bit too. He was measuring some ranges about what the Swarmlord could do, and there was probably some question or whether or not it was going to make it everywhere with the rolls that it has to stack up in his favor. And that's a safer bet. Plus, you're probably spot on there with the points, objective points.
Yeah. That was my assumption, is that he did the math and realized, oh wow, I'm actually up. If this guy doesn't die, I'm up. If he dies, I'm down. Because the one that's in combat, the compromised hero jewel, the one in the middle, is not worth points. It's not worth While We Stand. It's the Scythed.
I'll go with While We Stand. So we're talking about the objectives, and I'll find out what exactly what the wording with While We Stand is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, spot on. Might as well read it out for the people. Now we're probably into what I assume is a charge phase. If you're in the charge phase, didn't see the Reavers get smited. Maybe he wanted to leapfrog the Swarmlord, because the Swarmlord just kills these guys. He's got like 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, wounding on 2s. They don't get a save, and they're flat 3 damage. So these guys are just kaput. He's even charged the Hive Guard into that as well. So he's not taking any chances. But surprisingly, charging the Hive Guard in to not take any chances, but not smiting a couple down to not take any chances. That's an interesting little trade there.
I like what you're talking about with intentionally leaving models alive to perform other functions. Either to protect something or slingshot something or give you that extra movement, kind of thing. So while we stand, we fight. If you select this objective, then before the battle, you must identify which 3 models from your army, excluding models with the fortification battlefield, have the highest point values, and make note of them on your army roster. If your army has 3 or fewer models, whatever, a model's point cost is. Explain what the models are, but anyway, you score 5 victory points for each of these models that are on the battlefield at the end of the battle. So yeah, preserve those 15 points. Going to you.
Yep. Spot on. It looks right now Dustin's got those 15 points locked up. How those points get exposed, of course, it's very easy for one of these bombers to fly over and then snipe out that Hive Guard. So I think that one's pretty likely to be picked up. But man, from this position and from the diminished forces they have, that Barbed Hero Jewel being unwounded, and same with the Swarmlord, I think are pretty safe points. So I can safely say with some confidence that he's going to end up with 10 for While We Stand. That's not enough to put him in the lead right now. He would still be 2 points down, but it's still a nice little swing at the end of the game, especially seeing as he has the bottom of turn and have the last say on primaries.
The chat is right to point out they have to use it units. That's why we stand, we fight as units, not models.
Yes.
The point.
Yeah. Hence, it's the Hive Guard rather than being the other unit or the other hero jewel, which is what it would be otherwise.
That. No, keep that coming, especially as we go later and deeper into the night and these rounds. keep that feedback coming. This is a team effort here.
Absolutely, like you guys make the content better. The more you guys interact with us, the more you're willing to feed information to us and tell us your perspectives and your thoughts, the better the content Paul and I can put out. So definitely, please stay involved if you're willing.
It's Soupy 7 is saying, like, surprised to see 0 points in the primary. We are too, but that's actually a testament to the generalship of these players.
Absolutely, they have thrown away a lot of points in order to make that happen. So Dustin has bled himself out, double moving and throwing away his gaunt units in order to keep Scari's primary down, and Scary has been doing the same. But Scary still has a lot of board presence. Dustin only has his big boys left. He only has his 2 big boys, Swarm Lord, and 1 Devil Gaunts up in the top right. Realistically, that are going to do anything for the rest of this game.
Yeah, he's running out of bodies, which is not something a Tyranid player, the situation Tyranid player wants to be in. But he's actually making the most of it. So keeping that score reasonable. I mean, like, were the game to end right now, he's getting 15 points, which would put him over the top.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, spot on.
Now, obviously, Scary is going to try to he's going to try to not make that happen, and he has the tools to make it happen. I said, right now, I think the bombers are going to do a lot of work for him as far as like weakening things, getting things down, let him dictate the pace of the game, and Dustin just doesn't really have anything left to interact with them meaningfully.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just going to be awkward, I think, for Dustin to try and get a big amount of points. It was really, really interesting by that Scary put a lot of play into negating Dustin's obsec. Like turn 1, instead of targeting Hive Guard with his bombers, with his Reavers and the other things that could sling out and probably get shots onto him, he's just shot down Gaunts. He just killed Gaunts, guys. And it turns out that was actually the right play, because it's probably going to mean that he gets a primary score and his opponent doesn't, which just went in then. And I think that's probably going to be the deciding factor in this game. Scary just got a 15 on primary, because he holds the middle, he holds the top left, he holds the bottom right. I can't quite tell if I think there's a model on the bottom left-hand corner as well. So those are 4 objectives to 1. That might be enough to sink Dustin, simply as the difference in board control will be more telling. But mind you, Dustin can swing that back last turn with having the bottom of the turn primary.
I'm going to use my psychic abilities here and communicate with the booth. If we go quiet, will they be able to hear the table banter? The psychic powers say no. But I appreciate everyone going and following the Stud or Scrub channel. Like, I've see the notifications coming up. Thank you very much for supporting these content, folks.
Absolutely right. It's obviously a very high quality stream. They've got a good setup. They've got good terrain, good mats. I like the Stud or Scrub outline. I'm actually quite a fan. It's one of the best ones I've seen. And I love it. Look at the top right hand corner where it says mediocre at best. Genius.
Although I think that we've seen some play that is well above that. Like this is some calculated moves that I don't think everyone would have seen.
Yeah, absolutely. We know the quality of Scary. I didn't quite know the quality of Dustin, but he's right up there, man. Playing Tyranids at a very high level right now.
So the Tyranid list is not on the website. We didn't get these lists until a little bit later, and this is the exhibition game. We will. I don't know if I can try to post it in the chat or not, but we'll get it out in some capacity. It's up on the Facebook page. If you go to the Las Vegas Nopen Facebook page, I believe the lists are posted there in a cool graphic form.
Yeah, I think so too. Look at the scores right now, Paul. 43-16. Yikes.
We talked about holding off the primary, and it looks like, look, the fact that it's only this right now is still a sign of strong play. But that's a big shift.
Yeah, that's a big ouch. Interesting to note that 9 has now been scored by Scary on aboard the Witch. Seeing as I can still see the Swarm Lord and I can still see the Neurothrope, that has to be the Magos went down, guys. So 2 Flyers and the Magos got picked up. The Magos got picked up somewhere we didn't quite notice.
Naturally, they came in on the backside, and they're no longer there.
Yeah, exactly right. So yeah, look, in likelihood, unless the Swarm Lord goes down or the Neurothrope, I think is probably going to stay around 9. Mind you, the Neurothrope is being screened right now by the Swarm Lord. The Swarm Lord, being a character over 10 wounds, will block the Neurothrope from being shot. So the birds are probably going to invest in the Swarm Lord.
Yeah, so the table boss, that's our system of communicating and sending messages is the table boss. And the table boss just communicated that they think it will be difficult row for Dustin to come back. And I think is a situation where he is losing some of those valuable boots on the ground and then scoring that primary the way he did is it's gonna be harsh. It might be impossible, but like the devouring horde, probably gonna try to take as much down with him as he can. Uh, yeah, Adam is he's a disembodied voice. I don't know if you guys can hear him. I can hear him. I can't see him. Uh, okay, they can't hear you, Adam, but I can hear you. We're gonna do it. So, well, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll get all this sorted out in the back, and we'll come back. Although, like, watch what Scar's doing here. He's even though he's ahead, he is not giving up. He is. Yep, he is definitely still in this.
Ah, look, there we
Oh,
are.
look you! Hey, I said quick
Look,
break, and here we
it
are.
was quick. It was quick.
Yeah.
Look, you're getting more of this now. Like it's almost like a bonus that my internet frazzled.
So this. Oh, I'm back to my head's being back to being an objective again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Nope,
yeah.
nope. They're saying enough of that. The booth
No,
is like no more objective
no.
head.
Yeah, yeah. We can't let Paul's head be that important.
That's okay. I think the have a raider part. Have a raider hat for 2 or 3 minutes. But
So
occasionally
yeah,
we do have to make some sacrifices to the machine spirit, and yeah, here we are.
mm, yeah, spot on.
Well, what I was saying though is that Scar, even though he's up,
Should be keep
I
breaking
think there
down.
is a potential for Dustin to get points, and Scar is going to try to continue to close that door on him.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sky now that Sky is up, I think he's just going to stay up. It doesn't even matter. Like let's say Dustin does get his 15 for while we stand. If he's not scoring primary points, he is not winning this game.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I mean, even I think Scar's going to stay up, but he's making moves here that make sure
Oh,
he keeps up. He's not going to casually do that to give Dustin any way out, which is sometimes what you have to do.
that side hero jewel is dead.
Yeah,
So one big bug, one barbed hero jewel, and one swarm lord holding this down for Dustin. Looks like Sky is closing in on what's probably going to end up being a little bit of a blowout, which is might be unfortunate for the end score of this game because it was like either player could have won
look,
at turn 3. Turn 4 is starting to skew heavily towards the Drakari.
sometimes the score does not tell the story of the game, and I'll be honest with you. When I have my test station set up right there, and I have
Hmm.
some Titanic games rocked out in my gaming area or whatever, and we don't talk trash, outside the gaming hall here because you know what? Sometimes the score does not tell the story of the game.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep, I think what we may do in this case is we'll see if there's any some cataclysmic or some Titanic moves that happen here in a second. But it
Mhm.
looks like Scarring just may be in cleanup mode.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just looking to see what Skari is going to get done in his turn. It looks like that hive guard just got picked up. They just got picked up then. So there's 5 points of while we stand lost to Dustin. So I'm of the opinion, even if he does score 15 for his primary this turn, next turn he's going to end up. He'll be on 66, which will get another plus 10, 76. Skari has already probably going to swing past that pretty reliably. Domination, he's going to get another 6 for domination. He's going to get another possible 3 for a ball if he pulls down that neurothrope. I do just think Sky is going to extend his lead from here on those terms. Sorry, when I said 66. Sorry, apologies. 46. And then he gets 10 for while we stand, 56. I think Sky is already just going to completely leapfrog that pretty consistently. So on those terms, we're going to have an hour until our next one, guys. We might take a rest while we can. We'll leave you with the dulcet and incredible tones of these two gentlemen. Sky and Dustin will talk you guys through the rest of this.
One comment on that though, with the while we stand, we fight. If you're not standing, you're not scoring points, and so as the targets become only those things that could have scored Dustin some points, it's going to get even more grim as
Yeah, it
goes
is.
on. But yeah,
Very
I'll tell you
well.
what, Adam, that's a great point. Let's take a break, and we will be back. Now, look, we're gonna leave their game chatter going. You may be able to hear some stuff, insights, or maybe even a recap from them at the end of this. And then right at 6 o'clock, we're gonna kick this back off with the official first round of the Las Vegas Nopen coverage.
The main card begins, guys. The prelims are about to be over, and we will be jumping back with some very spicy games from two different corners of the world. One from California and one from Brisbane, Australia. So
Hang on.
yeah, exciting.
I gotta check the chair that we're over $3,000, and I'm gonna make good on my promise.
Oh, cut, quick, cut it. Just get out of here. Do it. No. Well, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as I thought.
He's
It's actually
flying
not
up.
as bad. That's fine.
He's a non-factor.
No, he's not. Yeah,
He's coming over
I
here.
literally, it was 5
Alright.
points. It was a sacrifice.
Peace out,
Thank you
guys.
so much, everybody. Thank you,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
more
yeah.
dances coming or not
I can't
coming.
believe that North
later.
was still alive.
I think this guy.
Oh,
has
that
to-
was also. Oh, that was the one I was talking about. Sorry.
This guy has to go over here.
How many psychers have I killed?
He
I've killed
three.
three, right?
So I'm on. You're at 9. Yep. I have to do that.
Yep. Is he also toughness 8, same as you?
He's a tough bugger.
Tough guy. Tough guy.
The toughest of guys. Hey, baby, what's going on? All right, I'll see what their advance is and see if I roll a 6, then this is great. If I
Yep.
don't, it is not as great.
Yep.
I just have to go there instead.
But you can also move them with a Swarmy, unless you really
They're
need...
not seeing.
Oh, because they're... Okay. Okay.
So I cannot, unfortunately.
Ah,
If I
okay.
could, that would have been
Okay,
easy.
yeah.
Easy,
I was
easy.
actually playing under the impression that you could.
Oh.
Okay. I was like, oh shoot, okay. Okay, so it's only the double move.
Only the double. Yeah. So I need a 6 here to get 4
Mhm,
on that.
To contest it, basically.
I don't get it, and that's not worth it.
Well, if you reroll it, then you can't double move them anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So
But
how
it gets
far
them
they
on
go?
this objective, which is all
8?
I want. That's all.
Cool. Yeah, makes sense.
That'll do. That'll do. I'm not going to touch the terrain, obviously, because I want to move that 8.
Makes sense.
Oh, all right. Protecting him. So, what could potentially get to him right
Witches. They advance and charge, sort of
now?
thing.
Assuming they don't die, though.
No, the Succubus also. So she has 8 advance and charge. So she could if you put him close enough. If you don't worry about the racks, they could, and then the Urgle is over there, and you could potentially get like a...
Yeah, so really what I want to do is want to advance him so he's 3 inches here. And this guy's getting closer to this,
Correct.
so it won't be able to fire anywhere
Correct.
else. Nobody else will be able to do it.
Correct.
Protects him, correct?
Yeah, unless I black mark opiums and get him in charge.
As long as
So
he's
9
on this
inches.
side.
Yeah,
won't be
so
able to
9
do it.
inches would be here. So you'd have to be past
So,
that
like,
point.
right
there.
here and still within 3 inches. So
Correct.
protected, right?
It should be, yeah. Yeah, but I don't think there's any way I could get there, unless some miracle happens over here. The only other way is 22 inches for him, right? So 22 would be here. But no, it wouldn't, because they only have the Phantasm Ray launcher. So
Okay. So
I don't think it's possible.
So it's
for
not
me
possible?
to. I do not think it's possible.
We're going to be doing that then. I just need a 1 on the advance to get there.
Just keeps him alive.
Yep, keeps him alive, puts him where I want him to go.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's all I want to do is keep him alive. It's like not even worth using psychic power right now. Still within 3, outside of 12. There's nothing you can do to get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Argon Sky.
Take that wound.
He does. Apparently, I keep on forgetting. He's down to 3 now. Because the Gin Blade did okay this time. Actually, did better. It was the Succubus that decided to poop.
Dead?
Yep, poop the bed.
Think. think storms are over here. Specifically so you don't just cross them over there.
Yep. If you don't block this off, they're coming in right here. The only other choice I have is here and then tile
that's
them back
fine.
here. But you can, you know, yeah.
That's okay.
Makes sense. It's crazy how much like having abilities like that let you redeploy like later into the game makes such a big difference.
I'm just going to point out the only reason I haven't killed those guys is because of my mom.
Oh yes,
That's
absolutely.
That's why I've allowed them to survive and keep coming back. Just to make that clear.
Okay.
You know? That's the only reason.
I'll take that as an explanation. That is fabulous.
Okay, and we're going to catalyst stuff. I think it's the only power I want to cast. I don't want to risk it.
Exploding him? Yep.
It's not worth
It's not worth the risk.
It's not worth the risk.
It's not worth the risk.
But him doing catalyst on himself
was worth the
is
risk.
worth the risk.
Well,
because he's
unrated. So
He goes up! It's a 6!
nice.
And crappy charge power?
Reroll charges.
Yeah. I mean, what can I do? He can't do it, but he can set up to do it next turn. Yeah, I don't think it. 9 going around another 3. There's no point in doing that then. Unless
You have 50 minutes. Not that it matters.
we're good. We are good. I'm just trying to mitigate what I can at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we have to make sure. Just to make sure that these stupid. This is a shooting save. I'm not doing any of this.
Yep.
But I am going to shoot with this guy into the witches.
Yep, makes sense. 12 shots. No crackety goodness here.
The Cronus.
Cronusy goodness here.
Cronus. Get it right. 3s, but not rerolling once. Okay.
Choose. 8.
8.
9. 8.
8.
8. 6s. Impulse saves. Oh, baby. 2 damage each.
Damage each.
Ooh, you did kill 5.
I did it!
They're gone.
My objective! Yay, I got the
Mine, it's mine. My own, my precious.
Go. I almost got domination again, but not quite.
Yeah, even with his push here, you wouldn't have gotten the quarters
No.
either.
Well, I would have been able to. I would have moved him twice, like shooting or something.
Okay.
Or moved him
Different
twice,
ways.
than metabolic, you know.
Okay, are you done there?
Well,
Unless you want to charge.
I'm
I
gonna
guess.
charge. May as well try.
Yeah, makes sense. It's not going to stop the primary, which I think definitely is like what makes the game. But
So I'll charge.
yep.
Charge.
Who are you charging?
I guess I'll charge both of them so I can base.
Sure.
Let's go.
Let's do
Let's
it.
do
He's
this.
like,
You want a
we
bloodbath?
want blood.
We're giving you a bloodbath.
Blood is what happens.
8. 10.
Oh my goodness! If they only had a mortal wound battering ram rule, like a even tinier Carnifex. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so they don't move around.
My objective. Get away from it.
I get it.
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Okay, there. Cool.
Okay, and then well, he's gonna fight
Yeah, that makes sense.
with his 4 attacks. They're all gonna go into the second.
How dare you? Yeah, she has a better chance of winning you.
Also, the better chance of dying.
That's true. That's true. Technically.
There we go.
But is she adept? Has she learnt?
Has she?
She has not learnt. Hold on. Hold on. It doesn't actually matter at this point because I'm gonna get 15 next turn.
Yeah.
There's no way you can get extra
I
15
don't
elsewhere.
think so.
Okay, so I'm going to re-roll that with my CP, buddy.
Okay.
She lives.
She lives.
All right. I have 0 CP, so no black cornucopins for me.
Yay!
Which is fine. Okay, she's gonna swing back at you. Hiya! 2s. She doesn't like you very much. Rerolls, thank you to herself. And she was saving those 5s to the reroll. No.
Apparently she was.
Okay. And then Archon Blare, Scary, with his Gin Blade. Thank you to himself. And on 6s. Come on, Gin Blade.
One.
That's about average. Yeah.
Start.
Come on, all 6s. 2. That's about.
That's not bad.
And does it begin?
It does.
6 damage! No, 3 damage.
3 damage.
Down to 15! You beast! You terrible beast! Alright. That's down to 15 now, right?
That's down to 15.
Okay, we're done with that.
I think that's it.
Okay, so I will get my 1 CP. Oh wait, you get your nothing there, nothing there. You got your scramblers. You're still at 10 for all the stand. And so I get my 15 for primary.
Yep.
And then
That will be the nail in the coffin, but we're gonna finish
yeah. That'll be the nail in the coffin. So anybody who's watching like this, no matter if he maxes out everything he has right now, with another 3 for domination, that'd be 9. Like there's no way you can make back the difference.
Nope.
Okay. Even with the final turn.
Domination was the wrong call.
Yeah,
I let
well,
you trick me.
Even no. Even with a couple of even if you would have maxed that though.
Well, I think grinding down would have been better for sure.
Yes, grind them down instead of domination. Yes.
Yeah.
Or instead of engaging offense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like
Would've been much better.
it would have been.
I'm just not used to doing that style of play. That's all.
Well, because you have large monsters, it's very hard for me to like, keep up with the kills.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. These guys can't be swarm mode pushed, which actually is a big deal. So they can't physically make it to that objective. So that's that's important. Which means that I can definitely throw him onto the objective like this. And like that, you can only contest it.
Yep.
Basically. So if you were to like double move your dude and potentially have him die. This guy here, 20 here. Does that help me with anything? Shoot, I don't think I'm gonna shoot swarm at that point. So literally just gonna shoot. No, he's gonna go shoot the boss. This guy flies off the table. Is he gone? He gone. He gone. You know what? Rawr. It's just we want blood, they say. We want blood. And then the massive factors. So 2 into there, which should be fine. Okay. He's just going to stay there because that doesn't make any difference. And then all of these folks, what are they going to do? How far can he heroically or whatever? 3, right? 3. The birds are going to advance. Oh, yeah. 4. So they go 16. So. The homunculus is going to touch it.
Okay.
Actually, he's gonna go this way. They're actually gonna get out with their guns because they have guns. And they're gonna. You know what? It doesn't matter. They're just gonna come. They want blood. We shall give them blood. Okay, something like that. Sure, that'll be fun. That'll be entertaining. Okay, let's start with those awesome factors firing into these dudes over here. Okay. Oh, I still have a. Yeah, it's fine. 2 awesome factors. 1 hits. 1 does not.
Okay.
2 awesome factors from this unit. 2 hits. 1 dead, and an additional dead. The plane. The plane. I don't think he has. Actually, I probably should have moved him a little bit less, but that's fine. He's going to shoot his missiles at you. Full missiles. Yeah, buddy. Reload this. 2 did miss. Not that it matters. That guy hits for me. Sure. Cool. Nothing. This guy at the gaunts. Oh no, it's a sniper rifle. I could have hurt you. Okay, so I'm not going to because that would not be cool. Sorry, I just literally I'm not using dark tech, so I don't.
That's true.
That. Yeah. So it is into the gaunts. Okay. And I will do it nice one. Cool, because you would have just.
I wouldn't have.
Yeah. It just means I would have probably charged them there. But it's moot point at this point. Okay, so blast pistol from the succubus into the big monster. It does not wound, so I will spend a CP to reroll that. And it does not wound again. That's my CP.
There's a CP gone.
And then the Archon is gonna miss and reroll. Thank you to himself and fail on the reroll. Awesome. Okay, 4 rifles into or 5 rifles into swimming from the cam lights. if they were into it. I'll check. Once
Against.
to Swarmy. I can't actually shoot it, so it's just a little bit out. Wait, and then over there, the racks into the dude. 6 inches into your big monster.
Yep. They're there.
Into your big monster. Right. Rawr. Let's go, let's go. No. Just pile in here. Go onto that objective. And attack you. Let's do it. Yep. So it's 18, 19 attacks. No, 21 attacks. 5, 10, 15, 20, 21 attacks. Hitting on 2s. Hiya.
Okay.
Wounding on 4s. But he has a 2 up, doesn't he?
He has a 2 up.
So good. 7, 8. 2 up saves.
8 2-up saves.
8 2-up saves. Let's go, little folks. Let's do it. Oh!
The rest of them are 6s, I will point out.
And they bounce back
He
and
takes
murder me. Alright, so he gets to swing now.
I love swinging.
You do.
Well, not 3. Oh my god.
And then I'm just going to make sure I move these 3 basically. Like this. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's give a swing at the succubus still. It's still my best option.
Yeah, to kill stuff. Yeah, makes sense.
Reroll 1s.
Nice.
Yeah. 2s. There we go.
Okay.
Let's see a
Come
failed
on, lady.
3 up here.
Hiya! Oh.
Get out of here.
Oh.
No, I'm rolling the damage. I'm rolling the damage. You're taking, I'm going to count it in a second. 6.
Don't do it.
10.
Don't
13
do it.
damage.
Oh my gosh. She has 1 wound left. You sadist.
Oh, that was so
Yeah.
satisfying.
And then Archon Scary will fight you. Haha! And he hits all the time. And then all 6s! He alone will take the beast down and take all the credit.
Not even close. He's done.
And does it? It doesn't stab him at least. Okay. He holds it and controls it. Okay. Alright, that's it for my turn. I get my last domination. And
Yeah.
so 15 domination. I got 9 for which I'm not going to be able to kill unless he explodes. And then you don't care about primaries right now, but at the end of the game you'll get some
I
primaries.
will. You look at the dominate right now. Alright, and to finish this off, can I do something
Cheeky,
with my
cheeky.
2
Potentially. Yeah, I have way more than I should need right now, he says.
Okay. We have. Didn't get any more boars. Yeah, so that's total no matter what. So it'll be out of your total. 25, 24, plus 30. Such a scoring game, oh my god.
It's nuts. We'll take, so Paul says that we can do a Q&A directly on the channel.
45.
Like Stutter Scrub.
Oh yeah, you
Folks
can do
can
that.
hear us, yeah.
45.
So there will be like a little Q&A at the end. We'll spend about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, and just probably start packing as we go.
Yep.
Here.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
So I'm gonna get my 10 because I pull him out.
Hmm?
If I pull him out, he'll get my 10 points for while we stand.
Yeah, so if he doesn't die, you just automatically, like, you can't lose more points.
Mhm. Can he stay there and kill enough stuff to do that? Or the other option, I might be able to get my dominate and my whole whatever. I might.
Okay. Well, that'd be good, you know, if you can, you know. You might try and get as many points as you physically can. So that would be good.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he moves and advances. 9 needs a what? Because he advances twice.
Oh, right.
Push
To
himself.
get onto that.
To get on the
Yeah,
objective, yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Swarmy's so fast.
He's so good.
He's so fast. He goes everywhere.
I gotta pull out some shenanigans here. It's a matter of can I? I don't think. So I need one more CP to do it.
Yeah. So what are you thinking?
I would desperate break out him to go over here,
Right. 12-inch move.
and double move that.
Right. But you only have
But I
need
only have
one more
enough to
CP.
do.
And on a one, he
Desperate
would
two.
die.
Yeah, but I mean at this point.
At this point, you kind of need it. So it'd be one of those things where you call the coach.
Yep, one of those things you call the coach. How many points do we need right now?
Yeah.
What? Because I can't do that. That's keep in there and fight stuff because it's fun. I think I should.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. Let's
So
do it.
instead, I mean,
Do you want to see a big monster try and kill Archon Skari? Maybe he fails this first Shadow Field ever? Just saying.
I mean, this is a smarter play to fight the Rax, but that is very tempting.
It's not like it matters.
That is very tempting.
Yeah.
So tempting.
Or will the streak of Archon Skari rolling invulnerable saves against Dustin continue?
What's this? 6, so they.
Yeah, just in case you're.
Oh. 7-inch charge from the block. If I can make that charge, that's actually pretty good too.
Yep.
So I mean, that's the only other play I have at this point. So we'll try that. We'll do it.
Yeah, he was able to move fast enough. Yeah, makes sense. Cool.
Then you can move again. Yep. And they have a 7-inch charge from back here, so we'll see if we can do that.
Yep. Hope everybody's been enjoying the game so far. Make sure you check out the rest of the schedule for the LV Nopen that's happening. Make sure you go to the LasVegasNopen.net. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And this, the LasVegasNopen.net. That's right.
Yeah, and then check it out. Make
There
sure
are
you,
so many more games.
There's so many more games happening. This isn't even part of the games,
This-
and it feels like it's been a championship game.
This is just for you guys to get to wet your palates.
That's
as we
right.
say in the painting industry, right?
That's right.
Because I'm all about the painting
Is
industry.
he double moving?
No, I'm just measuring smite.
Okay. I'll say.
So he's going to advance his whatever.
Yeah, makes sense.
I just want to make sure. Can I get closer to him with it? Getting closer. Oh yeah. Okay. Now I can smite the Rax too.
Cool. Instead of the birds, which are the smite catchers.
That's exactly. what
Smite
catches.
catchers.
Smite catcher.
Although they decided to be zoner board zoners at the back, and then them in the slip and going to punch something. It was good.
Okay. So now, well, I have CP, so I can risk some of this stuff. So.
Yep.
Well, oh no, sorry. So maybe he'll actually move that way and smite that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna go that way and push himself. A bit.
That's fine.
So he's gonna do it first. You don't take that guy away.
Sure.
So he's gonna smite. He goes off.
That's warming.
For 2. Yeah. That's one.
6s.
2. And there's no reason to catalyst. You know what? No, he's gonna catalyst the big guy because he's gonna fight Scar. He goes off.
Yeah. Goes off. Yeah. Definitely want a catalyst. Sakari's like being angry.
He'll smite into him too.
Yep.
Doesn't go off.
No.
I'm not gonna reroll that because he might die.
Not
And
today.
he will sit Biostorm. Goes off.
Nice. Big
There's not
guy.
a big guy.
Now you get to see me shoot.
Now
in
I shoot
combat.
into combat.
Are they heavy weapons?
They are. Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, whatever.
I think is it vehicles that only get +1, or is it just vehicles and
I
monsters?
think it's
Yeah,
vehicles and
and
monsters. Yeah. Pretty sure it's both.
Yeah. So no Symbiostorm, but that was cool. Good, you
That's
know.
cool.
You cast it just for funsies.
We gotta do it because that's what we do.
Yeah.
Okay. And then shooting phase. Back to where he was. back to our regular scheduled program.
I like it.
And he's gonna fire into the Rax.
Not into Skari? No.
Or he's gonna fight Scar, you know.
That does make sense.
I'm doing
I'm just
first-
goading you right now.
the
I'm
first
so-
part of this is going to be what I should
totally-
be doing. The next part of it's gonna be what I want
Perfect.
to do.
I love it. Kill the obsec. So shooting in combat normally.
Normally, yes. Rerolling ones that didn't move.
Correct. But on 4s though.
Yep. That was 1, 2.
Good old heavy weapons. And on only T4 though, because they're away from the homunculi. Away from the homunculi.
6.
Is that 6?
Yep.
Yeah.
2. All right.
Reroll successes. Nope, you kill 4 of them.
All right.
There are only 4 left now. Good luck. Imagine if the smite would have gone off again. Oh,
Yeah, that would have
my
been pretty
goodness.
great.
It's all about focusing your strength. You have like almost no morals left, but you're still punishing. Still punishing
Still do
me.
this. Okay, I think that's all my shooting because I don't want to shoot those things.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Going once?
But I definitely do not want to shoot them. But I am going to charge them, because if I make the charge, then I can actually have a play here.
Correct. And you still have a CP for a reroll.
I do have
That's
2
really
CP,
good.
in fact.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So if I don't make this charge, that's it. And he's going to fight Archon Scary.
Oh my goodness.
Or if I do, then I'm going to do the smart thing.
I love it.
They make it!
Oh no! Here they come. Da-da-da! So I'll get you your 10 primary points. Well, if you can get a lot of them, but you should be able to get most of them.
I should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he's going to just kill the birds with less models before it ends this list.
Oh, and then they just move
They
on?
just move on.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're activated, right?
Plus, yeah, and then you only need to... Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, yes. But the birds are 3 wounds apiece, so Swarmy is very non-efficient. Unless he rolls, like...
4 wounds.
4 wounds apiece.
Right.
So, yeah, so each bird will soak up 2
Which is
hits
annoying,
from
but I
what's his
mean,
face.
what else can I do?
That is also true.
Oh, wait, can I get one? I just need to kill 2. If I kill 2, because I'm not
Right.
going to base it.
It's all good. Swarm will probably do it.
Yeah, if I kill 2, no matter where you're taking from, I can move more onto that, so it'll be okay.
Yeah. I don't have enough to interrupt or do anything shenanigans to, like,
Yep.
stop you from moving or anything.
Yep, Swarmy's obviously going to go in.
There he goes. Just into the birds.
No, this
And the slith here?
This-
Not doing it. Just the poor slith. Just gonna get punched in the face.
He's already there.
Okay.
Okay, well that happened, so I guess we'll start with Swarmy.
Yep.
And I'll give him the reroll wounds. So I need
Oh,
them to
yeah,
die.
yeah, good. Is there any way to give him reroll once to hit other than the Malithrope?
If he's Leviathan, yes.
Okay.
That's why I used to run with Leviathan. The Kraken speed is too.
You kind of need the Kraken speed. Like in this edition, stuff that moves around is just so powerful.
It's so good.
So powerful.
Okay.
Crazy.
6 attacks. Not rerolling ones here. No.
Mhm.
And I get 2 ones. That's still enough because that'll kill the
They'll
2
kill
I need.
2.
I mean, I have a CP, but killing one more doesn't really matter. Does it?
Well, you won't kill one more unless you roll. You didn't roll any 6s to wounds. Oh no.
I haven't wounded
You haven't wounded yet. Yeah. If you roll 6s to wound, there's a chance.
Yeah, so I mean, I may as well, I guess.
Well, what else are you gonna use it for?
Yeah, exactly. So,
Unless you want to reroll like a hit on him or something.
this I know I can get points. That one's very
Mhm.
up in the air.
Makes sense. Yeah, there you go.
5, and
And
now
this is reroll wounds already.
2 is
right?
reroll ones, yeah. Good
Oh,
thing.
nice, amazing, well done. Oh,
There we go.
perfect.
There we
That's
go.
exactly
2
what
mortal
you-
wounds. There,
Because
that's
that
it.
goes dead, and then dead. So you killed the 2.
Well, I killed more.
Oh
than
no,
that.
sorry. That
I
1, 2. You kill 3.
killed 3 of
Yeah,
them.
you kill 3. So he does. He gets them. He's like, I got this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and then they pile in to get more on the objective.
Because you only need.
How many do I need? Like,
Well, there's 1, 2. This one's gonna run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you need 6 to hold it. But you have swarming, so you need 5 little dudes. Yeah, so you got it.
piece of cake.
Yeah.
We're gonna kill a bird too.
Now they attack you. This is our house.
This is our house. Get her.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys. Oh wow, this is weird. They're like one of my regular Gaunt squads. I'm used to using these 10 mans. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh my god.
Oh, not engaging the racks, of course, because
No.
you don't want to lose a bunch of them.
Just 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Doesn't matter.
he might run. He might not.
Well, that's true.
Okay, Archon Scari's gonna go.
Yeah, you will. You don't want to go with the Raxton?
Nope. Scary! He's. Oh, where are those 6s when I need
You
them?
need him next.
No,
next
I
roll.
need him in the next roll. Come on, Scary, you got this. 1, okay, and
Something.
2. All right, that's about a standard. He's
That's
doing like
pretty
about
standard.
2. Yeah, pretty standard.
Yeah, go through.
2, haha. 4 damage.
He's got Catalyst.
No.
Oh, he takes 1. You think you can kill this thing?
No. All right, your go.
Okay, he's gonna fight the Rax because that's sure. But it is a 5th. It's another 5 points if I
Yeah,
get
it's
him.
5 points, right? So
So-
yeah, of course.
I want to fight Scary, but
It's all good.
here
It's
we
all
are. You roll 1s. Oh,
good.
good.
He's made
Oh.
sure. So that just means that he won't go anywhere.
Well, they could run.
No, they're fearless.
Oh, they're free.
Yeah, 2,
It doesn't matter.
4s.
But definitely should have.
So 1 dice.
Scary then.
Look, if you would have done some more wounds with the smites, and
Oh,
there
yeah.
was only 2 left or something like that, because you only had like 4 attacks and I have a 4-up save, then that's more
Yeah.
likely. And then they got to swing at you.
Mhm.
7 attacks. Hey, they all hit. I'm needing 4s to win here. 4.
He's not going anywhere. He's
No,
fine.
he's fine.
He's
And that-
fine.
Oh no, I've got some stuff here. Alright, Birdie into the Termagants, and so is Slith. So Slith into Termagants. 1 Termagant dice. And then Birdie kills nothing.
Okay.
Okay, and they're still in Synapse, I would assume.
Yep. That is it.
And then does the Birdie run?
Does the birdie run? He runs.
Oh yeah! He
Oh, he
lives!
doesn't care.
He's-
Birds are too stupid to run.
Oh, it's so funny. Dustin, fantastic game, buddy.
We're doing the L bump on
Okay,
here.
so that's the end of the game.
We're gonna put the face
Let's do
in.
the handshake across the camera so people can see
Oh,
that
yeah.
they're still on camera. Like, oh, I guess it's COVID. So
It's cold, but we
So,
can't handshake. I know
Face,
I wanted to
come
do
here,
the
come here.
virtual handshake.
Come here,
virtual
come here.
handshake. There we go.
There you go. Okay. Ow, shit.
Oh, I guess I should score
Oh,
before
Yeah,
we...
let's score it before we finish here. So we have you got 10 points there.
Yep, I'll get 10.
Yeah, so it's and there's no domination, which the kill more stuff would have given you even with an extra 9 points.
Nope.
So that's a 30, it's 36, or an extra 9 would have been 45. So it's 45 if we would have done something other than domination. But scramblers you still would have picked, right? From
Oh,
where
yeah,
we stand, you
scramblers-
still would have picked. Yeah. So yeah, 45 points, and I got 30, 45, 59. So it's 59 to 45 if you would have picked like a different one, which is a 14 point. So it's a 12-8.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I'm okay with that.
It's
Because this is a
not
red
bad.
matchup for me, because of the odds.
Oh yeah, yes.
Like
Yeah,
100% red.
you definitely don't want to play against. Okay, so we're gonna do a Q&A.
Oh, we are doing a Q&A.
Yeah, let's do a little Q&A
Okay,
just for
sure.
everybody watching. Thanks a lot for watching, everybody. Where's the? You can press the button. I'll let you press the button. this time.
You like press this?
I
press
do
the
press
button.
the button.
Press the button.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. This is your Las Vegas Open coverage. My name is Paul Murphy.
Of our little RTT, Nopen RTT EG simulating the last couple of rounds of
RTT.
the LVO.
This is the top 16 of the grand tournament.
The top 6 best players in the world, guys. There will be no arguments. There will be zero discussion. Best 16 players of all time. That's it.
So a couple of housekeeping things while we're getting started here is that the challenge bracket is closed, so you can still vote and pick and stuff. But as far as like since the rounds have begun, if you don't have your challenge bracket in by now, the prize for being the most right at the end of this, you would have had to have already entered it by now. So thanks for everybody who's participated in that. It's going to be neat. I want to hear reports from folks about their predictions and how they're surviving the rounds.
Yeah, me too. I'd love to get some feedback on how people are coping game to game, how much pressure they're feeling, the need to play in a certain manner or be good on a certain list they might not be familiar with. But this first game, what have we got? I think we've got my boys. We've got the Art of War Down Under. We've got Eric, the man, the myth, the legend, the Thrush playing Grey Knights versus Liam Hackett / Aaron Green playing the Orcs. Now, two very interesting lists, two very Australian lists. Which one do you want to go over first? We're going to hit Eric's first?
Let's do it.
Now, I'll go over this one. This was one of my boys. You feel free to hit the Orcs. So we have a patrol of Grey Knights here. This is mono Grey Knights, as you'd expect. Grey Knights are a very good mono faction if you're going to... there's a lot of disincentivized souping. He has a Chaplain who has Lawmaster, the Sanctic Shard, Edict Imperator, and Warp Shaping. He also has Litanies, Recitation of Projection, and Invocation of Focus. Then we have the Grandmaster Volgus who has Astral Aim, Gate of Infinity, and Sanctuary. A unit of 10 strikes. With 2 Incinerators, 7 Warning Staves, and Vortex of Doom. Then he has another Vanguard of Grey Knights. So he's starting with 9 CP, I believe, but I think he's bought a few extra bits and pieces. He has Castellan Crow. I mean, me and Paul unpack and talk about Castellan Crow a little bit because he's, never heard of him. What does he do? Nobody really knows. And then there's a Librarian with a Warding Stave, Relic, the Artisan Nullifier Matrix, and Powers, Armed Resilience, and Warp Shaping as well. Then he has 10 Paladins, 4 Side Cannons with Halberds, 5 Warding Staves, and a Paragon with a Demon Hammer, big Slayer Demon Hammer right in there. And then he has 10 Purifiers, all with Warding Staves, and they have that power Hammer Hand. And then he has 2 more squads of Purifiers. So he has 30 Purifiers, all with Warding Staves. The other 2, one has Astral Aim, the other one has Sanctuary. And then to round it out, he has 2 Rhino Transports.
I feel like this list is like straight from 2011.
Yeah, man. It's wonky. It's weird. It's spicy. I like it. It's the kind of stuff we do down here. We do a little bit off meta. It has a lot of potency and the ability to have a bunch of guys with high invuln saves and one unit having a 3+ invuln save.
Oh, heck yeah.
All right. You want to jump over and tell us about Liam Hackett's list?
Yes, let me get that list up. Unless you have it up. If you've got it up, go for it right now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll dive right in. No problems. No fuss at all. All right. Liam Hackett, he's playing. His name is called Death Skulls is the best. He has a patrol of Death Skulls. He has a Warboss who is the biggest boss. Waller trait, cunning but brutal, and the Killy Claw. So he's the killiest big boss out there. And then he has a Big Mac with a shock attack gun. He has 10 Gretchen in the troops and 5 Commandos in the elites. Then he has 2 units of 5 Stormboys with sluggers and choppers, no fuss there, and 3 trucks with big shooters, of course. Then he has a Vanguard also of Death Skulls. 2 more Big Macs with shock attack guns. And then the elites of 2 units of 5 Mega Knobs, all with kill swords, all with double kill swords. 9 Tank Busters. And elites he has 3 Mega Track Scrapjets with corkscrew upgrades for their custom job. And 5 more Stormboys. So 3 units of 5 Stormboys, 1 unit of Commandos, 2 units of Mega Knobs, 1 unit of 9 Tank Busters, the 3 Scrapjets, 3 Big Macs with shock attack guns in trucks, most likely, and then a big old killy punchy war boss. This is a wonky list.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of it. I love the Mega Knobs.
I'm a big fan as well, man.
But what about these Scrapjets? What role do you think they'll be playing in this matchup?
So the Scrapjets are a really interesting one. The Scrapjets do a lot more work than you think, and they've got this the corkscrew ability lets them do essentially fight twice. They act as if they're like essentially corn berserkers. They fight back to back, which lets them do a lot of slinging, a lot of repositioning as well in capable hands. Their double piling and consolidates lets them get around a lot of things, get onto objectives, off objectives, and really maneuver. And on top of that, they can actually do a bunch of damage with mortal wounds on the charge. They really have this ability to just spike a bunch of mortal wounds, which is actually going to be very interesting into all these high invuln saves that the Grey Knights list is doubling and tripling down on things like the Purifiers and the Paladins. So this is actually a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, with the Grey Knights, I mean they've got a lot of a way to dish out mortal wounds in the psyche phase. They can compete in both the move in, the shooting, and that. So they're a nice threat. I'm worried that they don't have the number of bodies, basically the stoutness to stay on the table against all this aggression, the brutal and cunning aggression coming from the orcs.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, obviously, this is an orc list that doesn't have a hell of a lot of bodies, but the bodies it has are actually quite high quantity. 2 units of 5 meganobs is with kill swords is nothing to slouch at, and that war boss is as killy as any like HQ, like non-Lord of War, non-Primarch level character in the game. That guy absolutely butchers.
Yes.
Really, really, really cool lad.
Yes, that war boss has actually become my favorite war boss, of recent editions.
Yeah, mine too. I'm a big fan, big fan. Now, with the game unfolding, if we're able to switch to the game cam, I'll just give you a quick call of the deployments and where the boys are at. I will let you know that Eric is. Yeah, they might still be in deployment. We're just getting the word that there's not much happening on the table.
Let's tell folks we're actually going to be doing commentary on 2 games right now. So there is a second game. We're going to be bouncing forth between the 2 games, and so we might be able to, if we can get all the tubes lined up right, switch over to Tabletop Titans. Their stream is currently going on, so please check them out on their stream too. Throw some follows, and look, it is sometimes my job to talk about Blood Angels, but it is also my pleasure to talk about Blood Angels, and we're going to get to see them showcased.
It is never your job. It is always your pleasure. We have got on top table for us, or on the other table, we have Brian Pullen versus Adrian from Tabletop Titans. Do you want to do the Blood Angels list? Of course, you want to do the Blood Angels list.
Waiting for it to come into focus here, but let me bring it up on the over here on my side.
Well, no stress at all. We do have Brian's list up there. Yeah, pretty saucy. What's it called? ABC, always be
charging. Okay, so it's kind of difficult to go wrong with the Blood Angel HQ section. There is many choices to take, and you can find a case for all of them, except poor Tycho. Although I understand he holds a place in people's heart.
Pour one out for Tycho, guys.
But he has gone with Commander Dante and a Sanguinary Priest, opting for the upgrade, which it's one of those to where you're going to get a lot of mileage out of this, especially with this ability to jumpstart your doctrines to get you into that super killy side of the doctrines.
Absolutely.
In the troop section now with Blood Angels, they're heavy on the elites, so you don't necessarily always want to invest a lot into the troops. And Brian has not. He has 3 5-man assault intercessors, which I actually really like the assault intercessors for what they do. They've got the keywords for being Primaris. They've got the Sardi's chain swords, and you can give them a pretty decent upgrade on the sergeants for their weapon, a little bit extra oomph in close combat. Going into the elites, this is a very crowded section for BA. He has picked the Adjudicar, and that has the ability, of course, to nominate an enemy to fight last. I should say one opponent unit to fight last, which when you are an assault-based army, there's lots of things that you want to try to control, and when you swing first is one of those things. The Adjudicar is no slouch in combat either, especially when you layer on the Blood Angel ability to get that +1 to wound. With the Sanguinary Ancient, that's the Sanguinary Guard with the banner. And then 3 fat units of Sanguinary Guard. He's got a total of 28 Sanguinary Guard.
Yeah.
So that's in that sweet spot of where I try to be in all my lists. And so I'm pulling for this here, and then going in the fast attack with an Inceptor squad, 5 Inceptors. With plasma, and you really that's one of the more dominant units that we've seen. I like their ability to control some of the where they deploy and then how much damage they can pour on things. What I often see is that after in the second or turn, second or turn third of the second or third turn of the game, people get a little sloppy. They leave bubbles open for you to be able to drop these small footprint units into the battlefield and just basically hose down high value targets. And I'm looking forward to seeing that happen here.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm going to jump in and talk about Adrian Phillips' list. He has called this the Clown Cars, and I quite like this name. Starts off with a battalion, so it's a single battalion of Frozen Stars, so easily the most killy Harlequins in choppy combat you can make. It's got a Shadowseer, who is the player of Twilight with a relic of the Shadowstone, so that's a 9-inch auras instead of 6 inches. Very, very big for the -1 to wound and the -6-inch range auras. Pivotal role of Veil of Illusions. And his powers are Twilight Pathway, so that's the double move, and a Webway Dance. He has a Troop Master with the Twilight Fang, e.g. the choppy, the Slayer, the big ass bad boy. And he's got another Troop Master, this one with a Kiss and a Fusion Pistol. Then he has an elite slot. He has a Humbling Cruelty Death Jester, just for the -2 to anything, to move to anything it hits. Not going to be as big in this game with how fast and mobile the Blood Angels are.
No, these armies are going to come really close to each other really soon.
Yes. For troops, he has 2 to 10 players with 8 Courageous and then 2 Harlequin's Blade. There's a Mooks that'll just jump in front of multi-melters for you. And then he has 3 units of players with Fusion Pistols. And then lastly, second to last, he has 3 units of 5 Skywivers. That's 3 units of Haywire Cannons that unfortunately have exactly 0 vehicles to shoot into, and 3 Starweavers. I think this is funny because this is the list that Adrian has always taken on their streams on Tabletop Titans, and it's actually undefeated as of right now. And I don't want to say that Brian picked this army, picked Blood Angels, because it's gonna be good into Harlequins. I'm pretty sure he picked it because it's a list that will go very deep at the LVO. But unfortunately, I'm gonna back the Harleys because they're undefeated on stream. But I think Brian's going to win.
He actually did pick the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels will. I mean, I think they're, well, of course. I think they're one of the better codexes out there.
Yeah.
But it has durability. It's got mobility. It's got a lot of advantages to get in there. Like always be charging is something that it will do. Of course, they get the bonus to charge. But I believe there was also some consideration of how. This army could translate to another player as it goes deeper into the tournament. So he's working.
Exactly right. All right, jumping into our. Ooh. Jumping into our call of the table, we have gone into turn 1. Blood Angels have gone first. I'm of the belief that neither of these players wanted to go first. They both deployed extremely defensively. As you can see, just a quick call of Brian's deployment. To the left-hand side of the table, we have what looks to be a unit of assault intercessors. And behind them, what would you think that is, mate? That unit of 10 guys behind them. I would have thought it's Sangard, but I assume that's one of the unit of 8 or 9 Sangard. And then the right thing, you see there's this massive density of Blood Angels bodies, a lot of Sangard in there. The Inceptors are inside, encased by all the Sangard, and to right we have 2 units of Assault Intercessors making some inroads onto that right-hand objective.
Yeah,
what do you see at the bottom of the table?
So you mentioned people wanting to go second in this list. So this is very much of if a savvy opponent, when they deploy, they're going to make it to where you can't get to them turn 1, right? And the Blood Angels have lost a lot of their ability to bounce. You know, they used to be a hallmark of just bouncing, coming down and going up, and then being everywhere. Now they've got to play that first turn of the game. And so if they want to get close, then they're going to expose themselves, and they're not going to make that first turn charge if you set up to reduce it. And not every army can get out of that range because of simply just the physics of putting their models on the table. To fit them all on the table, they don't always have that option of being far away. With the Harlequins being a low model count army, they can line the whole back of the board. You're never going to get them. Therefore, if you come forward, they're going to be able to just get up and play your game, make you play their game, essentially.
Exactly right. Looks like we're already into the bottom of turn 1. I don't think any shooting took place by Brian whatsoever. We're just seeing an investment coming up from Adrian onto the bottom right-hand ruin there. He's jumped up on top of that with some Skyweavers. He's going to be laying down as much fire as he can. He's just checking if he's got line of sight, maybe get some shots into some Sangard. This is an interesting one for Adrian because you literally have to kill 2 Sangard in order to make any difference here. So like if you can't kill 2, don't bother killing any because you're just giving the Sang Priest something to do next turn. So he's much better off like doubling and tripling down on one unit, try and get that one off the board, just remove an entire resource rather than having some disparate shots here, there, and everywhere. He can jump to the right-hand side with some confidence. The left-hand side is more exposed with how aggressive Brian was with his deployment of Sangard and Assault Intercessors on that left-hand side. But yeah, I'm of the opinion that the fact that Brian's going second, sorry, that Adrian's going second gives him the advantage in this game and in this mission, just because how exposed Brian has to be onto his right hand objective, and that lets Adrian always have the response to that one.
Yeah, to getting up and to actually having to do something and not be able to reduce the effectiveness of your opponent at all because all you have is 18-inch bolters essentially and a couple of plasma shots. Now the Harlequins,
Yeah.
you know, like there's no vehicles for them to get haywire off on, but I tell you, fusion pistols work pretty well on artificer armor as well.
Damn straight, man. I'm spot on. And I'm going to be interested to see when combat happens, because I'm of the opinion combat is an absolute definite in this game. Which way does it skew? Because there's an interesting piece of tech that Brian's invested in called a Judicia or a Judicar, depending on how you want to pronounce it. That can really be such a swing piece in this game, as Brian essentially has access to a fight's last that Adrian does not. And if you see a big investment, what that means is Adrian is going to want to invest multiple squads into a single one, e.g. like a unit of Sangha becomes exposed, he's going to want to put in 2 squads of 10 guys, rather than risk one fighting last and then literally dying before it gets to swing. The other opportunity is that he busts them up.
Like he just can't be everywhere. Yeah. You've got to try to get him funneled into an area where this thing could really make a difference, and I think that's going to be hard to do against this army and also the player.
Well, absolutely. Definitely being on a 6 objective mission plays against the Judicious reliability and opportunity cost. If it was a 4 objective mission, you'd be able to force the Harlequins to come and engage on your terms at some point in the game. As it is right now, I'm not quite sure where they go. Looks like the boys are going into their shooting phase, or maybe it's a psychic phase for the Harlequins. I wouldn't be surprised to see a double move coming out here or somewhere, just to spread to an extreme flank on one side or another. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, Adrian has chucked a Starweaver over on that one, and he has the other 2 sitting behind the ruin on the right-hand side. Man, he's just got so many bikes, doesn't he? Like, these bikes can just decide not to die sometimes, which is
they can. I mean, they're kind of deceptively strong, and not only that, if you do happen to pinch them, they can scoot out of there. Like it's a difficult army to nail down, as it should be. This is one of those to where this is a very high skill finesse army, and I don't mind that though. It's exactly what they should be.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think Harlequins have never been in a better spot, to my mind, in the entire existence of the game, and it's just so exciting to see them consistently at a high level in top tables and stuff. I'm very, very happy with it.
So this is difficult. Like I'm not sure how how turn 1 went. We missed the first of that. I don't know if he threw anything into reserve with Wings of Fire type thing. But turn 2 is when Blood Angels get to turn some stuff on with some of their stratagems if they used them to stack them out that way.
Yeah, it's spot on. It's interesting to note that he decided not to bring a chaplain. A lot of people would bring a chaplain on bike in a list like this. Brian is a bit of a fluff bunny, and the idea of Brian taking 28 Sangard and not taking Dante is a little unpalatable, which is right up his alley. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's his reasoning. But having Dante in this is thematic as hell, and I love it. But
Dante's no slouch. Like Dante is actually.
No,
I wasn't kidding when I said that each of the characters in the Blood Angels, you can make a real case for them. Like Dante has really good abilities.
Agreed. So what's the interesting thing here is that the difference between having that chappie and not having that chappie is probably the difference between Brian being able to make a charge next turn and not. The plus 2-inch, or essentially for Blood Angels, the plus 3-inch charge would really let him reach out and touch some stuff next turn. With the 3d6 charge, it should be able to get it. But yeah, as it is right now, I don't think he can get within 12 inches. Not
without taking casualties.
Within 12 inches.
No. I do agree. I think
So he's gonna.
We talk about the footprint of things and the chaplain on it, the Primaris chaplain on a bike specifically, making him, the upgraded chaplain gives you such a large footprint to get off those abilities that really help your army. Now, that doesn't mean that they're absolutely required. I mean, I think you can with the chaplain the priest being able to get you into the assault phase early with the Red Grail. And if your opponent's coming to you, you don't need the extra movement. So it's not a requirement to have. It's a little bit of insurance, and I think that insurance would have paid off in this game. But he knows what he's doing. So I think what they'll do is then focus on some other path to victory.
Yeah, exactly right. Just going to talk quickly about the secondaries chosen here. So we've been told by our wonderful stream boss. I think it's Bridger for this one. Incredible Bridger. I'm a big fan of him and the way he goes about his custodes game. So shout out to Bridger. But Blood Angels have taken Banners, Engage, and Oath of Moment. Interesting to know, Oath of Moment, like it's very unlikely he ever falls back against us. Apologies. We have Dustin as the stream boss for this game, so we're getting reports from Dustin. And so Brian has taken Banners, Engage, and Oath. What do you think about those?
Yeah, raise the man. Okay, so it's going to be difficult to be someplace and perform for long periods of time with this. If you're out there in the open, especially if you're off by yourself, the Harlequins are going to come kill you.
Yeah, exactly right. The Oath one is an interesting pick on this table. There's very little impetus to be moving into the middle of the board, and when you get there, there's no objectives there. Like there's no objectives there. The Harlequins can just either let you have it, but the issue is you would normally associate an Oath play in a game like this as having something small and cheap that you can throw away. Having to do Oath in the middle of the board with something like a Sanguinary unit is just kind of not good enough. Does that make sense? There's too many points for not enough investment. He needs to use all his bombs. Doing it with a unit of Assault Intercessors is probably good. It's probably pretty good though.
I agree, and also the chat's pointed out, which rightly so, is that the +2 does not stack with the Blood Angels +1.
Yeah, exactly right.
But the +2 is twice as good as the +1, and that's why you take it. And the Chaplain comes with other abilities as well. Plus, he's no slouch in combat. I mean, he's a beatstick and that fat base. I mean, I can't get it, that fat base. So I think that's why because when you want reliability in lists like this and in competition. So granted, it doesn't stack, but that's the Chaplain can't be everywhere, especially when you have that many Sanguinary Guard. But when you can get the +2, it's great. And sometimes you just want that extra little bit of insurance.
Yep, exactly right. Really good pick by Banners by Brian. This is a perfect Banners game for his army versus the Harlequins. I mean, going first is not ideal because, going any turn is not ideal. There's always going to get a chance to pull down your banners. But what's the issue there is he has 3 objectives that he can just sit and hold. He can just sit and hold 3 objectives and force a commitment by the Harlequins, force them to come out and use resources to pull them down. Now, for OBSEC, he only has 3 units of 5 guys, and they're all toting expensive. You just throw them away in order to pull down a banner if he doesn't have to. But we've been told by our table boss Dustin that massive fails on the assault against the Haywire. So the assault marines the assault intercessors looks like a bunch of them have been picked up. Looks like only a handful are dead. So maybe they're still rolling now, and it's just it's starting to go bad.
They do have 2 wounds apiece, right? But at some point, you take away their offensive capability, so then they just become. And you have to finish them off. You can't let them just hang out and be there. You will have to finish them off. But yeah, a 5-man squad, it doesn't take much before you start to, basically neuter them essentially.
Yeah. I'll just quickly round up. So we're going to transition over back to the Aussies in a minute, but I just want to I didn't want to leave half the picture for the secondaries. The Harlequins have taken Engage, Deploy Scrambers, and Assassinate. Now, 2 of those are, by the by, just the best consistent picks for any Harlequin player. Deploy and Engage just make all the sense in the world. Assassinate is an interesting one. Is there only 3 characters that I can? There's only 3 characters in the list.
Score 3 victory points at the end of the battle for each
Dante, who's very
enemy
hard to
character. Yeah, so you got Dante, the priest,
he's got Dante,
the
who's
Judicar,
extremely hard to kill.
and then the banner bearer, the Sanguinary Ancient, I believe is a character. I could be wrong on that, but I believe he's a character.
He is, yeah, absolutely he is. But that's a very bold pick on the Assassinate. That might win him or lose him in the game depending on how this unfolds. So we'll keep an eye on that as it progresses. But yeah, let's transition over to the Aussies and see how they're backing up, see what their first turn's looking like.
Well, I mean, you look at some of the other secondaries, though, and those, I think he can easily get them. So it's almost like a bird in the hand type stuff because the Blood Angels with their buff characters have to commit them. So you can't have them hanging back. You expect them to be up there swinging, and so they will be exposed. I think that's an easy bucket of points, and maybe that's why I chose it.
Yeah, the only reason I don't like it is because the Brian stuff is so killy against Harlequins that he actually doesn't need to use his characters. Like One unit of Sanguinary Guard kills anything and everything in the Harlequin's army. So he could technically hide all his characters if he wanted to, just leave them at the back of the board and not use them. I mean, he's not going to. Like, it's Brian Thorne. He's not going to.
You just can't do it.
Make some
Your
moves,
heart
make
doesn't let you
plays.
do it. Yeah, your mind doesn't let you do that. You want them to,
But yeah,
you can't. That's not happening. Although, if simply by picking that objective, that could force that type of decision.
Yeah, I agree.
But this is going to be interesting setup plays. I think this is going to be a brutal, fast game.
Yeah, it's going to be a savage game. Let's go have a look at the Australians.
Yeah, let's check in. So, we mentioned the Grey Knights don't have because it's a challenging army to play. But as we mentioned in the exhibition or even the pre-show, is like this player of Grey Knights is also amazing at it. So
he is, and this orc player is one of the best in the world as well. This list has been designed in a very specific way. It's been designed to play while we stand, we fight a lot, and it takes that on the well, actually, it might have changed. It might have to be the scrap jets and then to shock attack guns, because shock attack guns being the highest priced. Actually, I don't think that's true anymore. I think it might be the Meganov. So maybe the way this list plays doesn't quite function, because this was something that Liam Hackett was playing about 2 or 3 months ago. And then since the transition from the latest FAQ, he's been playing the Possessed Bomb, which is going to be one of the other... was actually going to be in our next game, the one following this one. He'll be playing that up against Horde Orcs. It's going to be Horde Possessed versus Horde Orcs, and it's just going to be incredibly fun, one way or another. But quick update on this one. Secondary is chosen for Eric for the Grey Knights. They have chucked up Grind Them Down, Banners, and Assassinate. Of course, I do really think banners. I do rate banners on this mission. Being able to deploy and put banners up on 3 objectives turn 1 is always going to be a premium thing you can do in a game. Assassinate's a big one, I suppose. The shock attack guns can get exposed at quite some time. It doesn't have a huge investment of things to shield them, and Grind Them Down, kill them all. I think that's a pretty safe bet for trying to get
when your opponent
Grey Knights list is. But
presents all those choices to you, I mean that's a good thing. I mean, because like orcs, they come with bodies, and this list is no exception.
Yeah, they do. It looks pretty like they're pretty quick off the gates here. We've got the orcs on the left-hand side moving up semi-aggressively, not a huge investment there. We've got 2 trucks with the 3 scrap wagons next to them, the last truck being behind a home ruin in the bottom middle of the board. And I can only assume what is behind on the bottom left-hand side be just either a unit of Stormboats or a unit of Commandos that either going to get slung up later. On the right-hand side, we've got a unit of 10 dudes, which could be, my assumption, either a unit of Purifiers that's fully buffed with the Sanctuary goodness, or it is the unit of 10 Strikes. I can't really see much of the rest of the Grey Knights. They do blend into this mat a little too well for my liking.
That's part of the distraction.
Yeah. In the top right-hand corner, you can easily see a bunch of 40 mil bases, which will be his Paladin Bomb. Now, what is the spicy thing here is how well Eric will use Astral Aim, because that will enable him to essentially deny board, have this big denial space on the table, whilst being relatively well defended himself. Quickly jumping into the chat, yes, there's not going to be any audio from the Art of War down under stream. My gentleman, my intrepid, classy gentleman from Australia cannot be trusted to maintain the verbal standards of this stream, and so I have vected that audio stratagem, and you won't be able to hear them, unfortunately. But we have the incredible Nick Standing on the ground, and Nick Standing is my co-host for a lot of the streams that I do. Incredible lad, great mind for the game, and awesome commentator, and he'll be giving us the rolling updates. He's our table boss, and he won't let us go without any of the important info.
I think the trucks are going to play pretty well for the orcs here. I think it's one of those situations to where the Grey Knights, just if they could, they can't keep up with them, and then with the terrain, they may never be able to bring their guns to bear on these things.
Yeah, exactly.
Therefore, letting the orcs kind of choose the pace of the game.
I'm just going to quickly go over Aaron/Liam's secondaries. He's taking the Border Witch. You're playing Grey Knights, makes all the sense in the world. Engage and Scrambler. So he's taken 2. Kind of interesting that he's done a similar mirror to what Adrian did in the Harlequins Blood Angels game. They've both taken the two really consistent getters, and then they've taken one spiky. Maybe you get a lot of points, maybe you don't get that much. But I think that's a good call. If you're ever going to do something like that, guys at home, taking two really consistent output secondaries, such as Engaging, Scramblers, things like Dominate, etc., or Banners, things that are easily to defendable, things that are easily to go and get yourself, is always a good idea. And then taking one spiky opportunistic one, I think it works quite well also.
We haven't talked about Engaging all fronts yet, so I'll read that objective out. Score 2 victory points at the end of your turn if you have one or more units from your army wholly within 3 different table quarters, and those units are all more than 6 inches away from the center of the battlefield. Score 3 victory points instead if you have one or more units from your army wholly within each table quarter, and those units are all more than 6 inches from the center of the battlefield.
Brilliant. And it's awesome. It's a very consistent. It's the most consistent payer-outer, if that's the correct term. It's not.
It's totally the dictionary term. Yeah.
Yeah, the payer-outer. It's the best payer-outer of points that you can just go and get at the end of your turn, rather than having to wait for the end of the battle round. Like things like Grind Them Down and Domination. Also, not Domination is scored as your end of your turn as well. But yeah, this is a real bad one for Domination. I wish Domination was to just hold more than your opponent, rather than holding half of the ones on the table, because that makes it really, you have to hold 4 of these objectives in order to get Domination on this board. 4
I mean, it makes it risky, right? But that's the benefit of being able to choose which secondaries you look. You have to survey the battlefield, and that's what we talk about sometimes on our show is how to confuse your opponent to not give them easy secondary picks.
Exactly right. How to construct your list in such a way,
And so they might find themselves like, well, I can just get most of these points. And so, giving you an advantage if you figured out a way to get all of them.
Yeah, dude, in your games, in the games that you play, what's the cutoff for I've been talking this to a few people. How many points do you have to be able to reliably get from a secondary to make it good for you?
That's a good question. I mean, I'm thinking in the 9 range is where I try to like, can I get most of the available points is how I feel about it.
Spot on. Mine's 8. If I can reliably get 8 points from an objective, it's a good objective. E.g., it's worth taking. But yeah, it's funny how all people are different.
Try not to lower my standards 1 point at a time.
Yeah. Well, my friend Morrisoli, he says like 11 or 12, like to be takeable, to be good. And I like to see how people's metrics change like that.
I count on leaving it all on the table. Either I'm not going to have any figures, or you're not going to have any figures, and the score's going to work itself out.
Yeah, spot on.
I'm just kidding. Sometimes that's a matchup, but like in the other game that we were talking about with the Harlequins versus the Blood Angels, it's like that's if either one of those players make a misstep, then the game's over. Like they put themselves out of reach. They lose their pieces. This is a game that I think is going to be a little bit more give and take. The game we're looking at right now, because each one of them has they have decent matches up against each other, but they could play a game where they do engage and try to trade pieces, almost like chess. In this game,
if you see what it is right now, it's a very cagey game. They've turned it into hammer and anvil. I suppose that is you see the denial zone, the top right-hand ruin for Mr. Luthurus, the Grey Knights. There is just this big dead zone around that, like 20 inches in every direction around it, just to stay out of that astral aim range. Aaron really wants to bait out the paladins, make them come out so we can dive into them, hit them with shock attack guns, maybe spike one shock attack guns, get a bunch of mortal wounds onto them, double shoot one. He really wants to get them out of that building in order to engage it, that Eric's just going to have plumb for the last couple of turns of the game.
Yeah, well, none of the stuff from the orcs have a whole lot of wounds, right? And so the psi cannons and that kind of stuff can put a lot of damage at a decent range. So he doesn't want to expose himself as far as that goes. So playing this kind of tit for tat, like having the paladins come out, because there will be, maybe that's how he does it. He baits them. He's like, gets the paladins to come out of hiding because there's a sweet juicy target, and then to swamps them with meganobs. I don't believe paladins want to fight meganobs if the meganobs get the charge.
Yeah, no, not at all. They really don't. They really don't. They do have a bunch of warding staves, so they can be buffed up to a 3+ invuln in combat, which can swing things considerably. But still, it's a bad time for the paladins. You might still lose half the squad regardless of the 3+ invuln, just because, like, what is it? Is it 4 attacks or 5 attacks each from double swords on the charge?
The kill saws. I think it's 5 attacks apiece. I'll pull that up.
Yeah.
But it's a ton of attacks. And the paladins, if the paladins get the charge off, it's the exact opposite. They just mop up the
Mm.
orcs.
Yeah, exactly right. What I think is the unfortunate reality. You see that the middle right L on slightly more towards the Grey Knight side. That's looking pretty prime for a Paladin deep strike. If the Paladins were to pick up and gate into that piece, they could dominate a hellacious amount of the table and really start. They'll really start killing these trucks wholesale and denying a lot of the board. Because once he gets to that position on the board, he can reliably shoot onto anything that's on probably about 4, maybe even 5 of these objectives. E.g., literally every time the Paladins shoot, they can clear 2 or 3 of them that the Orcs are trying to hold. And I'm pretty interested to know who went first in this one. I wonder if we got an update from our table boss. So Aaron's gone first. So the Orcs have gone first. So yeah, that's the unfortunate reality. The Grey Knights are going to get to respond to his primary and then score at the end of the game. This is rough matchup on right now for Aaron, but I feel like he's still very, very, very much got the tools to play it. He just needs to get engaged on his terms.
Well, yeah, I mean that's it, but I think he has the tools to do it because of these things with the mobility. I mean, like he's not
Mm.
really exposing. Like sooner or later, he has to make a move because you're right. Like it's kind of played right into the Grey Knight's hands. Like, oh, we
Yes.
have Terminator armor and we want to be alive at the end of the game. Well, guess what? If you spend 2 turns not engaging them, they're probably going to be alive at the end of the game.
Exactly right. Maybe we want to hit a transition back to the Harlequins Blood Angels game, back to the Tabletop Titans, and see what's progressed there. Because we've had some updates from the table boss, and we just want to see what the state of play is looking like. So we're into the top of turn 2. We're into the moving phase for the Blood Angels, and they're going for it, man. They're just going for it.
Well,
And
you have to.
sometimes you just gotta send it.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. I mean, to be real though, they do have 2+ save on most of their troops.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Inceptors have high quality, high damage, or mid damage shots, they may
Mhm.
be able to take some of the bite out of what the Harlequins can dish out on them. I mean, because look, I told you, fusion pistols will mess up this army, and it will. But how do you avoid that? You remove some of the fusion pistols. I know that sounds like a no brainer, but what he's done is he's positioned it that way. Like he has this, he's got the stuff that can shoot out in front, the stuff that he also doesn't mind losing. I mean, that's it. It's like those things are almost expendable after they've done a little bit of damage in the shooting phase. And then the sanguinary guard, you want them being able to then, once fewer things are alive that can hurt them, to basically wreck face for the back half of the game.
Mm. Yeah, so I actually, this is not what I actually thought I'd see from Brian. You see how there's this nice large middle rock piece in the middle of this board, and he had this 2 large pieces he was deployed behind. I thought we'd see 1, maybe 2 units of Sangard jump over and govern that the space behind that rock, and then turn 3 they would go into Adrian's face. And then the rest of the army would follow behind. Because I feel like what you want to do as Brian, is get 1 prime unit into combat, eat something special, and then disrupt Adrian's lines. Make him spread out, make it so he can't stay where he is. Because there's the more Brian forces Adrian to spread up this little bundle of castle, the better he able is to isolate pieces of the Harlequins, kill them rather than have them. I feel is going to happen is they're just going to Voltron out and they're going to spread out and isolate bits and pieces of Brian's army. They might even see a big swing away from the big movable castle, the big movable blob of killiness, to the bottom left-hand side.
I mean, looking at this, I think what the Harlequins are doing, they're bunched up because they want to see where he's going. But what this has done is open the door for this sanguinary guard unit and the assault intercessors to go and camp out on a couple of objectives here.
Yeah, he's probably bubbled up as well because he wants the -6-inch range and the -1 to wound against these plasma inceptors, which is actually a pretty big couple of debuffs. They've only got 18-inch range. They need to be within 12 inches to shoot if they are shooting to something that is within that bubble. And that bubble is 9 inches for this guy because he took the relic that lets him have +3. But if you look on the left-hand side of the table, there's a unit of Sangard bubbled up or positioned up. I call it posturing in a lot of cases behind that ruin on the left-hand side.
Oh, yeah,
they're going to come down
objective.
and exactly. They're going to go for that bottom left-hand objective. I'd love to see a swing from the Harlequins across the bottom of their line up, because that is the unsupported and isolated unit. They could put a big investment in their 10 Harlequin troop, a couple of bike units, maybe double moving one of those, whatever you got. Kill that unit, go straight up, and then give Brian the issues that Brian's trying to give you.
Yeah, everything that you're looking at right there with the Harlequins, though, has the ability to get over there. So it's
Yeah,
is it attractive for them to get over there? Can you prevent them? Can you make it to where they have to stay committed to the side that they're on? Otherwise, they go over there away from your unit. Like again, I talked about how amazing Dante is. He just has the jump pack. He can't get further than he can
yeah.
get. Where the
Mm.
Harlequins, though, are
Exactly
not
right.
bound by humanity's chunky thrusters. They can get wherever they need to be.
Humanity's chunky thrusters. Somebody get that on a t-shirt. Um, so you see it right on the right hand side of the table. There's a single Starweaver that's doing the good old Adrian, good old Harlequin creep up the table. There's probably a unit of 5 troop in there. So I'm not quite sure if this is a typo, but there's a unit of 5 troop that don't have any equipment. They're not listed as having fusion pistols, not listed as having any combat equipment. And if there just is a single unit of bare bone 5 Harlequin troop, and which might be what Adrian's doing, just to sneak up the side of the board and go and grab scramblers in opponents' deployment zones, very clever by him. And if they're in the one in that Starweaver, very, very, very clever, very well used by him.
Yeah, I mean, look, just they come with some things, stratagems, things you can do. The fusion pistols are, I think, what a standard are, but they're also points. Sometimes you just need another scoring unit.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's quickly talk about this event a little bit. So this is the Las Vegas Nopen 16-player super major RTT, super RTT,
It's
being
a
run
grand.
by the Ocho. It's a grand RTT being run by the wonderful people at the Ocho. And this is being done for charity. This is all in support of a wonderful charitable foundation that is providing PPE to frontline workers fighting the coronavirus pandemic across the world. They have one of the best charitable ratings that can be had. So and when you donate, you can have some confidence that your money and your dollars are being using appropriately. Please go over to please go over to lasvegasnopen.net to find the donate button, and you can also buy some raffle tickets there to some incredible prizes. You can join in on the Gleam raffle, and you can do that by engaging with
the Gleam. Is the best way to basically gives a little tip of the hat to all the content providers that are partnering with us for this. It's follow them, give them a like, take the action calls in that, and that also enters you into an amazing prize drawing sponsored by Frontline Gaming. Just do that. Go to the Gleam. Links will be, I think they've been in the chat. Maybe we'll throw them back in the chat. You can definitely find it off. Like all the links to everything is off of the Las Vegas Nopen.net. And talk about the charities that we have raised in the last, hour? Maybe less than an hour? Around 400 USD from people watching.
Nice.
So thanks for kicking in. Look, we know not everybody can do it. Like we want y'all to hang out with us and just chat and keep the comments coming and fuel us while we fuel these streamers and comment on these amazing games. But also, if you can, check out the charity. It is for an amazing cause.
Absolutely right, dude. It is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal what we were able to do with this event, and an incredible brainchild of Val and Peter from Stat Center and the Ocho. They're doing some incredible stuff, and I'm just happy to be here, happy to be along for the ride. Looks like we've got some wounds being coming through, like we've got some missed shooting from the Blood Angels slotting in.
Don't sleep on the Angelus bolt guns. I mean, it is a volume of fire because look, these bikes have, they've got a certain amount of wounds, a certain amount of save, and they're very deadly. So you need to take them down. And so and then also Overwatch, I've not put a lot of faith in Overwatch, but every sanguinary guard person you lose is less likely that you'll diminish that squad enough to where they can't just flit out of there and you'll never see them again. So use those Angelus bolt guns.
So just an update from Dustin on the table. Really interesting stuff. So some CP has been sent by Adrian in order to extend his shield from harm ability, the -1 to wound, to affect vehicles and bikes. So everything you see, the entire Harlequin's army right now is -1 to wound. In result, the shooting from the Inceptors went into the rear bike squad, and he rolled a 3 into a 1 to kill an Inceptor. So he rolled a 3 trying to get a 4 to hit and got a 1, killed one of his own boys. So 5 damage to a bike, 4 first fails, feel no pain, a 2-6 up to keep the bike alive. If you saw those boxcars, those were 2 feel no pains, and he needed both of them to be 6s to keep that bike alive, and he did. What a freak.
Oh, the laughing god is chuckling now.
He's having a great old time.
So is this their CPs that they have that we see on the screen right now? Because I mean, God,
I believe that's their scores. I think it's their scores. Yeah. 14 points right now to the Blood Angels, because naturally they have scored their top of turn 2 primary, which would have been 10 points. So the 4 points they have there are very likely from banners. And what's the other one? Did he take? He take banners and engage, or was it banner? No, it would have been banners and oath. So 3 from banners, 1 for oath for not falling back.
I just thought I missed like an explosive round of lots of fancy tricks, and I wanted to figure out what that was.
Apologies, the Blood Angels also have engaged, so yeah, it could have been a couple of points from engage there as well. Although I don't think they moved into the middle quadrants of the board or the back quadrants of the board in their turn 1. All the Inceptors shooting, all 5 Inceptors kill 1 bike and put 2 wins on another one. That is significant unders. Remember what I was saying about the debuffs that Harlequins can put being very relevant against these Inceptors? So yeah, it turns out that paid out pretty true. And 1 Inceptor died. So I think Brian lost it. I think Brian lost in that exchange.
Look, hey, the apothecary, the sanguinary priest needs something to do.
He does. Dude is right. Yeah. Give him some work. He's bored. He's just like, you're in Assault Doctrine, you're in Assault Doctrine, yeah, sick.
I love that Red Grail. The Red Grail's been a mainstay in the Blood Angel list forever. It used to do used to consolidate 2d6.
Yeah.
And let me tell you how sweet that was. Being able to scoot just all the way across the board instead of 6 inches, like it was back there in those editions. So it's nice to see that it's transitioned all through the eons to where we are now, and still has an amazing effect.
Yeah, exactly right. Looks like they're having some fun. On stream. Man,
I'd be celebrating 2 Feel No Pain 6s as well.
I'd be celebrating like you killed him just as much, if not more, than he killed you in his turn. It's hilarious. Brian rerolled a 3, picked up a CP, reroll. Oh, no, maybe it was with his Dante 4 rerolls. So maybe he decided to reroll a 3 to try and fish for more hits, because of course hit on 4s into the bikes, then being -1.
Yeah, I mean, well, you need those cumulative
charges.
You've got to do that, especially if you see them, because every bike dead is a huge benefit. I mean, you got to think also, the Harlequins don't have a lot of models because they're heavy points. So every time you kill one, you are really taking a step forward in the attrition battle.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it's the fact that Inceptor killed himself is hilarious to me. I just find it so funny. Looks like Brian was measuring for charges to see if anybody was in range to even just declare a charge, because I'm pretty sure he would have just gone for it if he could. But it looks like we've had
some shooting going on.
Looks like we have had a death to morale. Oh, maybe Angelus bolt guns. Maybe it is the unheralded Adam doesn't rate Angelus bolt guns.
I don't see how you don't, man. Because look, it's all about your cumulative damage. Now, the Blood Angels are really good at taking out hordes of things. So you really sometimes you want to pack those extra guns in there to give you an advantage against like tanks and stuff. So they can't. But the fusion pistol just has too short a range. The plasma, you risk giving up a high valued model on your own. So you kind of got to do the best you can with the Angelus bolt guns, and they do not disappoint.
Yeah, exactly right. Man, such a good game. Maybe we'll have a transition back over to the Australians. We're just about to go into the movement phase for the Harlequins at the bottom of turn 2. So maybe we'll go chuck it back in and see what the Aussies are doing, and we can pair back to these guys once we've looks like we're deep into Adrian's shooting phase or psychic phase, whatever it may be. We have to get a transition from our amazing Val in the production booth. Back to the Orcs, man.
We didn't point that out earlier, but Dante gets to do one of the free heroic deed stratagems, and so again, that's basically built in some extra free CP into your army, and again, not a bad choice.
Yeah, exactly right. Update from the table. So Eric's turn 2. Eric popped a strat to allow a unit of 10 purifiers to come in within 3 of Aaron's backline, and they are in the bottom middle of the table, mostly kind of off screen, unfortunately. Eric has turned himself into the Tide of Shadows, so he's -1 to hit, and he gets cover out in the open. And Voldus is hiding the top right ruin with a squad of strikes and a Rhino blocking off line of sight. So the strikes have obviously combat squatted as well, if you didn't pick up that before. Paladins have been fully buffed with Astral Aim and Sanctuary, and he's going to shove them into the middle of the table. And I believe that's what I thought was going to happen. The Paladins fired into a truck at the bottom of the screen to try and get the tank busters inside. The truck has exploded by the looks of things as well. As you can see, I thought there was a prime gate position for the Paladins to the right of that center right L, and from there they can take a very dominant shooting point and get into a lot of different nooks and crannies with astral aim. Looks like they have exploded one truck full of. Well, it looks like there's mega knobs getting out of there.
I mean, we don't see them on the table, so they have to be in the trucks. They have they're 5-man mega knob squad, so they can exist in the truck, which is a good call, I think. I also think that the paladins, if they do get up there in the middle, that's going to be the last time we see those paladins. So
Yeah, if you notice, I think he's done some clever measuring and realized how far he needs to be back, because he could be right up just inside that ruin, and he's decided not to be. I'm assuming that is because he's worked out the reliable charge out of one of those trucks from the Mega Knobs is probably not going to make him if he's like 5 or 6 inches back from the wall. I'd assume that'd be his thinking there, because like I said, he could be right up against that wall. He's got the jump. He could just jump right in next to it. So not
what
the
I
jump.
saw them,
he's got the jump essentially.
yeah.
The same thing.
Well, what I saw them doing earlier, which is something that it's a little bit of table talk. So they were communicating with each other. So I like when they were measuring out, I saw him like measuring, and I think I saw him look up and talk to his opponent and talk about this is what I'm doing. So declaring his intent along the way, and that's something when you watch play like this, if you don't already do that, that's accepted and encouraged. These are the types of things that when you're going through a turn, like a turn could take 20 minutes, you might not exactly remember what you were planning on doing or the discussion. But so that's why a discussion with your opponent is, I think, very important to say, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm setting up. We all agree that I'm 28 inches away or whatever, and then play through the round. It's all playing with intent, and I saw that, and I'm willing to bet that's what happened here with this measurement, like you're talking about as well.
I just want to draw everyone's attention to the amazing scorecard available for this streams. This has actually been built in directly for Art of War Down Under and Art of War during their streams by BCP, by the amazing gentleman Joshua Diffie, who's kind of helps everyone out with all their tech needs when they have new innovations in the worlds of the starter and the data and the things like that. So Aaron Green, Eric Lathouris, they're just plugging this into BCP Direct, and all the scores are getting extrapolated directly onto our screen here for you guys at home. It keeps tally of all the secondaries and everything available. So right now, we have the primary score. Each player scored 5 points on their turn 2. And for their secondaries, right now, nothing for deployed scramblers for Aaron Green. He's got 2 for engagement front and 0 for a baller witch, whereas Eric has gotten 3 for grinder down. So obviously in his turn 1, he killed more than Aaron did. And he's got 1 for raise the banners. Interesting that raise the banners isn't scoring more for him. I would have thought like he had the ability to put up 2, maybe even 3 banners in his last turn, but maybe he's just decided to have a more conservative first turn in order to raise more later. And right now the scoreline is sitting at 17-19 Eric's way.
Oh, well. Yeah, that's like Grey Knights, man.
Yeah, dude. Grey Knights. They can do a lot in the right hands. They've got a lot of tricks. They feel like their tool bag is very, very, very deep and very good. The issue is they're still very expensive, and a lot of their units that will be good with 2 wounds are just can't do enough right now. Like when strikes and interceptors and purifiers and all these things go to 2 wounds, they're going to get exponentially better.
Yeah. So what do you think about the purifiers? I mean, he's obviously loaded up on them.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's a throwback. I mean, we used to see 30 and 40 purifiers or whatever in list. We used to joke that it's all the purifiers. I think there were only like 35 purifiers, in the universe or whatever. And they used to be on every table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly
So
right.
what do you think about it?
Well, I'm a big fan of him in this list. I'm a big fan for what Eric is using them for. He's obviously identified that there is a meta of aggressive bull units in operating at the moment, and things like purifiers are an incredible stopper for those, because they can have just a 3-up invulnerable save base for the warding staves and their stratagem, or they can go to a 2+ through use of some nice saucy jank, and they can just go into things like Mortarion and just stop him dead in his tracks, and stop him from getting big inroads into your army. Things like the Possessed that Liam Hacker's been using, things like a unit of Mega Knobs, they're going into a 2+ invulnerable save. I'm sorry to tell you, mate, you're not killing yourself out of there in 1 turn.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that's right. And we also the Grey Knights are benefiting from the tides, I would have to imagine. And that's a fairly new addition to them, but it helps some of these, I think, a little bit of struggling units, or at least on paper, get a little bit of a doctrinal bonus almost, as if you will.
Well, cover in the open means that a lot of things that like what orc shoots, like shooters and big shooters and things like that, they're going into a 2+ save as well. So you just become really, really reliable and resistant to them. On top of that, if you are in cover, you also get -1 to hit. Literally, if you are in any cover, it doesn't matter if it gives dense or not, you are -1 to hit. And taking orcs from hitting on 5s to hitting on 6s, it's a really big nerf on top of them as well. And possibly he's doing that just to mess with make him use more DACA on shock attack guns. They're already hitting on 6s and you can go to 5s. But yeah, things like that would be hitting on 5s all of a sudden going straight to 6s is pretty nice. It is quite a big nerf to Orcs, and yeah, definitely wants to keep his stuff safe from the shock attack guns.
Yeah, it almost
any shock attack gun. Any shock attack gun can spike off, roll the 11 or whatever it needs, and just vape a whole unit. At any point, that can happen. And having 3 shock attack guns, the chances are 1, possibly 2 turns of the game, they're just going to fire. They're just going to go bang, bang, bang.
I don't know any Orc players that don't roll lots of 5s and 6s. So it's not a matter of if it will happen. It is a matter of when it will happen, and you do have to be cognizant of that. You don't want to be overexposed when it does. We have a question in the chat. Is this the Nopen? Hey, it is. You found us.
Oh my God, you're right. It is. Is this an open poll? Is it?
I mean, I dressed for success here at the Las Vegas Nopen.
Right. I don't wear this shirt for any other event.
Oh, thanks, but really, thanks for joining us. And yeah, you found it.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see how this one plays out. I think Eric is starting to take ascendancy, and I think that's only going to continue. I think Aaron is in the position where he actually just starts throwing stuff in. But if you see, there's still this kill zone. There's still this kill zone where Aaron...
It is. And now I'm starting to think about, like, with that open area right there, I mean, maybe the trucks were going to get killed anyway, so maybe you wanted to fling them up and almost force it so when your Mega Knobs are dumped out in the middle of the field, that they're actually within striking distance on that next turn.
Correct. I think it might be a little bit of a mistake that Aaron didn't zone out that bottom right objective, so bottom right ruin. I mean, all he needed to do was have like a unit of commandos, unit of storm boys on the other side of that wall, so that he could edict Imperator them from where he was, and then gate over. But having a couple of units there would have really stopped this play, and could have been a big boon for him, and not actually, because it feels like Eric's in a very dominant position just because of the power of Astral Aim. I can't oversell Astral Aim to you guys enough. It is one of the best, most powerful powers in the game.
You don't have to see anything. Like all this stuff, all these terrain rules or whatever. Like we're going to ignore half of those and still burn you down with all these shots. And Orcs do not want to be shot by anything from a Marine.
No, exactly right. It's really big.
But going up and jumping in it behind that rock, I mean, it's basically, he has gate, right? I mean, the Grey Knight player is packing gate, and so if you give him an opportunity to do that in an easy place to do it, where he doesn't even have to of course I'm going to do that. He's going to do it.
Yeah, exactly right. Just a question in chat from Pefion. He's asked, who is Aaron? What are his main armies? Aaron notoriously plays Space Wolves and Orcs. It's funny, I hear that combo a lot. Do you hear that combo much? I hear the same guys who play Orcs often play Space Wolves as well. It's like those two go hand in hand. But he is he's not a coach for Art of War, but he's a contributor and a content creator for Art of War. He writes a lot of really high quality articles. Reviews, dissections of codexes and reviews, does some very high quality content. He also does a lot of the not the clinics for Art of War as well. So if you are an Art of War room member, you will see Aaron on a lot of those clinics doing updates on various armies.
The jump has been asked. I believe, yes, the Orc player is packing to jump, so it could be a gate off essentially. But I don't think the
apologies. I don't think he is. I don't think he has a weird boy. I don't think he has a weird boy. He has.
Well, then there you go. I was going to say it wouldn't get used anyway because you don't want to put a single unit out there. He needs to mass up.
Yeah, the only thing you'd bomb over is but what are you going to bomb over? You're going to bomb over a unit of Mega Knobs and hope you make
5 Mega Knobs. You do not want to waste. I don't think you want to do it. I mean, look, don't be wrong. The power of the Mega Knobs is awesome, and I like that he had them in the trucks, and if a little bit more aggressive with them might have paid off. But again, at the same time, we said the complete opposite in turn 1.
Yeah, exactly right. We did.
But now, I mean, you don't want to long bomb 5 Mega Knobs into a Grey Knight field. I mean, when you add up the fact that they have smites, they have some shooting, some decent shooting, with the Psy cannons and whatever, and then halberds cut through things without, or power weapons in general cut through things without invulnerable saves. Yeah, let's check out the Blood Angels and the Harlequins.
Yeah. Let's transition. Let's go have a look at the Harleys and
through the magic.
See how they've tracked up through the magic of cinema.
We're making sure our Geller fields are intact.
Well, look at that fine back. That is a fine, well-shirted back
Well,
there,
look
my
at the
good man,
score.
Adrian.
So obviously he has picked up a few points here.
Yeah. So the bottom of turn 2 for Adrian looks like he's picked up 10 points on primary. I think they're just right now they're just holding steady on 3 objectives apiece. It's getting to a kind of a crunch time. This is what's going to happen. This big death ball from the Blood Angels is pushing up imposingly into Adrian's lines. Does he try to engage it? Does he try to run away from it? Does he nibble at the edges? Really keen to see what he wants to do here.
Well, I mean, he wasn't presenting him any easy targets for sure, and that's wise, I think. But once we get that overhead view again, we'll see what happened with the objectives over there. Yeah, it looks like they've spread out a bit.
I called it, Paul. Called it. That 1 unit of Sangard over on the left is isolated. He's got a big swing that way.
He served it up. And look, I think he had to go for the objective. And if any unit can hold out against this, it is a sanguinary guard. I mean, they do have 2 wounds apiece. They do have a 2+ armor save, so he's still getting to roll his dice. So
Yeah.
it's not like he's completely taking him off the table. And the haywire, he's not going to be dishing out those mortal wounds.
No. I would have, if I was Adrian, I would have put maybe one, maybe 2 units over there more than what he has. Right now, it looks like he's got a Starweaver, which probably got fusion pistols in it, and then he's got the Harlequin bikes, a full unit of 5 in the front. I would hope that those Harlequin bikes have got the backup of something like a Troopmaster. Then with rerolls to wound, if those into them does really, really quite well. They've only got 2 wounds, don't they? They didn't go to 3 wounds, Sangard.
Two wounds, sanguinary
the
guard.
Harlequin bikes being strength 4 -2. Yeah, so 3 attacks each, so 15 attacks from these Harlequin bikes, hitting on 3s, so hit on 4s because the death masks, yeah?
The death mask, yep. Melee attacks, yep.
Yep. So hitting on 4s, so 15 attacks, he'll get somewhere in the region of 7 to 8 hits. And then he was going to be winning on 4s, re-rolling. If he gets a Troopmaster there, if he doesn't get a Troopmaster there, he gets 4 wounds, but then it's 5 ups, he makes like 1 or 2 of them. He only loses like 2 or 3 Sangard. And then those like 6 Sangard that'll be left, probably enough to eat most of that bike squad back. Mind you, he could have prismatic blurred them. He could have done a couple of things to give them, or chromatic rush or whatever it's called, a couple of things to give them 3+ invulnerable saves, meaning they will bounce off most of those attacks.
Well,
but the fact that
sanguinary guard with 4 attacks apiece, flat-footed essentially, gonna be brutal.
Yeah, fair. Looks like that's a Starweaver. God, Starweaver on the right-hand side has possibly dropped off its troop that is going to be scrambling the backboard, and looks like he has jumped right back into the deployment zone. Yeah, it looks like he was lining up a couple of shots with fusion pistols into the Inceptors, but it looks like he changed his mind and has jumped back really defensively behind his main line of sight blocking piece in his deployment zone as well. Interesting turn by Adrian.
It is. I think he's hoping for some. I think he's wanting a little bit of luck on that side with the sanguinary guard, where there's that 1 unit over there. Again, he may have a character in there. They will buff them. Maybe he's hoping to take something out, and a little psychic, or whatever. We'll see. But I think that if any 5+ sanguinary guard are not anything that anyone wants to charge.
No, not at all. We'll see how the fusion pistols pan out. Like he could spike and kill like 3 with fusion pistols, and then it's a non-event because 3 with fusion pistols and then 3 from the Harlequin bikes would really change things. What I would be excited to see is whether he brings the Fang Master over. If he brings the Troop Master with the Twilight Fang over, that guy can go in and kill half the squad by himself.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can also put a fusion pistol in that guy kind of thing, he basically kills everything all the time.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Always the issue with fighting something like Sangard is the interrupt. If he puts the Fang Master in and the bikes, the chances are the Fang Master goes in, kills 5 guys, last 4 guys interrupt and kill half the bikes. And then what have you really accomplished? He's much better off just putting a buffing character behind the bikes and making sure the bikes do the absolute most amount of wounds they can. And then when they fight back, they take the damage. Rather than just losing the Fang, which is what I would do. I'd be like, okay, cool, you killed 4 out of my 9 Sangard. I'm going to kill your Fang Master. And then I'm going to lose 3 more to the bikes, but you've lost your Fang Master, your late game ultimate play.
Yeah, actually, I mean, of course, I'm backing the Blood Angels here. I think they have the tools, and I think they've also minimized some of the benefit of being what the Harlequins get. So they're not getting to use all their special rules in this, and the Blood Angels will be able to use all their special rules.
Exactly right. Looks like we're seeing what I believe to be a bit of a shooting phase. Maybe we can get our heads moved from this into another scene just so we can see that dice cam better. Val was about to do it already. All over it, my man. He is the man of the moment, and the intrepid Val Heffelfinger behind the cam doing the amazing works that he does. Yeah, let's see. It looks like one Sangard picked up from that. That'll be the fusion pistols. Only killing one with the fusion pistols does suck a little bit. But I mean, fusion pistols are a big opportunity weapon. Like they can just smoke everything they shoot, or they can do literally nothing.
They're very reliable. I mean, they really are, especially at that range. When and it matters, but they're only 2 wounds a piece. It just doesn't. It's not the best weapon, against them, but it's still up there in the upper echelon of really darn good weapons to fire at things with 2+ saves.
Yeah, absolutely right. 2+ saves and 2 wounds, like they are good. The issue is like 5 shots, hitting on 4s, wounding on 2s. You can just end up having 3 wounds, and then of course the other guy spikes 2 5-ups on it from his 2+ saves, and you just do kill one dude, which is what happened there. You only killed one guy, unless that was like a Skyweaver or a Starweaver shooting their haywire things, and we haven't seen the fusion pistols yet. But I thought I saw him rolling 5 dice before, so I figure they're done and dusted.
That's what I told you.
Still a secondary fire to be done here. There's going to be
So while I'm on them, they get to roll. They still get to roll dice. I mean, that's it. So there's nothing in here. Whereas Harlequins are typically very dominant as to taking away everybody's saves kind of thing because of the high AP of their tools. It's not the case with the Sanguinary Guard, and I just don't think he has enough over there right now to get through it all to make a huge difference.
Yeah, just an update on some of the things we can't see. Our wonderful table boss Dustin has updated us. In the top right-hand screen, do you know how I said there was the Starweaver flew back into the deployment zone? It did drop off a unit of troop that have stolen Brian's home top right objective. They've nicked it off him. And Adrian's just finished the forces. We saw the Fang Prince double moved over with the Blacks. I called it. I thought he would be over there. He's moved over with the Blacks and to invest into the Sanguinary Guard. And the Death Jester just sniped the Judicar. How many wounds to the Judicar? 6, I believe. Dead.
No, I think it's a 5-wound character.
Yeah, it sounds like the Judica's dead. I don't think the Death Jester could kill something like a Judicia in one shot. Maybe I'm wrong, but apparently he's dead. That's huge if he is.
It could have been contributed some other damage. Snuck something through, and then all he needed to do was finish him off.
Apparently, D3 damage went through, and he rolled a 6 or something. Because apparently the Judicia is dead. That's a nice bit of a weight off Adrian's shoulders. That is ridiculously unlikely. I don't think he had enough shots to kill a Judicia in one.
It's assault 3, but I mean, I guess he could use a stratagem or something that helped buffed him up. So.
Apologies, Judicia died to fusion. It took some wounds before, and then maybe the Death Jester finished him off.
That makes a lot more sense. I'm trying to think. I don't think a Death Jester can do that by himself.
I was like, there's no way a Death Jester one-shots a Judicia.
I don't even think Mulligan Rock can do that by himself.
Yeah, true. He should be able to, but he can't.
Well, that's another conversation. But that's I think that's had to contribute to something else. So, but again, as you were talking about with him going over there and committing to that, then they're taking the character with him. One of those units is not coming away. But you mentioned dropping off that unit in the backfield there. That's important because the Blood Angels are not going to have much that they can send backwards. They have to keep pressing forward, or they start to further dilute themselves. Like this is an army that can fight on 1.5 fronts. I think a third front, you're diluting yourself just a little bit too much in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. It is a huge boon that the Fang Prince is over there. Adam, I did call it. Everybody just put punch card. Adam got at least one call right today. Fang Prince over by the Sanguinary Guard. Interested to see how that plays out. Does he put the troop master in the Fang Prince or whatever you call him? With the bikes, and does he swim with the bikes first or the troop master? I'm assuming he has to swim with the troop master first, or risk the interrupt and then losing the guy.
You definitely swing with the troop master in that case because I mean, one, you may be positional to where not everybody can swing back on the bikes or something. Depending on how you stack your stuff in and who piles in and that type of stuff or whatever. But it is absolutely the case that if that troop master does not swing first, he should interrupt and kill him.
Yeah, easy done. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. He does need to manage that quite well. Looks like we're into the charge phase. The bikes have made the charge, and I'm assuming the Fang Prince, the Fang Master, has made the charge as well. That top right unit, there's the roll. You got a 9. The top right unit of troop does present quite an issue for.
I mentioned
Ryan.
not
put back there to
people
take
back,
care of
but
that? What does he split up? If he does have a cut back there, of course they will do the job at most.
The Inceptors paired up with some Assault Intercessors maybe get it done. Maybe you put it in a situation to where the Sanguinary Guard can move and still shoot their bolt guns backwards and then charge forwards.
Yeah,
There's a few
yeah,
things that I would look at
that
in
would
that
work.
situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Depending on
Yeah,
how it
I
all
agree,
looks
and
when
totally
he
on
gets to
point.
the Reaver.
Mate, those Adam underrated sanguinary bolters are just going to come in plum, aren't they? They're going to come in prime.
Well, I mean, look, they're neg 1 AP, which doesn't really matter against Harlequins, but they are strength 4, and there's a lot of shots, and that the strength 4 does play against the Harlequins.
Absolutely right. The strength 4 is actually just literally the only thing you need against Harlequins. Funnily enough, I was joking with some mates that if Harlequins ever became super prevalent in my area, I'd start playing custom Hurricane launchers again, Hurricane bolters, because they just mince them to bits, and they're fast enough to catch him as well. I like that.
Yeah. So, back on the Jealous Bolt guns, they are 18-inch range. That gives the Sanguinary Guard an impressive threat range later in the game because you're going to run away from these guys. You want to be somewhere completely far away from something that chops you up like that, so they can pepper a little bit
Yeah.
of things. And again, it just matches up pretty well in games like this. Although, look, I can tell you, there's been a lot of situations to where you pick up that one extra wound. There's so many times when, like, let's say an Imperial Knight, for instance, that has the ability to act as full, so it could be down to 1 or 2 wounds. Maybe you want to put 30 shots on it to try to get that extra wound before you run in there and get your face stomped by a Reaper Chainglaive or whatever it's called.
Yeah, and good call there, mate. We should be into. It looks like we're into the assault phase. Looks like the only charges are happening on the left of screen into that unit of Sangard. And what do we think? What's your call? Any left? I think they're all going to be dead.
He's going deep in the tank. He's like, what stratagems can I use to maybe not get both my units killed over here?
Yeah. I'm going to pop out everything because Brian will interrupt if he can. It looks like Brian
He's over.
has
You can say he's chomping at
well.
the bit. Like, I can't wait to interrupt. That's what he says.
Yeah,
You know what? Go ahead,
yeah.
swing with something. I don't even care. Like, just do it. Roll your dice.
He's laying a SmackDown agent right now. He's like, do whatever you want, man. I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to slay you back. No chance. No hope.
But I do think the right call there is to swing with the Troopmaster first, just so he gets his damage in, and that's it. Because even, like, heck, you mentioned he could put a healthy chunk into that squad, to then where maybe it's not worth the interrupt CP.
Yeah.
I don't know that it would never be. I don't know how many have to be left, but it could work in a situation with wound pulling and that kind of stuff where maybe you don't need to do it.
Well, maybe Brian's got all his CP allocated. Maybe he knows he needs X amount of CP next turn, whatnot. If I only had about 2 or 3 left, I probably wouldn't do it. We're gonna. So Val's just asked if you want to transition. We will stay with this just to see.
Yeah, I want to see this
combat,
fight.
And then we'll transition.
Yeah, this combat play out, and because you talk about burn rate, this is something. Another thing we discuss a lot is the burn rate of CP. Is like your army, you kind of have to earmark CP and like how many you need per turn. I still think though this is a break glass situation because if he claps, that's the flank. All right, if he comes out of this combat on top, even with 2 dudes left, he has collapsed that flank and makes the rest of his job much easier.
Yeah, and you want to break up. You want to, just as much as the Blood Angels want to break up and fight the Harlequins on their terms. The Harlequins want to do the same to the Blood Angels. And now with this investment on the left-hand side, and also he still has quite a hardy investment on the right-hand side. Like, where's he going to go? Was he going to use 2 units of Sangard to go clear 1 unit of troop and 1 empty Skyweaver, a Starweaver off the bottom right-hand objective? That's a trash use point.
Look at how many dice.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the bikes?
This is the Fangmaster. This is going into the blacks.
Okay.
So this is the Fangmaster just going in to the dude. So he'd come in with 5, 6. He could come in with 8 attacks, I think, this turn, or 7 attacks. Looks like he's made 2 saves. And 1, 2 dead.
Yeah, he's all like, who can swing on that guy? Let me pull these guys that can't swing on that guy.
He's already interrupting. There's 1 dead.
Or he's going the other way. He's like, let me pull these guys out of combat.
Yeah, pull them out of the black range, because then maybe the back ones doesn't get to a fight. There's 3 dead, 4 dead. He's maybe got 1 left. He's got 2 left. He's got 2 left, and possibly 1 under the overhang we can't see.
And that's a situation where we really consider where it's like you may not interrupt in that situation.
Fangmaster got 4 deaths, got 4 killed Sangard. That's
strong. But that's how vicious that thing is. I mean, like, look, I was when we first started up, I'm like, why is there no solitaire in this list? I know the solitaire has fallen a little bit out of favor, but the the troop master with the blade and the fusion pistol and stuff is still has been a dominant force in the Harlequin list for an edition and a half.
I absolutely agree. I still love the solitaire. I love having the solitaire. I don't agree that people not taking him. I think just having the Fang Master means you have 2 solitaires. I feel like that's just a good thing. It's just good. It's good for business.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are just like, people just like taking more troop, and more troop is obviously a good thing. Looks like some CP have been spent. So this is an interesting play here. Some CP have been spent by the Harlequins to actually just reposition, to just move in the end of the fight phase. Because they can, of course, do that. It looks like those bikes have jumped far away from their Sandguard as humanly possible. It's going to be tucking themselves nicely under that ruin on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so now it's Brian's turn to go in the tank and figure out what went wrong. How on earth did 4 Sanguinary Guard go down? Why did my interrupt not go like I wanted it to? Oh, we've been there. I sympathize with you. Yeah.
Well, here comes the 2 Sanguinary Guard fighting back. Brian's probably got like a good hearty 9 dice in his hands.
It's 8
attacks. Yeah, of course. They don't have a sergeant, do they?
They do not. There's no sergeant.
Yeah. So 8 attacks, hitting on 3s, and they'll be wounding on 2s against this guy. So he could still go down.
Yeah, that's a lot of wounds.
Ooh, it's still 7 wounds. 7 wounds, 4+ invulnerable saves, D3 damage each. Okay. Will he drop?
It's not D3. It's 2 damage apiece. It's 2 damage apiece.
He's dead as hell, man.
Yeah, 2 damage apiece flat now. No more D3s. And so yeah, that's. Hey, dude, it's almost a fair trade.
Adrian laid an egg and only made 2 out of 7 4+ invulnerable saves, but it might have been worth it in his mind. Those metrics might add up.
With that roll, that was a really good hit roll. And with that roll, I don't think there was anything with that amount of wounds. I don't think he was going to save anyway. But still, you never know. Yeah, that's why we roll the dice.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's a big swing one way, big swing back. We're going to get a transition back to the Orc and Grey Knight game and see how that's progressing.
Yeah, great round, guys. It was an exciting combat to watch. That's what I like. See, we're two things that are really great at what they do, locking up 2 units, and then with a character there, like we knew it had to happen, and it could have gone either way.
So we got the transition.
Let's transition to the Orc and Grey Knight. I want to see how that's playing out. I think it's a chess match, and look, maybe the walk has been called.
Yeah. The table boss there has been slaying it. So yeah, this isn't Pete, by the way. This is Nick Standing doing the table boss, and Nick Standing, our table boss, is literally standing right next to this game. Is literally right next to this table. So anything that we cannot see is being captured amazingly by him. Thank you very much, Nick. So a second truck has been popped, and that was one that had the tank buses and a shock attack gun in it. They got out, and they were right next to that unit of 10 strike marines that deep struck within 3 inches. Aaron is of the opinion everything is still fine. He still has a lot of troops. And a lot of things he can do. Aaron's turn 3. Eric has lost 2 purifiers so far, so Aaron needs to up the pressure.
So, like with the tank buses and stuff, you want them to be charging. You want them to be able to get their pops off on the Grey Knights, and if they're out there kind of exposed and about to get charged, even by strikes, getting shot and then charged by strikes is not where they want to be.
Yeah, exactly right. So the Dragsters have moved up onto the top objective, and the Storm Boys have moved into the middle left of Ruin and deployed Scramblers. So that's 10 points locked up for Scramblers. Aaron has got those in the bank. The Dakajets have shot into a Psy Squad and are backing up the Paladins at mid, and they killed 2 of them. Aaron has forced this into Hammer and Anvil to lighten up some pressure by the 3-inch deploy on the strikes being allowed, which has allowed Eric to steal the bottom objective and kept Aaron to just 5 on the primary. So that bottom left-hand objective has been stolen by a unit of strikes who used the 3-inch deep strike shenanigans to steal it. Aaron's Scrapjet have removed 5 purifiers. Eric has done a good job of limiting Aaron's firing lanes and is taking advantage of the mid-table ruin that we called to the left of that L. So they're just really staying away and being in the what Nick has described as a no-scope murder machine or no-scope murder zone. A unit of Meganovs has moved into the strike squad, holding the bottom left objective. They should pick them up in pretty short order. The Scrapjacks have made a long charge to pin Eric's Rhino, and Eric is now holding the top objective with. So Scrapjacks have destroyed the Rhino, and it may have been a misplay by Eric, which is quite rare, as it looks like Eric will be able to fit the Purifiers onto the objective and keep the objective from Aaron. Oh, sorry, it was a mistake by Aaron to kill the Rhino because it's full of dudes, and he only has 3 Scrapjacks on it. 5 Purifiers going down. We'll take it off him, and it's also going to get some engagement all fronts points for Eric. Eric has chosen to let the Meganovs fight instead of interrupting with the strikes. He wants to save the CP. The Meganovs kill 6 of the 10 strikes in close combat, and he chose to fight twice to remove the rest in order to shore up his primary score. And Nick Standing doing an amazing job with the table bossing. He is absolutely bossing that table bossing.
Who knew that these Scrapjets would be like a really good counter to Grant? They seem to be doing a lot of work.
They're actually really good. Fighting twice. They've got legitimate shooting. That's a high quantity. High quality. Apologies. And they get a lot of mileage from the rerolls that Death Skulls have. The reroll 1 to hit, 1 to wound, and a damage. A bunch of them have strength 8 shots with flat 3 damage. Really good mileage. Really good value.
Oh, that's a Terminator killer right there. I mean, if it goes through, yeah, no, that's good. No, this is playing out it's playing out a little bit differently, I think, than we assumed. But so they're both scoring points. That is kind of like a tough like was his goal to just weaken the Rhino to where he could kill it later, and did it just have some hot rolls that made it die, or was it one of those things you just don't think about?
Yeah, I guess it's probably some hot rolls. I mean, attacking twice, they can do a fearsome amount of mortal wounds on the charge. The scores are looking real spicy as well. Just to run them down for you guys on our lovely BCP supported scorecard on this game. Aaron Green is on 5 and 5 for his primary on turn 2 and turn 3. He's just gotten his 10 for deploy scramblers, which have been finished up, 5 on engage on all fronts, and he's gotten 2 for Abhor the Witch. His opponent, Eric Thuris, is sitting on 5 for his turn 2 primary and 10 for turn 3. Then he's got 6 for Grind Them Down, 2 for Raise the Banners, and 3 for Assassinate. I wonder what character he got. Maybe he managed to kill out that one of those sock attack guns that got out of the trucks. But yeah, dude, 37 to 36.
Oh, so a lot of love for the Scrapjets in the chat. That's really nice to see.
They are 100% the secret sauce. They are so good.
So those are gorgeous models. You know, they came out towards the end of the last edition, and there has you just don't see a ton of them unless you see a ton of them. Like I've seen several armies, that have tons and tons of them, but I haven't seen them used kind of independently. But it's really cool to see them doing some work against a Marine-based army.
Yeah, exactly right, dude. And spot on. You either see none of them or a bunch of them. So I really like to just see 3 of them in this thing. But I will tell you guys right now some cool tech to do with the buggies is because While We Stand We Fight is a unit now. You can take 3 units of 3 buggies, and then they split at the start of the game, and you hide 1 from each squad. And so you got 6 buggies to play with, and they have to kill all 3 from each squad to get the While We Stands. And it's actually pretty cute. You can do that.
That is devious.
It is devious. I love it a lot, actually.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I'm thinking whether you can do the same thing with Lehman Russes, because you can take squadrons of Lehman Russes and Hellhounds. So maybe there's some spice there for guard as well.
Oh, Hellhounds, they work, right? I actually like Hellhounds because of the weapon loadouts. Like I like used to be where I would only be consistent when you had to load it up for 1 mission, and now you don't. You can actually get a little bit, experimental with your weapon loadout and still be functional on the table.
Well, I love them now that they've got 12-inch heavy flamers in the hull, like 18-inch main gun, 12-inch heavy flamer, give them track guards, and essentially they never degrade. No matter what wind they're on, they still move the same distance and still flame exactly the same. I love them on that configuration.
And sometimes they explode a lot.
And sometimes they explode real good.
That's the best.
Yeah, what are you seeing here? Those Scrapjets have made it all the way to the top of the table. Looks like they're being those Purifiers Purifiers are out on that objective now. With their depending if they attacked twice, technically they could pile into those guys with their second round of things, but they wouldn't be able to attack them. I'm not sure whether you'd want to do that because I do feel like, you would be denying them shots, but you're probably more afraid of them in combat than you are from shooting. In shooting, they've just got storm bolters.
Well, it just depends on how much. Yeah, how weak you get them. That's the thing. If there's only 2 or 3 of them left, you run them over.
Then for sure. But yeah, it is a full unit of 5. It looks like you got out of that Rhino. So you would be copying. They'd have 2 attacks each with Shock Assault. So you take 11 warding stave attacks. strength 6 -1 D3 damage. Yeah, you just don't need to take that.
Oh, so he combat squatted him as, or I thought it was 10 that got out of the Rhino.
Yeah, he's got he's got maybe he does. Maybe he's got some inside that room we can't see. But
We're on
if I
top
was
of
in,
it right now on side.
yeah, exactly right. Actually, that's a question for our table boss. Did he combat squad? And if he combat squad, what did he combat squad? Just another update from the table. Bottom of turn 3 for Eric. Eric scores 10 on primary because of the Rhino being destroyed at the top of the table and is looking to boost his banners. The score is currently 37 to 36 for Aaron. Astral Aim gets put on the Paladins yet again. Eric perilled twice this phase. Twice, 2 perils. Ugh. That's one of the things that really sucks for these
with this
heavy
comes and goes.
psychic armies. You can just have a turn. Bam. Just have a turn where it just falls on its face. Amazing work by Nick Standing on the. He's really like painting the picture for us and making our job very, very, very easy.
Yep. And got a lot of cheers for the
This is only
orcs in the
this is only
chat.
round 1, guys. You got 3 more rounds after this.
Yeah, it is really nice to see the orcs.
Chat. Loopy. So you go, Paul.
I'm saying no. It's great to see the orcs being represented twice in this event. Because look, it's an army. It's hard to not like the orcs.
It is. Orc players are in my opinion, the most fun to play against because they're having a good time. You're always going to have a good time, and I just think they're a joy of an army. Especially they're a converter's dream as well.
That clean living is what leads to all those 5s and 6s we see him roll. I'm telling you.
Clean living, because that's what all players are known for. Clean living. They're not boisterous drunkards. Definitely not.
Well, different standards for different strokes, different folks. Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Staying true to yourself.
There's a guy here called the Fat Dingo, and I just want to tell you, you are so far my favorite name of anybody watching this show. Superb. Richard? Really? Apparently, it's one of our producers, Richard. I didn't know Richard was Australian. No, I'm just making fun. It's fine. I didn't know that was Richard. Cool. Richard, you got the best name. Anyway, Loopy 3025, best model, board control and damage output in shooting and combat. What's not to love? Talking about the scrap jets, he's absolutely right, and I absolutely adore the scrap jets, and I think they bring a lot to the orcs playstyle. They give them a dynamic unit that can function in every phase, and unfortunately, that's the reality for orcs. It's very, very hard to find a unit that shoots good and fights good, by orc standards at least.
Yeah, well, the one thing we got right about predicting this game is that it is back and forth. This is a bit of a chess match.
It really is.
Which says a lot about the caliber of the players, as well. It's like they're taking this very seriously. If they give any ground, they take it right back, and that's what the points are reflecting.
I like that they're both playing a cagey game as well. This could have easily been an orc throwing it all against the wall and seeing what stuck. I think that would have been playing into exactly what Eric wanted him to do.
That's some good awareness, good table awareness, good army awareness. I mean, again, that's kind of what we described at the beginning of the game, but I was immediately second guessing that when the truck started getting destroyed because every turn that a Mega Knob is not attacking, you're basically just sitting on those points.
Big old paperweights.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, you can say that this is something that we get when we've got players who know each other very deeply and very intimately, who play each other often, sometimes practicing, like in the case of the 2 other gentlemen we've got on. They play against each other like multiple times a week. They know how each other plays. And so you get these really cagey games. You get these really high-level technical games. And I love it. I think it's really, really good. And so this is how we thought, as the guys when we were discussing this as a concept, we would get you guys high-level, high quantity content because we have guys that know each other so well. You're just going to get good games, less blowouts, less feel badsy one way. One guy got swamped and tabled, the other guy didn't, and more close stuff. I love it.
Sometimes the dice don't always cooperate with that, but it's really nice to see this kind of swap back and forth to the scores. While you can obviously tell they're playing a very strategic game, like that's what they're making calculated decisions, and that's it's really nice to see.
Yeah, agreed. We're able to jump back and have a look at the Blood Angels and Harleys when we get a chance. We'll get a quick transition.
Do you want to look
at that head?
You want to look at what?
I can look at your head now.
You now, Dreamboat.
We've been joined by the disembodied head.
I told you we were going to do lots of disembodied head things.
I'm the Serval skull. You get it?
We got it.
Yes,
Get it?
we
I got a
do.
green
We got
screen.
it.
My said, you know what? Tell you what, I'm not even going to belabor the point. Let's get us over to the Titans themselves. As soon as I figure out how to click that, because these glasses are hard to see through.
Man, I love. Yeah.
Click
Those are
them
the most
blind. We're not telling
impractical,
them where we're going to get.
most impractical things known to man.
Oh yeah.
That's what we do. Impractical
Things.
orders.
Yeah. Oh, look at that scoreline. So it looks like we're into the top of turn 3 for the Blood Angels there. Second round of primary has gone in 23-18. The Harlequins, so that probably means the Harlequins will sling up into the lead at the start of their turn 3, which is
I've
pretty
got to have
exciting.
models to do that, and I'm not sure that's going to happen.
You're absolutely right. I think it will. I think, wow, look at that stream of Golden Boys. Wow.
Everything going according to plan.
Streaming down the middle, they're going to go deep this turn, get as deep as they can into Adrian's lines. And then Adrian's going to do his scatter play that he usually does at this point of the game, jump on all the primaries and try and win on points. But unfortunately, unlike a lot of other matchups these guys play, the Sangard are going to be able to chase him no matter where they go. They're going to catch him. And that's
not necessarily. So the Harlequins, if they choose, they can get really far away, and so there's options they can do. But he can't save everybody with that kind of stuff. And what's important, we were talking about the sanguinary guard get that -1 in melee. Dante, if he's still on the table, which I have to suspect that he is, as the oldest living Space Marine champion of humanity, will one day be the defense of the Golden Throne all by himself. I'm sure. Is -1 to hit, period. Attacks,
all
shooting,
times, yeah.
at all times.
They have a so the Sangard have a death mask of Sanguinius. He has the death mask of Sanguinius. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of difference in A and the.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But again, I do like these no slouching combat. Like I said, you really can make lots of cases for this, and he comes with one of those fusion pistols. So he is similar in a lot of ways to the Troop Master.
Interesting move here by Brian. He's had to keep something in the middle, and he's assessed that his unit of 3 Inceptors, naturally one of them died to overheat, and I'm assuming another one got shot dead. They're the best thing he has available to sit and get Oath, and now they're sitting just behind the middle terrain piece, within 6 of the middle of the board. From my mind, there hasn't been a decent investment of models over to the left-hand side, where I suppose it might have been too far for Brian to leapfrog into that side. We just had Val's head dropping in again. Hello there. It's like 3/4 of the Val head.
With a little bit of reach out and touch someone from the Inceptors, they have the ability to shoot, so they can be where they need to be as far as board presence goes, and throw some shots down range. Multi-wound shots.
Little tickle on the chin for Val.
Well, I'm just trying to get out of here. I'm not even wearing the shades.
Tickle on the Adam's apple for Val. Anyway, weird. It's awesome we're able to do this stuff. It gives us opportunities for variety and
we're testing. Think of how great it's going to be for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, well, we're still getting used to this. A lot of this stuff is the things we are still getting used to. So please bear with us if things are not as perfect as you may like them to be. But man, that was pretty good though. That was real good. That was hilarious. Val, you should be patting yourself on the back.
Captured a few more points here.
Yeah, looks like the shooting is doing a bit of work.
Yeah.
I
think the tricks. Right, but I also think that so this is just while it might on paper seem like it's a better matchup for the Harlequins, I think that it's probably a better match. Like it's an uphill battle for them, and we're kind of seeing that play out. But there's plenty of game left and lots of opportunities to score left, and you just need one round of shooting to go your way to really take a lot out of the Sanguinary Guard. Because they need a bunch of them to really be dominant. Once it gets down into just the couple, then there's a variance starts to kick in a little bit more.
Exactly right. But we are into turn 3, so these guys are in assault doctrines, each one of them having 5 attacks each, which becomes absolutely fearsome. Now, what is interesting to note is that Adrian still has the bottom of turn. So as long as Adrian stays within striking distance of whatever score Brian is on, he can always try, and he has models to play with, admittedly, he can always try and play for the big 15-point swing at the bottom of turn 5. And if he does that, if he can do that, he can really pull this game back from from most positions, as long as within striking distance. Now, what is interesting is just the amount of OBSEC that Brian has. He's taken Rights of War on his guard, if they're bubbled up where they think they are, all have OBSEC, which is a real hindrance to playing the bottom of the turns like Adrian would
Yeah,
want to.
well, with all those bodies for sure. So when I joke about, I mean, of course, I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek when I talk about having models left, but this is an elite. The Harlequins are an elite army, so every time that they lose one, it's a big slice. You know, it's a
It's a
meaningful
blow,
percent
yeah.
of a reduction. Um,
Yeah, it is.
and,
It's actually a big deal.
and I want to point out here 1 second though is that what 15 assault troop choices, I mean, like troop models,
Mm,
assault intercessors in this case, you want your opponent to forget about them. And how you do
yeah,
that, I mean, and I think he's successfully causing him to forget about them because there are so many Sanguinary Guard still left on the table. So you create this dilemma with your opponent of, do I go after the easy kills or do I try to really weaken my opponent by taking
yeah.
out some of these tough things?
I'd like to draw people's attention to the bottom left-hand objective for Adrian. Those 3 Sangard that were alive that could have gone into the bikes that went into them last turn and picked up a couple of their number, have gone straight down to the bottom into that Skyweaver. Now he needs to hope Starweaver. He needs to hope that Starweaver is empty, because if it's not empty and he just has 5 troop that just jump out onto that objective, he hasn't really gained anything by killing it. Obviously, though, it is 1 point for Oath of Moment, because you get a point for Oath of Moment for killing a character or a vehicle. And so that could be a nice big fatty 5-point Oath of Moment. 4-point Oath of Moment turn for him, which would be quite impressive. Looks like
I like it. We get to take our transferable knowledge from the other game with that happened with the Rhinos incident and,
Yeah,
and apply it to this one. But it's those are the lessons that you have to think about, you know. But that could be that could be the Star Weaver that the unit jumped out to go and get that back objective, or
mm,
the front objective, depending on perspective of your table there. But yeah, that could be. But at the same time, he's got to kill it. I mean, really,
yeah.
this early in the game, if you shut down all those models, I mean, who cares if he gets a couple extra points the next round, because then those models won't be there the next round.
Yeah, agreed. Looks like we're going to the charge phase. Looks like we have the big charge coming from the Sangard. He was measuring how far he needs to do to get over that unit of bikes into the back and tag both units of bikes. Looks like he has gotten a 7 on that roll. I don't think that's going to be enough to clear it with enough models, but he might still be able to string out around them. Yeah, going around
Well,
and then get a pylon and consolidate into them. Yeah,
that may have been
going to try and go for.
a weighting factor, is because remember, if you declare on multiple units, you have to have enough range to get to all of them. So he might have been measuring it out to
Yes.
see if it was realistic to get there or
Mm,
not, because you don't want to put in a situation to where you completely whiff the charge. You can't just string it out
exactly.
and hope for the best anymore.
And these models, I'd like to point out, these models might look a little bit bigger than regular Sangard, which they are, because these are Venatari. These are Sangard that are modeled off the Custodes of Custodes. I got pulled up on that. Venatari models, and they look amazing.
Yeah, those are beautiful models, and yes, I almost want to play them, find a way to
Oh,
get more Custodes in my collection just to put those on the table.
your jelly Paul? Is that a little bit of a jelly Paul?
Oh no! Look, the Sanguinary Guard model. Like,
Ah,
I mean, that kit came out a long time ago, and it still stands up. Like, you
it
get a
does.
couple of Sanguinary Guard kits, that's going to give you bits for days to dress up a lot of your other stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. We've had Scary join us in the chat. Great game, Scary. You played that really, really, really well, and you kept I was just impressed at how much damage you were able to do with not a lot of stuff on the board. I suppose that's a great a great boon of yours, being able to just pinch hit things like Hero Duel's dead here, there, and everywhere. Very impressive, mate. Well done. What was that, Bell?
Absolutely masterful play, and I love some of the ways seeing it lock up some of those units, and then beautiful use of the Void Raven bombers. And yeah, let me
Mm.
use my psychic powers to communicate with the desk. Sorry, with the production booth. Yes, to answer your question, Val. Yeah. It's not really great psychic powers. That's how they can hear us.
They can hear us, yeah. And then every now and then they whisper something.
But occasionally I'm going to pull some weird tricks with my mind to make the screen change. These are the Sanguinary Guard I'm looking for. But no, I do like those. Whenever with like counts as models and that kind of stuff, as long as they're all the same and you don't create any confusion with your opponent, I love it that our hobby allows for that. But when in a competitive, like part of what I want to talk about is like just tournament etiquette, tournament play, and that kind of stuff. It's like you don't want to cause any confusion with your opponent. So if you have anything like that, one, you've got to communicate. We're talking. Earlier, but you also want your modeling choices to be indicative of what it is. Remember, your opponent hasn't spent all that time with your models that you do, and and then in round 4 and 5 of the game, they may have questions about things and may make some decisions based off what their perception is. And if they don't know that, you got to make it easy for them. But also, rule of cool, of course, matters. But you got to make it a little easier in these events, these types of events.
Yeah, agreed. And especially in this event in particular, one of the biggest challenges we had in this one is making sure that the list people submitted were things that were attainable by a multitude of different people. Because, of course, the list being played right here today, they're going to knock each other out, and someone else down the line has to play them. Those guys have to be able to field this army, or at least something that's closely comparable.
Adam,
you may see some proxies here.
Everyone has 30 Sanguinary Guard.
I knew you were going to say that as soon as I said what. He's about to say everyone's going to Sanguine. Oh, I walked straight into that one. I'm sorry, everybody.
Sorry, I couldn't pass it up. It was the low-hanging fruit, and I couldn't pass it up.
We've seen a charge by another unit of Sangard into the Starweaver on the right-hand side. I'm interested so there is a very interesting thing that I've noticed, and I do not see a lot of 10-man Harlequin troops on the table. I think I see one 10-man cradled inside those boulders in Adrian's deployment zone, but there's 2 more 10-mans, guys, which means there's possibly 2 more in reserve that we haven't accounted for yet, which could be doing all sorts of shenanigans.
I don't know about all that, man. This thing's going to get real grim, depending on how these go. So there's again, very vicious, very deadly, can cut through that 2+ save, especially just with a little bit of luck. But I think that there's going to be some interesting things happen right now.
Yeah, just a quick update from the game. He paid 2 CP to auto pass morale. So at the end of last turn, when he had those 3 Sangard left out of 9, he paid 2 CP. I totally agree, because he lost 6, and what are they? They're leadership 9, so he had a 50-50 of losing 1 more, and then on 1s and 2s on 2 dice, it's likely he loses 1 more. He could put it across being down to 1, and then that last one isn't making any meaningful plays. Brian got 4 on Oath of Moment last turn, and because he got the character kill on the Fang Master. Which admittedly didn't pay off for Adrian. The Fang Master going down was probably pretty bad in exchange. Not quite sure if it was worth it, seeing how things played out, but I think it was the right play at the right time. It is what it is. Blood Engines are going all in, and they are all inning.
Do the Harlequins have any ability to lower leadership values? And because Nation No Fear is no longer a reroll. You just ignore the modifiers of things. But I do the importance of taking all doubt out is important.
Yeah, well, I think what would have been good is for the Fang Master to leave after attacking. You saw what the Bikes did. The Bikes bailed. They just spent 2 CP and they moved. The Fang Master goes in, attacks, kills he killed 4 Sangard, pay 2 CP, bounce him out, and then he can't be attacked in retaliation. The Sangard go into the Bikes, maybe kill 2 Bikes, and then the Bikes probably finish off the 3 that are left. At least I think that's how that works, because I've been bad touched by that bounce out strat. It's so good.
No, it is. It's brutal. No, I've done a lot of testing recently, and that comes up every time, and it's just like, man, I wish they didn't do that. And then in the chat, Shorty Paint Studios has confirmed he also has 30 Sanguinary Guard, confirming that everyone has.
Well, I don't have 30 Sanguinary Guard. I do have 30 Deathwing Terminators of some stripe, either Knights or regular guys or whatnot. So it's probably the same thing, right?
Terminator's going to make a big comeback, man. Look, I'm looking at Death Guard more and more, and I'm thinking, you know what? I need 30 to 40 Terminators in my life.
I recorded a Death Guard review with Don Hoosen, and one of his favorite lists at the moment is 15 Dark Shroud. So Death Shroud Terminators. Yeah. I'm just like, whoa. That's a chunky couple of units.
No,
That's
15
very
Death
intimidating.
Shroud. Is it 20 Blight Lords? And then sprinkle in, somebody else. A couple other Terminator characters. Like, deal with this plague wing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be
exactly right.
brutal. Yeah, Bulldog 13 is like 36 Deathwing Terminators and an Ancient. Deal with that stubbornness or whatever what are the Grim Resolve? Grim this.
Yes, my man. Inner circle that to the bejangles. Where are we at with this one? Looks like we're possibly into the fight phase of Brian. All his charges are completed. We're about to see a bunch of Harlequins get picked up by the handful.
There's nothing like picking up a huge handful of attacks.
What survives this?
He's like, oh, please let me get some luck over here. Luck will not save you because the might of right and the righteousness of the Imperium is going to paste.
We are spinning some stuff out at the moment. We got my boy Sully in here. He's raising up for Brian.
I'm actually a Harlequin player as well. Like, Harlequins are my first army, so this is like I'm somewhat conflicted, but
really, no, you're not. Don't pretend.
Yeah.
Stay true. All right, Sangard. Which Sangard unit is this? I'm assuming this will be the unit that's into the bikes because that is the most likely retaliation point for an interrupt. So into 5 bikes we go.
What's the best thing? Yeah.
Yeah, wounding on hitting on 3s, wounding on 2s. 4-up invulnerable saves. Every two fails with a dead bike. That is 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is rough. I think
3.
that is.
He's like, oh, where'd they go? That was the face of. Where did my bikes go?
Guys, I missed this totally, and I totally apologize. A unit of assault intercessors charging into that unit of bikes in the bottom left. They have just done the Lord's work and killed, I think, 3 bikes. Maybe like finishing off that unit. No wonder he was holding 3
assault
dice
intercessors
to pick off a kill because assault intercessors possibly with a power fist on the charge.
Yeah, assault intercessors get a ton of attacks. I mean, and they're quality. The Astartes chainsword. I mean, the negs and stuff don't necessarily matter against this force, but it is wounding on 3s.
Well, that's the thing. They not only do they have the quality, they have the density of attacks at the same time, which is what what gives Dark Angels the power, the potency.
Blood Angels is what you're talking about.
Yeah, whatever I said. Dark Angel's still powerful and potent. He's an interrupt. He's had an interrupt, I think.
That's it. So I think you kind of have to choose your poison in that situation because he's going to interrupt. He has no choice but to interrupt. When you have toughness 3 and toughness 4 models that sling back, good damage, you have to interrupt. And then he's like, you know what? I have Artificer armor, so you know what? That's happened sometimes.
So just reading those dice, he interrupted with, I think, a couple of bikes. They fought and ended up only doing 2 wounds to the Sangard, and Brian rolled a 5 and a 6. No dead Sangard. But here's the bounce out. He's dropped a bunch of CP. 2 CP for the interrupt, 2 CP for the bounce out. He's dropped 4 CP on this play to keep these bikes alive. They've interrupted into the Sangard, and now they're going to run away. They're going to move their nice chunky 14 inches and get out of dodge. Or 16 inches.
That is exactly the thing to do. I mean, you have to preserve your model count at this point, and that is what to do.
Yeah, they've just slung out, and now they're going to go into his backline, and they're going to raise absolute hell. I wouldn't be surprised if they move up next turn, shoot and try and kill the Inceptors, and then go into Brian's backline and try and take away his middle home objective. Pull down some banners.
I think that's the sound
Great
strategy.
Play by Adrian.
Yeah, let's kick back over and see what's happening with the Orcs and Grey Knights. Can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see.
We're asking a lot of the production team, but hey, thanks a lot, guys.
We demand.
Oh wow, there's been some work done, is what it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's interesting. Aaron Green currently sitting 5 points up. It looks like they've scored his turn 3, of course. So his turn 4 haven't quite scored Eric's. Eric's could very well be higher right now. But just breaking down the scores for you guys on the wonderful BCP scorecard. Turn 2, 5 points. So turn 2 and 3, 5 points for Aaron. Turn 4, getting a nice chunky 10. He's also got his scramblers in for another 10 points, 5 points for unengaged, only 2 points for a border, which might come out to bite him at the last. He's currently sitting on 47 points. His opponent, Eric, the man, the myth, the legend, Lethuris, playing his Grey Knights. He has 5 for his first turn of primary, 10 for the second, has not yet scored his turn 4. He's sitting on 9 for Grind Them Down, 2 for Raise the Banners, and 6 for Assassinate. Things are looking good for Aaron right now, but we're about to see whatever Eric's primary will probably swing him into the lead for the first time in this game.
Oh, hi, guys.
How are you?
I've got
Good to see you.
I've got somebody out here in the news sphere who was thinking about maybe joining us on stream for a little hey, how you doing? Although he hasn't actually shown up yet. It's Scary from Scarredcast.
Yeah, my man.
Lord. Yeah, John, tuck him in. Are you just manually bouncing yourself around the screen like a disembodied head?
Don't look behind the curtain. I'm a great and powerful wizard. Now look.
So the Meganauts picked up those purifiers. That's what was happening at the top of the screen.
They're still there, man. I think those purifiers have been buffed up to the 9s. I'll just have a quick call from our table boss. On top of turn 4, Aaron has scored 10 on primary. Eric says he's comfortable that he'll score 15 on the bottom of 5, and he'll end up maxing his primary, which is probably all that matters. He'll only score 2 on Raise the Banners, as he has kept Aaron from killing most of his units. Aaron has shoved everything he can into the top units of Strikes and Purifiers to try and slingshot over to the right-hand side of the screen. The Storm Boys have moved out to the left-hand ruin to make a long bomb charge into the Strike Squad in the top right of the screen. Also, Meganobs and the Warboss have picked up the Purifiers at the top of the screen, and Eric interrupts, and the Strikes removes 4 of the Storm Boys to deny a couple more kills and a couple more points on the border, which amazing top-ups, amazing feedback, guys. Appreciate it.
God, we'll say this has been the most surprising game. I mean, if you were to ask me who is going to win, I think my money would have been completely on the Orcs, like almost in a lopsided.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Well, because I think they had some fast-moving tools and could have capitalized on what I think is a smaller model count for the Grey Knights.
Yeah, so you're obviously saying that not taking the players into, with very little knowledge.
No, taking nothing, just looking at just what's on paper. Yeah.
No, that's fair. I can't disagree with that. Knowing the players, my tip would always have been on Eric. Eric is, I think he's at the point where he's pretty much undefeated with Grey Knights in all of 8th edition and 9th. I'm not sure about practice games, but tournament games, I think he's undefeated with them. So it'd be really hard for me to. I mean, I'm coming into that with a lot of foreknowledge. Really hard for me to bet against him.
Oh yeah, you got to go with what you know. But I just mean on paper, I think that the Orcs. I mean, granted, I'm not saying that one Orc equals one Grey Knight. I mean,
No.
but I think that the Orcs have the mobility and the ability to swamp what I would have thought was a smaller footprint army, and then just box things out for objectives, and then just rack up an early lead. But this has been a much more strategic game than maybe I would have anticipated.
Agree, and I guess that's what, like I said, that's what we get when we have two players who know how each other play really well. These guys are club mates; they play against each other, practice against each other, and we're seeing the same thing from Brian and Adrian. Look, Brian has played into this same Harlequins list run by Adrian and lost to it like, I don't know, 6 or 7 times now, and so he knows how it works inside out, back to front, and these guys know each other really well, and so we're getting 2 really high quality games because of it.
Yeah, and just to think, I mean, I know the core of what I would consider that Blood Angel list is pretty standard. Like, how many Sanguinary Guard can you rationalize to yourself to include in a list? That's really well, that's the choice you have to make.
Exactly right.
But with the Judicar and Dante, I mean that's different. I mean, I think the priest is going to be an auto include, and then the plasma inceptors are traditionally in there. And I know this list had a revision. The list originally had outriders in it, and I'm a big believer in the outriders. But I think in a Blood Angel army, the outriders are the old tech. I say old tech like it's been out for a year, but that was what the initial go with. And I have 6 outriders, 2 squads outriders painted myself. I think that the next evolution of that is some Inceptors, or just leaving that slot out altogether. I actually like the Bolter Inceptors.
I'm actually coming around to the Bolter Inceptors. Like, I like a 1 unit of 3 in my list, just because they're this good medium between a unit that's not so expensive I don't want to do actions with it, but that is still packs enough punch that it can do some work. It's a nice medium point.
Well, he's using the Inceptors in the same way that any inceptors I think would be used. It's like you want them kind of in that kind of pivot point, being able to threaten different areas while still kind of staying out of harm's way. Because look, people have to deal with the golden boys, right? I mean, they have to
Yeah,
deal with it. You
you
get more
have to.
flexibility with that.
Spot
And I'm
on.
about spending as many points as possible on the stuff that's going to do your work for you. But that also that kind of includes the inceptor. So maybe that's a justification to beef them up with the plasma.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely right. I mean, it's a big points increase. I was really unhappy to see the chassis of the Inceptor go up in points because I just thought the offender was the plasma. But
Yeah.
GW is doing that a lot. They're adding points to the chassis rather than just adding points to the war gear. And so I don't mind that because it does simplify the game a lot. I think we've got Skari waiting in the rings.
Mr. Skari. Can they hear Skari?
I know
Hello,
I
my man.
can
How
hear
you doing?
you. They can see me on stream.
Look
Oh my
at
goodness!
that.
I've arrived at home and I'm not wearing a mask.
So Archon Skari, tell
Looted.
us about some of the plays in your game, and then let us know what you think about what's happening in these games right here.
Well, I just got home 10 minutes ago, so I still need to. Didn't watch anything while I was driving. You know, you have to make sure you're being safe.
What?
However, it was great. It was fantastic. I had a great game against Dustin from the Stutter Scrub, and his Tyranids tend to give me a hard time because they do lots of mortal wounds and they're very tricksy. He plays them very tricksy like. I feel like the entire game really went up a notch when my Void Raven bombers did like 18 mortal wounds.
Yeah.
We noticed that as well, by the way.
Yeah. And as soon as all the OBSEC stuff died, it was definitely a lot easier to like stop him from stopping me from scoring points mid to late game, which is exactly what I needed. If not, he would have just like stopped me from scoring any primary, then scored 15 at the end and won. Right. So I knew that I had my work cut out for me.
Exactly right. Dude, you played a great game, and I was really interested to see how you targeted and how you played things out. The Incubi, I thought the Reavers were going to go into the Hive Guard in turn 2, but they went into the Hive Tyrant instead and used the Incubi to sling into them. Despite that, how did you think the Reavers ended up panning out? Because admittedly, you deployed them, moved them once, and 17
They
of
all
them
died.
picked up.
They soaked up all the Hive Guard shots basically for a turn. They were in a position where, because I knew they weren't like they were going to be good, maybe tie up the Hive Guard for a little bit, but ultimately they were just the chaff for that game because I needed my OBSEC, so I needed to put them in a threatening position where he had to deal with them, and if he didn't, then they were going to be a problem. But if he did, I knew that it wasn't like the end of the world, and the fact that I had some left towards the end of the game to do Grav Talon attacks against like mortal invulnerable save Hive Tyrants, you know, that was big in trying to kill that first Hive Tyrant that had kind of jumped right up in my face.
Doing a little bit of Hive Guard management with a sacrifice play, you know, I think that's kind of a big brain move, and it was interesting to see it play out that way.
Yeah, with the and then not vecting the double shoot, just knowing that it was going to happen. I also did it because it was an exhibition game. I was doing some stuff as like experimentation as well to see, you know, how many could they kill. They killed a lot. So in retrospect, that second time they shot, I probably would have done like minus, you know, the lightning fast reflexes or something, just to keep that second unit of bikes a little bit more beefy than just one bike, which ended up, you know, it was still good. It's just it would have been nice to have 2 or 3 bikes left instead of just one.
Agreed. It was interesting that game ended up being death by 1,000 cuts to the Tyranid player. Is that how you're starting to structure your Dark Eldar lists?
My Dark Eldar tends to work that way. There's a lot of little stuff that is everywhere, but it comes to about turn 2 or turn 3, and it all converges into very key points because it's so fast. So it can like move around separately and individually, and then jump the one thing that you need to kill. So individually, the little units like 5 little witches, 5 little witches, 5 Cabalite warriors, like, but they don't really do much individually. But when you converge them all onto like a key target you need to kill or bog down, it can be very hard for your opponent to like, well, it hits them so hard, it puts them off pace, and then it turns the game initiative into your favor, and then they have to start reacting to everything you're doing, and you just kind of keep the pressure on towards the end of the game.
So when you tapped and wrapped that big bug in the middle, what were you thinking?
Well, to be honest, it was just to stop him from shooting, like, other than the big bug. I was trying to do some more damage. I had the option of killing the Hive Tyrant. So originally I'd put them there in case I didn't kill the Hive Tyrant with shooting. I needed to charge the Hive Tyrant because that Hive Tyrant had to die. But once the Hive Tyrant died with my shooting, I was able to then focus my close combat capability into the big bug. I got very lucky that the Succubus didn't die to the giant flamer, which was crazy. She lived with 1 wound and then proceeded to go in and over a couple of turns, kill the big monster. But
That's
being able
really
to
cool
wrap
when a character is living on borrowed time. That's just because the character's not going to grow. It's a beat stick, like and when you're living on that borrowed time, and then less can actually affect them, and then they run rampant. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, it was good. That 3-up invulnerable save on the Succubus with the Red Grief Warlord trait is fantastic. I really, she's like a little tank. She does a lot more damage than you might expect. And then with the Incubi, it was like they almost did their job of stopping the Hive Tyrant, but 2 of them died to just random close combat attacks because I failed all my armor saves that the Hive Guard made against me. So 3 failed saves out of 3 wounds that the Hive Guard did. And then he was able to smite them off. And then he was able to shoot again. But, with like 1 or 2 of them left alive, the Hive Guard don't shoot that turn, which would have just compounded what was going on.
Yeah, that would have given you there was a turn where I think things flipped because he was hanging in there. I mean, look, we expected that to go much differently, but the fact that that you were both being kept off of primary really gave him a shot to get in there. He just eventually ran out of bodies to make that strategy work, but he was making the right moves while he had pieces on the table.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons I had to kill the OPSEC. And the Void Raven Bombers, they're not a common choice. I've recently put them into the list because of the fact that there's so much good line of sight blocking that it's just nice to have something that can like reach out and touch something that you can't see. Where Ravagers, right? Instead of the Void Ravens, you could take Ravagers. They're limited by how far they can move and what they can see, right? And Void Raven Bombers can do that initial run, go off the table if needed, and then if you don't forget them, come back on turn 2.
we made some comments.
Spot on, dude.
As the game progressed, he had less and less that could actually threaten them, so they become even more and more valuable. They just become, that. And we also made the comment, like, I bet, the game looked a lot better for him when they weren't on the table. That was.
Yeah, exactly. They're actually quite big. They're quite intimidating when you look at it from the top camera.
You are correct. Well, dude, it was impressive to watch you guys play, and it's a great intro match to this event that we are putting on. Thank you very much for being a part of it.
Oh, I'm so happy, Dustin. Thank you so much for inviting us on to help with the LV Nopen. I'm super excited for all the crazy cool games on the weekend. I'll be table boss for round 4 of today, so that starts at 10 p.m. That's going to be the Play on Tabletop stream. So I'll be on the stream there, just chatting away if anybody wants to come by and watch, and make sure you're out there supporting a great cause. And, strap into your seats because it's going to be a crazy weekend.
And to those in different time zones, like if you're in Europe and whatever, you're watching us and stuff, we know it's going to be late. So thanks for hanging in with us for as long as you can. It might even be the next morning by the time you can wake up and hang out with us in your morning.
There is no sleeping during the LVO stream. There is no sleep.
Coffee
and only gaming. Yeah.
That's right.
That's a fantastic mug. I'm using a giant stein full of water. Cheers.
I think so. We just got a bunch of updates from our games. Which one do you want to jump into and get some content from? Dude, thank you so much, Scary. I appreciate you. I love you, and I love everything you do. Actually, so
love you too, guys.
We'll talk again real soon. We'll see you in the next game if we don't see you before then.
Sure, absolutely. Have a good one.
So I guess what do you think we should go up to? I see the Orcs and Grey Knights. Can we flip back over to them and see how that's
yeah, dude. Unfolding? There's a lot being typed up by the table boss. A lot to be updated on because I think they're coming towards the end of the game. So Meganobs did pick up the Purifiers at the top of the screen. I think I told you that. At the bottom of turn 4, the long charges by Aaron have forced Eric down to 5 in the primary, less than he expected. So this is getting tighter again. Eric has pushed out the last strike squad characters and the Rhino from the top right to support the Crow in the top of the screen.
Listen to what you just said. Like, to support Crow.
To support.
So Crow's still alive after this bloody game.
Anymore.
Hilarious.
Yeah, and then 2, you're investing resources into
I know. Russell,
Leave
like
the,
good old
leave this
Castellan
chat
Crow
thing.
fighting around the world. Love it. Love it so much. And so bottom of turn 4, Eric has done what I just said. Astral aim once again on the Paladins, and Sanctuary went off on the Chaplain at the top right. Aaron has definitely made a game of this. Only 1 point differential in the scores. Smites pick up a couple of wounds on the remaining Dragster. Eric needs the Paladins to once again go ham and clear out the chaff of some of these objectives Aaron holding on the left-hand side. Paladins kill 4 Meganobs on the far left side of the screen. Only
In shooting?
1 and 3 Stormboys remaining, and they kill the remaining Meganobs at the bottom of the screen. So, man, those... No, in shooting, yeah. The strikes and characters charge into the remaining Dragster and kill it. Paladins charge into the remaining models at the bottom of the screen. Eric has unleashed the beast, in Mr. Falcon's words, and Tal Paladins are about to go smashy, smashy. The Purifiers and Crow put a couple of wounds on the Warbus at the top of the screen. He has the Warbus with a Rhino finish the tri-point. So they've tri-pointed a Warboss with a Rhino, Castellan Crow, and some strikes. Between Sanctuary and the 4+ invuln strat for the Purifiers and the staves, the Purifiers have a 2+ invuln save, so they can try... Yeah, they got a 2+ invuln save, so they can tie up the Warboss for the rest of the game, because we're about to go into the top of turn 5.
So the Warboss kills the Rhino. The Rhino blows up, and then mortal wounds out the Purifiers.
Yeah, look, it's possible. We've just had the primary for Aaron come up. So we got 10 points on these last turns. So we got 5, 5, 10, 10 for a total of 30 on his primary. Eric is already sitting on 20, and in all likelihood, he's going to get at least onto 30. But he's not going to get to 45, which is what he thought he was going to do. So Aaron's made some great moves there.
We play a game where the improbable happens somewhat frequently.
Yes.
So that's why we roll the dice. Now, look, I'm not wishing this miracle play, but it sure would be fun to watch. That's actually something that's happened in a game, in a team environment. I was playing in a team environment, and someone else on the team came up and said, how does one cast over the Power Fist kill 30 Kroot? And it's like, blow up the thing next to it.
Yeah, it's true. But what he's trying to do, he's trying to stop that Meganob, that Warboss from charging onto the top right objective and clearing off what I assume is just like a squishy character or a Librarian or a single lone Purifier or Strike left, and then denying Eric the ability to get a bunch of primary points. And so as long as it keeps him locked up for this combat, his game is over, because we're about to go into the top of turn 4.
Conceivably, I mean, they could beat down the Warboss. It's like all they have to do is just take some wounds off of him, and he doesn't have a great save.
Well, he's toughness 6 with a bunch of wounds, but he's not that hard to kill. Like, he doesn't have a great... He's got a 4+ invulnerable save for being the biggest boss, but that's still very killable for a bunch of strength 6 -1 D3 damage attacks from the Purifiers. On top of that, if he's stuck in combat with the Purifiers come the next cycle phase, they're going to D6 smite him, because they got a D6 smite within 3 inches.
Yeah,
so
I think that's actually the case. So keeping him...
Yeah, real spicy, and a great game
keeping
by
him
both
minimized, as far as like where he can go and what he can do, and utilizing those warding staves. And the warding is strength +2, so a strength 6. So even if he is toughness 6, they're wounding him on 4s with an okay amount of attacks and D3 damage. So with a smite, with a couple of swings, I mean, it's heck. Somebody opening the door, hitting him with the door of a Rhino. It could happen.
Exactly. It's possible he kills him. But I think it doesn't matter. Killing him would be opportunistic. It doesn't really matter. What's important is that we've had a 5-turn game that has been like literally 5 points between each player at any time. For the middle 3 turns of this game, it's been 1 point up, 1 point down for each opponent, and I think that is just a magnificent showcase of both Australian gaming and the caliber of people we've been able to bring together for the Melvin Open.
Yeah, man, I got to give it to the folks here, is that they've played a great tournament level game back and forth. What was a tactical and strategic game, and then we get to talk about Crow fighting somebody and doing something. I mean, like
fighting around the world.
Yeah, and done in time. Like we're completing these games within a tournament bracket of time.
Yeah, time set, because I think we've got half an hour, 35 minutes left in this, and these guys are about to go into the bottom of turn 5. So this is perfectly on point. These guys are playing as if it was a tournament, same pressure, same level, same quality, and can't sing enough praises about both of these gentlemen. They're doing a magnificent job.
So look at this 24-hour live Warhammer all weekend on the internet. What a world we live in. Great job raising money for charity as well. Yeah, thank you very
Yes to
much.
you, Sons of the Rock. Kudos to you, my man. Thank you very much for joining.
And Mr. Froston, thank you very much for hanging in. He's been doing a lot of Instagram paint work and stuff. Oh man, just beautiful painter. Look at all the hobbyists and the tournament people showing up for this.
We're just pulling in all the big dogs. Everybody, anybody is welcome in this chat, in this stream. And thank you so much for joining us. Please, by all means, go over to LasVegasNopen.net. Donate if you can. Buy some raffle tickets to get on the Gleam and get involved. There's some incredible prizes.
So yeah,
apologies. The raffle tickets do not cost money. Val's just been like, Adam, get it together. You're sinking the ship. They're sinking the ship. So the raffle is all done by Gleam, which is being run by Frontline Gaming predominantly and us. And of course, by engaging with the Gleam, you get points, AG entries into the raffle. You can do that by liking and sharing, subscribing to the content creators who've been lovely enough to be involved with this production. A couple of the prizes up for grabs. The first being the Keystone Prize, the flagship prize, the one everyone wants to win. A $1,000 shopping spree through Frontline Gaming. Just $1,000. Just buy whatever you want to the tune of $1,000.
How freaking cool is that? Hey, look, if you're a Dark Angel fan, get a whole new Dark Angel army.
Death Guard as well, man. Drakari is about to come out in a month or two. Start a new army. What a better way to slingshot into a new faction.
We were just talking about how awesome 30 Death Guard Terminators are. That shopping spree will go a long way.
We have a Silent King to give away, for our big keynote stuff, we also have a full Drakari battle force, and hopefully, because right now, in the current book, the units in this Drakari battle force are nothing to get too excited about, but I can tell you right now, some of the stuff in there is going to be really, really, really good and really strong come this new book. We've also got a combat patrol of Death Guard as well, which is kind of brand new on the scene. Sorry, Paul, you go.
No, go ahead. You're listing what's in there, so go for it.
Rounding it out, we have some amazing Forge World Prime. Constantine Valdor, Forge World Constantine Valdor, incredible model. And Sanguinius, the Primarch himself, is up for grabs. On top of that, the Triumph of St. Catherine, the Gazkul Thraka, and Abaddon, all in the bundles, all up for grabs. Lots to be won.
Glorious. Head Rush said you can get $1,000 for Sanguinary Guard. And look, you don't need to do that because everyone already owns 30 Sanguinary Guard.
I love it.
But you can get Sanguinary Guard for somebody else out there who doesn't have it yet.
Oh, check it out. Floating Skull here. Also, redonating. This is paying it for. Well, I can't use my hands. Paying it forward from Charity Hammer a week ago. Yours truly was gracious enough to win the Orc Loots box, which includes some of the things you're seeing on screen today: Mega Knobs, big mech guns. We got 5 Flash Gits, Pain Boy, a bunch of bikes. Don't worry about it, and 2 Deca Jets. So that's also up for grabs, y'all.
Yes, and I can imagine some things may be added over time. But anyway, get in on that. Get in the Gleam. Check out the charity, and in this block of time in charity, we've already gotten raised like $500 extra from the time before. And then somebody pointed out, we're not 24 hours of streaming. I was going to say something like it's going to feel like it, but no, I don't know if that's good or bad. But we are going to be streaming. We're going to be streaming a lot this weekend, and come join us for as long as you can. I'm not kidding. If you're hobbying during this time, I want to see your hobby. I want to know what you're working on. We're going to encourage you along that way while you're doing it, and let us know when we get wrong calls. Let us know if you predict a different maneuver than we've got. We want to hear about it because the chat is active. We feed off this what's going on out there.
Absolutely. Let's get a transition back to the Blood Angels game. We're going to come back to this one in about 5 to 10 minutes when we're seeing the scores come in for the end of Aaron's turn 5 and the start of turn 6 for Mr. Lothuris. Sorry, start of turn 5, bottom of turn 5 for Mr. Lothuris.
So yes, we are hashtagging this hashtag LVNO. That's what I've been doing on Twitter and Instagram. So if there's one way to tag and that kind of stuff, or just hit me up on Twitter at Warmaster_TPM or Fights with Dice on Instagram.
And I'd like to point out there are a lot. It looks like these guys have traded places, so to speak. There is a bunch of Sangard in Adrian's deployment zone. Not many Harlequins.
I told you, you have to, he has to commit everything forward. It has to keep coming that way. It really cannot go backwards. And so if you get something over there on the other side, that's a big deal. I mean, the Harlequins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the Harlequins look like they may have broken out. There wasn't with Brian's maneuvering and his positioning, and the fact that he did not get to move it, pile in, and consolidate towards a lot of things due to where those bikes were when they interrupted. Actually, no, sorry, he would have still got a 6-inch pile in to consolidate the 3-inch towards the closest. Maybe he did get some taps off there. He obviously didn't get any wraps off there. It's Harlequins, not that it would have mattered, but. Looks like the Harlequins have broken out. Looks like they're running away. They're bailing behind. This is what this will fight Harlequins. It is
They're doing
fighting
Harlequin
water.
things right now.
Yeah, dude, it is like fighting Bruce Lee. It is fighting water, and be like water, my friend. They are jumping around. They are liquid and always flowing around you. I would love to see a top-down shot when we can, but a quick roundup of the scores. The Blood Angels currently in the lead by 5 points, which I think is all from secondaries, because I think they've been pretty much tying on the primary as far as I can tell. But mind you, the Harlequins might have had a pretty dodge turn, considering at the start of their turn, they would have been on very little, considering the bottom right-hand objective. That got a full, Sangard that most likely have OBSEC, went onto there and cleared everything off.
Some limited resources, of course. We saw some pretty deep cuts into the Harlequin force. So the fact the score is this tight, I mean, that's a great sign. Means he's still got stuff on the table, still doing things. We just saw him roll a bucket of dice, so obviously, he's got tools still at his disposal. And look, some models getting removed. That was that assault intercessor squad. But as you saw, you have to kill him. That thing ran over there and murdered how many clowns?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just an update from the table boss, our wonderful table boss Dustin. So the things we didn't see while we were chatting with Skari, the Starweaver gets finished off on the bottom right objective, of course, by the Sangard. Dante only kills 2 troop and takes a wound in return. The Death Jester then dies to the 3-man Sanguinary Guard that was on the bottom left, and then he touches a Shadow Seer with another Sangard unit. Assault Intercessors fight twice. They fought into the bikes and killed like 3 of them, and then they fought twice to try and finish off the Starweaver, but they don't kill it, unfortunately. A Shadow Seer didn't fall back, so he could double move the big troop squad to get them out of dodge. So he stayed in combat, and that Shadow Seer will be pretty much dead at the end of this turn, unless he does fight with it first and then bounces it out of combat for 2 CP. 3 fusion shots hit and wound a 3-man Sangard, but Brian makes 2 6-up saves to save the squad. When some freak show armor saves coming out here. I love it. He did not prismatic blur anything, so there's no 3 of invulnerable saves. In Adrian's fight phase, the troops are going into the assault intercessors on the left-hand side, and Brian has interrupted to fight on his middle objective. So yeah, it's all going down, guys.
Chad, thanks for helping out answering some of these questions. People are like, are the lists posted anywhere? Yes, we actually have the list posted on the website. You can see everybody's list that they're playing with. You can see the bracket and how they move forward. The lists are going to move forward through the rounds here in this tournament. And these are nail biters. I mean, again, I have a preference for how this one comes out, but it still comes down to the play of these gentlemen, and they're proving that they're top-notch competitors.
Absolutely right. We do have another game by Tabletop Titans coming up. It'll be on our day 3 with who knows what lists. One of these, these lists will be passed on. They'll go through players. But our second game for today, and our last game of today, is another game by my boys, the Art of War and Under Crew. That one's going to be Eric Lathuris paying whatever list wins from this game against never mind. That's tomorrow's game. Next one is going to be Liam Hackett playing his 60 Possessed into Aaron Green playing 120 Goth Scarboys with Gazkul. It's going to be spicy. It is going to be spicy, and it's probably going to be over in 2 turns in all likelihood.
Well, look, I love that type of bloody game. Like, I mean, there is something to be said about 2 forces that are they all both have one goal and one way to do it.
Smash.
Yeah. Colliding. I mean, there is something about that's.
Oh man, I love that Bellhead. We might need to jump back to the Grey Knights game. I think they're tallying up these scores at the bottom of turn 5. We're going to see the conclusion of that game. I don't think there's much. I think they're just going to tally up the scores and maybe play a shooting phase, because I think that it's a foregone conclusion. As this is single elimination knockout, there only can be one victorious one victorious in the entire event, one victorious player essentially. And so when you get to the bottom of turn 5, these players have obviously just decided where they racked up the points. I think they've already just played a quick bottom of turn 5. It's obvious Eric has moved quite a few models, but yeah, they're in pack up mode. Just a quick round out of those scores, Mr. Aaron Green playing the Orcs played a stellar game. 5, 5, 10, 10 for his primary, ending on 30 points, 10 for deploy scramblers, 8 for engagement on fronts, and this one is what burst his bubble. He's only got 4 points for aboard the Witch. Of all the things he killed and all the things he did and the maneuvers he made, he only killed 2 squads of Grey Knights in the entire
That's got to
game.
be some clever play on behalf of the Grey Knight player here.
Yes.
Defending things, not exposing himself to hemorrhaging those points, which could have been a real possibility.
Exactly right. And I'm of the opinion that if you're ever playing somebody like somebody of the caliber of Eric Luthorus, or like those guys who you know are absolute top table players, try not to give them any opportunity to deny you points, e.g. assassinate, kill Moors, etc., etc. His opponent, Eric Luthorus, playing the Grey Knights, 5, 10, 5, 15 for a total of 35 on his primary. Turned out to be very telling at having the bottom of turn with an army that is as janky and has things like gate and repositioning and double moving things like Edict Imperator from Grey Knights allows you to reach out and jump on a bunch of objectives. Looks like he has. He's got 15 on the bottom of turn 5. 15 for grind them down. Every single turn of the game, Eric scored 3 points. That's impressive. 9 for raise the banners and 12 for assassinate.
God, again, if you had asked me at the very beginning what's moving forward, and I didn't know because I actually, I know how good of a player Eric is. Like I've seen the results, and so that has a factor in it. But just looking at the without those facts, without those extra ethereal facts, whatever, I would have put it on the Orcs, and I'm pleasantly surprised.
Marcos Castellanos. You will see another Orc game up in an hour from now. After we have our break, we'll have an Orc game that will look like it's undeniable Orcs. 120 boys, plus Gazkul and some bits and pieces are going to be rushing across the table to connect with 60 Wordbearer possessed with all the support characters. That game is going to be hellacious. A hellscape. Literally what Australia is in the depths of summer, e.g. right now.
Oh, Headrush, thanks for mentioning the bird. She said he's rocking that hoodie right now, and he loves it.
Beautiful. Wonderful to see. Pablo Martinez of Frontline Gaming put up saying that he just got his stuff as well, the Rhino. We can transition from this game. The final scoreline there, 62 to Aaron Green, 81 to Eric Luthorus. So a decent win at the end there, being that 15-point swing as the most telling part. Pablo's, chuck him in. Why not? All right, look, we've got Troop. This is what I thought was going to happen. We've got Troop on Brian's home objectives and Skyweavers on the top left-hand corner. We have just seen a complete change of board state by these two players. They have exchanged positions, guys, and we're going to start turn 1 all over again.
When you literally see red. I said, but you can't. Honestly, though, you find yourself in this position a lot when you're playing this type of army. You cannot start peeling apart your forces, or you just can't accomplish what your original goal was. And that's when you have to look at yourself and really objectively determine, is it time to change plans? And I don't know that it ever has been.
Yeah, agreed. And it's something that a single mode armies find difficult as well. Like an army like Blood Angels that just moves and smashes. They can't sit back. Like in this position, you could technically do what the Drukhari were going to do. Sorry, the Harlequins were going to do to you. E.g., you take 3 objectives. They have 3 objectives. Your stuff survives a lot better than them, and they need to expose themselves every turn to get on this top right one. And all you do is every turn you put a unit over there of Sangard or whatnot to tie that down, drown it in bodies, and kill anything that's on it. And I think that could be a very winning strategy for him.
You can't stop the Harlequins from moving. I mean, you just can't. You cannot. You have to. The only way to stop them from moving is to remove them from the table. That's it. And so, like, you can't prevent them from being somewhere.
Yeah. But you can influence where they want to go, and I think that's a bit of a polarity that's happening right now in this game. Literally, they're playing Marco Polo. Brian's run across the board, has punched into the front layer of the Harlequins. The Harlequins have used shenanigans to disengage before taking a huge amount of damage, and then in their turn, they've moved, advanced, double moved with some things, and just blitzed and disengaged in their entirety, turned into smoke, so to speak.
See, they're in turn 3 still. That means that Wings of Fire is still an option. So I don't know what turn that they're in, or like bottom or top or whatever. But if the Blood Angels still have an ability to bring them down, bring their figures on somewhere else, you could potentially lure them away. And wherever they are, you come down 9 away, get your +1, hope for the best.
Looks like we're starting Brian's top of turn 4. We're just seeing the scores updated for both players. Currently sitting 26 to 32. So Brian was at the end of his turn was on 28, I believe.
28. Yep.
Yeah, so it looks like Brian is still ahead on the metrics. If nothing changes right now, it looks like Brian will be winning this game. But man, they've both still got so much of their armies left, so much more than I thought they'd have, that this game is far from over.
He's had the top of the turn, I guess. So now we're going into Blood Angels turn 4, to top of the 4. So then this is probably the where he could choose to maybe do something funky with his figures, but he's going to know the game state. He's going to know if that's even necessary. It may be possible where the points will just shake out because the Harlequins don't have enough things to threaten what's going on, where he doesn't need to get cute, or he might not have the CP. Just feels like he only has 2 CP left. That really limits what he can plan on doing reliably.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, this is going to be a game of inches, as it always is as it is a lot of the time between these two guys. The trading position, like I said, they know each other so well. They play literally like 3 to 5 games a week against each other.
This is what these armies will be. Yeah, this is what these armies will do. So with the Harlequins, as you know, once you get them in combat, if you give them the opportunity to break out, they will. And they don't even need. They just need to have people left after the swing. Then they could just boost somewhere else. It's like you engaging them is sometimes what they want to give them extra movement. And so again, that's what goes back to what I'm saying. You cannot prevent them from being different places. But like to your point, you've got to herd them into certain situations or give them what is not a clear choice for safety.
Yeah, exactly right. Man, I actually have no idea which way this is going to go. Bottom of turn is such a powerful tool for Harlequins that still have so many models left to have that I feel like we could just see a big swing on the score out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, so it looks like, I don't know if we're caught up with it, it's like the Shadow Seer almost survives some Sanguinary Guards reroll save, but fails. Ironically, rolled to get the CP back, rolled a 6, rolled a 1 on the save. So yeah, that's a stroke of really bad luck here. That once you start losing again too many pieces, it just makes it difficult to come back from a point deficit. Don't want to say it's impossible though.
Yeah, spot on, mate. You couldn't have said it better.
But this may be a situation where
top of turn 4 for Brian. I think we're going to see some big moves, possibly even some advances.
Yeah, you just want to be places. You want to lure them into a fight that you win because you have more bodies, kind of thing. So if you can get up and just basically be everywhere to where they can't contest without a combat, that's what you want to try to do. To your point from earlier.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. This Sangar looks like they're slinging up in the top right-hand corner. The other one going into the bottom left. So he's making a play for 4 objectives. He's making a play to hold and push the Harlequins off 4. And then what happens there is, because if they try and dive down into the middle, they can just get collapsed upon. So I think this is a good play by Brian. He is having to split up his resources considerably, though. So he can be isolated from this point. But we've seen how resilient these... Well, he just keeps rolling saves. He just keeps rolling saves like a freak.
Right.
Both of them
roll a bunch of saves. Yeah, there's nothing. You roll 6s. That's how you win a lot of games of Warhammer. We've had an ask. It's like, yeah, you can see the games actually at all the partners' actual channels. They're streaming to there as well. So if you don't already follow them and you like what you see, go over there and give them a follow. I mean, that's really suggested. Then come back and listen to us jibber jabber. But make sure you support these followers or the partners as well.
I am 100% of the opinion that if I was watching this as a viewer right now, I'd be double screening. I'd have one watching Tabletop Titans and I'd have one watching us. And then every now and then I'd mute one, listen to the other, mute that one, listen to this one, and just go back and forth. And I think that would be that paintbrush, bit of paint, some sweet Dark Angels models, perfect day.
Yep, this is setting up again for a weekend of hobby. So we are going to be about 13 hours a day. We have games after this. So if you can hang in there with us, we really want you to be there because we enjoy talking with you and hanging out and then seeing these. I mean, but we've seen some top quality Warhammer,
absolutely,
some high quality Warhams, slamming hams. I don't know what the right vernacular to use is, but this is some top notch play, and I'm happy we're here for it.
Oh, dude, I'm so stoked. We're really just getting started. Me me and Paul are still cold by comparison to where we're going to be by the end of this. We're just warming up. We're like big nuclear reactors. Takes us some time to get charged, to get
Like an
rolling,
avalanche.
Yeah, man. And when there are
you
some
were looking
stories,
for the phrase "steamed hams."
Steamed.
I believe you were looking
Hams.
for steamed hams.
This is our conscience. That's the voice of our
love you,
conscience
Val.
that comes in.
It is. He keeps us.
Oh,
He keeps us
look at
straight.
that point swing! Look at the
So
swing.
yeah, so that was a nothing turn by was that a nothing turn by Brian? He's not been able to do anything. Yeah, he hasn't been able to do anything in his turn 2 his turn 4 because of the neutral skew. So maybe Adrian's going to sit pretty and just play for the primary on the bottom of turn, sling himself up to the nice 45 and try and clinch this game. But man, this is saucy. This is getting real close. Or maybe they forgot to add the 10 in for scramblers, and maybe that's what they've just done there because that would make a lot of sense.
Just
Actually.
true up, of points. Yeah, could be. But I'm saying that's a nice little sprinkle in there.
Significant increase. That's really putting things in perspective. Man, we had one game that was 1 point in it up until the final turn, and now we've got a game that's 2 points in it in the second to last turn. Amazing.
I think they're measuring
quality.
out now, doing that table talk where they're talking about, you're gonna need that roll kind of thing to get over here. What's there kind of thing? Are you gonna kill enough to get yourself out of charge range kind of thing? That's another thing with those little, the Angelus bolt guns, or what I'm talking about. But if you're going to shoot into a unit that you plan on maybe charging, you might not want to do that because you could extend your charge range and turns what might be an average charge into an impossible charge.
Yeah, exactly right. No updates from the table boss as of yet because there's a lot going on in this game. Now, what's really interesting about the content we're streaming for you guys is that right now, is the weakest our content is going to be. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying our content is amazing, and it's only going to get better from here because we're going to have stories to attach to these lists. We're not going to have stories to tell you about players. We're going to have stories to tell you about lists as they move through hands, as they perform with different skill sets and different people from different places in the world. We're going to be able to say the Brian Pullen list being wielded by XYZ did this. Man, Brian would be proud. It's going to be awesome.
So Zeranos has asked, will any games have a Stampa? Unfortunately, they will not have a Stampa, but the Stampa is in our hearts. Yeah.
Pray for Stampa, guys. Pray. It's a good boy.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't think we've asked for it, but like, share, subscribe.
What did you say about Stampa?
Yeah, we knew it. There it is.
I said pray for Stampa.
The chat is actually asking for Stampa action.
Well, they know what's up.
We got some mighty fine people in the chat.
We do. Amazing. Okay, so right now the Oz boys are taking a break. They're going to have a lunch break, and then they're going to be back with our slobber knocker of a game 2, which will be queuing off in an hour and 20 minutes from now for the next round. These boys look like they've got about. Yes, me too. I'm looking forward to that as well. It's going to be an absolute slobber knocker. 2 heavyweights, just haymaker after haymaker. No holds barred, no prisoners. The exact opposite of this. No caginess, no holding back. It's impossible for these guys to play cagey because all they do is punch. These two gents, they're kind of flowing around each other. Well, Adrian is flowing around Brian.
No, they're doing what they do. I mean, this
swinging his claymore, and he's like, "Nah, bro, dodge, weave, parry."
If depending on how this turn shakes out and the points that Brian's able to get in this game, you'd like to think maybe he could put it out of reach, but I don't think it's happening. I think this is going to go to the end.
I agree as well. I'm not going to be able to predict this until the bottom of turn 5 starts and we see what Adrian's primary comes in as.
Yeah, we're losing a couple of exits,
but it remains to be seen.
You've got to peel away some bikes here to make it to where it's less likely that he can scoop in and do any type of real damage to you as the game starts to end up. So he can only score what is uncontested on the table, and that might be enough. But I don't know that he killed enough in that so far. I think he's forced into a situation. I have to sit here to get these points, and you're all the way over there. What do I do?
Yeah, exactly right, man. You said
Dante over there. I don't know if Dante's still alive, but I'm saying that if I was going to put faith in one individual, it would be the champion of humanity.
Yeah. Interesting to note that Brian is raising 2 banners in Adrian's deployment zone with characters. Literally, he's got like Dante and a Sang Priest or his
There you go.
Sang
That's
Ancient.
probably a better use to score little points with Dante instead
Yeah,
of him,
exactly right.
which is what he would also do.
Yeah, he would. He'd be like, "Go on, boys. I'm old. I'm rickety. I got bad knees. I'm just going to hold up this
That is
pole
not what
and
he
take
would
a rest."
say.
Exactly what he'd say. I'm a geriatric. I'm irrelevant. Go on, win the game.
He'd say, "You know what? My time is better. I need to plant this flag right here and also lean on it because I'm a little tired."
Someone in chat is saying, no pray for Stomper, just believe. Yeah, I think so. I'd like to see someone make a meme of Val, like holding up a Stomper on the front of the Titanic. Either that or Val on a magic carpet from Aladdin and have Val heads on Aladdin and instead of Jasmine, have it be a Stomper.
It's where Stampa. The Stampa is Rose on the plank, and Val is Jack.
and the Stomper's like, don't let go, Val.
It's like I must for you.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
we're causing some tension on in the booth here.
Yeah, Val wants to intercede into our silly
So he can't
riffing on him,
figure out what
but
the buttons are.
yeah.
I got something to say.
We're just gonna go.
So
Me and Paul are just gonna go too fast, leaving me in our dust. We can just reel this stuff off, but forever, never, 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 never.
They're jumping up. Still, but they've got to maintain this radius of the objective. I think that's gonna. I mean, with the banners raised, it's going to give a lot of points, and that may put it out of range. I mean, that may do it. But I think that there's going to be some pickings to be had here on the bottom of bottom of turn 4. Like the game, there's two. The Harlequins have 2. Adrian has 2 additional action phases to do things, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Now, what's really cool here is that I'm starting to see it on the bottom left of what I think is what Brian wants to do. He wants to body block every portion of the objective, and so that there's no Harlequin model that can come within an inch of the objective, as in touch the objective, and not be within combat of the Sangard, because that's the issue. Yeah, if any old one of them can touch that, if they don't have rights of war, if they don't have the banner boy over there, they're not going to be obviously they're not going to hold it over.
I'm going to blow your mind. Blow your mind here.
Yeah.
Sanguinary Guard get the unbridled ardor, so they could heroically intervene if you even get close to them.
Oh, they got the heroic intervention. So man, you don't even need to do that much. Yeah,
it's
you're
like
right.
it's like a hot. It's fire. You can't get anywhere close to them to try to contest if you don't plan on engaging them. So if you don't have enough to actually fight them, you don't want to get over there. Now look, they can be other places. Like those Harlequins can get basically all the way across the table. So he is definitely locking up those objectives, and I think he's making it to where you just don't even come anywhere near him.
Agreed. There's other objectives to fight over. They're harder to get to. Like this is what Brian's done cleverly. He's taken the 2 objectives that are closer to Adrian, and he's got banners on the other ones. For Adrian to get over to the other ones, he actually needs to get a Twilight Pathway. So he needs to get a double move for him to drop into the bottom right hand, or bottom middle. And to do that right now would be whatever you put down there is going to get numbed. It's going to get eaten up by either Dante, a couple of characters, or a Sangard bomb. So So most likely we'll see that happen turn 5. But yeah, it's quite good play by Brian. He's playing this very well. Adrian's playing this very well as well. Adrian could very well be off the table right now. He could be wiped if he wasn't willing to just smash out those CP turn after turn, keeping his stuff alive, keeping it moving, keeping it dynamic.
On the prize, unbridled ardor is 1 CP. So really, what I was thinking, if it was 2 CP, then he could maybe trick him into using 1, so he wouldn't have the CP to do it. But that is possible because his only 1 CP, and so it's basically locked up some threat range. Now, look, I'm willing to bet Adrian knows that, so he's not going to go anywhere near that situation. But that's one of those gotcha things.
Yeah, just a quick update from our table boss. Shooting killed a bike on the back and middle objective, and 1 on the top left. Brought the bottom left Starweaver down to 1 wound remaining. He's made a charge on the bottom left into a big troop squad, as well as the Starweaver and a troop master. He's placed 1 Sangard out of range, so the boat won't be able to fight, but it means he doesn't have to fight the Starweaver at all. So some interesting bits of interplay and maneuvering happening on the table as well. Looks like we have some fightbacks, or is this saves? If he's picking up 4s, looks like that is saves. He has lost 7 of his troop to those Sangard. Man, they are fearsome.
Mr. McGribb says that he thinks Dante charged into the top middle objective to try to solo some bikes. Says
Yeah,
there's
that
no
makes sense.
peaceful retirement for that gentleman.
Yeah, that makes sense. If of the guys you've got, most likely it's the Sang Priest and the Sang Ancient that will put up banners. Dante is just too killy to waste putting up a banner if you don't need him to.
I'm glad we were on the same wavelength. I did say charge Dante right on there. I mean, he does have a 4+ vulnerable, so he has 2+ save in a bucket of wounds. So
He's got, 6 wounds. Yeah,
you can think of worse.
He's not easy to kill.
Yeah, you can think of worse things to do that with.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, Dante is 6 wounds.
Yeah, 6 wounds. Chapter Masters usually get to 6. And he's -1 to hit from shooting and combat, which is also quite a nice boon.
Yeah,
he like 5.
He can do it, right? He also has the Inferno pistol to pick one off, maybe, with the D6, and his axe does 2 damage apiece. So he's kind of the perfect choppy thing to send into multi-wound models that are also deadly.
Yeah. How many attacks do you get on the charge? So I think he's got 7.
7. Yeah, 7. Well, depending on what phase they're in. So they're in the assault doctrine. So 8 attacks, maybe.
Yeah, I thought has he got 5 base or 6 base?
6
base. Because he's got 1 for shock assault, 1 for 1. Yeah, so 8. He's got 8 attacks.
Yeah.
Hitting on 2s, probably winning on 2s against everything on this table. Significant, except for a Starweaver, of course, maybe win dice.
Yeah, plus 3 strength, which is not necessarily relevant against these guys because the blade ability with +1 to wound. But the extra attacks at this late in the game is very relevant when you're trying to chop things down. I mean, the Axe Mortalis is damage 2, incredibly relevant in this situation. So I don't know if that happened. I mean, we got that from the chat. I don't know if we've seen the evidence of Dante doing that, but that is I think that on the numbers say it stacks up pretty well if he makes it into combat.
Yeah. So on the bottom left, only 1 troop survived the combat against the Sangard, and after the attacks and morale. So he failed 2 on the morale. So obviously 1 failed. One legged it when he failed the morale, and another one obviously died on the attrition. So yeah, only 1 troop left in the bottom left-hand corner. If they are not offsec though on that left, that means that troop holds it, and we're going to see a possible 10 or 15 point turn for Brian going to the bottom of turn 4. Let's see where they go. So the end of turn scoring by Brian looks like he's gone up to 40. So there's another couple of points jumped there, probably for banners and engage. Well, of course, he may not have fallen back, but that's end of battle round stuff for Oath of Moment. He should be pretty close to maxing Oath of Moment, not having fallen back for what I think is 5 turns. He's killed a couple of characters and a couple of vehicles, and he did govern the middle of the board for at least 1 or 2 turns, actually. But he hasn't had anything there this turn. I'm not sure he had anything there last turn, so maybe he's only got 2 or 3 points of that.
Is it consecutive turns has to be there, or something like that? Because we dipped in between games, so we might have missed something.
It's the end of battle round. If you have a unit within 6 or wholly within 6 of the middle of the table at the end of the battle round, you get 2 points. Easy as that.
Awesome. Yeah,
doesn't need to can't deny it. Your opponent can't turn it off. Just exists
those objective markers. Get some of this swag right now, because again, this is all be something that we look back on and be like, you know what, we were there. We got it. We shared this moment together, and then we'll be sharing those moments actually together, physically together in the future when it's safe to do so.
I was there when the LV Nopen happened. Yeah, you got to complete your collections, guys. There's no you would hate to have not have a 2020 shirt in your collection when you show your mates. Just be like, here's the dead year. There's no need to have a dead year. We're gonna patch the hole for you.
Anybody who's drinking coffee with me this late, cheers to you. If you're drinking anything else,
mate, I'm on rocket fuel. I'm on rocket fuel. It's about to go 1 p.m. where I am.
Yeah, you started super early, comparatively.
Yeah, up at 3:30 this morning to get this bad boy started, and I would get up whatever time lets me spend time and be part of an amazing production with people I love, doing something that I love also. Yeah, would move any bolder. Okay.
Oh, we're in this.
Please, anybody who was Sorry, go Paul.
No, so this is a pivotal turn. I mean, like the scores are tight enough to where I think they're, and also there's time enough for them to really consider what is the best way. How do I make my points? And this is a point in the game when you have limited resources. You really want to say, okay, my turn's going to go quick. So let me take just a couple of minutes to think about what the right thing to do is. Like during a tournament in a tournament game, you want to have equitable time with your opponent, or at least it's like, or be considerate of the time of your opponent and that kind of stuff. But when you're down to a game that's this close and you have a fewer models to do it, it's perfectly okay to sit down and or maybe not sit down, but at least analyze your options to figure out what's the best way to get you your points. Ask your opponent a question like, if I did this, do you have something that counters, like a stratagem that counters that? Now I'm going to say your opponent's it's not their responsibility to tell you all their tricks, but ask specific questions,
Yeah, and troubleshoot your turn. This really is a case of you and your opponent working together to make sure you get to 5 turns. Not working together to one to win, one to lose, but working together to ensure you have a enjoyable experience. Like there is an absolute player contract. We've just seen a unit leapfrog that unit of Sangard into the backfield. Wonder if he knows about that intervention. It's a 6-inch. Can they do a 6-inch heroic intervention?
Yes, 6 inch.
Yeah, so maybe he's not aware of.
Well, I tell you what. Let me check on that just to absolutely make sure. Since the actual stratagem has changed since the codex has come out, so let me absolutely confirm that what the deal is. Yeah, within 6 inches horizontally or 5 inches vertically of any enemy unit.
Yeah. Yep. So he just is it, how many CP is it?
1.
Well, maybe Brian doesn't have any CP. Can we get a confirmation on the CP count? That would be great. Because if Brian has no CP, then that's not a thing. It's not a thing you even need to worry about. You can just jump over there with impunity, take that objective off Brian.
It looks like he has 2 CP. So yeah. Well, I mean,
yes, it does. 2 CP.
But again, what did he say? Like, don't go over there unless you plan to engage. So he could just be planning to engage. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly right, dude. And there is still a lot to play for here. I mean, one of these lists is going to progress. We already know that the Grey Knights have progressed of our first games. And so the Grey Knights will go on to be played by probably Eric again into tomorrow's second game. So round 2 is tomorrow, and there's another 2 games, same setup as today, and that will be Eric Lethurus piling his Grey Knights against whoever wins out of the Possessed and the Goth Boy Horde. So that either way, that's going to be a very spicy game.
Danger Lowski, thanks for hanging in there with us. He says drinking some coffee. He's been up since 3:30 in the morning. EST. That's a long time ago. So yeah, thanks a lot for hanging in there with us for this long. And cheers to you.
Disflux, yes, you were. But the thing is, though, that's every day, and everyone's always there. Free man MVP has asked for a hard dice down. Are these guys over time? We just get a quick check. And how much leeway do you guys?
I think, what did we say? Go into.
Well, this is the top of turn 5. Oh, so no, actually, this is the bottom of turn 4. So still, no one told the Titans. Someone just commented in.
So the next round I think is at 10 p.m. So we got time.
Yeah, they got an hour. We got an hour break. But yeah, these guys only have one more turn to play. So by all means.
But that's actually, I mean, that's a very, like, I know it's probably said sarcastically or whatever, but we are talking about like tournament etiquette and things like that. Yeah. And so you have to be considerate of time and watching the clock. Like if this were a tournament that had a hard stop at a certain thing and that was the law of the land there, you would have to respect it.
Yeah, but we are here not just to play games and raise money for charity. We're here to create a spectacle for you guys. And if we do have the time and the viability, and that as long as Val and Peter don't make an executive decision to stop this game, we will call it for as long as it's on, guys. And it's not up to me or Peter. Sorry.
I think it was more sarcasm than anything. But look, it's one of those to where like I'm vested in the outcome of this game, and I want it to go to its full fruition anyway. So there's that.
Me too. I would like to note that it does not look like Adrian got any primary in his turn. Which I find hard to believe. I thought he was holding the back left at a minimum, but I suppose is this a hold? This must be a hold 2. A hold 2 for 5, hold 3 for and then hold more. He's sitting
table boss.
Oh, dude, yeah, real amount.
Where did we leave off? So
So one troop survived at the bottom, and that was where we left off.
Yeah, only one troop survived at the bottom left after the attacks. So yeah, we confirmed that Brian has 2 CP. Bottom middle character killed by fusion. So I mean, look at that pop
Nice.
shot going for it. Brian is already getting 15 for primary, deciding if he wants to intervene with the one squad to free them up next turn.
Interesting.
Yeah, probably. I mean, look,
That
but I
would
like, hey, his list is ABC. It's not always be heroically intervening.
heroic intervention.
So,
Well, mate, so what that tells me is if Brian is already getting 15 points for his primary, I think this game is cooked. I think this is out of Adrian's reach, unless there is a bunch of Harlequins on this table that I cannot see under things like overhangs. What I see
they're
is he
hiding
has
under the
one
objectives.
Star Weaver. Yeah, one Star Weaver, a couple of missed characters, and 2 units of diminished bikes, 1 unit of 3, 1 unit of 2. I can't see any other Harlequins on this table. There could be a couple of characters that we can't see that are blending in, of course, but it is not looking great for the Harlequins. Looks like we're going into Blood Angels turn 5, and I do not mind calling this game from this position. It looks like it's going to be a very quick one. We're going to see 15 locked in for the Blood Angels, and this game probably being put out of Adrian's reach.
Okay, think of this. We talked for a little bit about the unbridled ardor stratagem. Like that is just such a brutal thing. It used to be, any Blood Angel unit, and it's now only Sanguinary Guard. And I think that it's still very powerful in that. I mean, again, because you are taking those units anyway, but it can be just a real dagger in the heart of your opponent when that happens.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, absolutely agree. Confirmed in the chat. It is hole 2, hole 3. Completely forget. Like I'm losing track of the requirements. He got 0 on the primary, and Brian just got a 15 going into his turn. Yikes, Adrian! I think we're seeing the first loss from these Harlequins on stream, who are currently undefeated in I think 5 or 6 games. So yeah, this is a pretty big thing. I think they were talking about this though. They were talking about how the Blood Angels match up really well against the Harleys.
Oh no, yeah, it absolutely does. But so this is one of those that you kind of you wished it wasn't the round 1 in a tournament. But look, at a tournament, somebody plays the guy that goes all the way. Sometimes you get matched up against your rival in your part. It's in a normal situation it could be random. But this was obviously not random because we in their bubble. But at the same time, this is indicative of how some games could go. You have just a slog, a game that could have been the final round happens for you. In round 1.
In round 1, exactly right. I feel like that happened to me at Masters. Yeah, the final round happened in game 1. I got unlucky. I lost. Nah, never mind. The guy.
I don't think you won any of those games.
I got beaten. I got beaten in round 1, man. No foul, no harm, no foul.
But hey, that happens
as well. They towed me up, lost by 2 points. Bang! That guy played amazingly.
That happens. Like it's like part of the experience of taking part in these things is the camaraderie and the fellowship, and then being with a group of like-minded folks. Like we all go there. We're competing, and we have a desire, an interest in the outcome. You may call that a desire to win. You may just have a desire to do your best. But sometimes you take that L in turn 1.
Yeah, sometimes you do. There's certainly so many tournaments where you can have a good run. I mean, do you guys have a concept called a bunny run over there?
We do not.
Yeah, that's when you play into like all your best matchups, like in an event.
Oh, I see.
You get the bunny run. You don't play any of your hard counters.
Sometimes you see that happening to someone one table over for you. Like I'm on this table and I'm sweating for my life.
You shake your fist at them, like
they're over there. Yeah. Playing living that bunny run life.
Apparently. Easy Street, living on Easy Street, and you're over there in the trenches. Looks like we're already into the bottom. So the top of turn 5, Brian is doing his movement. The top right-hand unit of Sangard sling onto the middle top objective. Even if Adrian gets a 15 on his primary, he doesn't catch.
That's not enough. Yeah.
No, he needs to score like another 7 or 8 points on top of that. I believe, because right now, what is he? He is 22 points down. So yeah, he needs to get, Brian is not getting any more points, and he's going to get points. He's going to get his end of game value.
Yeah, he's getting points
somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm of the opinion somewhere in the region of 3 to 4 extra points he's going to get at the end of the game.
Adrian is how it all went wrong over there. I think that's
Yeah, I think
the
it is.
international hand signs of
Mm,
But look, he played a great game. It's one of those to where
yeah,
this could have gone either way. I think there was just a few turns. I mean, like if your fusion, well, look when he rolls 2 6s on his saves, that's
I
two
know.
fully rep sanguinary guard that have 8
Yeah,
attacks, total in between them or whatever. Uh,
exactly right. And maybe the Fang Prince doesn't die if he doesn't spud his rolls so phenomenally, and
yep,
fail 5 out of 7 4-up invulnerable saves. Maybe he fails
yep.
4, CP's another one. Who knows what happens? So he
But
passes
this
4
was he
CP's
was
another
given
one,
the
etc.
international sign of when this happened, when that didn't happen right, that was a little harder, and when that didn't happen, it was a little harder, and then when that didn't
Yeah,
happen,
yeah, yeah.
a little harder.
Just
We've
add it
all
up,
been
man.
there.
And yeah, there was very hard to come back from that position. Brian now is closing the gate, well, I can't see how Adrian scores 25, 26 points in his next turn. There's
the
just no catching from you, I don't think.
the Gopher Mafia is saying somebody's complaining they went to the Nopen and all they did was play their own club mates.
That happens all the time, man.
No,
That happens all the
that's
time.
hilarious. No, this is these players are being good sports for us for sure, and we get these great. I mean, these are showcase games.
Absolutely, any one of these is a showcase game. Man, people subscribe to channels just to watch content of this caliber, of this level consistently. And yeah, it's definitely worth the time, worth the money. Please support them because they are being incredible in supporting us.
Oh, Dark Trooper Maximus Para, what's up? Thanks for jumping in the chat.
Yep. Man, I don't know if there's going to be much of a turn for Brian come his. So we could be seeing the last 3 or 4 minutes
Look, they're
of
playing it
this
out.
game.
Look,
It's like,
this especially when you have rivals and friends playing. Maybe they keep track of every point, and they got to know how this is going to get up at the end of the
yeah.
year.
So if you notice, there's still 2 Plasma Inceptors alive in the middle of the table. So those were hiding and getting Oath previously. And so he's just shot and he's popped that Star Weaver on the upper left-hand objective, and 5 Troopers just piling out as we speak. Looks like we've probably got some Angelus Bolt Guns investing whatever is on the upper middle objective for Adrian. Those Angelus Bolt Guns, coming in, doing their thing, shooting their bolter shots.
You cannot underestimate them. I mean, look, it's a neg 1 bolter. That's like 18-inch. I mean, it's not quite a bolter, 18-inch range, but it's a 30-inch threat range when you put it on the body of the Sanguinary Guard.
It's Assault, isn't it? Assault 2?
Yes, Assault 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually really good on Sangard. Yeah, really. Yeah. So you move in advance, shoot the bolter, hop from cover to cover, keep yourself with a 1+. Yeah, really, really, really good.
Yeah, and it's had different how do you balance this with points wise, and now it's actually. I mean, it's been one of those weird ones, and now they were like, you know what, just take it.
Agree. Yeah, just take it. It's just good now.
Yeah.
Hoi, man, Sangard are gonna mop up something, and then we'll see the bottom of turn 5, and that'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to break up enough of the bodies. So I mean, and I don't want to put it down to luck, all right? But we saw it. We bore witness to a couple of times where fusion pistols, by stats, by just the math, should have removed a couple of models, but they didn't.
Yep.
And if that happens just a couple of times during the game, then there's a 10-man Sanguinary Guard squad that still exists somewhere.
Exactly. There's a density of them, and they have this. This quantifiable threat that as soon as they're over a certain number of bodies, they can just kill anything in the game.
Yeah.
So as soon as because I know playing them, I think with my triple Redemptor Talon Master list that some people, even one guy said in the chat before, what I want to do, I don't want to wipe squads. I want to have if let's say they got 3 squads of 10 for instance, I want to kill 7 from each squad, and then not one of those squads can kill one of my Redemptors, for example.
Oh,
so all of a sudden.
Ironside 7 is crashing out from Scotland. I want to say thank you for hanging in with us. I know it's super late over there. Sorry, Adam, jump in, but I wanted to try to catch him while he was still here.
No, I appreciate that a lot. Ironside 78, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it.
So with this, so I know we've been talking a lot about the Sanguinary Guard, but they're just brutal. But the Harlequins did have every single tool needed to handle this. I think there was a few. I mean, of course, top-notch play from both competitors, but a little bit of luck goes a long way with the 2+ armor save.
Agreed. So up next, we are going to have the amazing Play on Tabletop lads playing their first game. I'm just going to quickly jump up and tell you what are in those lists. We have Mr. JT McDowell playing Pure Drakari. And JT is a sweetheart of mine. I love that man dearly. He's playing against Steve. Yeah, it's playing against Ultramarines, Mono Ultramarines by his mate Steven. So that's going to be a nice game for us. The other game is going to be, like I stated before, Mr. Aaron Green playing his team tournament championship Orcord, 120 Scarboys, Strength 5 Goth Scarboys with Gazgul, playing into literally the thing that Liam Hackett used to win the Australian Masters, one of the most prestigious events in Australia, and he came second at a 100-player major using this list just last weekend. 60 word bearer possessed, backed up with all the trimmings. So that matchup is one to watch, one to see for, guys. That is going to be an absolute cluster of goodness and punchiness and fightiness, and it's going to be exciting.
I don't want to deliver this next bit of news, but I feel like I have to for journalistic integrity. Dante whiffed into the bikes.
The delivery on that was phenomenal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that's just the line that the table boss sent in. Dante whiffed into the bikes. Mwah. Couldn't have said it better. He just couldn't pick his axe up. He's just like, man, this thing is heavy. I've been carrying it for 5 turns.
He threw him a bone,
away.
is what he did. He's like, you know what? I've seen this before. You live a long time. You're gonna have a hard time walking this one off. I'm just gonna let you. Just gonna dance it across the hull here.
Yeah,
and you can scoot away.
Using it as a cane. Come back here, scallywags.
No, he's like, you tell Eldrad that I'll see him later.
I'll see you later. When you get back to the Black Library. You tell him Dante spared you this day.
Yep. It's like, all right. Well, Taylor, I think this is basically all over, but the shooting match. If you want to see the tail end, maybe jump into their stream. Give them a follow if you don't already, man. This has been a great game, and I've really enjoyed watching it and calling. Like, Adam, I don't know about you, but this I need to look at you. I looked the wrong way, but but I had a great time here.
You are a magnificent man, Paul Murphy. Thank you very much for joining me on this escapades. And at that point, we're going to take a break, guys. We're going to rest our larynxes and our throats. We're going to let them rejuvenate because we need to go again in about 45 minutes. Please join us for that round. It's going to be a very exciting round. 2 incredible games for your viewing pleasure.
Remember, we're going to have to be we're reconnecting different streamers and stuff into this, and so it may take us a bit, but we are going to fire back up as close to 10 p.m. Eastern time as we absolutely possibly can. So this is your break time too. So go. Hey, remember to rinse out your paint water.
Yes, do not drink it.
I know you painted metallics. You got to rinse out your paint water before you start going to the non-metallics. Do that. Get a drink. Come back.
Paint water on the right-hand side. Tea on the left-hand side. Do not cross the streams, or you will drink your paint water and you'll have a bad time. But anyway, that is Adam's hot tip of the day. Let us break from this. We're gonna transition back onto whatever waiting screen, or just pull the plug on this one. Please go over to Tabletop Titans. Give them some love for this phenomenal game they put on for our viewing pleasure. Give them a like, give them a subscribe. The same for Art of War Down Under. You'll be able to see them again on the next game also. But dude, they very much thank you to Brian and Adrian putting on a amazing top table game. They played an incredible round for us, and all the love to them.
Five minutes ago, somebody kicked in $100 to the charity. Like, look, I'm just going to keep mentioning, like, if you can, remember we are doing this for a charity event. Check it out and be a part of it if you can. But otherwise, just hang out with us and chat. We love it.
Disembodied Head's here to say something.
Yes.
All right.
If someone could, it's not a charity, but if someone would be so kind as to toss those Titans a few bucks so that they plug our next series of games. It would really help us out because I think they got like 10 million people watching this game.
All right. Well, it's a great game. So, hey, listen, thanks everybody for joining us. We will be back very soon. See y'all guys in just a little bit.
See you in a bit.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for hanging in here with us. We know it's super late for some of y'all and just waking up for some of the rest of y'all. And we're global here, and it is a pleasure to be with you. My name is Paul Murphy.
My name's Adam Camilleri. How you doing, guys? This is the second third of round one. We've got one more game of round one, but this is like the halfway through round one game.
Those last games absolutely did not disappoint, and it was really amazing to watch some top-notch play with competitors that know their armies ins and out. And I'm really privileged to be able to get here and watch this and do some comments on it.
Yeah, this is an absolute pleasure in the last couple of rounds. Really top table games, both of them down to the wire until the last turn, and the last turn came with a bit of a crushing victory one way or another. Like, same thing happened with the exhibition game. Skari versus Dustin was pretty much in the balance till the last two turns. Exactly the same for Aaron / Liam versus Eric. They were very much in the balance in the last turn. Eric got a big slingshot win. And the same thing happened for Brian. Brian and Adrian back and forth. Top of turn 4, top of turn 5. Brian just gets this big extension lead.
Yeah, I didn't expect either one of those games to be blowouts, but I also did not expect the Grey Knight and the Orc game to be as close as it was. And so, if you have an opportunity after this is over to go back and rewatch some of that, rewatch some of the highlights, I mean, if you're struggling with either one of those armies, they put on a clinic, and you can probably pick something up from it.
Yeah. Absolutely right. We've got our challenger bracket right above us, and you can see in the first of the Art of War Down Under games over to your left, Eric the Thurus and his Grey Knights have progressed into the second round, as well as Brian Pullen and his Blood Angels. Who are they possibly playing against?
Oh, that's what we're going to determine here. Actually, I want a couple little anecdotes from the chat. So I was talking to a buddy in between our break here, and he's like, "Oh, I bet he actually sent me a message. He's like, I've been struggling with Eldaria." I'm like, "Oh, well, did you watch that last game? The Blood Angels beat the Harlequins." He's like, "That's awkward. I picked the Harlequins to go all the way," and I'm like, "Ha, bracket shattered."
Exactly right. Look, there's only 16 opportunities. There's only going to be one winner. There's going to be disappointments. There's going to be highs and lows and all the rest. So yeah, look, we got to do ours. We're going to lock ours in, mate. But we might be cheating a little bit if we do it now. So maybe we do it after the end of round one and we try and lock it in as we think is what's going to happen thereafter. But we have two awesome games for you now. One of them, another one close to my heart from my boys in Australia out of Brisbane. Another two of the Art of War Down Under guys. Of course, sorry, apologies. One being Aaron Green, the other one being Liam Hackett from the Normal Blokes. If you do watch the Normal Blokes podcast, tune into them. Amazing work they do. Very, very wonderful community men. But the first of those lists is Aaron Green's Goth Mob. It starts off with a big mech in mega armor. He has a custom force field. He has the cleverest boss, and he has a warlord trait that's called Follow Me and a relic, the Killer Claw. So he is a mini war boss. He's still flat 3 damage in combat, very killy still. Then he has a Gazgul Damn Thracker. He's playing Gaz, guys. Spicy. And then lastly, he rounds it out with a weird boy who is a warphead. He has the jump and bull charge. For those of you who don't know what bull charge is, that's the goth specific psyche power, which means you automatically make a 7-inch charge. You just cast them on it and don't need to roll a dice. It's automatically going to be a 7. But what do you think about those two choices, Paul?
I love it. So Gaz is one of the first things we saw that limits the amount of damage you can take over the. You have to spread it
Mm.
out over certain turns. That gives him an advantage because not every army can compete in every phase. And so if you're playing against someone who just can't do damage in the psychic phase, they're not killing Gaz in one turn. You know, I mean, he is such a critical pin of the army. You know, he's got a bunch of wounds, so he doesn't benefit from that character protection, that lookout sir protection. But he's got this other special thing which could be so hard to deal with for certain armies.
Mm. I'm a real big fan of him in this list, and he's going to be key in this matchup when we get into what his opponent's taking. For his troop slots, he has 3 units of 30 boys and 1 unit of 29 boys. All boys have a boss knob. 3 of them have a boss knob with a kill saw. The 30 boys squads. I have 3 tank buster bombs, and they are upgraded to be Scar boys. These are strength 5 boys. He has paid a CP for each squad for the privilege. And the 29 boys, of course, they have just a big chopper on the knob. Same tank buster bombs and a Scar boys again. Really,
they still-
so literally 119 boys.
Yeah, do they still get the armor save upgrade with this, or is it just the extra killy power?
Yeah, it's just a strength. Ard boys is what you're thinking that gives it. Scar boys just means they get the extra strength. But yeah, I've talked to Aaron about this choice a couple of times, and it's pretty much because of the prevalence of things like Space Marines leveraging a lot more toughness 5, things like Demons, Beasts of Nurgle, things of this ilk, where people are just doubling down on toughness as one of the primary ways of getting durability in their armies. And so going to strength 5 on the Orc boys is just potency.
It changes that
really,
math.
really,
So we
really
talk
strong.
about, there's only so many pips and things on the die, but every time you change the pip, you are dramatically increasing or decreasing the chances of success depending on which direction that you go. And so that you're right, that extra strength I think is going to play well, especially when they're going up against the forces that they are.
Yeah, and just to encapsulate the rest of the list in one go, we have 3 units of 5 commandos with tank buster bombs. 1 unit of 5 meganobs with kill saws, a single pain boy with a power claw, and 2 units of 5 storm boys with double choppers. So that's 10 storm boys, 15 commandos, 5 meganobs, and a pain boy. So despite having 120 boys, essentially, he still has a lot of MSU, a lot of pinch hitting things that can do actions, can be harassing on the edges, nibbling away, doing frustration things. I think it's a very well balanced list for what it is on the table.
So in the chat, people said, "Are the FTN guys still doing this?" Yes. Well, we are, but if you listen to the show, you know that I'm a huge fan of meganobs, and I would look at this list, or I look at an orc list. I'm like, how many meganobs you got? And that's kind of like my thumbs up brings down whether or not like this list or like a list. But look at the amount of boys. Like this is what people think about when they think about an orc list. Like this is brutal. This is almost a direct import from almost any edition of the game. What we think about when we think about orcs. I love this list.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it as well. It has performed extremely well at a lot of different levels, at some single events. I think Aaron's hit some podiums or top 5s, and he's gone all the way at a bunch of teams events with this list. This is a really good teams event for orcs. Sorry, teams list for orcs. All you do is just dodge the crazy anti-horde lists, and there aren't a hell of a lot of them out there. But the ones that are out there, you just dodge those in the pairings process, and this thing gets a clean run. I've seen this pick up and defeat top table Demons armies, top table AdMech armies, top table all sorts, top table Space Marines. This thing actually just does a phenomenal amount of work.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out, especially against what we're going to talk about next. And people are asking, will you see the orcs versus the chaos here? Yes, you will. You will also see, we're going to flip back and forth between the games that are being played, but you can also see those games in their entirety on our stream partners and go into their channels themselves. So I suggest, I really encourage you to do both. Do all that. Check out these things and follow them if you don't already.
Get 2 screens up, getting one up on your phone, one up on a tablet, one up on your computer. And if you watch the Art of War stream, Art of War Down stream. They haven't got any commentary, so feel free to, if you want to watch their stream full time, just watch their stream full time. Plug your earphones into us, listen to us throughout the entirety, so you can keep track of things as you please. There's a lot of different ways to consume this content, and that's one of the great perks of being able to do what we're doing right now. But jumping over to his opponent, Liam the Mad Doc Hackett. For those of you who don't know about Liam's last weekend in Australia, we had the Uprising Major, 100-person major, the biggest tournament that's happened in the past probably 9 months, and let's hope it's not the biggest tournament that's happening in the next 12 months also. 100-person major, 8 rounds. 8 rounds. Everybody plays 8 rounds. Prior to that, there was a 3-round RTT called the Australian Masters, an invitational. Best 16 players in the event. Unfortunately, in the country, essentially, the top ranked 16 players get invited to. You can't go, trickles down to the next available guy. Unfortunately, due to COVID, there was only 8 players for that event. So instead of being a GT or having a few extra rounds, it only had 3 rounds. But Liam won that invitational against the hardest and best players in the country at the time that could make it. And then he played 8 more games across the next 3 days following that. So he played 11 games that weekend. He only lost 1. So 10-0 for those 4 days. He only lost against the eventual winner of the Uprising Major, Matt Morosoli, and he came second overall. So he came first in the Masters with this list and second in a 100-player major with this list. This thing is no joke. Enough preamble, though. I'll tell you what's in it. It is a Word Bearers battalion. For the first half, he has no Force Orc slot. He has 2 Dark Disciples, so Dark Disciples, so you can assume there's a Dark Apostle to follow up, which there is, of course. He has Epistolary of Lorgar, Prayers, Benediction of Darkness, and Solida Portent. He has the Mark of Corn. Then he has a Master of Possession. This guy has the Lithic Tome, a Mark of Nurgle, Cursed Earth, Infernal Power, and Mutated Invigoration. Then he has a Sorcerer, Baleful Icon, Mark of Nurgle, Prescience, and Warp Time. What do you think of those HQs, mate? Do you have any sense of what they're going to do?
So people viewing may be asking, what on earth are you talking about? We have another orc list up on the screen. It is not the Chaos list. So that is how deep the Word Bearers are infiltrated into things. I love that loadout. I think there's a lot of utility in that HQ section. And yeah, I think it's a brilliant choice for the rest of this list, because really what you're doing, and we'll get there, but so I consider them almost like an engine in a Corvette almost, and we're going to describe what the Corvette is in just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, I'll happy to explain this as the game plays out. I think we need to go 2 more down, 1 more down, 1 more. Bada bing, bada boom, there it is. So to in the troop slot, he's got 3 units of cultists. They are what you see. They got Mark of Corn for some reason. In case he wants to double fight with cultists, he can do it. They're really not going to get any other boon from any other mark. Then he has his elite, which is the meat and potatoes, which is fearsome to behold. 3 units of 20 possessed, each one of them with the Mark of Slanesh. Now, what he can do with these units will boggle your brains. But first up and foremost, what are your impressions of that, Paul?
So 1 unit of 20 possessed is typically enough to get a lot of work done in a game. So possessed, I mean, a chided unit, a unit that you have almost a joke to field in previous editions, and now these guys are just basically a bucket to layer things on. They have some innate abilities that are strong upon themselves, and when you multiply that times 3, and then when we're going to talk about the shenanigans you're about to describe, it makes them out of this world. It's going to be a difficult nut to crack, even with 1 unit, much less 3.
Yeah, exactly right. To round out the rest of the list, he has a Slanesh Demons Patrol. He has Celesk, as in the named Demon Prince from Chaos Demons, and he also has 10 Demonettes, and that's the list. So essentially 4 support characters, 60 possessed, 3 instant cultists, 10 demonettes. That's all she wrote. That's what it is, and it does a lot. I'll break it down a little bit more as it plays out. But one of the major plays here is that this is a list, and for those people who don't know, haven't been following Liam Hackett, he was playing 60 possessed as Creations of Bile originally, and he played a variation of that list to a quite great success up in Queensland. What he's done here is he's realised that in a lot of ways, some of the things that Creations of Bile does for you, e.g. letting you advance and charge, things like this, can get shut down, can get limited through screens, etc., etc. And some of their psychic powers are quite unreliable. There are a lot of people have a lot of abilities out here just roll a 4+ and deny psychic power, and so to combat that and to combat the fact that you can't just fail to cast, he's gone with Word Bearers. And there's a couple of things that Word Bearers do. Firstly, they buff possessed to get to 2 damage instead of being 1 damage.
We actually just got a question in the chat. What makes possessed so good?
All right, so there's about 10 things in this list that make possessed so good. Firstly, they're D3 plus 1 attacks each, so they can be 4 attacks each. They can get to strength 6 in this list with +1 to wound and Veterans of the Long War, e.g. wounding any marine body in the game on 2s. These ones are Mark of Slanesh and have an icon of excess in their units. What that does, it means that against Imperium armies, which are not against right here, and when they have prescience on them, they will get exploding Death to the False Emperor attacks on 4+, e.g. a unit of 20 of these can have 80 attacks, and if they're hitting on 2s and it's the right ratio, they'll end up with another 40 hits from the Death of the False Emperor, give or take, depending on how many 1s they roll. ridiculous already. On top of this, they get the reason for the sorcerer and the master of possession and the buffs here is because word bearers can auto pass psychic power with a stratagem. Now you can roll that stratagem, see if you get it off, and then if you haven't do it, you can just pay the CP to pass it.
Pay the CP to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's really quite powerful. That means very reliable Cursed Earths, and what Cursed Earth does is an aura of +1 invuln. So he can have 60 possessed with
+1 for demonic. So what it is, the possessed also come with a selection of keywords, advantageous keywords to let things stack on them. That's one of the benefits of them.
Yeah, exactly right. And they come with a demon save, a 5+ invulnerable demon save. And so Cursed Earth going off automatically when needed will give them all a 4+, so they can bubble that out from the Master of Possession. Yeah, the Master of Possession. Now, on top of that, he has warp time as well, so he can reliably get off warp time. And a lot of the time, he will pay a CP, and he will switch out one of his powers and get Delightful Agonies. See, there you go. He's got on Celeste. So Delightful Agonies for a 6-up Feel No Pain in addition to all this goodness. So yeah, look, so you can have 60 possessed, one of them having a 6-up Feel No Pain, all of them having a 4+ invulnerable save. Because you look at
that stratagem to sub out a psychic power is often something you never look at. You think, this is just something, it's a waste or whatever. And maybe when the CPs were a little tighter in the previous edition, that it was less of a go-to. But now, let the landscape of how you start with CP and then how you generate additional CP throughout the game. Look at these things. Like it's a tool in the toolbox. And yeah, the reply in the chat is, "Oh geez, yes, oh geez, times 3." Yeah.
That's legit. All right, let's switch over to that game. We'll get a quick call of what's going on with it, and then we'll jump in and talk about our second matchup. But I'd love to see the table state for that game when and if we can get it up. But dude, yeah, this is going to be
so what we have here. So the orcs when you hear about the green, you hear the green tide. Now he's in even a stratagem, the green tide, to let you recycle on a unit that hasn't been completely destroyed. And I bet we see something like that. But what we have in the army list composition is an actual green tide. Then what they're coming up is a bit of a heretical tide almost of some things that are a lot more killer and a lot more durable. Like this is going to be an interesting combat.
This is, and it's going to come down to combat. Now, you remember what I said before? We were talking about Gaz. Gaz is very key in this game because apart from a couple of smites, there's no other way that he can do damage to this guy.
You're reading my mind. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes it a little bit awkward. He might be the winning piece in this game for Aaron.
That makes it a risky charge. All right. So I think, you want to almost layer it but it's hard. So Gast is on that big base, like heroically intervene, right? You want him up there in threat range, but you don't want him to be an easy pick-off range. But is he even easy to pick off because of the way you have to stagger wounds on it?
Yeah, exactly right. So it's just going to be a little bit awkward for Liam to account for and get him off the table when he wants him to. Like, because obviously he needs to invest something in getting him off the table. Now, these gentlemen playing the same mission? Yes, they are. Of course, they are. Good. And I'm happy to say that they're playing on the same terrain as well. So this is very much picking up and putting it down for these two opponents. To the bottom of the table, we have Liam. And you can see this blob of possessed. And his opponent is just a blob of orcs.
No, this is going to take but I think this is actually going to split out fairly soon. Like they have... These guys, we talked about that they have to compete in the same way. Like how they're going to win this game is there's going to be a part with a bubble. It builds. It's going to get real big, and that bubble's going to pop. And then who's left after it pops? That's what we need to see.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, both of these players can absolutely destroy each other. The difference being, I'm not sure that 30 orc boys pick up 20 possessed. It's 40 wounds that they're going to be wounding on 3s. Luckily, due to their Scar boys, then they're going to be going into 3+ armor saves, and then possibly Feel No Pains as well. I'm not sure they kill them all.
Don't count the boys out. The boys get a lot of attacks, especially if they're near a war boss, which, Gazgul is the king of the war bosses. I think there's do they pick up, does one 30-man squad pick up a unit of possessed? I do not think that they do. I think that you need to double up. You got to double up on the possessed squads and take 20 down, and then you've made your life a lot easier on the next go.
Exactly right. And the thing is, though, there's only 3 squads of possessed. There's 4 squads of boys, and the boys can be retired. The possessed can't. So I think it's actually a little bit in Aaron's favor. The fact that I think he just has more resources to throw against the wall, whereas there are quite a few points for Liam tied up in support
He's
characters.
got gas. So he's got gas,
And
and let's
guys,
like the orcs are packing a psyker, so they can deny even if they even block one of those smites. Then
Gaz doesn't lose his prerequisite amount of wounds, and he survives another turn. E.g., a nightmare.
yeah,
But yeah, you're
it's
absolutely right.
it's a bad scenario for them if that little bit of luck goes through. And actually, and maybe that gas management is on his mind. I mean, you might be thinking, "Oh, I'm going to use my deny for one of those psychic powers that we were talking about, the stack on the possess." But is your main goal to keep Gaz alive?
Yeah, exactly right. Is that your modus operandi? Is that your entire reason for playing this game? Now, we can touch on the secondaries now, or we can jump over and see how things have played out on the play on tabletop.
Yeah, I would love to see how they're setting
stream.
up and getting that going.
Same. Yeah, if we can get a transition. No, we haven't. So we're going to get the lists up for those. We'll touch on their lists in a couple of moments because, yeah, it's a bit of fun to be had here. And, dude, I'm going for JT. I don't know who you're going for. I don't care. I'm going for JT.
All right.
He's a lovely man.
Just to keep our theme going here, I'll root for the other one.
Thank you. I'll let you pick. I realize I jumped in and I picked first. I'll let you pick next one.
Thank you.
Merciful. Do you want to read out whichever one comes up first? Do you want to read it
out? Go for it. I'm clicking around feverishly through some other things.
Easy done. All right. Steven is playing Space Marines. He's playing Ultras, actually, which is cool. I like a lot. He starts off with Tiggy, Chief Librarian Tigris. He has Null Zone, a Psychic Fortress, and Veil of Time.
Oh, okay. Wait a second. I'm rooting for Ultramarines. We got to redo this.
Yeah, man. No. Right. Too bad. You're locked in. And then he has a lieutenant with the Relic Seal of Oath. He also has Marnius Calgar with Adept of the Codex, so he's going to be getting some CP back. 2 units of... so this is the battalion. 3 units of Intercessors, 1 with Auto Bolt Rifles, 2 with Bolt Rifles. And then he has an elite. What do you think about those troops on HQs there, brother? He's got
So Marnius is getting a lot of play because he's really not that different than Guilliman.
Yeah, buff-wise, he's not that much worse than Guilliman. I mean, he obviously fights worse, but he still fights really good.
No, he fights really well. He gives you some CP. He's got, he's still a chapter master. He's got some play into him,
Absolutely.
And he's cheaper. So you get a few more trinkets and toys, or maybe you've given yourself a few more points for get Tigurius in there. And I actually love Tigurius. I think Tigurius is underappreciated in this edition so far, and I think he should be a staple in more Ultramarine list.
I agree. I think Ultramarines are very well rounded at the moment. They can do a lot of different things. For elites, he has 1 unit of 5 Flamestorm aggressors, 1 unit of 5 Auto Boltstorm aggressors with Flamestorm grenade launchers, of course. Has Apothecary, of course, upgraded to be a Chief Apothecary. He has a Company Ancient with Hero of the Chapter, Nobility Made Manifest, and the Relic the Standard of Macragge Inviolate. What do you think? 2 units of aggressors, man. What do you think?
The aggressors are a bold choice, and the way I say that is because I find it difficult to get aggressors in position to do their special power. Yeah. Like sometimes they get to do things. Like they do have a big stack of wounds, and with terrain you can get some flexibility out of them. But I find it difficult for them to do everything that's on their slate. But maybe with 2 units. You buy them some time. You get 1 out of them. Somebody gets to do something. So I'm interested to see how they play out in this matchup.
Yeah, me too. I'm interested to see how well he's able to use them or wield them. For fast attack...
Well, the Apothecary and the Ancient are both premium choices, and that's good choices, yeah.
If you've got the Space Marine Codex handy, I'd love for you to look up what the standard of Macragge Inviolate, is for them.
I'm going on the app.
I think this is 1 unit of 3 suppressors, but on this terms, I think it looks like it could also be 3 suppressor squads, times 3 suppressor squads, because that's how he did his times 2 aggressor squads as well. So either he's got 3 units of 3 aggressors or 1 unit of 3, and I'm assuming for points it's 1 unit of 3. Otherwise, I have no idea how he fed all this stuff in. Heavy support, he has 1 unit of Devastators with 4 Grav Cannons, a unit of Eradicators with Melters, of course, that's just melter rifles, and a drop pod to I'm assuming put the grav in. Dude, I actually like that compliment of fire support choices.
You see this a lot. So I'd say, well, I mean, in a certain amount of lists, this is it. So it's because people don't plan for drop pods very much anymore. And the same thing we were talking about flyers in an earlier round. Sometimes people just leave you that this is a sweet spot where you just bring it down and totally wreck their day. And so I like the tactic. You're able to dish out especially being in Ultramarines, and get some shooting buffs. And if you happen to get some buff from one of the character models, you've got a lot of real power you can dish out in a certain area, and I like that. In this matchup, I'm not sure how it's going to do, but hey, we'll see. So the standard of Macragge in Violate is ancient model only. The bearer has the following abilities: Unshakable Pride Aura. While a friendly Ultramarines core unit is within 6 inches of the bearer, add 1 to the attack characteristics of that model in that unit. And then Unshakable Determination. When a friendly Ultramarine unit within 12 inches of the bearer, each time a morale test is taken for that unit, it is automatically passed.
So +1 attack and auto pass morale. +1 attack on those aggressors might be pretty saucy. I like that. I like that a lot.
Well, you can create a real almost it's not a Death Star, right? We don't have true Death Stars anymore. But when I think about stacking up Marneus, 2 units of aggressors, the end of this ancient, you are creating a real bubble of death that makes a difficult to approach.
Exactly right. Also like to let you know, this is called S Club 7. That list. Some of these guys have fun names to their list. Jump over to JT's list when you guys get a chance. JT, one of the absolute babes, one of the absolute legends of our community. Lovely man. He's playing Pure Drakari, and he's called it Painkiller's Panoply of Provocation. Painkiller's Panoply of Provocation. Say it 3 times fast. Anyway, he's got a patrol, Cabal of the Black Heart. He has an Archon, Labyrinthine Cunning, Relic Writ of the Living Muse. For troops, he has 1 unit of Cabalites. Then for elites, he has a Lamayan, 2 Medusae, 2 units of 5 Mandrakes, 2 units of Scourges with 4 blasters in each, and 2 Ravagers for that one. How do you feel about that detachment as a snapshot of this list?
Yeah, actually, pretty good. I mean, the Ravagers are a solid choice. They seem to perform all the time. They seem to like they've fallen a little bit out of favor in certain circles, but at the same time, they still put in a lot of work. So I think people are just expecting them, but sometimes even when you expect it, there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly right. I'm a big fan of the 2 units of Scourges. I've seen those used to great effect, deep striking down with a very small footprint unit that can ideally either scramble and get engaged for you or just blast something to death. I don't mind seeing the blasters either. I feel like there's some heavy lifting that Dark Eldar is kind of lacking at the moment, and that's a little elegant way of doing it.
The blaster is a back-breaking weapon for sure.
It is. It's real good. It's real good. Yeah, it's patrol out. The patrol. This one is Covens. It's Technomancers and Mutagens. E.g., you can overcharge your poison weapons to 2 damage, but on a wound roll of a 1, you take a mortal wound. He has a Homunculus with a Hex Rifle and a Whip, Alliance of Agony, Regenerist, and he has the Nightmare Doll as well. For troops, he has 3 units of 5 racks with a Hex Rifle in each. For heavy support, he has 2 Reapers, e.g. the Forge World Reapers, the big front gun Reapers. And then for transport, he has 3 Venoms with double splinter cannons. Man, this thing is starting to rack up some firepower. I mean, haven't even gotten to the last one yet.
So the Nightmare Doll, Homunculus only, whenever you make an inured to suffering roll for the bearer, the wound roll is not lost on a roll of a 4+ instead of a 6. So tripling the odds of your legacy Feel No Pain. This is like old school. That's original Death Company Feel No Pain right there. And
absolutely,
it's good.
It's very good. Just the last one is also the same. It is a patrol of Dark Technomancers with Mutagens. He has another Homunculus with a Whip and a Hex Rifle. He has another 2 units of 5 racks with Hex Rifles and 2 more Venoms. So that is 2 Ravagers, 2 Reapers, 5 Venoms, and then a bunch of stuff. MSU. He actually has a legit amount of firepower. I really like this list. This might be close to like the best kind of list you can get for Dark Eldar at the moment. Some really cool things to tell you about the Reapers as well. So they have 2 different modes of fire. So of course, me and Paul both think it's premium. It's got 2 modes of fire. God, it's great. The first mode is D6, Strength 8 -4, D3 +3 damage. With Dark Technomancers, that becomes 4 + D3 damage. Very, very nice. The other mode is 2d6. It's also blast. I think it's strength 6 -1 damage, which turns into strength 6 -1 2 damage with the Dark Technomancers. Both extremely good profiles. I think the combination 2 Reapers, 2 Ravagers. Big fan.
Yeah, I like
really
it.
like this
I like
list, to
it.
be honest. It's
So
really like it.
how you bury Marines with a list like this is under weights of dice, and they have it, and
Yes.
that's it, and then even a little bit of durability. Like they can have their racks mix it up a little bit. They could be in one area and then scoot to somewhere
Mm.
else with their vehicles, and then it kind of really punish them. They can bleed the Ultramarines as they're coming closer with these weapons and keep them kind of maybe distracted and
Yeah.
pulled in different directions with their mobility.
One thing, let's jump into that game. We'll have a quick look at that as it comes up, give you a bit of call of what's happening. But what is really cool, what I really like, is there's a lot of pinch hitting units in there as well. He's actually got like seven sniper rifles. He's got hex rifles on both his homunculuses and on all his rack squads. So he's got a lot of little shooting units that can do and contribute to the fight here, there, and everywhere. The Scourges as well. He's got a Lemaine and 2 Medusae, probably just for some action monkeys to jump in, jump out of where they need. And then 2 units of Mandrakes that can come in from the sides, come in from the back, and either scramble and get engaged, or just try and pile on some mortal wounds in a key location. Yeah,
outside of the drop pod, the Ultramarines have to walk everywhere. And look, they can do it, right? They can be mobile. You can sacrifice a little bit, especially if there's no like premium targets for you to shoot at. You can advance and stuff. I mean, there's things you can do, right?
Yeah.
But advantage mobility is definitely on the Drukhari in this point in this game.
Absolutely right. Looks like we've got Drukhari at the bottom of the table, and you can see they've splayed themselves across the bottom 2 objectives to the left, leaving a bit of a weaker flank on the right. The Ultramarines kind of mirror that. It does look like they do have some units in the top left-hand corner. It looks like he does have 3 into 3 suppressors, by the way. I can see a unit in the top left, and I can see at least 6 models in the top right. And he's just placing down that drop pod. So we're going to see a bit of a Daka fest. You can only assume this means that the Ultramarines have gone first and things are about to get spicy.
I think the suppressors,
mountain of a man.
Yeah, the suppressors, they do not. I think they don't get enough credit for what they do. I mean, I think they deny Overwatch. I mean, there's things that they can do, and they also put out. So they don't do, in my opinion, enough damage for what maybe their damage output. They have a great secondary benefit, but the damage is not necessarily the premium damage. But when you're fighting against Drukhari, maybe that damage is absolutely relevant.
Dude, Chris, what I'd love to see them have is like an extra rend, and they used to have that. It used to be strength 2 shots, strength 7 -2, 2 damage, and now they're 3 shots with only the rend 1. But man, against Drukhari, it doesn't matter. Usually you're shooting into their 5+ invulnerable save on all these vehicles anyway. So these things are plumb this game. These things are actually like perfectly placed to do a lot of heavy lifting here. And man, the Ultramarine going first, I feel like it's probably bad for JT, but I'm pretty sure he would have wanted to go second with the amount of MSU he has. He probably wants to have the last say on primary. Yeah,
maybe so, but that's the only long-range shooting in the Ultramarines list. So I mean, that's something he's going to have to consider. Playing cagey with his things. But they are pretty decent at taking out things like Venoms.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe you can remove some of that mobility.
Got a quick talk about secondaries. Steven, the Ultramarine player who was going first, he's taken Oath of Moment. Obvious pick for Ultras in this game. Raise the banners high, of course. That's a very good secondary on this mission where you have 3 easy objectives in your deployment zone. And lastly, he has taken Engage in all fronts. So Engage makes a lot of sense, considering he has quite a few mobile units in those suppressors, and also has the drop pod to sit in different quarters of the table at different times. But Raise the Banners and Oath all make incredible sense. What's interesting there is that he doesn't have to interact with his opponent at all, but he gets extra benefits from things like oaths. There's 3 characters in this, but there's a lot of vehicles for him to use to get oath points as well. What do you think about that swathe of selections there?
Yeah, not bad. I think he's definitely assessed what he can accomplish, what is reasonable to accomplish, and almost kind of like where your opponent doesn't necessarily need to give you permission to do those things, and that's going to be a reoccurring thing. It's like don't give your opponent too many opportunities to deny you getting your points.
Yeah, spot on, mate. Spot on. Okay, looking at this, looks like he's probably going to be lighting up stuff here, there, and everywhere. He's got a bunch of intercessors sitting in front of a bunch of aggressors. I'm assuming he wants to hold the aggressors back and let them shoot off a couple of turns before they get into combat. And actually, a lot of their fire is quite decent. Like just a bolt of fire can pull down a Venom in quite short order.
Yeah, I mean the Venom has a little bit of protection. I think they have the -1 in shooting, if I remember right.
Yes, -1 to hit, of course.
But again, there's enough. But when you're firing your bolters, you're going to get enough. The interesting point about the raise the banners high is that everything in his army can do that. So
Yeah,
if
correct.
something's out of range, it just does a little bit of point gathering for him.
Yeah, I feel like the Ultra is very well designed for Raise the Banners because you're right. Every single unit in the army, except for a single drop pod,
Yeah.
is infantry. Can do actions, can go through walls, is the most maneuverable possible. So yeah, good pick. Off the table, I can see at least what I assume is the five flame aggressors and the eradicators. I'm going to make the assumption that everything else is on the table.
I think you want to do that because putting everything on the table is something that if you let the Drukhari pick you apart,
Yeah.
it make them where they can just eat everything on your table. You're well out of position to possibly get on some of those objectives or perform some of these secondaries. And so I think being on the table, having layers, you're like an onion, you're like an ogre. Be there and come about and just be that implacable advance, scoring those points.
Yeah. Man, he's got old Ravagers as his raiders, as his reapers. I think. See at the back of the board in the right hand corner of our screen. That is an old school looking Dark Eldar. All his boats are old school. That's awesome. I love them. I think they're aesthetically gorgeous.
A long time ago, I had a Drukhari army, and a buddy of mine was borrowing them, and they were on these, they're on the little flight stands, and sometimes it's just the best you can do to get them on there. And he went to go pick up some dice or lean over the table, and he leaned into them all, and they all snapped off. I had the most
no.
abused Drukhari army, I think. And then I did it to myself at one point as well, where I actually like knocked the table. It was when we were playing on a kitchen table. I had a table spread out across it, and I knocked the bottom of the table, and it flew the jet bikes up into the air and then off the table. It was. I don't have the best of luck with Drukhari management.
Yeah, fair call. Okay, we maybe want to jump over to our other game. I know we've got a few updates from the wonderful Nick Standing, our table boss there. Are we able to get a transition?
Yeah, and while we're doing that, folks are asking about the gleams, like when we're going to do the drawing. At the end of our broadcast on Sunday, so you got plenty of time to go and support all these folks.
Oh.
And some smaller things, some smaller giveaways from other contributors will be able to be done intra-stream. So check back in. I don't think you have to be present to win. You'll be notified through the Gleam if you won something, but make sure you go and you participate in that promotion.
You want to hear another piece of the Word Bearer's goodness that I forgot to mention?
Yes.
They have a -2 to charge ability.
What?
Which, yeah. I keep forgetting about this one because usually it's Liam's always charging you. It's very rare he's in a game where someone's even considering charging him. But yeah, legitimately, he can be -2 to charge wherever he wants, essentially, which is going to be hell for Aaron to try and navigate. But
is that just because nobody wants to listen to the Word Bearers anymore? They're like, we're not going over there.
Never heard of you boys. But just a quick update from our table boss, the wonderful Nick Standing. Round 1, both guys stayed on objective and raised banners. And Liam got off his -2 to charge. All other psychic powers failed for Liam. So that's why he sat and didn't do much. The bottom of round 1. Aaron is really playing cagey. He does not want to engage those possessed until he needs to. He's shifting most of his boys to the right side of the table. Small units of Storm boys came in at the bottom left-hand side of the screen to start scoring Linebreaker. Liam managed to pick up 2 of them, but his list has almost no shooting with which to invest there. Gaz has put a wound on a possessed and stays put. 1 Storm boy now remaining on the bottom left. Not sure how they died, possibly to Seppuku. Still scores 4 points on Linebreaker. Top of round 2, man. They're already into the top of round 2.
Yeah, I don't mind this play. So I don't mind the look of this. So this thing, it may look like it's not engagement, but this is one of those things to where you had a plan. Things didn't work out what they want. You don't want to send things out buffed up. If you don't get your things positioned like you want them to, it's just not a good charge. You want to engage when you can bring your entire power to bear because of all those things that we've talked about so far.
Exactly right. And no one wants to be the first one to blink in this game. The first guy to blink is the guy that gets feasted on. So yeah, I expect both guys to be quite cagey. Looks like we have had a charge though. We had a charge from boys into possessed. They're using the dice app, which I 100% agree with.
Oh, when you're dealing with
Yeah.
that many attacks, look at a time management game, like, and that's one of the things. There's a lot of, I guess, opinions about dice apps, but look, we play a cooperative game and engage with your opponent. Explain, like, hey, we have this ability. Is this something you're cool with? And if you're not, don't say you are. But look, have that have that discussion with your opponent.
All right, so warp time went off in the bottom of turn 2 or top of turn 2 for Liam, and our unit of possession went up into the midboard and took a position just an inch away from the orcs, so auto charge, which is what we're seeing right now. All the powers have gone off. The possessed are fully buffed. They're going in. The possessed are sitting on damage 2 with a 4+ invulnerable save. Aaron has popped Overwatch into the possessed just to try and kill as many as he possibly can.
The
that's what we're
damage
seeing.
2 less relevant against single wound models.
They have a pain boy.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yep.
Yep. So one of the gifts of being able to wield one of these at a time is that everyone that goes in that he wields into these guys has the ability to be fully buffed, and of course, why wouldn't you? But yeah, this is going to be a big slobber knocker of a turn. We're very interested to see how many go down. He kills 0 possessed with the Overwatch, and a 9-inch charge lets Liam hit 2 of the boy squads. So he's gone into 2 now. So he's charged 2 boy squads.
So with Overwatch, I know that you kill 2 possessed, you kill 0 possessed with the Overwatch. You're like, well, who cares? But every possessed that goes down is a quantity of attacks that isn't coming forward.
Exactly. Right. I actually think he made the right call there. And even if he just had to kill 1, maybe 2 possessed, it would have been worth it. Absolutely.
Yeah, because Overwatch isn't free anymore. So that was a conscious decision, and I think it was the right decision to make, because anyone that goes down is potentially saving the squad. And remember, if he has 1 boy left over at the end of that, he could bring them all right back.
Now, just a quick update. We have had the turn 2 scores chucked in already for both players, for Mr. Liam and for Aaron. So it does look like Liam went second, which is interesting. I thought Liam went first. But yeah, for Liam Hackett, we have 10 points for each of them on their primary on turn 2. For secondaries, Liam has chosen Raise the Banners. His opponent has chosen Raise the Banners. Liam has chosen While We Stand We Fight, which is his 3 unit of Possessed. Ballsy, and he's also chosen Linebreaker. I think Linebreaker may have been a mistake. It's actually quite easy for the Orcs to deny that to him.
He's got to go over there. In theory, though, he has to go over there anyway. And if you're going over there doing business, you might as well score some points for it.
So they've both chosen Raise the Banners, and they've both chosen Linebreaker. So they're both. One of them is going to get screwed on these picks. Aaron Green has chosen Assassinate. Aaron Green is currently sitting on 17 points, having scored 3 for Raise the Banners and 4 for Linebreaker. Where his opponent, Liam Hackett, is on 12 points, only having scored 2 for Raise the Banners so far.
Assassinate is not a bad choice either, because those characters have to stay fairly close to what they're doing. Like in order to get the most effectiveness out of those possessed units, they have to be buffed up, because otherwise they're not protected. They can be kind of casually picked off. They're not as aggressive in the battle itself, and so you have to keep the characters close by. And again, I think it's like you're on the way to something. You're gonna stop by this location on the way to get your final business done, and so you might as well pick up some points in the scope of this game. And we know that these armies, you can look at them like they have to engage to do things. And
we're seeing a hellacious amount of dice coming out here from Liam. These are going to be hitting on 2s with prescience because they said they were fully buffed, and then they're going to be wounding on 2s from Veterans of the Long War. And yeah, man, look at all this damage. Oh, so they're gonna have exploding wounds. Another buff I forgot to tell you about. They can have exploding wounds on a 5+ with Veterans of the Long War. So every 5+ is 2 wounds instead of 1. And so it looks like they've counted those up. Look at the boys just being picked up wholesale. That means those boys were not covered by the pain boy. It looks like he's picked up. Has he picked up the whole squad?
I think realistically it is the whole squad. 120 possessed on 1 squad of boys with no protection is.
He hasn't gone into 1 squad. He's gone into 2. So we'll see if this is an overreach by Liam. You can see there's different boys on different bases.
Well, he may be in 2 just to lock them up, kind of thing. So we'll see how he direct his attacks. That's what I'm talking about. I think many of them are going into that to get him completely gone.
Look at the problem. His feeble human hands cannot contain the majesty and potency of this many possessed. He has had to roll it in 2 lots.
That's how chaos works. You think it's
Yeah.
it's one cup of it's a handful of chaos, but then it ends like somebody help me with this chaos, and that's pretty much the story of the word bear.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, interesting to see, they're probably just rolling the 6 up, feel no pains here, and he's probably just going to pick up the 6s and roll the 6s again to see how many survived. We did see, I think we saw 15 or 20 picked up from that first squad, so we're going to see how many get picked up from this squad. There was his 6s, he rerolled his 6s. I can't see any 6s out of those dice, so I think if there's 5 gone from that squad, 10 gone from that squad, any more, no, we're going to see another 5 gone. Surely there's another 5. Yeah, there's another 10 gone.
Yeah, it's
It's
not looking good.
That's the
It's not
pattern.
looking good. So anytime I say something
Another
clever,
5.
every time I say something that I think is clever, I cut back over to the booth and see what their impression is, and they're like, "It's not clever."
Man, I'm just sitting there like, is that the game?
That's a significant number of boys removed. Like that is going to be very difficult. I think that you need. I mean, look, we talked about it. You need Gaz up there. You need to have a full support. If it was, he played a bit of a gambit, and it may have bitten him.
Yeah, exactly right. And well, I'm not sure. Well, I think Liam's made the gambit. What I would have liked to have seen, and I'm not sure if he did kill 2 squads or if he killed 1 squad and there's a squad off the table or it's in reserve. It did look like about 100 boys were on the table at the start. So he picked up about 20. And then he picked up a full 30 then. So maybe there's 10 boys left inside that ruin we can't quite see. Or maybe there was already some dead prior to the beginning of this one. But man, I'll see what the table boss has to say, because that was
there is some shoot
deal.
Occur. I mean, there's things that can pick up a couple of boys. But look, I also think it was if I had to guess, it was a conscious decision to divert most of the attacks to get rid of at least 1 squad completely. So you reduce the option for a green tide.
Yeah, so here's from the table boss. Possessed Bomb picks up the right-hand boys unit in its entirety and did not even use half their attacks. The middle Orc boys squad did not have a pain boy. Do have a pain boy, the one we saw. But these 2 damage weapons are just peeling everything away. 60 Orc boys have been picked up. That was a single unit of Possessed, just dumpstered 60 Orc boys. Crazy.
That's what they do. I mean, it's almost weird to talk about, but that is exactly how it plays out. 90% of the time that you see that happen. If you let them get, I mean, I'm not just I let them. Sometimes you just can't control whether or not they get fully buffed up.
Dude, they're just gonna. So it's one thing that Celeste does. I didn't touch on this either. Man, I thought I'd given you all the buffs, and I've forgotten half of them. Celeste, the demon prince Celeste. Not only can she give out the feel no pain buff, she also lets them advance and charge. So these guys moved in advance. They move 7 inches being possessed. I think it's not 8, is it? They move 7 inches and they advance, and then he warp times them for an auto charge into those dudes. He rolled a big fat 9 as well to get in there with a nice density of attacks. This fight back from the Orcs has to be hellacious in order to make a game of this, I believe.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's check out the other game, and then we'll come back and see how this. If there's a rally occurred, like I would like, it's going to be really going to be a little tense coming back when we see what's happening here.
Yeah, I love it.
So the Possessed do have a movement of 7.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was 7. I was pretty sure it wasn't 8. I've got a feeling though. It's Creations of Bar get +1 to either their movement or their advance. Actually, they get +1 to advance and charge. That's what he was leveraging before. So making them very, very swingy, but far easier to kill. I'm not seeing
Ultramarine things here, which is holding the line, advancing slowly, laying down some fire. I'm sure.
I'm not seeing much dead for the Drakari. I'm not seeing like a huge amount of stuff that has been picked up. We also haven't seen any scores being added yet for Stephen for the top of turn 1. We know he would have probably scored some points for Engage if he was able to do it. Just going to quickly check in.
I don't expect to see a lot of kills anyway early on, because the Ultramarines have a lot of mid-range weaponry, and as we discussed, the suppressors have that amazing secondary ability and some mobility, but their damage output is not extreme.
Yes. So, dude, some things from our table boss, from our amazing table boss on this game. JT specifically asked about the redeployment strat that Ultramarines have at the start of the game, just to make sure he had it in the front of his mind. And then Marines went first, and he vectored the redeploy.
Look
You
at
just
that.
lay down 4 CP. Here,
I
here,
like
my
that
man.
table
Here it is
talk.
4 CP.
I like that
You are
table
not allowed
talk.
to do what you want to do.
Do you have the
Mm.
stratagem to what does it do? Let me figure it out, and then let me plan my thing, around that, and then yes, you're about to get 4 CP burned on you.
Yeah. So I was wrong. The Eradicators are on the table. Eradicators being aggressive towards the middle of the table using a CP to reroll the advance. Unfortunately, they rolled a 1 into another 1, so they're not getting that great. Aggressors also advance 1 inch. Marines aggressively moves into the middle.
Such
Choosing to
as
bring
that,
his grab pod this turn. Yeah, such is
such
the
as that
dice.
wargamer life. I think we have a
Mm,
support group somewhere. If there isn't one on Facebook, there probably should be. People who roll ones into ones.
yes. Yeah, support group where we can support each other through the hard times.
Yep.
He chose to bring the Grav pod in this turn, and he noted, so Stephen, the player of the Grav, noted that Grav is terrible against Drukhari. No 3+ armor saves, so there's only 1 damage for each shot. In his psychic phase, Tiggy forgot to make a unit -1 to hit. Doesn't really matter that much. They'll get fixed up in his command phase. In the shooting phase, the Grav cannons target a Reaper. 6 saves, 3 fails, so 3 damage taken to a Reaper. Suppressors shoot the Reaper, but do no damage. That is unfortunate. 2 Eradicators shoot the same Reaper, do 5 damage. It's got 2 wounds left. 2 other whole units of Suppressors shoot a Venom and collectively do 2 damage. The Marines have raised 3 banners, no other points to speak of. Hence, their score has not changed. Drukhari turn 1. JT's plan is to shoot the Apothecary dead with his Hex Rifles. Note that all Space Marines should love their company veterans. That's input by the table boss. Lots of little units getting out of Venoms. Drukhari, though, not being too aggressive, wants to sit back and shoot. Like I said, those Hex Rifles might come into play. If they pick up that Apothecary, that's a huge piece gone for the Ultramarine.
The hex rifles are definitely coming into play. I mean, it's less likely for it to, I think, kill the Apothecary. At least I hope not. Anyway, since I'm pulling for the Ultramarines, but we shall see. But this is actually, this is playing out, I think, predictably what you would expect in this early round because Ultramarines, again, a lot of mid-range weaponry, not a lot of reach out and touch someone. That is unfortunate, though, that all those whiffs, though, because you want something to happen, right? Because you are going to be you're going to be relying on your bolters to do a lot of work for you, so you need some of that heavy lifting done by some of these other damage, high damage, or medium damage weapons.
Agreed. What he's going to be doing right now, the first thing he's going to do, he's going to chuck in all those Hex Rifles, see if he can plink off that Apothecary. If he gets that Apothecary down, those Reapers unload probably into the aggressors or the Eradicators, and they've got a very good chance of picking those guys up with the flat 4 plus D3 damage on each one. I think that is a super spicy play.
The aggressors need some work, and this is what I'm talking about. You've really got to, have a little bit of luck on your side, a little bit of terrain on your side, or maybe some better distractions. But right now, the aggressors, I think, are priority target number 1. They have lots of shots that can do power fisty things. You've really kind of dictated what needs to be burned down, and I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, I think they've got good odds of doing it. Absolutely. Man, yeah, this looks like it's going to be a nice, good game. JT looks to be on the back foot on board control-wise, but the impetus of the game seems to be in his favor, as in he's going to have his chance to take this time and try and pick this army apart.
Well, he's got at least 1 turn to get it all together, and they are there. So this is the turn to do it, because after this turn, the Ultramarines are going to be what I would consider in really good position. So yeah, that's where he's at. He has to get them up in position. He's 1 turn to hold most of his act together, his unit, his army, and stuff together to get where he needs to be, and then it becomes a whole different game. If the Drukhari can prevent that from happening or pick up enough models to make it to where it's less effectual, then it's a different game. Then it's slightly in favor of the Drukhari.
Yeah, agreed. If you were paying attention just then, it looks like he's putting his investment of firepower into the Eradicators, and he's killed 2 already. That's the key number, guys. You never want to kill a single dude from a Space Marine squad, because then they just get 1 back from the Apothecary, and you've made no inroads. Looks like he's lining up, I think, what I believe to be a Ravager into them also. No, it's a Reaper. If you'll see the big nose cone on the front of that Raider chassis, those will be his Reapers. There's 1 Reaper, behind that is a Disintegrator Ravager, and behind that one's another Reaper, and then to the right of the trio is the other Ravager.
The Eradicators are, they're scary. Like they have the potential to just vaporize things, and we know that.
Because they've got 2 shots each, technically any one of them can one-shot any one of JT's tanks, any single one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's truth. I haven't thought about that. Yeah,
Ferocious.
but again, he needs a little bit of
Mm.
time to get him up there into position, and that's what they're doing now. And yeah, it's rightly so to pick on them.
Yeah, which is why I assumed they'd be off the board. I mean, I'd be interested to know his thoughts, and maybe if he does a recap for us, to know why he didn't have them on the table. So why he has them on the table and walking up.
I think he
Um,
needs that presence. Well, at least I think there was a decision made to have the presence on the tabletop to get everything. I mean, like if he gets everything on the table right where he needs to be within striking distance of all the objectives and around the banner and stuff. I mean, you really do create a huge thing where the Jakari just have to kind of circle around you, and then he gets to shoot where he
mm.
wants.
Yeah, exactly right. We are down to a single Eradicator left after this hellacious amount of fire coming into him. Looks like we're lining up Hex rifles now. I'm of the belief that a lot of the racks got out of their transports so that the transports could fly off.
We may have. Oh, it's back. It's back.
No, it's back. It's back. No, no stress, no fuss. Nothing happened. It was never here. It's fine.
That was the shroud of night from the Jakari coming.
Yeah.
Descending.
We'll see if the table boss has anything left, anything else for us.
I think the table boss is Skari, isn't it? Isn't he the
Yes,
table
I
boss?
believe so.
So I feel like we might get some deep Drukari insight.
Ravager 1, one Eradicator dies. Ravager 2, one more dies. Then Fire and Fades back. It's the bracketed one, bracketed Reaper shoots 5 shots, rerolls a hit, 1 wound. Wounds, failed save, 1 more dies. The Marines have used Transhuman, so he has used Transhuman at this. And the Hex Rifles are starting to open up on that Apothecary. You reckon he goes down? 7 Hex Rifles hitting on 3s? Like, do you think he goes down? I'm pretty sure he doesn't this turn. I think, but who knows? He could roll a bunch of 6s, proc a bunch of extra mortals in addition, and get him.
Let me pull up the stats on the Hex Rifle here. So heavy 1, strength 4, neg 1 AP. Each time you select a target for this weapon, you can ignore the Lookout Sir rule. Each time you roll a wound, roll a 6+ for this weapon. The target suffers a mortal wound in addition to any other damage. I don't know that 4 get him.
No, well, he's got 7, but he's going to be hitting on 4s, wounding on 4s. It's very, very unlikely unless he procs a bunch of 6s, he gets much work done.
But honestly, though, if you never start working on him, you never finish working on him. So I do think that's a good thing because it is he's a multiplier, force multiplier to your army, and if you can get him down or at least put him, well, even if you threaten him and force him to go into hiding, you've still almost achieved that victory.
I agree. Exactly right. If you give him enough to when he has to make pause in order to be used most effective, you've pretty much done half the job. Still a lot of venom, 2 damage plus 1 to wound venoms to strike up. They're all going to be going into good saves though. So who knows how well they're going to do. But they could spike double splinter cannons on each one, 12 shots per dude, hitting on 3s, 8 hits, wounding on 3s. Somewhere in the region of 5 to 6 wounds. They could kill 2 intercessors each, and he's got. He's got 5. He's got 5 venoms, so that could be 10 of his intercessors dead this turn, which is actually a huge amount.
But still, with all the shooting, he still hasn't lost a bunch, from what I can tell. I mean, if he's done all the shooting and not gotten through 1 unit of Eradicators, then is he still okay?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that unit of Eradicators is shielded very well from the terrain on the right side, so nothing on the right side of the table can shoot it, which is why I think things skew towards the left pretty heavily. Also, it's just a damn good play by JT to get himself out of the best lanes of fire from the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines now have to walk through that terrain piece and expose themselves to him, and not all of them are going to be able to make it.
Oh, that's probably a good point too. Yeah, not being able to get through some of this terrain to bring all their guns to bear is going to help the survivability of his little paper planes, and that's what we used to call it, paper planes.
They literally are. They're like what a Reaper is of 12 wounds with toughness 6 and a 4+ armor save. It's not hard to kill at all. So yeah, he really does, and they're expensive as well. I think they're 170 points each, so they're not super expensive, but you can't just let them die. They're too important to JT's game plan.
Yeah, well, it's given him an advantage here against the Ultramarines in the early phase of the game, or actually, I should say, in the later phase of the game, they're going to give him an even bigger advantage as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Maybe we want to hit another transition, jump back to the Orcs and the
I hope
Chaos
it's not
game.
Orc. I hope it's still Orcs. Orc.
Yeah, because it is all going on. Looks like we're into combat right now, and those possessed are being swamped. A bunch of them are dead. I'll see what our table boss has to say. Aaron moving his boys to deal with the possessed threat. His assassination pick is rough. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I would have taken that. Aaron's perils and Liam forced him to take twice the mortal wounds because he actually has a demon, Chaos Demon Battalion. Liam letting Aaron re-roll the cast as Aaron did not remember the strat. Lovely gamesmanship, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Aaron realized he has commandos in reserve and forgot. Liam is now letting him put them on as well. Aaron is a bit flustered at the huge swathe of orcs he had to pick up. Dude, fair enough. Like, you have half an army, and then you don't have half an army. It's a bit rough. Meganov's charge is possessed, as does Gaz. Aaron is debating if he needs to commit another block of orc boys as well, because the counter charge is going to be rough. Aaron decides to commit him. He's just decided to send it. Meganov's fighting first to try and pick up as many possessed before he can interrupt. The Meganovs pick up 8 possessed. Really poor invuln saves by Liam. Legion chooses to interrupt and removes as many boys as he can. That could be what we're seeing right now. I mean, if he removes this whole orc unit, I think the game's over.
Now, look, it's easy for me to think this right now, but even when you were reading it out, I do not think that committing the boys is, or maybe the best maneuver. You know, and look, maybe because I'm gun shy because I saw all those boys get, and he's got the heart of a champion and just goes in there knowing they're going to do what orcs do. But I'm thinking that with the Meganobs being able to swing first, and you don't care if they interrupt on gas, then you use that. You protect your boys to make him, even try to get chew through you, because once you've got them kind of tapped up there, and with Gaz being there, it's going to be real difficult for him to dig out and get away from you and still be effective. I think those boys might have been better spent in another place, but at the same time, if he doesn't kill all the boys, we've got that in our back pocket.
Yes, it looks like what got picked up. Looks like I saw 15 orcs get picked up in blocks of 5, 3 blocks of 5, and then 4 out of a 5-man. So it looks like he's lost 19 out of his unit of 30 boys, and that was from a much diminished possessed squad, guys. You can see how fearsome these dudes are. They are absolutely terrifying.
But still, if he's able to kill all these possessed, then it's going to be that's swung it back the other way. Like, once those 60 possessed are gone, he's got nothing. He's basically like clutching his, and running away at that point. But I don't want to glaze over the fact that the gamesmanship of this. So in tournaments like this, like you run, there's fatigue. You're playing, you're standing up all day. You're out of your element. You're somewhere else. And so these little things that I mentioned earlier, that we play a cooperative game. So so these gentlemen spoke about it like, yo, I got this other thing I was supposed to do it in. I was, hey, you realize how much I hate life because I had to just remove all these boys. You're right, honest mistake. Go for it. Do this kind of thing. Like, this is a cooperative experience at the table, and that actually is how most things play out, like at tournaments like this, and it's really cool to see it play out on this stream that way as well.
Yeah, so what we just saw then, Gaz just attacked, picked up 3 more possessed by himself, 6 attacks. He got 6 hits. He got 5 wounds. Liam made 2 of his invulnerable saves, 3 more possessed dead, a total of 11 dead from this squad. Now he's got, I believe, to be 11 boys to swing in. They are Goth boys. They are next to Gaz. They're going to be having, I think 5 attacks each. Maybe they're under. Is it under the 20 threshold? Do you lose an attack? I think it might be.
We'll figure it out here in a second.
Maybe they've got 4 attacks each. No, we're not. He's just gonna throw a bucket of dice, and we're gonna be like, is that 80? Is that 81 or 91? And we're not gonna have any idea. And it's neither 81 or 91, by the way.
I was going to check Gaz's rules in the 40K app, is what I was saying.
Nice plug, by the way. Well done.
Yeah. So, well, look, I think I'd rather just see how the dice shake out as well. But that being around Gaz is definitely better than not, and I think Gaz is in a good spot. Gaz is exactly where he needs him to be right now. He's going to be difficult to take down. I don't want to say he's resistant to possessed, but possessed can. I mean, like if the possessed were there by himself, it's still going to take him 3 turns to get through him.
Exactly. Gaz is now the best tool available. Actually, it always was the best tool available to Aaron.
Let me clarify that 3 phases of combat to get through. So technically, a turn and a half, top, bottom, top, type thing with Gaz.
Looks like It looks like another 3 possessed being picked up by the Orc boys. So that means 14 are picked up from 20. He's got 6 left, give or take. So he's going to auto fail that morale if he chooses to take it, or he can auto pass with the 2 CP.
I don't see how I don't see how he wants to choose to take it. I don't see how. I think he has to burn the CP if he's got him, because even 6 possessed are incredibly deadly. Like you don't want them off the table. In every like a possessed, and this is slightly referenced in the chat, is basically greater than the sum of its parts because of all the things, the advantageous keywords and the abilities. Like this army has been built to layer these guys up, and that's great. That is actually good list building. Like I don't think that's in any negative at all. Like there's found ways to maximize the use and choice of these figures, and so you want them live. Like you want them to be there.
Now, next option is there's a couple of things that Aaron can do. He just moved his CP. I'm interested to know if that means he's attacking again with the Mega Knobs. And I'm of the opinion he probably is and probably should. Do not take the chance. These guys are worth 5 points at the end of the game. They are why we stand option for Mr. Liam Hackett. Get them off the table. Don't take any chances. Kill them.
You have them right there, right where you want them. To burn everything. I'm a proponent of burning your command points early and often, especially if it's in a critical moment. Because you don't know, you may not be around to use them at the end of the game, or use them right now.
Exactly right. Doesn't look like a good roll for Aaron there. Looks like he rolled little unders. Didn't roll many 6s on Goffs for exploding attacks.
They're multi-damage weapons. It's okay.
So it looks like he's got, looks like about 8, 9, 10, possibly even 10 wounds there. Going to see the invulns from Liam. 1, 2. Oh, that's probably the squad, I think. That's them cooked. Now he's going to roll to see he's feeling no pains. 3 wounds at a time. They are dead as hell, those dudes. 1 dead. 2 dead. 3 dead? 4 dead, maybe? Maybe he saved one. Maybe one in one of these, the pack of these. Nah, he's picking them up. They are gone. They are cooked. Well done by Aaron. Did what he needed to do. Got a full unit of 20 off the table. Took a huge investment of resources.
Nope,
so
that's huge. That's huge.
I'd be interested to know if he overkilled them by much, and if he did overkill them by a lot, in hindsight, would he not put the boys in, knowing that the Mega Knobs attacking twice are likely to get the job done? But in hindsight, maybe the interrupt from the possessed just kills half the Mega Knob squad. Who knows?
It could be. I mean, that is the case. I mean, Mega Knobs, they are. I mean, they have a good armor save, but they don't have an invul. So it's it could have been a choice.
The possessed are -2 rend, but they will only have a single damage unless Liam is willing to pump some CP into them. If they're only single damage, they move the Mega Knobs on 3s. If they're a diminished squad, even just say 6 or 7 guys, let's say they get the 4 attacks each. 28 attacks, hitting on 3s, down to 21 hits, wounding on 3s again, possibly, because they'll be strength 5. So what's that? 14 wounds, 4+ saves. Yeah, he probably loses 2 Mega Knobs to a diminished unit with max attacks.
It's really easy for us to sit back and say that and the boys was a mistake. But you have to make these decisions on the fly, on the table. He might have been moving. He might have charged them in simply to get some extra move out of them to get somewhere on down the line somewhere else.
Agreed.
At the end of that combat, so there's many reasons to charge in, or maybe he's trying to get him to hemorrhage those CP so he doesn't have them later in the game. I don't know that I would have charged them in. Simply because of Gaz being the linchpin that he is. But he also did just he's recovering from a great loss from the other boys and might not be thinking completely straight. And so we'll see how that all plays out.
Yeah,
but I know he would like to have more boys on the table right now.
The remaining possessed pick up 18 boys. Sorry, I thought it was 19. Expect them to be green tided back onto the board next turn if they survive the next wave. Gaz picks up 3 more possessed, 44 attacks from the boys, only kill 3 possessed, 6 possessed left in the squad. This is bad news bears, according to our man on the ground. Aaron needed the squad dead, so he's spending the CP to fight a second time with the Mega Knobs. Mega Knobs finish off the squad, and he tries to screen out the boys with the Mega Knobs. So, because what he desperately wants, is for those boys to survive this turn and get the option to while we stand to bring them back onto the table.
Well,
I'm going to go. You go.
No, I'd say what can he get over there to get the boys? I mean, like with all those possessed and with Gaz. Look, Gaz he'll heroically intervene. Like, yeah, come on in here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's true. But I'm assuming he's just going to warp time, move advance unit possessed and warp time. He can sling these guys pretty far. Like I've seen these guys
oh
make
no,
like.
if they move 7, they can advance and charge. I believe, right? If I remember that correctly.
Well,
Yep. Oh, I can hear you.
oh, sorry. Apologies, Paul. I thought I froze up. But yeah,
Nope.
they can haul. They can
Yeah.
haul when they need to, man.
Yeah, so I mean that is the case, but then he's ultimately sacrificing them if he does that. Is that what he wants to do on that flank right there? Does he want to go after the sweeter meat, the easier targets down at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen?
Well, he can actually kind of do both, which is terrifying. Looks like we've got. See, this is something that Liam does all the time. He's been taking Linebreaker quite a lot, and you see a unit of his cultists, possibly 2 units of his cultists coming on to his opponent's back board edge. They're going to be getting him some juicy Linebreaker points if they can fit, which remains to be seen. Just a quick update on the scores. Liam Hackett currently sitting on 34 points. That is 10 points for 2 turns of primary, for a total of 24 for Raise the Banners and 0 for While We Stand, 0 for Linebreaker. We know he's only going to get a max of 10 for While We Stand from this point in the game. He has lost a full unit of Possessed. And he hasn't got any for Linebreaker, which he's trying to remedy right now. Aaron Green has gotten 10s as well for both of his primary turns. He's got 6 for Raise the Banners, which is paying out quite consistently for him. 0 for Assassinate, and 4 for Linebreaker. So he did get the Linebreaker down in the bottom left-hand corner, which is nice. Those points could come in clutch, because right now, Aaron might be copying a little bit of a hiding. He's still up by 6 points on the game, so it's not that bad.
No, it's still anyone's game. I think that when we saw those boys get picked up, it was like, oh man, like this could go. Yeah, this could be a bad move, whatever, a game ending, a career in, not career ending, but a game ending event here, and so, but that what has done is that you're talking about moving these cultists in for score some points. He doesn't have the resources to go up there and get them, I don't think. So
yeah, agreed.
That's a solid play.
Do you want to get a transition back over to the other game?
Yeah, let's do that.
You might need to spend some time in the solo care of the wonderful Paul Murphy.
Where are we?
Not that anybody's going to complain about that.
There we go. Oh, nice to see plenty of Ultramarines still on the table here.
Yeah, pretty spicy. Looks like we have scored up the Ultramarines turn 2. They're currently sitting on 14 points, 10 of which will almost certainly be for primary, and then 4 points, of course. He didn't fall back, and he's in the middle of the table and maybe killed a vehicle in his turn. Therefore, 4 points on that, although we do know he put up some banners, so he would have definitely scored some banners as well. I'm going to bow out for a moment, guys. I'll leave you in with Mr. Paul Murphy's Tender Mercies. Be right back.
Well, the Marines got 10 points here in the primary and 3 for banners. So they are, I mean, turn 2, this is turn 2. And right now, Steve is trying to figure out what to do. And this is one of those things. I mean, I told you, the Ultramarines have gotten exactly where they want to be, I think, up there towards the middle of the board. And they're going to create some ponders situations for the Drukhari. Like, what do they want to do? What do they want to shoot at? How do they avoid leaving things alive? Do they have the guns to dig him out? Do they want to risk getting close to Marnius? I don't think so. And Tigerius too. I mean, we talked about a little bit about the damage output, but bringing Tigerius up into bear adds a little bit of damage for the wounds, from mortal wounds, and some his buff or I guess neg 1 buff on the shooting, which further reduces the Drukhari's ability to take their models off the table, which is exactly what they're trying to do. I'm not sure. Can we bring on their sound? Let's bring on their sound, because it seems like they're having some discussion about what they're planning, and I'd like to get a little bit inside that mind.
Once I get going, I don't want to stop. I just want to do the turn, but I want to make sure I have all of that set up. So,
ooh, we're an hour and 20 into the stream already.
Yeah, I know. So we also got to hurry it up.
Oh no, dude, are you kidding me? The next 2 turns, nobody's gonna have anything left.
Yeah, maybe.
Typically, what happens. All right,
So,
let's see some
move
movement.
forward. Yeah, so we're not going to do any of that. We'll just... No. The aggressors are going to advance.
Yeah.
2 whole inches, of which I will command point Reroll. So see if I get it back with Calgar. I do.
See if I steal it from you. I don't.
Okay, so I
So
go
you're
up.
at- you're at 7?
Remain at 7.
Okay.
And then I get 3 whole inches. Yay!
Well, they're assault weapons anyway, aren't they?
They are assault weapons, and they're re-rolling because of Calgar too.
Yeah.
So,
Do they have shots there?
pardon me.
They don't look like they have many shots there.
The aggressors?
So many
The
shots.
aggressors have many shots.
No targets.
Oh, there is only a singular target, and it's these guys.
These 5 racks, toughness 5 and 5 up invuln.
It's
I
fine.
think they'd be dead.
That's fine.
All he needs to kills them.
They only have a 5. They only have 1 wound though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's okay. It's 5 aggressors. I'm actually.
A lot of shooting.
It's a lot of shooting. I feel okay with it. Yeah, let's really make it.
The one eradicator.
A
Oh,
singular. Well, it's not going to be one for very long.
I think he's lonely.
Lonely. You're so lonely.
Whoa. This is strange.
Calgar, take me away.
Calgar's a champion.
I'm a champion. Yes, he is. He's the beast mode.
Zach says, just table him.
Just table him. Do your best.
To
And just
who?
table him.
To who, Zach?
Who is that? Like, who's he talking about?
Come on,
Steve.
now, Zach.
To Steve. Just table him already.
Zach's new team shirt is going to have a different name than beefcake on it, I think. I think it's going to be cheesecake. It's going to have to be.
Just for those of you that are not a part of the immediate circle, JT, Zach, even Steve for a while, they're all part of like a gaming group that regularly meets, well, I guess pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, pre-COVID meetings.
Yeah, pre-COVID we played a lot. Now we just Zoom call and hang out, and
We Zoom call and hang out.
that's about it.
What's the dilemma, Steve?
Well,
Walk
I'm
us through your
just-
thinking.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the best way to.
That is a very aggressive move.
Yeah.
That dice box looks totally cool on the overhead.
Yeah,
does,
thank you,
doesn't
Chris
it?
Jones, for making that.
Yeah, you did a great job.
Although we do need to examine the orange. The orange dice are a little hard to see in it.
Yeah, and I think somebody dropped it because the back panel is moving off of it. Oh, is he hiding?
Betcha.
Who's that hiding there?
So I moved the lieutenant back here because what I don't want.
Leading from the front.
Yeah, what I don't want is to. People know what I mean. I don't want to lose him to the assassination score.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right?
makes sense.
Like it just seems like a really bad call. So I just keep him like it. JT will need to work to get him.
Yeah,
You have lots of work to do.
that's the goal.
Which is too bad. I lose the aura. I really like the aura, but I think it's more important to make you work for the points.
Makes total sense.
Because the scoreboard is the thing that matters almost the most.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, doesn't
And-
matter otherwise.
Steve's like being so intricate with his movements. He really wants to win this one.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly though, like who wouldn't, right?
Well, yeah.
Like who wouldn't? So at the end of my movement phase, so I'm gonna do reserves and then I'll do the strat and the healing.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do it in, yeah. So they walk on from the board edge?
They walk on from the board edge. Yeah.
Just intercessors?
Intercessors with the auto bolt storm rifles. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And for people wondering why I'm doing it, I guess I'm doing this because what I don't want is I don't want JT's like I don't want JT to like come rocking in with like a bunch of like deep striking or whatever. I want to keep this side of the table, my side of the table.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's what that is. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to take the flamer aggressors.
Cool.
This is kind of awkward. With the 12 inches, we're going right here.
So those are coming in from
Back
reserves?
a little bit more.
Steve, those are coming in from
Yeah,
reserves?
so these are coming in from strategic reserves.
Off the side of the
Line that
table.
up. Okay, there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
This guy's too close.
Which guy?
This guy.
Can you just push it back?
Yeah,
a
so what I'm
little
going to try to,
bit,
you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to move this for a second and then just rock that.
Sure. Mine?
Steve's
was
LVO
like-
record?
What didn't both of us go like 1-5? Mine was 1-5. I don't know what did you do, JT?
I ended up 3-3, I think.
3-3?
Yeah, it would have been different, but after facing one of the best AdMech players on the planet, round 1 with an open mid-table, decided that the bar was open at that point. It was a tough match. It's such.
So I'm 9 inches away from this thing through the ruins?
Can you be?
Yep.
Okay, let's make sure you are.
Yeah, LVO was tough. I went 3-2.
Go a little bit there.
Yep, that's fine.
There you go.
And then be to the
Hope you enjoyed that bit of table talk. I know I did.
This dramatic interlude.
Yeah. Well, look, sometimes you just got to let the players talk, and when you get in the mind and see what's going on, I mean, look, they have a traditional casual environment, and it's really cool to see, having them playing in this tournament with us, and then I think it's going to be cool to see how these lists go on to the next round, because remember, we're determining what lists face each other in round 2.
Yes, exactly right. One of these lists will be progressing, and which one it is really going to determine a lot of what's to come. Now, it's always awesome to give these guys some airtime. They do amazing work. Play on Tabletop. Go over and find them on YouTube if you have not. Give them a like, give them a sub. They have some incredible stuff going on their Patreon as well. And I think we're about to be joined by an intrepid traveler.
We are bringing in Brad Chester, man. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brad Chester. I'm an elder around here. I was
about to say, the oldest living 40K player.
Because I wanted to say, in my intro to this was, could you guys tell Murphy that everything he says is wrong, and I'm right?
I said, welcome to the internet, and now welcome to the stream.
Hold on. What the hell is the internet? They said the DPG. I just watched a couple pre-games with TJ and Mateo, and I may or may not have had some strong opinions about how my list should have been played, and maybe I said some stuff. And then I was looking at this. Guys, I'm actually really excited for these games, though, because I actually think that Aaron's list really changes how the rest of this tournament goes, because of the fact that a Horde list versus his Chaos list really changes the way that the rest of the field gets defined about how you do that. Because you're looking at a huge Horde army versus a very specialist, and I think that Liam's list is very anti-Marine list. He literally said, screw it. I think that Marines/Chaos is going to be right there in the meta, and I'm going to take the anti that list. You know what I mean? He took everything against Marines and said, I'm going to play Marines. Boom. And he has the answer for all of them. A great list. He's a great player. He has been for years. But like he went all in on his bet and just went, you know what? I'm going to play Marines and I'm going to win. And I actually think that Aaron has the tools to beat this list because his list is not set up for a giant horde of creatures. And that's, in my opinion, on that. And I think that if Aaron continues on, it'll be very different as far as what everybody does gameplay-wise.
Lingering a couple of units of orcs around, like being able to recycle some of them, it's going to really flip the math. It's going to make that loss he took much less significant, and having that ability is, I mean, it's going to be strong. I think it's really going to play out. And, we're seeing it here. Like, there's a lot more movement in here, and it looks like he's going up towards that bottom flank, like we said. I don't know if that's what we can see exactly what he's committing there.
I'm not going to lie. I think he should green tide right now. I think he's being a little greedy on green tide right now, but I think he should pull it up and put it in that right-hand corner and really try to take that flank, because I think that Liam actually set up so he's going to take the other flank, and I think he should go really hard on the bottom, basically. And just
just a quick update of this game. It looks like the boys and the Meganobs have been picked up. It's just one unit of boys left with Gaz. It might be too late, lads. It might be a little bit too late for Mr. Aaron. Looks like we are into the top of turn 4. Yep, because Aaron has scored his primary.
I think he actually took one turn too late. I think he got a little greedy on trying to get back into it. But and to be honest, man, Liam's list has the volume with all those storm bolters and everything else. it's a strong list, man. You know what I mean? People looked at it, and a lot of people messaged me after the Adelaide Open, and were like, "Hey, what's he trying to do?" And I'm like, "This list is really, really strong, guys. It has a lot
It's
of
hunting. It's hunting Imperium, man. It's hunting
100%.
Sisters, Marines, and
Oh my
Admech,
God.
because those are the three.
Yeah.
Those are the three strongest. So the three of the strongest players in his
literally-
local meta play those. And so he's just like, I'm going to hunt them down, man.
I can't agree more on that. He literally put the Imperium on the wall and just checked those off as that's when I'm killing. And
Yeah.
said this. Is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm-"
exactly.
But he has the tools for it. And to be honest, let's be honest with it. He's a really good player, so he can adapt to what he needs to adapt with, and he has the volume of shots to deal with whatever is going on. Clearly, he's dealing with Horde. I actually think that Aaron had an opportunity on this. I do think he got just a little bit greedy on this, because I think he could have went very, very hard on the top flank on that and just brought that unit in with Green Tide, and it would have changed the game, in my opinion, on this. But obviously, you know, watching the game after the turns have played out is always 2020. I have
We're talking about looking in the rear view. It's easy for us to make some comments about maybe what we should have done.
100%.
But he's doubled down on some things. So I think he's in his mind, he's thinking, I got to dig out of some of these things. What is even if it's a fringe path, even if it's a play that is maybe not the conventional thing I would do when all things are whole, now he's trying to piece some things back together.
So, gentlemen, just to tune in for a sec. So in Australia, people have known for a long time we have what's called a Horde meta. There are a lot of things that we have developed over time as a ways to keep Horde safe. And one of the things that I think Aaron forgot about, we've got this thing called the T formation. It's called a long T, like as long as my arm, and then you tee it off. And that's what he needed to do with one unit of boys to insulate 3 units of his boys with one of them.
Whoa. The Aussies just talked about some shit that Sparks and I brought up in 2001, 2000. You said the carbon formation, my friend.
I didn't say we developed it. I just said that's what we used down here.
Chemistry in college on this. T formation, my friend. Well, you know what? Give some respect to your elders. When you were listening, I said this was the formation we should use.
He's got a stone tablet right under his desk that has this chiseled into
it. Know your role, Adam. Yeah, but a nice use of a long T formation, as in he branches, or even you can do an L. You can do like a hockey stick. Which you
call it the carbon formation. You look at that. You Google that later tonight, and you see what the carbon is, and you bring that up. You know what? I'm upset about this. I'm looking at you right there in the eye. Yeah, I'm upset because we already put this up.
My eyes, Chester.
What happens is, because you get the most frontage, we get the most defensive frontage with your auras in that.
And on top of that, if Liam was to commit, he hits that front row, he can't afford to do many pile-ins and consolidates. Well, he can't afford to consolidate at all. Otherwise, he just automatically taps the next one and cops a hellacious amount of attack right back. So he's poised, getting auto-charged by 90 boys in the return.
And the thing is, guys, if you want to look for a meta, let's be honest. Everybody playing in the US or the European meta right now, you don't have a meta. The only meta that exists, and I'm going to give it up to you, is the Aussie meta. The only players that are having a meta are the Aussies right now. They're playing in multiple tournaments with large minds. You know, they have large people coming in, and they're playing a lot of games. Aussie meta is the only meta that really counts. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I have lots of people that I coach that are playing in Australia and New Zealand. You guys have the only meta that exists because, you know, you guys playing in your basement with 3 guys, you know what your friends play, but that's
Hey, we're actually getting some updates from the table, and this is significant here. So it looks like Aaron has moved another 30 boys in the midfield to push into the possessed. If Aaron can clear out the remaining 17 possessed in the midfield, it takes another 5 points from Liam.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, so Aaron gets off the bull charge of the large boys squad, so they can always roll 7 on the charge and take no penalties to it. No other psychic stuff. Then the boys make their charge into the possessed. They're going to need to do a lot more work than their brothers had, is what, yes, that is the truth. Yeah. But Aaron charges another, looks like a commando squad into the 10 cultist, which is good because that's going to keep him from getting those points that they were hanging in the wind. Looks like looking to shut down the line breaker that we were talking about earlier.
So interesting. I just saw 3.5 possessed die, so 3, and then a floating wound. I hope that's not the big unit of boys, and I hope that's not the sum total of what their damage is going to be here.
Oh God, no! Please,
that's
please say
horrific.
no. I'm hoping. By the way, I don't
Please pick up some more, Liam.
I don't want to be really biased, but walk.
Yeah. Just pick up some more for us, Liam. Just pick up 5 more, just to ease our conscience.
But seriously, man, is a more devastating thing in the game than, especially in, like, for instance, Vital Intelligence, a orc moving everybody to the middle of the board with an obstacle unit of 30 guys going, well, that's annoying. I guess I have to deal with that.
Well, look, the damage dealers are. I mean, he's really taking out the damage dealer. We talk about the possessed. If they get all picked up, then it's a completely different game. I mean, the greater demon is there. The characters are actually okay. Like, they can kill some boys. Like, if he charged all those characters into a unit of boys, he could kill them all.
Yeah, but that's just so much. It's the thing is like you have to get the synergy of everything together to pick up an entire unit at that point in time.
Yeah. That's not the situation. That's not ideal.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the end, if you have 2 keepers and a loaded change sitting on an objective, and you have 4 orcs, well, the 4 orcs still take that objective, so that's still 5 points. So
spot on. Every possessed that goes down here is so important. It's so important to Aaron. Looks like we've got a bunch more attacks coming through. Liam's going to be rolling his saves. Interesting. I'll be interested to know what the first round of attacks was. Maybe there's a menial combat happening on the right of screen into those cultists, or maybe this is the result of the cultists right now. So we'll see which. Yeah, it is the cultist fight. Looks like we're going to see at least. I'll probably see the whole cultist bomb be picked up. They're all gone. 10 guys dead.
So think of the personal morale that's gone on here. So there was I think a couple of missteps with 2, or actually almost 3 giant units of boys, and that is such a chunk of your board presence and your points in your army that have not gotten the juice he needed out of that squeeze, and so now we're in a position to where he's having to mount the defense, and I think it's a testament to the fortitude of the player.
Now, can I start giving all the props to one player and then nitpicking the shit out of them with their secondaries? Can we
stop swearing? And by all means, you can.
Okay, for one, you told me not to swear, but I never went this far without saying fucking my whole life.
Oh, hang on. All right, Brad, we're sitting in back to the showers. Yeah,
come on.
See you later. See you later. Thanks for coming on, though. I mean, look, a valuable insight. I mean, I've played Brad several times through the years, and it's always a challenging game, a great and challenging game. I don't want to admit that I've been playing in the same tournaments that he's played in for years. That I don't after all the shade I just threw him for some of the other things. Yeah, this is one of those things.
I think that Assassinate was actually a bad pick for the secondary because it feels, because it puts too much pressure on you to do something, because in the end, guys, you want to score your points and you don't want to be forced to do anything. You know what I mean? So engage, banners, whatever. All the things that you can take to score your points, I think, are better for this orc army than saying, I have to kill some characters.
It's a calculated risk. I mean, it's one of those situations to where, again, we talked about it, where he's going to have to keep those characters relevant to the game. He cannot just simply scroll them away in the corner.
It forces you to do something, and of course, I'm looking through the 2020 goggles of the game itself. But anytime I'm forced to do something, it makes me think that I would rather do stuff that makes my opponent react to me.
Yes,
that's how I am about that, because I'm playing Paul right now, and I say, hey, I'm taking Assassinate, and Paul goes, cool, good to hear. Well, all my characters are going to be on this flank for your week, and I can't get there.
Over here.
Exactly. That's my point on that, is that it's not the word. Obviously, it's a good pick. He's a great player. You know what I mean? Aaron's won a shit ton of games, but that's one of the ones that I don't like taking on that, especially in a big game, because I know my opponent can react against me. Because right now I'm playing Paul, and he goes, "Oh shit, I'm down a few points," and he goes, "You know what? My 1 and 2/1 characters are now going to move away from this engagement, and I have to fight through your possessed, your everything else, and all the things that I wanted to kill in the first place." I don't agree with that. And don't, like I said, don't get me wrong. I'm going to give all the props to him. Aaron's a fantastic player. He's wrecked. You know what I mean? You look at his team tournament results, everything else. He's been like the go-to player.
Steamroller.
He literally, his team has been wrecking in the teams, by the way, in Australia. But that, in my opinion, that's a risky objective, and I think it was too high roll. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was
I'll tell you an interesting thing. The only time I've seen this list by Aaron's lose in a tournament in the last 3 months was against Liam Hackett, and we're about to see it lose to Liam Hackett a second time. I'll tell you what Liam Hackett is. Liam Hackett was, in my opinion, the best Orc player in the world in 2018 and 2019. So if anyone's going to pull apart an army like Aaron's, spot on, it's going to be Liam.
I agree with that 100%. That's why I think that Assassinate's a bad pick, because of the fact that Liam knows what your list can do.
Let's jump back into the games. Brad, let's say we will definitely check back in with you tomorrow. Thanks a lot for coming on with us and that insight. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input, my brother. Take care and have a great night.
Yeah, let's jump back over to the play on.
Yeah, before we move, Gaz is dead, and I think at least 15, possibly that entire bomb of Orc Boys is dead as well. We will wait and see how that pans out. Another 5 Orc Boys being picked up. It's just ugly, man.
I think we're talking about some calculated risk and things here, and maybe he's carrying some of that that knowledge from previous engagements with the other player forward, and maybe making it a couple of risks, a couple of gambles, a couple of bets, and it just didn't work out.
We talk I don't know how it is over there, Paul. We talk about players having hoodoo on each other a lot, as in like you feel like you are the worst player in the matchup and therefore play like the worst player in the matchup. There's definitely a lot of that here, and maybe there's some hoodoo developed between these two, because the last time Aaron lost was to Liam.
So we have a player, a buddy who I've again known for years. Right, he can't beat anyone but me.
Oh, that sucks. That burns.
Yeah, it's just like he just doesn't win against anyone but me. It's always like my worst day, kind of thing when I'm playing. I mean, I love playing. I mean, really, like a true friend, but he's really good at beating me.
Yeah, let's hit that transition, get loaded up, and find out how doing.
So what's the action? What's happening over here?
Man, there is a lot going on still. They've still got a lot of stuff left. There's a couple of less venoms. Well, there's one less venom on the bottom right-hand corner that has been picked up. Looks like there's a unit of aggressors that has walked on the rightmost table edge for the right of our screen. As you can see, they're being supported by what looks like some intercessors up to the upper left. Now, what is going on at the bottom? I can see one less Reaper. Can you move your head, Paul? Just move your head down. Yeah, there's another Ravager. There's a Ravager and there's one Reaper. Yeah, there's a Ravager behind that building. To the left of that is what I believe is either a minimum of one Reaper, and then above that is a Ravager. So I think one Reaper has been popped, one Reaper has been taken down. We know there was one on 5 wounds left going into this turn, and I don't believe we've had JT's turn 2 yet, because we haven't seen his primary. These boys might need to get a little shake on the clock, but not that we're going to enforce any times upon them.
This is the last game of the day, so they can technically play forever, and they're on the West Coast, so it's not even midnight for them.
Gosh.
Hey, but let me while we're talking about that, let me say thanks for hanging in. Like, I know people are tuning in from all over the world, and this is something that it may be late, maybe early, but yeah, thanks for hanging with us, chat. This has been a great discussion and back and forth the whole day, and I'm enjoying it.
And we're only going to be going again tomorrow. Like, you can expect more of the same from us tomorrow. I believe it's another 4 games lined up tomorrow. I'm just going to double check. Another 3 games tomorrow. With starting off with Vanguard Tactics in their first game, and the Art of War playing their first game. Following that with Hellstorm Wargaming and Gentleman Wargaming, and then Art of War Down Under playing their last game, and Play on Tabletop playing their last game as well. Man,
we're starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. 9 a.m. Eastern time. So set your clocks. If you can't make it right on time, which I understand, you want to get up, get yourself a coffee or a Monster or something, and then get on with us. I want to talk. Look, we are doing this for charity. That's part of it. What we're doing here, and it's ticking up. Like, people are donating, and it's really cool. Again, not approved. Like, watch. can't do it. I completely understand. But we've raised over $4,000
Oh,
over the last couple of weeks, and a good chunk of that today during the stream. The links for that, if you just want to follow along and see how it's going, is at the Las Vegas Nopen.net website. You can click on all the links. The Falcon did an amazing job of setting this site up and putting all the information there, very easily accessible if you want to follow along with us for the schedule, the list, the charity, information on the stream partners. Check it out.
dead set. Well done, Mr. Murphy. All right, looks like we've got some charges possibly coming in. JT's sitting at the back, either hyperventilating or underhandedly mocking his opponent, so we can't hear it or see what he's saying or read his
Is he's kind of like a coach? He's covering it up. He's like, I think he may have been bracing for impact. I mean, that's
so I'm not huge on baseball. It's just not a thing in Australia. Well, it's not a big thing in Australia. But what do you call it when the guy who's the catcher mocks the batter?
What? Yeah, it's just some chatter. It's just called chatter.
Yeah, like we call that hazing over here. You're just trying to haze him out.
Hazing's different. Hazing's bad. Chatter's okay.
Okay. Okay. So swearing at him and being derogatory towards him while he's batting and doing something important is fine, but just walking past him on the street doesn't matter. Twice. Yeah. Never mind.
Right. So it's chatter is what we're talking about. That may have been what he was doing. He could have been beatboxing for all we know.
That's true. Could very well have been beatboxing. Yeah.
But look, look at the score right now. So, Ultramarines up by a pretty significant margin.
Well, yeah, we haven't had the bottom of turn 2 scoring for JT yet, which is a little bit problematic for JT. Hopefully, they get on their bike soon, get some things rolling along. We see those scores start to come in because I'm of the opinion that JT wants a 5-turn game. His army is poised and will get the most out of a 5-turn game, and hopefully they get a natural conclusion one way or another. So it looks like there's been a charge that is. Oh, wow, he made a charge from reserve. Look, see the Flamestorm aggressors that were on the right hand side. They came in from reserve and they made it into that venom.
They made it. Hey, that takes a little bit of luck.
Cold clocked that 9. Doesn't take luck, man. Takes bravery. Takes skill. Takes courage. I'm gonna make this 9. Bada bing, bada boom, done.
Or potentially a command point reroll.
Of course, but what would have happened if he didn't make that roll? That one venom just flies away. And those aggressors don't shoot. They don't
never to be seen again.
Never heard of him. Never seen him.
But that puts him over there near that objective. So that even it may have been a risky charge, but it still is not a terrible position because now you're deep in the line. So now you're causing that. Now we know the Drukhari can be different places. They're not as maneuverable as the Harlequins though. But they could then shift their position. But he's still over there on that objective.
Yeah. Wow.
That is Canadian, I think is so depending on where you are, you will see different figures on the charity. So if you're following along, I think it currency updates for you.
I think Mr. Chester, what were you saying there, mate? I think he's talking to us off screen.
He's stuck in the booth.
Beautiful. Cool. Easy done.
I think we're the booth. I think.
Yeah, we are. We are the booth. He's in the outside world. We're contained. We are in the Matrix. Richard's playing goalie, protecting us from Mr. Chester and his rage.
This ancient rage playing out with I think a little bit different than maybe what we would expect. I should say I kind of expected the Ultramarines to clog the center, but I expected the Drukhari to actually be taking away more bodies. So I mean, I think that means that the Ultramarines are using their stratagems well. I mean, do we know if the apothecary went down? Has he brought anybody back? Has he healed himself? Has he caused it to go into hiding? That's what I'd like to know.
I've only got one prediction of where this apothecary is. Actually, no, I have 2 predictions of where this apothecary is. If you look, next time we get an overview cam, I'll give you a little insight. So if you look onto the upper right-hand side of the screen, there's a little what looks to be a crate. To the right of right of that, there's a marine that looks like it's got white armor. For Adam's first prediction, that's our man, because there's 5 models next to it, which would mean 5 intercessors hunkering down with the apothecary. Makes sense. To the left of that, all the way across, you'll see a couple of wound dice. what looks to be a unit of the other unit of aggressors is all the way at the top. These guys are at roundabouts at the bottom. More intercessors, and there's one model that doesn't look like it quite fits in with the rest. It's all the way to the left, second from so in the middle, so one up from the most bottom-most Marine. That guy looks like he's a little bit different from the rest and could very well be a character. So those are my two predictions of where he is on the table. It would make sense that he is the guy on the right-hand side because he probably picked his head out, got shot with 7 hex rifles, and he's like, okay, well, now I'm hiding. And that's why he's on the other side of the crate.
Yep. So a few minutes ago, the flame aggressors come on, flank to roast some racks on the back objective. The intercessors come in the backfield to hold the back objective. Apothecary brings back an eradicator and heals himself.
There you go. Heals himself. So he must have taken at least some wounds.
So that was a bit ago. The aggressors shoot the racks.
This table boss is just smashing it out.
Yeah. Are you? Yeah. Go for it, man. Get us up to speed.
Yep. Lone Suppressor charges a lone Venom on an objective on the far flank to deny primary point to a JT, also to get engaged. Aggressors punch the Venom to death, as we saw. They did make that 9-inch charge. This stops Drukhari from scoring this as well. JT will now only score 5 next turn. Morale, a lone rack runs away, and the Marines score 3 for engage. That'll be the end of turn 2 for the Ultramarines.
Playing that denial game. I mean,
yeah.
So look, I did call that the suppressors were going to be pivotal in this engagement, but
Did you think they were going to suppress his score?
No. I did absolutely, and I say pivotal. I mean, they were going to do something in turn 1 and 2. I really did not expect to hear the phrase "assaulting a Venom" to take away points. Like that is some next. Now look, I mean, I don't know if it was a long charge or whatever, or it probably surprised the Drukhari player as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Just a quick update on the other game. I'm not even sure we need to switch back to it. The table boss has just called us that game has come to an end. At the bottom of turn 4, Liam chooses just to smite the amazing boy and pick up a few straggling models. The possessed chain back to snake around the block of the main central ruin, and to block any shenanigans Aaron could use to score assassinate. Liam leaves it at that. He's pretty comfortable with his position. Top of turn 5, Aaron can't find a way to pick up any assassinate points and concedes the game.
Do we want to jump back? Are they still on the table? Can we jump back?
We'll jump back into them. I believe they're probably packing up at this moment. The end score was 88 to 57, I believe, to Liam.
I'll be closer than I thought I was going to be.
From what we were saying, absolutely right, closer than I thought.
But look, I mean, so honestly, the orc player is making decisions to try to stay in the game. I think there was some calculated risk that may have been on the fringe, but when you're in that position, you have to play the fringe. You have to figure out what is your path to victory. Even if it is remote, you still try to go for it. That's what he did. It didn't work out. I think that some emotion got into play, and I'd love to hear from the players if that is the case or not. But I feel like some emotion and some past knowledge that the vestiges, the ghost of previous games may have haunted him.
Well, it's a psychological thing. Having 120 boys and having 60 of them gone in one turn from one unit, you're going to be like, how do I win from this position? On top of that, this guy he just used 1 squad of his 3 to kill 2 of my squads of my 4. And now I'm down. So I did have a 4 big squad to 3 big squad advantage. And now it's down to, I have 2 big squads to his 3. Yuck. And it's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Commitment and the 2 squads in there, and then getting them gutted or whatever, I think, and then tried to stack up the numbers in there. Or again, it may have been a ploy, like I've got to drain him of resources so I can do something, right? And he's not going to kill them all because I've got some locked and he can't get everybody over there. So I'm obviously going to have some boys to green tide back. Maybe that's what he was thinking. But it could have been just that I tried to build in some insurance into that maneuver with that other boy squad bringing him in.
And like I said, for those at home who want to try and play into the Horde meta, it's a really good formation to put into your head that you make a T. So into the bottom, so you have characters into this section of the T, and then you have the long arm of the T, and then your other 3 squads of boys go along like this. You have 1 squad of boys that comes up and crosses off the T at the front. So e.g. any investment from front units going to 1 squad of boys. Yep. You trade, you lose that 1 squad of boys, but then you have 3 squads of boys to respond to that one, and you keep the parity of you being 1 up on the big squad. So he would go down to 2 squads of possessed, you'd still have 3 squads of boys. Is that a winning position? I don't know, but it was better than the one he had.
With Gaz, right? I mean, again, like because he's not once he's locked in. There's no. I don't think there's anything special that lets him retreat and then do something, act as normal out of combat or whatever. You're then mitigated. It's like we saw in the exhibition game where the incubi went over there and tagged that unit. So it's basically just putting them on pause. So anytime
Yeah.
you've got them, you're hitting the pause button. You put them in stasis and putting them in the freezer, as it were. You're then able to kind of accomplish some of your other objectives around the way. And I love what you're talking about that formation, because that's something that comes out over time. That is solved a problem, right?
Yeah.
And you learn that over a series of games experimenting with your army.
Yeah, Chester's laying it on me in the chat for stealing his formation, stealing his little tech plays. I had no idea.
It's like everything is old again.
Everything comes back around at some point.
So,
and
but look,
everybody
what-
thinks they invented the thing.
What you're describing, though, is something you can actually do yourself. Like when you're practicing, right now, especially in these quarantine type environments, you can stack these things out on the table yourself. Like use this downtime to actually do some of these the logistics and the physics of moving models. I did this when flyer rules first hit the game. I did this at home. I would practice my flight patterns by myself just so I wouldn't get caught when it mattered on the line.
Exactly right. I'm a big proponent of when you think onto something hot or sexy or people won't be expecting, get it out on the table, see how it moves, see how it deploys, map out a little game for yourself. Don't need to play into anything, but just move it through a couple of deployments. You'll find you'll get a much better sense of if you're onto some special spicy sauce that's going to catch someone out, or if it's actually just like, I don't know.
Or over the course of this stream, we've talked about footprint of things. Like what does a squad of 10 40 millimeter bases look like if you were to string them out? Like it's wider than you think, and that's something you can do on your own time that will make you a better player, and because you're not having to realize these things when there's some stakes on the line.
Exactly right. Chester is lighting up the chat. He says Australia is the only meta, and then goes on to say the Australian meta is 15 months behind. There is no other meta. There is only Australia.
That is the contradiction that pundits sometimes get stuck in.
He's poking me, trying to get a reaction, and it's working. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop feeding.
Yeah, you gotta. We talk about putting things on pause, putting things in a freezer. That's
yeah, exactly right. All right, let's jump back to that to the TT game and see what's going down there.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, we have a good table boss. I believe that is still Scary there on the table boss. So
we've been joined by Chester. Actually, we've been joined by Chester.
Am I back on? I'm sorry.
You are back on. Yeah.
You're not back on.
Damn
so
cool.
Lone Rack. The Lone Rack succumbed to morale. I mean, like it's kind of interesting. Morale has not been a factor in 40K games, a legitimate factor for quite some time. We have a significant, meaningful morale phase now.
Yes, and just well, it is and it isn't. I wish there was a lot less morale mitigating factors. E.g., I wish that nobody got to mitigate morale. There was no immunity morale. There was no nothing. It hurt everybody the same. It was consistent across the board. Because we still have this case where it matters to some armies, it doesn't matter to others. Like it doesn't matter to Tyranids. It doesn't matter in a lot of cases to Marines who don't take attrition tests and have small squads or are incentivized to have small squads. Things of that ilk just doesn't really seem to be that big a factor. I don't mind it though. I don't mind that it's because what it was before was it didn't matter at all, or it was horrific for you. E.g., what it was like for me for Guardsmen.
Nation Under Fear has changed. I mean, so there are things. That's the way that with the complexity and the layers of rules and stuff in factions and units and stuff, you're going to have things where it's not as much. They can break the rule. Like things, you're going to have a rule. And then things are going to break that rule for the flavor and complexity of the game, and so what we see in competitive lists, and I'm using competitive in that clinical sense of competitive. You don't want that variance in your list, and so we as when we're designing a competitive list, will gravitate towards those things that have less of an impact to those type of swings in the game. But it doesn't mean it doesn't exist to lots of other things out there. You just don't always see it on the table.
Yeah. And totally Fair enough. When that list construction stuff does have a lot of nuance to it, does have a lot of moving parts, and yes, but on Paul, not really much to add.
Well, I mean, even look at this with the Ultramarines. Like they took a banner, something specifically that allows them to help mitigate some of that. That in addition to and Marines didn't really care about that with the Intermission of No Fear and rerolls and other things like like that. But now you actually kind of have to build in some insurance into your list if you think it's going to be a factor. And I think that's what he's planning on with this list. And look, it seems to be working for him. And, he's up 17-0 at the moment. Now there's plenty of game left for sure. But if he's going to go up there in his plan, and it looks like he's got a list that is built to clog a certain part of the board.
Yeah, he's got some saturation. He's got a lot of MSU. He can exist in a lot of places at the same time. The issue is though, there's a lot more diminishing returns at stake for the Dark Elder than there is for the Ultramarines. Every single bird, every single venom that gets pulled down is a big loss. Whereas, like one aggressor can do so much damage to this Dark Elder army, like so much.
Yeah, this may be the time to shine for the aggressors. I mean, look, you saw it. Look, it's already building the momentum, that courage coming in out from the side of the table and charging in. I mean, like, wow. I mean, that's you don't see it very often.
You just gotta want it more, guys. That's all it is. It's not a dice game. It's a belief game. No, it's not. Update from our table boss. Did Yukari know they are in crunch mode? They have to clear one side of the table. They have a lot of reserves, so they hope to use them effectively this turn. Mandrakes and Scourges and Court of the Archon models. So he's going to deploy everything he's got, try and saturate one side of the board, and try and take over a flank. Which one do you think he goes for?
Which flank do I think he goes for?
Yeah. Well, next time we come up to the top view, we'll have a little bit of
revenge on that aggressor squad.
Surely he does. Looks like we got Scourges coming down into his home objective. It is pretty cool that Blasters, despite being something that people associate with a melter, or something of an ilk of a melter with D6 damage, it actually has a decent range on it as well. I do think the left-hand side is the weaker flank still. Remember we were saying that last turn? The left-hand flank is the weaker side because there's a nice big chunky bit of obscuring terrain in the middle that the Ultramarines will need to move through. So I think that is still the best side. Pick up those grav units. Hell, if you want to, move a couple of your boats off and pin them off the drop pod if you really need to be protected from some fire.
Oh, look, man, I bet he's gunshot. He's already had one boat taken down by a suppressor.
Yeah. Suppressor killed one of his Reapers.
Well, I don't know if he killed it, but certainly nullified his objective scoring stuff. So
he's going for the apothegm with the shooting. We're just being told by the boss. Yeah, interesting. So he's healed himself. Did he heal himself to full? Did he get one back? Did he get two back? Did he get three back? We're not too sure.
With that, and I think with the apothecary, like, yes, you definitely want him down, but I don't think you're going to get him down unless you can remove him all in one go. So, I don't know what gets through this wall of blue to do that. So then maybe I point those rifles somewhere out of the apothecary range.
Yeah, that's another cool call. Yeah, they could definitely make a difference. Now, what is spicy there? If he brings him down this turn, is that enough to really shake this game up? Is that enough to let JT start taking over, start getting a bunch of influence back in here? Because right now he's looking very contained, but it is only turn 2.
Well, it is turn 2, but he's also up by just he's up by a ton of points. Now, I know we talked about reserves. I don't know if he has the strength in those reserves to get through this wall. I think the Ultramarines have positioned himself and I know we talked about the layers earlier, but I think they've built some kind of concentric rings of protection for things while scoring points.
Now, what's awkward here is that the board control is so complete for the Ultramarines that there's no real ability for JT to both move onto an objective and clear it. What he's going to be doing is if he does that, he's exposing himself, possibly overreaching, overextending. So what he's probably going to do is what he did with the Scourges. He dropped them very defensively, but they have good ranges of fire, good firing lanes, and he's probably just going to pick off and try and equal the primary. Because what he needs to do is not let his opponent get a 15. He got a 0 for primary. I don't think he can do that to his opponent because I think that the board control is just too potent for him, but he needs to give him a 10. Cannot afford to let the Ultras get a 15.
So you're talking about which flank to come in on. I think our whatever side that is on. Actually, that side. Yeah, this side. look,
Yeah,
you
the
know, we got to
left-hand
figure
side.
out this
The
out.
left-hand side
The
of the
side
table.
with the drop pod on it is
That's
static. I think that has been that is declared. There's nothing left to really
Mm.
that side's not really going to do much. It's not going anywhere. Where the action can happen and maybe where the most impact of the reserves can be is on the other side to take out some of those suppressors, and maybe that's the call to make there.
Well, see, that's where I assumed he was going to put the Scourges. The Scourges go back in the back corner. E.g., they'll be able to shoot the suppressors, and if they kill the suppressors, nothing will be able to see them. They're in the back corner. They'll be blocked and protected by that ruin. They'll also be up there to get him some engage points, some secondary points in addition. And I feel like that would have been a good spot. I can't see the entirety of that ruin. Actually, no, they would be very protected. They'd be very protected from that position. I feel like that would have been a very nice call. Whether 4 blasters killed
Oh,
3.
we just saw some Ultramarines get picked up, so that must be the Devastator squad, I believe.
Dev squad,
Yeah.
kaput, dead. Get
Yep.
rid of him. Never heard of him off the table.
Yeah, and look, their grav guns don't do a ton to the Drakari, but they are still bodies on the table, and that's what he's got to do. He's got to remove his scoring potential. He needs to somehow get on the foot of him scoring points and Ultramarines not scoring points.
Yeah, exactly right.
That was very maddening of me to say. The guy who wins this game is going to score the most points.
Most points. Yeah,
Hey.
it was.
If you can figure out a way to move the ball 100 yards, you're going to score a touchdown.
We have the Servo Skull back with us. Val is here in spirit. He's probably
The ever
tucked in-
watchful eye. It's,
Yeah. He's overseeing, making sure we don't let Chester back on.
Well, what I'm saying is that
Just caveat. I love Brad Chester. In case anybody has any questions.
same. So, but with this, when I talk about, it's like the boots on the ground are actually what are going to score the points. And even if he were to remove some figures from an objective, they could just walk on over there and still be on it. So he hasn't done anything. So, but I guess forcing him to do that is something he needs to try to do. But it still all begins and ends with removing casualties.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's see if we've got an update from our table boss. What has been chucked down? Shooting, try and focus on the Dark Technomancer's hex rifles doing mortals. He does kill. He killed the Apothecary. Apothecary's down, guys. Game on.
Look. That I did not expect that. I thought the Apothecary was going to be insulated enough. I didn't know he had enough juice to get him down.
Sorry, Mandrakes into the lieutenant that's giving him extra rerolls. He kills the lieutenant as well. So that lieutenant must have been exposed in some way. The Mandrakes have popped up. They've got a bunch of shots. They can do a bunch of mortal wounds in addition. He's pulled down lieutenant. Suppressor in combat with the Venom takes all the overcharged shots and dies, e.g. the Venom shot into combat. The Wounded Ravager has shot into the Grav Marines. All the Grav devs are dead as well. Unit of Scourges shoots into the Flame Aggressors with blasters. He will transhuman and only one dies. So sum total, he lost his Apothecary, lost his lieutenant, lost one suppressor, lost his Gravs, and he's lost one Flame Aggressor so far. Man, good turn. JT's pulling it out, man.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good swing. And with the Apothecary, it was that a trap? Did he keep him in harm's way because the bubble was too good? Like he couldn't get away from it. But now
Yeah, exactly
you don't have
right.
to worry about it because the Apothecary is down. Lieutenant being down,
Dun.
like that's some character buffing power.
Yeah, it actually is. The chat is currently being taken over by the Australians. I think the internationals have to fight back against this rising Aussie menace. Otherwise, we will dominate this bad boy. Because I got Mr. Martin, my man George in the chat. They're firing off on all sorts of angles.
Oh, look at that! The Aussie meta, the world meta. Look, hey, show us what it's about. That's like being able to be in a country where it's safe to play in some of these large things. I mean, that's what it's about. It's like when is it safe? When is it the right time to get out and do these things? And I'm really glad that you guys can enjoy the game in this way.
Canadians are just cheap Aussies at discount Aussies. No, Canadians are the less uncouth, more refined with manners Aussies. And that's from an Australian. And I don't mind. I love my people. I know what we are, though.
I do like a little bit of rivalry in the chat, but let's keep it civil for sure. Oh, here we go. So, chat. Well, listen, we're getting a request as to where we are with the charity. So, the Las Vegas Nopen charity stream. There's actually a fundraiser page you can find off of the website. We're currently sitting at $4,357 US. That is, we started this a couple of weeks ago, and then a big chunk of that has been during the stream. So, thanks everybody who's contributing and doing that. It's really awesome.
Amazing, and so honored to be part of such a crazy and awesome production event, something that's going to be contributing so well for so many in such a hard
this is
time.
an event.
And thank you so much again to all our contributors, everybody who's
and all the partners and stuff. Like, look at this. It's like we're now we were just looking on 2 different continents, getting game streamed, 2 different styles of play list. This is going to be interesting. And we have, think about it, we have 2 more days of this.
Yeah.
2 more days.
100%.
Like, we have about another hour and a half or so that we're going to be doing this. And then 7 hours from that, we're going to be back doing it again.
Yeah, dude. No rest for the wicked. Yeah. Exactly right, and man, this is only going to get better from here. This is kind of the way. This is not even our final form. Brad and I, we have not even gone Freezer 2 yet. We haven't even gone the big mushroom freezer.
These
let alone
lists
final form freezer.
These lists are going to advance into the next round of play. They will then be piloted. So that's when there's a couple different things you can root for. So there you can root for the list, you can root for the pilot, you can root for the stream team. You can even, I mean, you're rooting for us is not going to affect the outcome of the tournament, but you can root for us too. It's okay.
But it's nice. We like it. No problems there. A huge amount of Marines being picked up this turn, guys. Like literally. Like a quarter of his army is already down. Unit of Scourges, shot to there. Venom shooting into Eradicators, no overcharge. He keeps thinking that it's 1 mortal wound. It's a mortal wound for Dark Technomancers. Eradicator dies. Ravages split fires, 1 shot into the Eradicator. All hit and wound, kills him. The Eradicators are gone. 2 guns into the aggressors, causes 6 wounds. That's 6 hits and 6 wounds into the aggressors. They are rerolling once to hit and wound from the Living Muse Archon. Ravage is rolling absolute fire. Second unit of Scourges shooting into the Boltstorm aggressors, 2 wounds with 1 blaster, kills 2 more aggressors. Man, JT is rolling this turn. He is absolutely crazy. Remaining Reaper shoots and kills the remaining Boltstorm aggressors. So all the Boltstorm aggressors are gone. I think there's 2 of the Flamestorms gone. All the Grav devs are gone, and all the Eradicators are gone. Plus a Lieutenant, plus an Apothecary. JT, you maniac! What a beast of a turn.
Blasters have been basically the bane of Marines' existence for, I don't know, 2 decades or so, and this is proving still the case here in this game. But is it going to score many points?
That's true, because while he is killing a bunch of stuff, that 17-0 is looking pretty ominous still. Looks like we do have a charge into that drop pod by what I assume is a unit of racks. It's not too bad. Just keep them safe.
Some racks or the mandrakes is like, what is like? Because I don't know if it came in from reserves or not, but anyway, if that's an objective over there, he's gonna own it. Drop pod certainly will not be owning.
Like I said, what he wants is to make sure he gives his opponent a 10-point primary and not a 15. Because I was of the opinion that a 5-point primary was probably out of his reach, which is with his opponent holding 4 of the 6. So denying 1 of them to him, it was probably enough. Just give him a 10. I think JT would be happy with that.
Depending on what got charged into that drop pod, I don't think they're killing it, and that means they're basically immune to shooting. And so if he needs to dig him out, he has to go over there, therefore weakening what he's got to potentially backfill on some of the other objectives on the other side.
I love seeing JT excited. Did you see him? He's just, I'm rolling well. I'm so happy. Yeah, I love that. Good for him, man. But dude, all of a sudden the Ultramarines, which were like literally like everything that was into the middle of the table for Steven and the Ultras has been picked up. He's being pushed back just by sheer weight of casualties he's taken. Well, JT, well.
No, I think you can see he's having to rethink what he was planning. He's like, I'm in a good spot. I have all this stuff, and he's like, wait a second, I now have to really consider. He was planning to have this decision on round 4, not round 2. We're at a guess.
Yeah. Drakari scoring for the end of their turn. He's gotten 6 points for Assassinate, 3 for the Apothecary, 3 for the Lieutenant, and he's also got 4 for Linebreaker, and he's deployed his second Scramblers. He's also done what I assumed he was going to do, and yes, he has given his opponent a 10-point primary. JT had literally had the exact turn he needed to have to make this a very competitive game.
No, that's it. And taking away some key pieces. I mean, so the vehicles, I mean, we mentioned you can take them down with bolters, but it's difficult. It would be a lot easier had he had the volume of fire from the aggressors, which are gone, and eradicators, which are gone. And it would be great if he could revisit some of those units with the Apothecary, which is gone.
Yes, exactly right. So no Apothecary, no Lieutenant means a lot of his damage output, a lot of his reliability has left the table. If you look at that scoreline, man, 10 to 17 going into turn 2, another 10 points will be added for the primary objective for the Ultramarines. And I'm interested to see what happens with his primary this turn. Because I'm of the opinion, now that he's lost a bunch of his units, a bunch of his best units, the Ballstorm Aggressors, the Eradicators, some Suppressors, etc., just lock down, play the primary. Lock down, play the primary. You got the lead. Try and hold on to it. Try and maintain it.
Yeah, I think that's it, because I think what he's proven is that he can have a devastating turn. And he's like, I don't think the Ultramarines are going to have a way to meaningfully reduce the damage that could come on to them the next turn.
Yes, agree with that. I think they're like, with the Ballstorm Aggressors gone and the Eradicators gone, I'm trying to figure out what his chances are of popping like one of these Disintegrators, one of these Reapers next turn. He does need to get them both off the table if he can. If not, run away, hunker down, get better armor saves from cover, and just try to win on the scoreboard, which is still very doable. He's still absolutely ascendant on the scoreboard.
Well, while they're updating the scores and plotting the next move, let's talk about what the Chaos Possessed advancing into this tournament means for like your bracket, everybody's bracket, the potential. I mean, like what do you think is left of what is currently there that can really deal with that Possessed mob?
Look, I'm going to have a quick look at some of the lists that we've had yet to see, because there are still quite a lot still to play. We're not even halfway through this round. We're not even halfway through this round. So we know Brian Poole and his Blood Angels have progressed. That is a list that can hang with those Possessed very, very, very well. The problem is they're playing into what the Possessed wants to fight, being Imperium. We have TJ's Mixed Chaos that has the big, heavy-hitting Chaos, Mortarion, Magnus, Lord of Change, who's unkillable to all intents and purposes. A lot of smites there, a lot of mortal wound damage abilities. They can go into Possessed very well. If you can kill 10, 12 Possessed with mortal wounds, which is a bit of an ask, but this is a list that can do it. You can go in there and, even if you don't kill the whole unit, then he's not going to kill back these big boys on the return. Brad Chester's list of Salamanders can absolutely hang. There's big units of Blade Guard, Flamestorm Aggressors coming is a bunch of Inceptors. The Inceptors have the right profiles to go into these guys. 3 attack bikes with multi-melters and 9 plasma Inceptors essentially can definitely do the heavy lifting. Custodes would be an interesting one. I feel like because the Custodes need to get into combat to do the most work, that's going to play too heavily into Liam's hands. So I probably tip Liam over that. He has got 5 Alaris. And he has got a big unit of Venatari, so he does have a considerable amount of shooting. But
that's a lot of wounds too. So I mean, they are like, it takes a lot of extra work to get through them all. They don't have a really. I mean, like Custodes by themselves anyway don't have like a surefire way of denying some of those psychic powers. But if they can get the jump, then they can certainly do a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a unit of Alaris into a unit of Possessed, probably like the vast, if not all, the Possessed go down. But what's interesting now is that you would have been correct pre-Psychic Awakening. Now Psychic Awakening has come out. They actually have 2 deny spells, so they can just go 4+ deny 1 spell and then try and deny 1 on 2d6 after the cast. So he can like, if you get low rolls, he can go and try and shut them down. And if he does, like, that would be a huge swing.
I knew about the 4+, but the other is it's pretty much a variable kind of thing, and it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, I 100% think Siegler's army can hang. 60 Necron Warriors can be a bit of a foil for those Possessed. Unfortunately, the thing is, though, the Possessed touch 20 Warriors and the 20 Warriors go away. 10 Lich Guard, though, on the return, and the shooting from the Necron Warriors will decimate Possessed en masse and do really well. And of course, the Silent King there, if he's able to do what I think he might want to do, is make an inverse horseshoe, as in 20 Possessed, 20 Possessed, 20 Possessed, and put the Silent King in there, so he can't charge the front of your blocks at all without being within 3 of the Silent King, and therefore fighting second and possibly losing half the squad. I think that'd be a very nice play if you can pull it off. It takes a lot of work. Sorry?
Morsola says that that Mortarion is basically immune to possessed. That is
He
a hot
is.
take.
Yeah, he's 100% immune. They just don't do anything. They do nothing. Toughness 8, 4+ invuln, 5+ feel no pain.
Aura's getting turned off and stuff.
Yeah.
It's
No rerolls. So just all you're gonna get on if you get Prescience off, good for you. And Veteran's Long War, the only 2 applicable buffs that are gonna matter. And of course, he has so many psychers, he can reliably be like, oh yeah, Mortarion with his Magnus is gonna plus deny that one and kill it off. So yeah, I think that actually is quite a bad matchup for him. Mark Perry with the keepers and all the fight first stuff and the demonettes and the fiends, that could be a fun game. But Slanesh on Slanesh, I would tip the possessed into that one.
because of a better armor save. Do you think that's really what does it?
Mostly a better save. 4+ involved across the board with the feel no pains. It's just going to be too hard for the keepers. The keepers can go in with I think they've got 9, 11 attacks or whatever. They can still only kill 4 possessed due to inform saves, which is just not enough. Funnily enough, the Grey Knights, Eric's Grey Knights will be playing them tomorrow. So it's going to be the possessed versus the GKs. That's the
match we want to see, right? I mean, that's themey. Yeah.
So all those 4 damage smites so Eric, most likely if I was Eric, I'd combat squad every single thing I got. Just dive everything down into 5-mans just to smash out as many smites as humanly possible. Because every smite just goes straight to a feel no pain if they have it. Otherwise, just picks up 2 possessed every single smite. And so he could reliably pick up 8, 10 possessed, possibly if he's lucky with those smites. And man, that is a game-winning position.
Well, where I was going with part of this is that the possessed, they have to be out in front. You can't not be using them. That's such a large chunk of the army. That is how you're going to win with this particular army. And so they can be shot. But we actually don't have a lot of gun line stuff in the army. Or in the bracket.
In the lineup, there's not a hell of a lot of guns. We got another Blood Angels army and another Sisters army, and I feel like the possessed are kitted out specifically to go into these kinds of things. So, man, I think if the possessed make it past Eric, they could be on a pretty nice run towards the end of this thing.
Yeah, and agree with that. It's going to be cool to see how Morty does compete in this bracketed tournament. I think a lot of people expect him to go all the way. I'm curious. I don't need to hear the whole bracket, but if you're in the chat and you have filled out a bracket, what is your winning list? What do you think right now is going to be what takes it?
Right now, I'm of the opinion that it's probably going to be TJ.
Okay.
If I had to guess the list to go the distance, that can be picked up by any player and played to play to a good level. Not going to be played as well as TJ. He does have a lot of big stuff that's quite intuitive to play. You can get a lot of good mileage out of Magnus, out of Mortarion, especially Morty. Now that you can literally just be like, go off, Morty, you're never going to die. Charge right in, mess him up, slow him down, be a good boy. And killing things like Magnus with a 3+ invulnerable save without rerolls, without all those buffs, without all those auras, is so much difficult, especially if he's got his -1 to hit and 3+ invuln. So there could be a duality there we're not seeing. It becomes really powerful.
Yeah, we chatted a little bit about this earlier in the stream, is that list requires a little bit of complexity. It requires some know-how, and TJ's a master of all that. It's fun to watch him put that all together. Does that translate as the list moves on? Do you think you think it's a foregone conclusion that list is making it out of round 1?
Who's it playing? It's playing against Chester's Salamanders, yeah?
That's it?
I think there's a good chance. It's coming out. I'm going to tip that against the Salamanders to get out. The Salamanders have the absolute bucket loads of shooting. The problem is though, 100% more is going to take the you do not get any rerolls trait, e.g., your whole Salamanders trait out the window. No rerolls to wound, no nothing, no. That's it. And all the rend that army packs is all the damage is either immortal wounds or it's rend 3 minimum. So I think that looks pretty good for the Chaos Demons, especially. So it's a bit unlucky. We heard from Chester's own mouth that he's not running that list, unfortunately, due to some health-related circumstances between him and his family, which I won't divulge here. But he's not piloting it, and I think I'd be more confident if he was but like the actual designer of that list was using it into the designer of the demons list.
Oh, I know they're taking it seriously. That list has a lot of tricks, and I know they're taking it seriously, and we're going to see, I think, it played to a very high level. It is going to be, I think, a little bit of Mortarian management. I think that's a little bit of what has to go into that, if you were to ask me right now. Oh, but let's jump back into this game here. So 31-10. What another this gigantic play or turn for the Ultramarines.
Yeah, exactly right. Well done to the Ultras. They're scoring a bunch of points. They got 10 points there, here, there, and everywhere. Oath is still paying out. He's still got a lot of Oath points to pick up when he wants to. The drop pod being locked down with those racks is a problematic, frustrating set of circumstances. But all he needs is just a couple of intercessors to get over there. They will clear these boys out.
You know what we're seeing? So the Jakari scored 6 points for Assassinate, 4 for Linebreaker, and deploy their Scramblers. The Marines get bringing in 2 points for Oath, and then Marine turn 3 scoring 10 points for the primary. Admitted from the table here that the Marines seem to be on the back foot now, with many of them being back in the box. It's hard to score points when you are in the box. And then the Jakari having the second turn is they're expecting that to be a big swing for things as the game progresses.
It's pretty funny that it was noted here that Steve wants to bully the table now, but possibly he's not able. He's not feeling like he's able to. Maybe he's frustrated. He can't really bully the middle of the board as he was doing before. He has rolled invulns to keep his -1 to hit intercessors alive. Flamestorm aggressors shoot into the Scourge. 30 hits, 21 wounds. They're going to be gone as hell.
Man, what a day for aggressors! Aggressors doing some work on this table like that. That's yeah. I mean, that's really good. I mean, it's refreshing because they have good stats. Like the aggressors have stats. It's just seemingly sometimes difficult to get them positioned to do all that stuff, and it seems like it's working out. But I think that bubble, that group of Marines he had allowed them to do that. Like there was other things to shoot at that were more imminent threats, and which has allowed the aggressors to get into position. And I meant that. I think that he was expecting that those layers and those rings to fall, but not this early in the game. So it's really up to JT to try to capitalize on that. And I don't know if he's got enough points in the bag right now, but I also don't think his much of his damage dealing, like I said, is going to be diminished. So maybe he has another sweeping turn on these Ultramarines.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe this is just another bumper turn. And honestly, if JT has another bumper turn, this thing could be cooked. We could even see a handshake. Although I do expect these gentlemen to play it out to the last iota and squeeze all the entertainment value they can. In all honesty, this game is so far in the balance, I'm not even going to question whether we cover it to the end. We're just going to do it. As long as they play, we will be here. We will be sticking with it. How you doing over there, Paul? What time is it there?
It is 12:30, 12:24.
Yikes. Fair enough. It's just about to go. It's 4:24 p.m. here. So I have been going for literally 12 hours as of right now.
Well, I don't know if you remember that far along, but I was there with you.
You were here too. And now Richard, who's in the booth right now doing our production, he was with us as well. Love you very much, mate. You're putting in the hours. Really appreciate it.
Do we have any other veterans from the beginning of the stream in the chat? I would love to hear from that. That's I know. Again, I respect the fact that this is has been a long day, and we have a lot of ground to cover here.
At this point, I'm on board to put Brad on. Brad wants. I'm so desperate.
It's not happening.
Yeah, probably not. Unfortunately, Mr. Chester. Unfortunately not. I'm sorry to say that. But okay. Shooting wise, what is going to get picked up here? Let's see if our table boss has updated us on anything. Chapter Master shoots the Ravager and brackets it. Some Marines into the same Ravager and the Scourge. 2 more Scourge being picked up. And then the Ravager takes how many wounds? Some more? Some more damage?
Yep.
Okay.
Death Corps have been here all for the long haul. We got a guy say it. Look, Tomodachi says you guys started when I started work. I've since got a lot to do, got a lot of foe, and has done laundry. So yeah, I'm glad we could be here for your hobby time or your chores time.
Yeah, dude, impressed. Anybody who sat here through this entire thing, props to you, man. Legends.
Well, look, think of the quality content though. We have seen some banner games. I think some like textbook games.
Absolutely. The game between Eric and the Orcs, like Eric and Aaron Green's Orcs, was a phenomenal chess match between those two. Literally, Eric won it probably because he had the bottom of turn. Well, because the bottom turn, it was a bigger win than it looked like otherwise. Because there was 1 point in it either way until the bottom of turn 5, and then Eric had the big leapfrog. He probably still would have done it on the top of turn, but then Aaron would have had an opportunity to respond. I don't quite know what that response would have been.
Here we go. Yeah, it's like Sandro. Thanks for saying been here since the start with the crazy audio
Hey,
issues. Thank you for bearing with us. Cyber Tuna says been here all day, made progress on the Death Guard. Heck yeah.
legend.
People pay. Yeah, TK2166. It's like a 501st handle. Been painting Grey Knights.
Possibly. Cyber 2NA watched 3 hours of play on tabletop while waiting for the stream to start. If you haven't seen the 40k and 40-minute championships, he's watching live inside his gaming shop on his TV. Shout out to you guys from the Gamers Lair in Coffs Harbour, New South Wales, Australia. Shaz Killer 6, mwah, love you, brother. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is live.
This is live. Dirthusan, I want Adam to know I'm painting horses. What kind of horses? Horses?
Some Outriders, right? Oh, maybe we'll see.
Outriders,
Right?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, and it just scrolled by. I can't scroll back up, but yeah, it's really cool to see that amount of folks hanging in here the whole day. I mean, again, I've enjoyed it, and watching some of these players. Some of these players I've never had the really ability to watch before, and to comment on their games has been really exciting.
I'm loving commentating one of JT's games. I watch so many of his. It's an absolute pleasure, absolute honor. Same for the Tabletop Titans guys, legends of the scene. Very happy to be able to commentate on one of their games. Dirty San, he's painting Death Riders. Oof, you spicy boy. Love
Death Riders, all right.
Mm.
Look at that, hanging out with the wife all day and doing some painting.
Hey, she's working on Crimson Hunter and he's painting 3 Goliath Rothkriders. All hail the 4-armed Emperor. Dude, indeed. I was very happy we had at least some Dreamsteel Occult models on this stream, for lack of a better term, because that's all we had on the stream. It was only models. There was like 1 patrol with a character and 5 acolytes, and they got punted. Can't wait for a time to see them back in some form of ascendancy.
Heck yeah! And then building scions. Look at that. That's an under. Like, I know you like scions, Adam.
I love scions, man. I love scions. They were my first 40k army when fantasy bit the bullet, and that's what I turned to.
Oh, look at that. Action on the table.
Look at the Hulk up. Love it.
We'll tune in for that as soon as we get the table notes updated. Well, I want to see what has provoked such a reaction. So, you don't think the scions are too fragile?
Well, yes and no. They are kind of too fragile, but they pack a wallop, and I love a lot of the support pieces and a lot of the jank that they bring to the game. Look, they have a lot of stuff that is still unexplored, and a lot of people haven't been bad touched by it yet. And I want to do that. I want to make you feel scared of scions. That would feel so good to me. I want them to be an intimidating factor on the table. There's a lot of really special stuff that they can do. A lot of people haven't really accounted for, like deep striking within 6 inches to get double melter shots. Dropping down from Valkyries within melter range as well. A bunch of exploding hits in lots of different phases. Hitting from 2s with heavy weapons when disembarking from Tauroxes. +1 to hit, +1 to wound.
I love the Tauroxes. Yeah. I mean, I actually don't even mind the model. I know that that's kind of divisive in the community about the model or not, but I dig it. I think it's got a pretty unique look to it, and I like a bunch of them on the battlefield.
Yeah. Ultimate QSO, doing the 43rd Odin Dragons for the 6-inch range to rapid fire weapons. Man, I've got a list with 60 scions in just with las guns, and that's what they're there for. They're there to drop down with get the 4 shots each from the deep strike, and then use the +1 to wound strat to just butcher stuff. Really cool.
I love to see a Marauder Bomber coming together. That's one of my favorite. That's an old model. Like, it's been in the Forge World roster for a long time, and I dig it. Yeah, good luck with that. It's a big one.
It's a big boy. It's a big, beautiful boy. Very, very good looking model. I hear it is a nightmare to build.
Oh, look. When you're working with resin, it's a different mindset when you're building the model, and that's it. You just have to. The resin models seem a little difficult, and some of them are, right. Some of them really are difficult, but it's just a different mindset altogether, and you have to shift tools almost, and that's some of the when you're trying to put together a resin model with the same stuff that you build a plastic model with, that doesn't help you, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly right. These gens look like they're going into the bottom of turn 3 momentarily. Just a quick update from our stream boss. And Drop Pod shoots into combat, killing 2 racks. 1 Scourge left after some more sporadic shooting. Ravager has 4 wounds remaining. Last thing to shoot. Suppressor rerolls 1s with Sons of Gilliman Strat and shoots the Ravager. Ravager makes both saves and lives. That is a big deal. Intercessors charge into the racks that charge the Drop Pod, retaking that objective. Fight phase, Marines kill the racks. And yeah, easy done. Last Scourge passes morale. What a baller! Marines score 2 more for engage, but that's it. That's all they score this turn because
the pressure's off them to score a ton of points. Now, look, you want to keep that door shut, but they don't actually have to score a lot of points. But what I'm saying is that their capacity to score has been reduced, and so if we can get a Drukari turn swing, that's really what they need. We'll see if the lanes are open for them to do that. The Cybertune, I believe it was in the chat, mentioned is like, where are the AdMech? That's actually a good question. Like, where are the AdMech? And AdMech is one of those underrepresented. We talk about this on the show occasionally when it comes up. It's like they're a deadly army, a devastating army. Like a couple of wrong moves, and the AdMech can cripple your force early in the game.
Yeah, agreed. It's really weird that we didn't see any AdMech. A lot of Blood Angels, a lot of Sisters, 1 Ultramarines, 1 Salamanders. So yeah, a huge density of Marines, admittedly. Chaos is very well represented as well. We've got 2 Chaos Demons by Mark Perry and TJ Lanigan. And we've also got the mixed Chaos being piloted by Liam Hackett. Now, those lists represent most of the field, like the 2 Sisters, the 1, so 2, 2, 3, the 4, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 9 of our list is Chaos or Imperium. 1 Drukari, here, there, and everywhere. Like it's pretty cool. It's still not a bad. I mean, this is pretty representative of what you would have seen at the Nopen. We did have one Harlequin list as well, but yeah, and 1 Custodes. Actually, we have is that 3?
10 Imperium list.
10 Imperium list. 12 out of 16, 13. One Necrons as well, which is cool. So we got 1 Necrons.
I do think that like at the Nopen or at the Open, I do believe that there would probably be Harlequins going deep into the field because you got to imagine in a field that large, typically there are 1,000 40K players. Like it's an amazing event. Like it, and can't talk about how just awesome it is for Frontline to put that together. To take the risk to put this kind of thing together in the very beginning, and it's one of those very much if you build it, they will come kind of things. So Harlequins are very strong, and they, depending on the matchup, it is completely random. Like there are some sharks out there in the waters, but you could easily get lined up against a couple of players who don't have the experience with Harlequins. They don't know everything they can do. They don't know what to ask, and so I think not for that reason alone. It's a contributor to how deep a tricky army like the Harlequins could go. And I believe that's very similar to AdMech. I think it's very easy to underestimate what AdMech can do with their shooting. Or even counter assault in some cases.
Yeah, agree. Totally agree. Just a little quick update.
Yeah,
the 5 points has been scored by the Drukari going to their bottom of turn 3.
Yeah, this trickle of 2 points per round for the Ultramarines, it's he's still, because of the significant lead, that may be enough. But if JT can get some momentum happening and get in the right spots, and really those Ultramarines got to walk everywhere. I mean, again, he needs a big swing.
Yeah, not ideal. He needs to start getting some primary points. He needs to get a 10, needs to even the primary, and definitely not let the Ultras max it. Because right now what they've got did they get a 15 or did they get a 10, 10? Yeah, I think they got 2 10-point turns. Maybe they got a 15 and a 10. But yeah,
15 and 10 is what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and all the Drukari have put up is 5 points for primary so far.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, the Ultramarines, they started out strong with like a 17, and then I think a 10, and then 2 2-point turns. He's in the 2-point score or whatever. I think is where we're at.
He's just racking up a couple of engage points here, there, and everywhere. We'll see some Oath of Moment points come in at the end of this turn as long as he's able to maintain a unit within 6 of the table. We're seeing a change of scene here. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we got it looks like the just surviving Ravager and Reaper at the bottom of the table be lining up shots across the board. He really wants to get rid of those Flamestorm aggressors. Otherwise, it's going to be really tenuous whether he can remain in his deployment zone. Looks like he's taking some risks deploying a couple of models back that way, because if those aggressors don't get picked up, everything down there will be squished, will be burnt to a cinder.
He's trying to align that there. He's like, oh, I want to limit what can shoot me, and I want to score this objective with a little bit of redundancy, and I think that's the decision he has to make.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's absolutely the right decision on top.
Yeah. No, and no, putting some things right. I mean, in good places. Maybe we see a swing in the points.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if JT has a bit of a bumper turn again. If he can get if he can get just one more turn of line breaker, that will be enough to significantly nail down this lead that Steven has. That'll be another 4 points there. He also has scramblers, so we know he's scrambled the mid board. If he can get the back lines done, technically he could score scramblers this turn if he did his deployment zone in his turn 1. And with that done, all of a sudden he jumps up to 29 points here. Be 29 to 33. Man, game on. That is an exciting turn of events.
Wait a second. We have a comment in the chat that bears mentioning. Joshua McMillan says Blood Angels are the best.
Okay. Fair enough.
But there's also another one. Ultimo Queso says he just wants to see Calgar punch something, and I don't disagree.
Can you see where Calgar is? Also, yeah, shout out to my man, Josh McMillan from New South Wales. He's actually just teamed up with me for the Victorian Teams Challenge. So we're going to go stomp down. And yeah, but I'm going to take Dark Angels. He's going to have to find something else to play because there's going to be one Space Marine player. So yeah, sorry, mate.
Yeah, well, you can look for Calgar's base. He might be there hanging out.
I can see him. So he's essentially right above the Aquila. He's right above that unit of Space Marines. I think he's the only 50 mil base. Is the only 50 mil base that'll be on this table?
I've got one on my painting counter. I'm actually working on a Calgar for a buddy.
Is he on a 50 or a 40, brother?
Oh, he's a 50. No, he's chunky.
He's a chonker. He's a thick boy.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's.
Man, what is left? What is left for the Ultras? They're going to get what looks like two units of intercessors. One of them with Kaldar in support. Another one looks to have another character close by, possibly the Ancient. Towards the bottom of the screen, you see 4 Flamestorm aggressors. To the top left-hand side, we know there's a unit of intercessors that charged into the rack. So there's unit of intercessors shading under the shadow of that drop pod. Man, so much of this stuff could be dead by the end of this turn from Steven. I'm truly thinking that every iota of shooting that can go into those Flamestorm aggressors does so. And man, they need to be gone come JT. So
they've got a taste of the blood of the aggressors. They become insatiable.
They made that 9-inch charge from reserve. These guys think they're invincible, guys. Like JT needs to put the stops on these guys. Hey, hold up, guys. Check your roll, and then Reaper them to the face and put them down.
Look, they need a little bit of help. I said, and then they're going to continue to wreck some face. I think they've got that taste of it. They've been effective, and now they're going to use it to steamroll across the table.
Updated the scores right now. We have the Ultramarines sitting in 33 points. That is, I believe, made up of 25 points of primary, a bunch of engage, and a bunch of Oath of Moment points. His what is actually his third secondary? I'm just going to have a quick scroll up and have a look. The third secondary for him was Raise the Banners. So he should be doing quite well on Raise the Banners as well. He'll have a couple of scores coming in there quite easily. His opponent, Mr. JT McDowell, lovely gentleman, has Linebreaker, Scramblers, and Assassinate. We know he's got 6 points on Assassinate and 4 points for Linebreaker. Whether he's able to complete Scramblers is up for debate. And scrolling back down to an update for our table boss, he says Drakari are now moving things. JT is full in the zone mode. Rest of his reserves arrive. LeMayan to score Scramblers, and that's all 3 done now. So we'll see another 10 points jump up there. Medusa and 1 more Mandrake unit and a unit of Cavalites. He has to, So it looks like he'll have another decent amount of reserves coming on. All these little MSU squads by JT, just getting him points, making you double down a lot of things.
I think this is going to be the turn that decides whether or not this is a game or not.
Yes, I agree. If JT just flies off, just activates JT, goes, Super Saiyan 3 or 4, whatever it is, and hulks up and be like, just the whole Hulk Hogan thing. This thing could be absolutely in the bag for him.
Well, you can look at the table here, and I mean, nowhere near the number of blue bodies that were on there before, right? And we can
No.
see some objectives.
Yeah, we can. Like, I mean, so see the top middle objective, that one's exposed. It's only one model on it. The Kabalites and the Mandrakes could go in and invest upon that objective. Looks like he's having some shots. Looks like he's taking some wounds. I just saw a wound counter chuck down there. Maybe that's where the Hex Rifles are going to be going this turn. But yeah, big deal here. Whether
He's been
starts
hot
up
with
on
those Hex
characters-
Rifles. I mean, look.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
if that hotness continues on, we might see Tigurius go back in the box.
Exactly right. Now, what is interesting there is that the Master of Mutagens and the Dark Technomancers mean that those Strength 4 -1 damage sniper rifles become Strength 4 -1 2 damage +1 to wound sniper rifles, meaning they get the mortal wounds on 5 pluses. Unless it depends, because I think that's only because they've got the old version where it's a 5+ to wound rather than being an unmodified 5.
So here we go. So as a score update, the Ultramarines have 33. The Drakari have 15 points right now, but it is, I believe, their turn, so the potential for that to increase. I have a question: can Drakari table the Ultras? You know, in round 1, I would have said no way, but they are actually on their way to really putting a crimp in the step, and you know, we'll see how it goes. And then Papers. Tapascao, I butchered your name and I apologize, but he says he's got Drakari in his bracket, and he thinks if they make it past this round, it's going to make for some very interesting matchups in the future. And I agree with that.
Wholeheartedly. Tomodachi Express, if Drakari win, I might be in the running for the wooden spoon for my bracket. Sorry to hear it, brother.
Oh, man. Well, yep. So you can't bet against Blood Angels if you learned anything.
Yeah,
you would at least
right.
have one solid bracket choice.
But man, that Harlequins list was unbeaten on that channel. But with that pilot, it was really hard. Like yeah, exactly.
Look, I'm right there with you. It's like they had all the tools to do it, and because you know the abilities of the Harlequins, they cut through that 2+ armor save typically like it isn't there. And that is so. I think I don't want to say it was a coin flip, but I think. It was played very well on both sides, and the BA just happened to come out on the other side of it, the victor.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right as what you said. Because the BA all had OBSEC from Rights of War, it was OBSEC versus OBSEC, but the BA bodies had 2+ armor saves with 2 wounds, and the Harlequin bodies that had OBSEC had 4+ invulnerable saves and 1 wound. You know who wins that fight? I hate to tell you, it's the Sangard.
Yeah.
Shock and horror. Who would have thought Sangard would win a fight against literally anything, which they do.
Look at this, kind of the diversity in Ultramarines as far as list builds go. Look at just how radically different this list is compared to that list, or even how you might build Dark Angels in the future and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's very true. This is a very stable, well-rounded all-comers list. It's skewed. The only skew here is skewed heavily into infantry. Like, with the exception of a drop pod, everything in this army is infantry. E.g., everything can do an action, everything can walk through a wall. It's very well poised to do a lot of missions things well. Where he's been exposed is, I think he just underestimated. Well, sorry, firstly, I think he rolled poorly, and JT's rolled like a god, especially on the saves. Like turn 1, not being able to pull down one of these Dakar boats, either one of the Ravagers or the Reapers, it was a real problem for the Ultramarines. Having all 4 of those boats unload, unleash, and on top of that, what sounds like rolled really hot was just horrific.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then, you know, with the Apothecary, I don't think you can. If all he did put on it with those 7 Hex Rifles, I don't think that you could have estimated that would have taken the Apothecary out.
Yeah, he must have rolled a bunch of 5s. Like he said, he did. Like our man on the ground, Scary, said he did a bunch of mortal wounds to win with the Hex Rifles, which means he was rolling a bunch of 5s to wound. And so, yeah, therefore, maybe he had a better chance of popping. Still took him 2 turns, though. Still took him 2 turns.
Yeah, that was a gamble that should have been in his favor, in my opinion, or whatever, but it just didn't pay off. And that's that again, I keep saying it, but that's why we roll these dice, and that's what makes some of this stuff exciting.
Yeah, exactly right. Drakari, so Papers, Stone, whatever. Drakari are going to come in with the damage to mitigate the tankiness of Darth Gelder and Deathwing. That would be cool, because while because they wind on force with their poison a lot of the time, all that, transhuman and stuff that Deathwing have built in, doesn't matter, never heard of it, doesn't, whatever. So if they get enough shots, they can still do a hellacious amount of damage.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, this is one of those to where we talk about this is going to be the make or break turn. I think.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But I say that though. But if the ultras continue their 2 point rise each turn here, then this might not be. We might have another turn to see if it's the make or break.
Well, we've got 10 points coming in for scramblers for JT, and I'm of the opinion that he's almost definitely got his 4 points for line breaker. So he's going to have another 14 points added onto this, e.g. up to 29. Whether he's gotten, it doesn't look like he's killed any more characters that I can see. I mean, his shooting phase is not done yet, so there's possibly more to be revealed. But cast your gaze down to the bottom right-hand corner, because there used to be a unit of 4 flame aggressors there. There's 1. So he's managed to kill 3 of those.
Well, I'm pulling for that guy. I believe he still has the taste for blood, and he will expunge vengeance.
Yeah. He's going to be a hero of the Imperium, the avenging son himself. Take Gilliman's side.
Ultramarines do have a lot of tricks, and so I think where is Tigurius at this point? And what is he doing?
Yeah, that's a good call. We're not quite sure where he is. Maybe we'll chuck it up for the stream boss to let us know. Just an update from him. The guns be blasting. He's focusing the firepower on the aggressors. Still alive, though. Transhuman on them. When the Reapers shot him, 1 survives. Reaper firing and fading back and forth behind a building. Very nice play there by JT. Some sporadic fire from sniper rifles and such. Not much damage as of yet.
Let me see if I can ask here.
Where
I'm breaking the wall here. Look at that.
Breaking the 4th wall, yeah.
I just communicated.
Did you spell Tigurius correctly as well?
Yeah. Of course.
You don't know. I assumed you knew how to spell it, but whatever.
Yeah, but this is one of those times where I think Tigurius can swing things. I mean, he beats on the toughness 3 things really well with his stave. He's got some smites. He's no slouch with his other psychic powers, and so I think bringing him to try to maybe dig the Ultramarines back out of the hole because he's got a little reach out and touch someone, might be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I agree. with that. I think Tiggy, if he had, the fact is, I think the Ultramarine player needs to use every single resource they have available. I don't care what it is, and it needs to become relevant. The unit of intercessors that was on the top left next to that drop pod have now been picked up. I think they're in there entirety. There might be 1 left, but I can't quite see with this camera angle. We'll see if our table boss gives us an update on that.
So Tigurius is holding an objective in the top right-hand corner.
There you go. That's what that white model is. That is Tiggy.
There we go.
I was pointing it out before, saying it could be the apothecary, possibly, but it's Tigurius.
That's not a good sign. When Tigurius is relegated to just holding an objective,
yeah,
that's a good sign. That means the Drakari, you're playing right into the Drakari's hands.
Well, he probably was, when he put him back there, he's probably like, I don't need Tigurius. I'm bullying this board. This is mine. And now he's like, yikes. So 1 squad dies to the Venoms. The Venoms have invested in that squad of intercessors. They've been picked up. The drop pod will be charged again to keep another squad of racks safe this turn. As you can see there, just to the bottom left of it. And Tiggy, if you cast your gaze up into the top right-hand corner, that white model to the bottom right of that objective is our man, Chief Librarian Tigurius.
Well, he does everything. He reads the books, he shoots the mental bolts, and he holds the objective.
Yeah, fair.
I actually like his model. His new model, the Primaris treatment on him.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Well. I don't mind it. I don't mind it either. Yeah, I quite like it as well. I think I want to see a lot more Primaris stuff start to come out. There are so many models that need a makeover. Like, how do you feel about a Primaris Dante?
Look, I mean, lore-wise, or do you mean like I want?
Surely, lore-wise, he's like possibly too old to go through the procedure. But
he made something up. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, you're probably right. Yes. It's probably going to be very.
You know what they do? Put him in a Redemptor Dread. Let's say he didn't make it through the transition. They put him in a Redemptor Dread. You got a Chapter Master Redemptor Dreadnought, wielding his little axe mortalis.
It wouldn't be a Redemptor. It'd be a Leviathan or something like that.
Yeah, but he was hard. They can make up that he was most of the way through into like Primarishood when the thing failed and they had to scramble. And Leviathans are hard to come by, dude. Very hard to come by.
I'm pretty sure we hollow it out if Dante needs an infusion real quick. But I love it. I was asked one time like what would be my dream models and for a new kit coming out, and I totally boofed the answer. And then I was like, wait a second, no, I want Primaris Sanguinary Guard. Wait, let me answer.
Yeah.
You know? But I think Dante would make it amazing. I mean, you think about how just like he's a tiny model, by the way. Like second
He's
edition model,
minuscule.
standing next to even old models by our standards, he still is a bit short, but he still holds up. Like he's one. He came out of that period of time to where just the beauty and craftsmanship of what is it, Jess Goodwin, just I mean, really at the top of his game. I don't know about the top of his game, but definitely top of way leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else around. At that point in time.
Now it's so that's to say. I remember the old Gazcore model, the one prior to this one, came out at the same time, or was that a little bit after?
You're talking about the metal one, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's after. I think I do. I think it's after because Dante is a second edition model. I mean, he basically is a second beginning of third edition model type thing. You know, like back there in Ragnar range. I mean, not exactly, but within a couple of years of each other. And but I love the model. I've always loved the model. Something about, because that's the first time we saw that sculpted like body armor. You know, the it looks like the rest of the Marines are wearing haystacks. You know, compared to
he's wearing a masterpiece. Sorry, mate. A lot of interesting things have just happened. On the top middle objective, something is charged onto there and picked up that character. So it's charged there from reserve. Could be a Medusa, could be a Lemmian. I'm of the opinion that guy probably had one wound left, has now been picked up. We have a unit of racks that have gone into the drop pod to protect themselves and also invest in the top left-hand objective. And the bottom right-hand corner, I think we've seen Mandrakes charge into that last aggressor, the last Flamestorm aggressor.
Here we go. We got Webway Hobby says he would be a Leviathan pattern Redemptor, so I'm down with that if we need to put him in there. And then with too many Jay with too many hobbies says that Dante is probably cool with Primaris. I bet he would. You know, it's like it's but yeah, that model would be absolutely epic. I think it would it'd make Marnius Calgar look like he's wearing clown shoes.
It would. What's interesting here about what has gone on this turn is I think JT has had another stellar turn. Not on the killing. He hasn't done a hellacious amount of killing. All he's picked up is 3 aggressors and 1 unit of, I think, 4 intercessors. But what he's done, his opponent's getting 5 for primary. Every objective, with the exception of the one held by Tigerius, held down by our man, Tiggy the Boss, is owned by the Drukhari as of the start of the next turn. Start of turn 4, 0 points for the Ultramarines on the primary.
Yeah, so he's taken that slow drip of 2 points down to 0 points, and then that's. I mean, look, that's what he needed to do.
Absolutely right.
I didn't think it was going to be possible.
We'll see some end of turn scores coming in for JT. Let's see what our table boss has to say.
Yeah, but this is look, the general being able to assess what's happening, what he has to do, and then making it happen on the table. I mean, you're going to benefit from a couple of rolls here and there, but the rolls average out. Like I think the apothecary dying when he did was a little bit of an anomaly, but the rest of the stuff seems very calculated and kind of functioning as you might expect.
Yeah, agreed. Just an update. The Cabalites came on from the backboard, shot out of reserve, and nothing really happened. A drop pod got charged, of course. Cabalites charged the lone aggressor. So it's not Mandrakes. It is the aggressor, but they're taking that objective off him. Rax charged the pod, and they make it. At this point, Marines will have a very hard time winning. Mandrakes made a charge out of Deep Strike onto the banner at the back of the middle backfield to take the last objective. Huge deal, says our table boss, and we know. So he's taken all the primary points away from the means, and another assassinate and just dropped a banner and killed the banner bearer. Drukhari get 4 more points for linebreaker, 10 for scrambles, and another 3 for assassinate. 33 to 32. Technically, the Marines still up by 1 point, but they won't score any primary. Marnius,
get it together.
Get that whole chapter on your shoulders. It's time to carry it, baby.
It is time to get up from what is it when he get overwhelmed by the chaos as they're coming into Ultramar when Gilliman woke up and they weren't taking Marnius then, and they're not going to take him now.
Oh man, I mean, I think he survives this game, but whether winning from here will be really hard for Stephen.
So Josh Diffie just come into the chat. What a wonderful human being. Says he has gone and completed all his Gleam entries. And that's great. That really helps out all the partner channels.
Good man.
Absolutely appreciate that, man. Thank you. for that and everything else that you do.
Yeah, agreed. Go somewhere. Other people, please go do the same. All of it goes to supporting these amazing content producers, these awesome people who've contributed their time and their love of the game in order to enhance what we do.
Yep.
And enable me and Paul to sit here and just talk for long hours.
Technically, we would do that if no one was watching, I think.
We
but
do that. Don't like sometimes I just wake up in the middle of the night. I just wake up in the night, Paul. I need some soothing, and Paul will just talk to me for a couple of hours, and I'll just drop back off to sleep. It's a lovely relationship we have. It's nowhere near as creepy as I just portrayed, and no, what I just said has never actually happened.
It's only not creepy because that's in the middle of my day, so it's just normal for me. It's only weird. Yeah. It's only weird on your side, and when I do it to you, it's weird on my side. So it's never weird. It's never double weird at the same time.
Yeah. Webware hobbies. In my time playing Eldar, I've learned that we are very good at sniping characters. Man, that's paid out. There's 3 characters that have been gunned down so far. One of them directly, so 2 of them directly from sniper fire. One of them being the lieutenant, the other one being the apothecary. That unit of mandrakes finishing off the banner bearer at the back of the board.
Yeah, look at how this margin has been closed. It's now 36-32. Like where I mean, it was only a brief little bit of time ago when the Drukhari had 0 points.
Yes, agreed.
Like that is out of control. And look, and I actually don't know if the Ultramarines. I mean, I've said it previously. I don't know how they're going to mount a comeback. I think they're on the slow drip of just a couple of victory points, every round, and even that door is closing.
Well, they need to get back on the primary, and luckily enough, there's only a handful of pretty flimsy units holding down this primary. Like that one Flamestorm Aggressor, you can easily put those intercessors down there, clear off those Cabalites. Hell, put those intercessors down, shoot into that middle bottom objective, e.g. shoot into that Venom that's obviously taken a couple of wounds, charge in, kill off those cabs. Kalgar goes into the top, single-handedly takes out those Mandrakes. The other unit of intercessors goes through the ruin. I'm not quite sure if they're going to make that charge, though. So maybe what you do, you charge Kalgar up, but maybe you move an advanced Kalgar up. Those intercessors charge and wrap the Mandrake, keeping you safe and therefore keeping Kalgar safe for a turn, just so you have some options. Those intercessors will hold that objective over the Mandrakes, but man, the Mandrakes are a little bit scary in combat. They've got, 3 attacks each, strength 4 -1. They can be a bit fearsome, so maybe it's a bit too much to ask, but he also has Tiggy in his back pocket and 1 unit of suppressors. That unit of suppressors must kill a Dakabot this turn. Must.
Yeah, I was about to say, but deploy the suppressors.
Yeah,
which is really not where you want to be.
No, don't rely on suppressors, guys. It's bad.
But okay, look. I think they are very good. I think they're just right. They're not very good in this matchup because you're not getting that secondary benefit from their weapon, and it's that part's just not playing in this matchup. That's the unfortunate part, I think. But look, they are still Marines. They still are going to get shock assault. So turn those things into bats. Double duty those guys.
Correct. I agree. I think you try and do that if at all possible. Lining up some shots now, just seeing what he can shoot, what can be done. He's looking for a charge with that unit of intercessors onto that Venom on the bottom middle. Kalgar, our man, is going up into the top middle. Look, he's got a chance to wipe out and just hold 4 objectives at the start of JT's turn. JT will then get 5 primary, keeping his score pretty low. But I don't see how he stops JT from then absolutely destroying his ability to play the primary thereafter. Like those 2 units of intercessors will just be vaped.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot. So I mean, like he had a very calculated, very well laid out plan, but like most plans, they do not survive contact with the enemy. And so with all this stuff that's coming in, I mean, basically the Drukhari are able to just kind of like circle around the edge of the board right now and pick off Ultramarines.
Yep, spot on. They're just kind of they're exactly right. They're circling their prey like carrion birds.
I know, shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, that's a phrase we have over here. I don't know if you got it over there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Although shooting fish in a barrel would still be pretty hard. Yeah.
I mean,
if it was one fish in a large barrel,
it's a clear barrel.
It's still the fish moves, man. Bullets into water, that does weird things. Why are we?
You are right.
I am sorry. I am sorry to everybody.
This is what this. Okay, look, the information age has made this analogy awkward.
Yes, Suppressors are activated. They have moved from their position. Like you said, Paul, they need to get into the game. It looks like they're going to be drawing a line of sight straight down the middle of the table. There looks like to be a wounded Ravager sitting to the left at the bottom middle objective. That's going to be getting invested in. It needs to go down. It needs to drop. There needs to be no ifs, no buts here. We'll see if the table boss has anything to say.
Oh, Cyvern coming in saying that Redemptor Dreads, they are the new Dreadnought chassis for even the Firstborn Marines. If that's true, I did not know
really?
that.
Is that in the fluff? There you go. So even the Firstborn's getting put in Redemptors. Cool.
Yep, it's a new frame with an extra
Ultras
spicy
turn
machine
4.
spirit.
Yeah. Update on turn 4. Steve knows this is the make or break time, but he seems to be confident he can pull something out. He's starting to move. He wants to stop JT from scoring primary. However, the Ravagers and the Reaper are still alive. E.g., like I said, that unit of suppressors needs to pull down one of these boats. And literally, that's what's interesting. Any 3 of these suppressors can kill any one of these boats. It's unlikely, but technically they can do it. And if it's a time to believe in the heart of the dice, it's now time, baby. It's go time. Steve, roll them up.
This is a flexible edition. They are going to be able to pull double duty. They can shoot one way. They can charge for another way. They can, they can use those Primaris assets. And by the way, thank you in the chat. I really support. They're giving us support for both of our arguments of barrels and sizes of fish and everything else. That's what we need right now.
I'm so sorry. I dragged us into that. I regret that.
No, you're all right. It's tricky stuff, and that thought was echoed by Disflux.
Yeah, I've activated the nuanced technicalities of our stream. I will refrain from such in the future.
Oh man, look at this picture here on the right. Look at all the Ultramarine corpses.
I like it. Just like Calth. Just keep pulling Calth back.
I do not like this. I've I've got to stay true to my rooting here, but they can't help them. They can't help it. They're serving as a grim reminder of the flanks that used to be.
The flanks that used to be. I like it. That's a good call. JT sitting down, reclining in his supremacy, knowing he is hulked up just enough to probably win this game. Seeing the breakdown there, only 5 points for the primary on Drukari, which shows that he has got secondary supremacy. He has scored so many of his secondary points. 8 points for Linebreaker, 9 points for Assassinate, and 10 points for Scramblers so far, racking up a healthy tally.
I got to give it to him, though. I mean, this was it's hard. Was it a clever play all along? That kind of thing. Like get them up to where you have full basically carte blanche of what you can take out from their army when you want to do it.
Yeah.
He's picking them apart now.
He is. It's just been whatever is the next most important unit has just been getting killed. A drop pod shooting into combat just killed a rack. Always cute.
Yep. Let me get Ultimo Queso says he doesn't like seeing all those boys in blue lined up there, but sometimes that's the way it works.
Looks like we got Tiggy. I'm interested to know if Tiggy cast anything, or maybe he forgot it and he's doing it now. Yeah, it looks like that's probably what's happening. He's rolling 2 dice there just to see if he gets some stuff off. Unless this is the suppressors, could very well be the suppressors shooting into.
Hang on.
Looks like
this is another thing I feel like I have to report.
Yep.
The drop pod killed a dude.
I know. So funny. So funny. Flamestorm Aggressor can fall back from those Cabalites and shoot into combat, hitting on 4s. E.g., the Flamestorm Aggressor falls back and pretty much kills all the Cabalites. It did. Killed them for 5 guys, down to 1 guy left, who will be picked up in combat by the Intercessors pretty easily. I'll double check that's what the stream boss has said. Surviving Flamestorm Aggressors fall back from the Cabalites. It's cooking time. Psychic Phase does nothing. Drop Cord kills the dude. Flamestorm kills 4 of the Cabalites. I was on point.
Wow. Look, I mean, I told you. Smelled blood. Have to get in there and do it.
That guy's a champ. He's like, I'm getting my pound of flesh here, guys. 1 venom does not satiate my need for flesh. Hum nom nom.
That may be a slightly different chapter, but he's probably feeling it.
That's the Ultras for sure. I mean, who spawned? Apparently, the Ultras spawned the. Is it actually? You'll know this. Who spawned the Kakarodons? Was it the Ultras?
I believe it's theory to be the Raven Guard, but not known for sure. So yes, I do know that, sense. But it is I believe shrouded in mystery.
That makes more sense than the whatever I was making up in my head that it was the Ultramarines. There's bloodthirsty, undiplomatic, uncultured Ultramarines. Oof. Just you know.
Well, I mean, they are an adaptive legion. I mean, they can do things. They
They
just
are,
choose to
yeah.
do things this way. You know, that's
Yeah.
legion or chapter. I mean, they're probably still legion. Nobody knows what's going on in those 500 worlds.
Oh man, yeah. There's 500 chapters, but they all answer to Kalgar. They're all Kalgar's beck and call. But you know, it's very much the same for the Dark Angels. All the essentially all the successor Dark Angels all answer to Azrael. So it's kind of much of a muchness.
Yeah, I do like it how the Marines, like the various, that's actually part of one of the compelling things about the story and the lore is that, you know, that they kind of go by the rules as long as the High Lords of Terror or the Inquisition are looking, but they all
Yeah.
have ways that they break the mold a bit.
Agreed. Just confirm, yeah, not confirmed, but yeah, probably Raven Guard. The question is, did Adam sleep Friday so he can cast so long? I slept 4 hours last night. If I'm a good boy, I'll get 6 hours tonight, and then I'll be up going for another 12. So I'll be up at 2 a.m. tomorrow. Actually, probably 1:30 in the morning to continue this bad boy stream because I think just going to double check our start times. Oof.
Yeah, I told you,
yeah.
7 hours from now. That's
Yikes.
yeah. No, I think
Yikes.
we are getting in. We're in the last hour of regulation stream here. So hopefully we get to see this game out to its conclusion. Although that's kind of the turns go faster as fewer and fewer models are on the table. It's one of the cool things about the game. But like I said, you allocate your time, take it as you will to make me think about the best move, especially if you're on the back foot.
Yeah,
but I can start to
agreed.
plan my after stream time. What am I going to do?
I'm gonna eat, have a shower, and go to bed.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna cook up some more rocket. I'm gonna stop drinking any caffeinated beverages right now, so that I have a chance to sleep at 6 o'clock when I probably jump into bed.
Yeah, there you go. I got a rules question here. So in the chat said for hover vehicles, are you able to see through them to shoot under them, or do they block line of sight?
Rules as written, you can totally, it's true line of sight. If you can
Oh,
bend
yeah,
down
that's-
and
it is.
somebody's shin can like shoot through a thing, you can shoot from their shin, and they're assumed to be like lying on their bellies when they shoot their guns.
I completely agree with what you said. But I thought it was a great opportunity to talk about that tabletop